Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 47. Delivery of the message of Kṛṣṇa to the Gopas. When the Gopas saw Uddhava, they observed that his features almost exactly resembled those of Kṛṣṇa, and they could understand that he was a great devotee of Kṛṣṇa's. His arms were very long and his eyes were just like the petals of the lotus flower. He was dressed in yellow garments and wore a garland of lotus flowers. His face was very beautiful. Having achieved the liberation of Sarupa and thus having the same bodily features as the Lord, Uddhava looked almost like Kṛṣṇa. In Kṛṣṇa's absence, the Gopas had been coming dutifully to visit Mother Yasoda's house early in the morning. They knew that Nanda Maharaja and Mother Yasoda were always grief-stricken, and they had made it their first duty to come and pay their respects to the most exalted elderly personalities of Vrindavana. Seeing the friends of Kṛṣṇa, Nanda and Yasoda would remember Kṛṣṇa himself and be satisfied, and the Gopas also would be pleased by seeing Nanda and Yasoda. When the Gopas saw that Uddhava was representing Kṛṣṇa even in his bodily features, they thought he must be a soul completely surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They began to contemplate, who is this boy who looks just like Kṛṣṇa? He has the same eyes like lotus petals, the same raised nose and beautiful face, and he is smiling in the same way. In all respects he resembles Kṛṣṇa, Syamasundara, the beautiful blackish boy. He is even dressed exactly like Kṛṣṇa. Where has this boy come from? Who is the fortunate girl who has him for her husband? Thus they talked among themselves. They were very anxious to know about him, and because they were simple, unsophisticated village girls, they surrounded Uddhava. When the Gopas understood that Uddhava had a message from Kṛṣṇa, they became very happy and called him to a secluded place and offered him a nice sitting place. They wanted to talk with him very freely and did not want to be embarrassed before unknown persons. They welcomed him with polite words, in great submissiveness. We know that you are a most confidential associate of Kṛṣṇa and that he has therefore sent you to Vrindavana to give solace to his father and mother. We can understand that family affection is very strong. Even great sages who have taken to the renounced order of life cannot give up family affection %. Sometimes they think of their family members. Kṛṣṇa has therefore sent you to his father and mother, otherwise he has no further business in Vrindavana. He is now in town. What does he have to know about Vrindavana village or the cows pasturing grounds? These are not at all useful for Kṛṣṇa because he is now a man of the city. Surely he has nothing to do with persons who do not happen to be his family members. Friendships with those outside the family continue as long as there is some selfish interest in them, otherwise, why should one bother about those outside the family? Specifically, a person attached to the wives of others is interested in them as long as there is a need of sense gratification, just as the bumblebees have interest in flowers as long as they want to take the honey out of them. It is psychologically very natural that a prostitute does not care for her paramour as soon as he loses his money. Similarly, when the citizens find that a government is incapable of giving them full protection, they leave the country. A student, after finishing his education, gives up his relationship with the teacher in the school. A priest, after taking his reward from the worshipper, gives him up. When the fruit season is over, birds are no longer interested in the tree. Just after eating in the house of a host, the guest gives up his relationship with him. After a forest fire, when there is a scarcity of green grass, deer and other animals give up the forest. And so a man, after enjoying his girlfriend, gives up his connection with her. In this way, all the Gopas indirectly accused Kṛṣṇa by citing many examples. Uddhava understood that the Gopas of Vrindavana were all simply absorbed in the thought of Kṛṣṇa and his childhood activities. While talking about Kṛṣṇa with Uddhava, they forgot all about their household business. They even forgot about themselves as their interest in Kṛṣṇa increased more and more. One of the Gopas, namely Srimati Radharani, was so much absorbed in thoughts of Kṛṣṇa by dint of her personal touch with him that she actually began to talk with a bumblebee which was flying there and trying to touch her lotus feet. While the other Gopas were talking with Kṛṣṇa's messenger Uddhava, Srimati Radharani took that bumblebee to be a messenger from Kṛṣṇa and began to talk with it as follows: Bumblebee, you are accustomed to drinking honey from flower to flower, and therefore you have preferred to be a messenger of Kṛṣṇa, who is of the same nature as you. I can see on your mustaches the red powder of kumkuma which was smeared on the flower garland of Kṛṣṇa while it was pressed against the breasts of some other girl who is my competitor. You feel very proud because of having touched that garland, and your mustaches have become reddish. You have come here carrying a message for me, anxious to touch my feet. But my dear bumblebee, let me warn you, don't touch me. I don't want any messages from your unreliable master. You are the unreliable servant of an unreliable master. It may be that Srimati Radharani purposely addressed the bumblebee sarcastically in order to indirectly criticize the messenger Uddhava. Like the other Gopas, Srimati Radharani saw that Uddhava's bodily features resembled Kṛṣṇa's, but she also saw Uddhava as being equal to Kṛṣṇa. Indirectly, therefore, She indicated that Uddhava was as unreliable as Kṛṣṇa himself. Srimati Radharani wanted to give specific reasons why she was dissatisfied with Kṛṣṇa and his messenger. She addressed the bumblebee, "Your master Kṛṣṇa is exactly of your quality. You sit down on a flower, and after tasting a little honey you immediately fly away and sit on another flower and taste. Similarly, only once did your master Kṛṣṇa give me the chance to taste the touch of his lips, and then he left me altogether. I know also that the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, who is always in the midst of the lotus flower, is constantly engaged in Kṛṣṇa's service. But I do not know how she has become so captivated by Kṛṣṇa and why she is so much attached to Kṛṣṇa, although she knows his actual character. Maybe she is so much captivated by Kṛṣṇa's sweet words that she cannot understand his real character. As far as we are concerned, we are more intelligent than the goddess of fortune. We are not going to be cheated anymore by Kṛṣṇa or his messengers." According to expert opinion, Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, is a subordinate expansion of Srimati Radharani. As Kṛṣṇa has numerous expansions of Vishnumurtis, so his pleasure potency, Radharani, also has innumerable expansions of goddesses of fortune. Therefore the goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji, is always eager to be elevated to the position of the gopas. Srimati Radharani continued, "You foolish bumblebee, you are trying to satisfy me and get a reward by singing the glories of Kṛṣṇa, but it is a useless attempt. We gopas are bereft of all our possessions. We are away from our homes and families. We know very well about Kṛṣṇa. We know even more than you. So whatever you make up about him will be old stories to us. Kṛṣṇa is now in the city and is better known as the friend of Arjuna. He now has many new girlfriends, who are no doubt very happy in his association. Because the lusty, burning sensation of their breasts has been satisfied by Kṛṣṇa, they are now happy. If you go there and glorify Kṛṣṇa, they may be pleased to reward you. You are just trying to pacify me by your behavior as a flatterer, and therefore you have put your head under my feet. But I know the trick you are trying to play. I know that you are a messenger coming from an even greater trickster, Kṛṣṇa. Therefore, please leave me. I can understand that you are expert in reuniting two opposing parties, but at the same time you must know that I cannot place my reliance upon you, nor upon your master, Kṛṣṇa. We left our husbands, children and relatives only for Kṛṣṇa, yet he did not feel any obligation in exchange. At last he left us forlorn. Do you think we can place our faith in him again? We know that Kṛṣṇa cannot live for a moment without the association of young women. That is his nature. He is finding difficulty in Mathura because he is no longer in the village among innocent cowherd girls. He is in aristocratic society and must be feeling difficulty in making friendships with other young girls. Perhaps you have come here to canvass again or to take us there. But why should Kṛṣṇa expect us to go there? He is greatly qualified to entice all other girls, not only in Vrindavana or Mathura but all over the universe. His wonderfully enchanting smile is so attractive and the movements of his eyebrows are so beautiful that he can call for any woman from the heavenly, middle or plutonic planets. Even Mahalakshmi, the greatest of all goddesses of fortune, hankers to render him some service. In comparison to all these women of the universe, what are we? We are very insignificant. Kṛṣṇa advertises himself as magnanimous, and he is praised by great saints. His qualifications would be perfectly utilized if he would only show us some mercy, for we are so much downtrodden and neglected by him. You poor messenger, you are only a less intelligent servant. You do not know much about Kṛṣṇa, how ungrateful and hard-hearted he has been, not only in this life but in his previous lives also. We have all heard this from our grandmother Purnamasi. She has informed us that Kṛṣṇa was born in a Kshatriya family previous to this birth and was known as Ramacandra. In that birth, instead of killing Vali, an enemy of his friend, in the manner of a Kshatriya, he killed him just like a hunter. A hunter takes a secure hiding place and then kills an animal without facing it. So Lord Ramacandra, as a Kshatriya, should have fought with Vali face to face, but, instigated by his friend, he killed him from behind a tree. Thus he deviated from the religious principles of a Kshatriya. Also, he was so attracted by the beauty of Sita that he converted Surpanaka, the sister of Ravana, into an ugly woman by cutting off her nose and ears. Surpanaka proposed an intimate relationship with him, and as a Kshatriya he should have satisfied her. But he was so henpecked that he could not forget Sita Devi and converted Surpanaka into an ugly woman. Before that birth as a Kshatriya, he took his birth as a Brahmana boy known as Vamanadeva and asked charity from Bali Maharaja. Bali Maharaja was so magnanimous that he gave him whatever he had, yet Kṛṣṇa as Vamanadeva ungratefully arrested him just like a crow and pushed him down to the Patala kingdom. We know all about Kṛṣṇa and how ungrateful he is. But here is the difficulty, in spite of his being so cruel and hard-hearted, it is very difficult for us to give up talking about him. And it is not only we who are unable to give up this talk, but great sages and saintly persons also engage in talking about him. We Gopas of Vrindavana do not want to make any more friendships with this blackish boy, but we do not know how we shall be able to give up remembering and talking about his activities. Since Kṛṣṇa is absolute, his so-called unkind activities are as relishable as his kind activities. Therefore saintly persons and great devotees like the Gopas cannot give up Kṛṣṇa in any circumstances. Lord Chaitanya therefore prayed, "Kṛṣṇa, you are free and independent in all respects. You can either embrace me or crush me under your feet, whatever you like. You may make me broken-hearted by not letting me see you throughout my whole life, but you are my only object of love." In my opinion, Srimati Radharani continued, one should not hear about Kṛṣṇa, because as soon as a drop of the nectar of his transcendental activities is poured into the ear, one immediately rises above the duality of attraction and rejection. Being completely freed from the contamination of material attachment, one gives up attachment for this material world, including family, home, wife, children and everything else materially dear to every person. Being deprived of all material acquisitions, one makes his relatives and himself unhappy. Then he wanders in search of Kṛṣṇa, either as a human being or another species of life, even as a bird, and voluntarily accepts the profession of a mendicant. It is very difficult to actually understand Kṛṣṇa, his name, his qualities, his form, his pastimes, his paraphernalia and his entourage. Srimati Radharani continued to speak to the black messenger of Kṛṣṇa, "Please do not talk any more about Kṛṣṇa. It is better to talk about something else. We are already doomed, like the black spotted she-deer in the forest who are enchanted by the sweet musical vibration of the hunter. In the same way, we have been enchanted by the sweet words of Kṛṣṇa, and by thinking of the rays of his toenails again and again, we are becoming more and more lusty for his association. Therefore, I request you not to talk of Kṛṣṇa anymore." These talks of Radharani with the bumblebee messenger, including her accusing Kṛṣṇa in so many ways and at the same time expressing her inability to give up talking about him, are signs of the topmost transcendental ecstasy, called Mahabhava. The ecstatic Mahabhava manifestation is possible only in the persons of Radharani and her associates. Great Acharyas like Srila Rupa Goswami and Visvanatha Chakravarti Thakur have analyzed these Mahabhava speeches of Srimati Radharani and described their different varieties, such as Ucharna, or bewilderment, and Jalpa Pratijalpa, or talking in different ways. These are the signs of Ujjvala Rasa, or the brightest jewel of love of God. While Radharani was talking with the bee and the bee was flying hither and thither, it all of a sudden disappeared from her sight. She was in full mourning due to separation from Kṛṣṇa and felt ecstasy by talking with the bee. But as soon as the bee disappeared, she became almost mad, thinking that the messenger bee might have returned to Kṛṣṇa to inform him all about her talking against him. Kṛṣṇa must be very sorry to hear it, she thought. In this way she was overwhelmed by another type of ecstasy. In the meantime, the bee, flying hither and thither, appeared before her again. She thought, "Kṛṣṇa is still kind to me. In spite of the messengers carrying disruptive messages, he is so kind that he has again sent the bee to take me to him." Srimati Radharani was very careful this time not to say anything against Kṛṣṇa. "My dear friend, I welcome you," she said. "Kṛṣṇa is so kind that he has again sent you. Kṛṣṇa is so kind and affectionate to me that he has fortunately sent you back, in spite of your carrying my message against him. All good fortune to you, my dear friend. Now you may ask for me whatever you want. I shall give you anything because you are so kind to me. You have come to take me to Kṛṣṇa because he is not able to come here, being surrounded by new girlfriends in Mathura. But you are a tiny creature. How can you take me there? How will you be able to help me meet Kṛṣṇa while he is taking rest there with the goddess of fortune and embracing her to his chest? Never mind. Let us forget all these things about my going there or sending you. Please let me know how Kṛṣṇa is faring in Mathura. Tell me if he still remembers his foster father, Nanda Maharaja, his affectionate mother, Yasoda, his cowherd friends and his poor friends like us, the Gopas. I am sure he must sometimes sing about us, who served him just like maidservants, without any payment. Is there any possibility that Kṛṣṇa will come back and place his guru-scented hand on our heads? Please put all these inquiries to Kṛṣṇa." Uddhava was standing near, and he heard Radharani talking in this way, as if she had become almost mad for Kṛṣṇa. He was exceedingly surprised at how the Gopas were accustomed to thinking of Kṛṣṇa constantly in that topmost ecstasy of Mahabhava love. He had brought a message in writing from Kṛṣṇa, and now he wanted to present it before the Gopas, just to pacify them. He said, "My dear Gopas, your mission of human life is now successful. You are all wonderful devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore you are eligible to be worshipped by all kinds of people. You are worshipable throughout the three worlds because your minds are wonderfully absorbed in the thought of Vasudeva, Krishna. He is the goal of all pious activities and ritualistic performances, such as giving charity, rigidly following the austerity of vows, undergoing severe penances and igniting the fire of sacrifice. He is the purpose behind chanting different mantras, reading the Vedas, controlling the senses and concentrating the mind in meditation. These are some of the many different processes for self-realization and attainment of perfection of life. But actually they are meant only for realizing Krishna and dovetailing oneself in the transcendental loving service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the last instruction of the Bhagavad Gita also, although there are descriptions of different processes of self-realization. At the end Krishna recommends that one give up everything and simply surrender unto him. All other processes are meant for teaching one how to surrender ultimately unto the lotus feet of Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita also says that this surrendering process is completed by a sincere person after executing the processes of self-realization in wisdom and austerity for many births. Since the perfection of such austerity was completely manifested in the lives of the Gopas, Uddhava was fully satisfied upon seeing their transcendental position. He continued, "My dear Gopas, the mentality you have developed in relationship with Krishna is very, very difficult to attain, even for great sages and saintly persons. You have attained the highest perfectional stage of life. It is a great boon for you that you have fixed your minds upon Krishna and have decided to have Krishna only, giving up your families, homes, relatives, husbands and children for the sake of the Supreme Personality. Because your minds are now fully absorbed in Krishna, the Supreme Soul, universal love has automatically developed in you. I think myself very fortunate that I have been favored, by your grace, to see you in this situation." When Uddhava said that he had a message from Krishna, the Gopas were more interested in hearing the message than in hearing about their exalted position. They did not very much like being praised for their high position. They showed their anxiety to hear the message Uddhava had brought from Krishna. Uddhava said, "My dear Gopas, I am especially deputed to carry this message to you, who are such great and gentle devotees. Krishna has specifically sent me to you because I am his most confidential servitor." Uddhava did not deliver to the Gopas the written message brought from Krishna, but he personally read it to them. The message was very gravely written, so that not only the Gopas but all empiric philosophers might understand how pure love of God is intrinsically integrated with all the different energies of the Supreme Lord. From Vedic information it is understood that the Supreme Lord has multi-energies, Parasasaktar Vividhava Sruyat. Also, the Gopas were such intimate personal friends of Krishna that while he was writing the message for them he was so moved that he could not write distinctly. Uddhava, as a student of Brihaspati, had very sharp intelligence, so instead of handing over the written message, he thought it wise to read it personally and explain it to them. Uddhava continued, "These are the words of the Personality of Godhead, my dear Gopas, my dear friends, please know that separation between ourselves is impossible at any time, at any place or under any circumstances, because I am all-pervading." This all-pervasiveness of Krishna is explained in the Bhagavad Gita, in both the 9th and 7th chapters. In the 9th chapter Krishna is described as all-pervasive in his impersonal feature, everything rests in him, but he is not personally present everywhere. And in the 7th chapter it is stated that the 5 gross elements, earth, water, fire, air and sky, and the 3 subtle elements, mind, intelligence and ego, are all his inferior energies. But there is another, superior energy, which is called the living entity. The living entities are also directly part and parcel of Krishna. Therefore Krishna is both the material and the efficient cause of everything. He is always intermingled with everything as cause and effect. Not only the Gopas but all living entities are always inseparably connected with Krishna in all circumstances. The Gopas, however, are perfectly and thoroughly in cognition of this relationship with Krishna, whereas the living entities under the spell of Maya, the illusory energy, are forgetful of Krishna and think themselves separate identities having no connection with him. Love of Krishna, or Krishna consciousness, is therefore the perfection of real knowledge in understanding things as they are. Our minds can never be vacant. The mind is constantly occupied with some kind of thought, and the subject matter of such thought cannot be outside the 8 elements of Krishna's energy. One who knows this philosophical aspect of all thoughts is actually a wise man, and he surrenders unto Krishna. The Gopas are the epitome of this perfectional stage of knowledge. They are not simple mental speculators. Their minds are always in Krishna. The mind is nothing but the energy of Krishna. Actually, any person who can think, feel and will cannot be separated from Krishna. But the stage in which he can understand his eternal relationship with Krishna is called Krishna consciousness. The diseased condition in which he cannot understand his eternal relationship with Krishna is the contaminated stage, or Maya. Since the Gopas are on the platform of pure transcendental knowledge, their minds are always filled with Krishna consciousness. For example, as there is no separation between fire and air, there is no separation between Kṛṣṇa and the living entities. When the living entities forget Kṛṣṇa, they are not in their normal condition. As for the Gopas, because they are always thinking of Kṛṣṇa, they are on the absolute stage of perfection in knowledge. The so-called empiric philosophers sometimes think that the path of bhakti is meant for the less intelligent, but unless the so-called man of knowledge comes to the platform of bhakti, his knowledge is certainly impure and imperfect. Actually, the stage of forgetfulness of our eternal relationship with Kṛṣṇa is separation. But that is also illusory because there is no such separation. The Gopas were not situated in that illusory condition of life, so even from the philosophical point of view, for them there was no separation. Uddhava continued reading Kṛṣṇa's message, "Nothing is separate from me, the whole cosmic manifestation is resting on me and is not separate from me. Before the creation, I was existing." This is confirmed in the Vedic literature, Eka Vinarayana Asan na Brahmana Sana. Before creation, there was only Narayana. There was no Brahma and no Shiva. The whole cosmic manifestation is manipulated by the three modes of material nature. It is said that Brahma, the incarnation of the quality of passion, created this universe. But Brahma is the secondary creator, the original creator is Narayana. This is confirmed by Sankarakarya, Narayana Paravayaktat. Narayana is transcendental, beyond this cosmic creation. In this way, nothing within this cosmic manifestation is separate from Kṛṣṇa, although Kṛṣṇa's original form is not visible in everything. Kṛṣṇa creates, maintains and annihilates the whole cosmic manifestation by expanding himself in different incarnations. Everything is Kṛṣṇa, and everything depends on Kṛṣṇa, but he is not perceived in the material energy, and therefore it is called Maya, or illusion. In the spiritual energy, however, Kṛṣṇa is perceived at every step, in all circumstances. This perfectional stage of understanding is represented by the Gopas. As Kṛṣṇa is always aloof from the cosmic manifestation although it is completely dependent on him, so a living entity is also completely aloof from his material, conditioned life although the material body has developed on the basis of spiritual existence. In the Bhagavad Gita the whole cosmic manifestation is accepted as the mother of the living entities, and Kṛṣṇa is the father. As the father impregnates the mother by injecting the living entity within the womb, Kṛṣṇa injects all the living entities into the womb of the material nature. They come out in different bodies according to their different fruit of activities. But in all circumstances, the living entity is aloof from this material, conditioned life. If we simply study our own bodies, we can understand how a living entity is always aloof from this bodily engagement. Every action of the body takes place by the interactions of the three modes of material nature. We can see at every moment many changes taking place in our bodies, but the spirit soul is aloof from all changes. One can neither create nor annihilate nor interfere with the actions of material nature. The living entity is therefore entrapped by the material body and conditioned in three stages, namely while awake, asleep and unconscious. The mind acts throughout all three conditions of life. The living entity in his sleeping or dreaming condition sees something as real, and when awake he sees the same thing as unreal. It is concluded, therefore, that under certain circumstances he accepts something as real, and under other circumstances he accepts the very same thing as unreal. These matters are the subject of study for the empiric philosopher or the Sankhya yogi. To come to the right conclusion, Sankhya yogis undergo severe austerities and penances, practicing control of the senses and renunciation. All these different ways of determining the ultimate goal of life are compared to rivers, and Kṛṣṇa is compared to the ocean. As the rivers flow down toward the ocean, all attempts for knowledge flow toward Kṛṣṇa. After many, many births of endeavor, when one actually comes to Kṛṣṇa, he attains the perfectional stage. Kṛṣṇa says in the Bhagavad Gita, Klesodakateras desam avyaktasakta satasam, all are pursuing the path of realizing me, but those who have adopted courses without any bhakti find their endeavor very troublesome. Kṛṣṇa cannot be understood unless one comes to the point of bhakti. Three paths are enunciated in the Bhagavad Gita, Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Those who are too much addicted to fruitive activities are advised to perform actions which will bring them to bhakti. Those who are addicted to the pursuit of empiric philosophy are also advised to act in such a way that they will realize bhakti. Karma Yoga is therefore different from ordinary karma, and Jnana Yoga is different from ordinary jnana. Ultimately, as stated by the Lord in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhakti mam abhijanati, only through execution of devotional service can one understand Kṛṣṇa. The perfectional stage of devotional service was achieved by the Gopas because they did not care to know anything but Kṛṣṇa. It is confirmed in the Vedas, Kasman Ubhagava Vinate Sarvamidam Vinatam Bhavatiti. This means that simply by knowing Kṛṣṇa one automatically acquires all other knowledge. Uddhava continued reading Kṛṣṇa's message, Transcendental knowledge of the Absolute is no longer necessary for you. You are accustomed to loving me from the very beginning of your lives. Knowledge of the Absolute Truth is specifically required for persons who want liberation from material existence. But one who has attained love for Kṛṣṇa is already on the platform of liberation. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, anyone engaged in unalloyed devotional service is to be considered situated on the transcendental platform of liberation. The gopis did not actually feel any pangs of material existence, but they felt the separation of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa therefore said, "My dear gopis, to increase your super excellent love for me, I have purposely separated myself from you so that you may be in constant meditation on me." The gopis are in the perfectional stage of meditation. Yogis are generally more fond of meditating than of executing devotional service to the Lord, but they do not know that the perfection of the yoga system is the attainment of devotion. This constant meditation on Kṛṣṇa by the gopis is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita to be the topmost yoga. Kṛṣṇa knew very well the psychology of women. When a woman's beloved is away, she thinks of him more in meditation than when he is present before her. Kṛṣṇa wanted to teach through the behavior of the gopis that one who is constantly in trance like the gopis surely attains his lotus feet. Lord Chaitanya taught people in general the method of Vipralambhaseva, which is the method of rendering service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the feeling of separation. The 6 Gosvamis also taught worship of Kṛṣṇa in the feeling of the gopis in separation. The prayers composed by Srinivasacharya about the Gosvamis explain these matters very clearly. Srinivasacharya said that the Gosvamis were always absorbed in the ocean of transcendental feelings in the mood of the gopis. When they lived in Vrindavana they were searching for Kṛṣṇa, crying, "Where are you, Kṛṣṇa? O gopis, where are you? Where are you, Srimati Radharani?" They never said, "We have now seen Radha and Kṛṣṇa, and therefore our mission is fulfilled." Their mission remained always unfulfilled. They never met Radha and Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa reminded the gopis that at the time of the Rasa dance those gopis who could not join him for the Rasa Lila gave up their bodies simply by thinking of him. Absorption in Kṛṣṇa consciousness by feeling separation is thus the quickest method for attainment of the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa. By the personal statement of Kṛṣṇa, the gopis were convinced about the strength of feelings of separation. They were actually experiencing the supernatural method of Kṛṣṇa worship and were much relieved by understanding that Kṛṣṇa was not away from them but always with them. The gopis therefore received Uddhava very happily and began to speak as follows: "We have heard that King Kṛṣṇa, who was always a source of trouble for the Yadu dynasty, has now been killed. This is good news for us. We hope, therefore, that the members of the Yadu dynasty are very happy in the association of Kṛṣṇa, who can fulfill all the desires of his devotees." My dear Uddhava, kindly let us know whether Kṛṣṇa sometimes thinks of us while in the midst of the highly enlightened society girls in Mathura. We know that the women and girls in Mathura are not village women. They are enlightened and beautiful. Their bashful smiling glances and other feminine features must be very pleasing to Kṛṣṇa. We know very well that Kṛṣṇa is always fond of the behavior of beautiful women. It seems, therefore, that he has been entrapped by the women of Mathura. My dear Uddhava, will you kindly let us know if Kṛṣṇa sometimes remembers us while in the midst of other women? Another gopi inquired, "Does he remember that night in the midst of Kamuda flowers and moonlight, when Vrindavana became exceedingly beautiful? Kṛṣṇa was dancing with us, and the atmosphere was surcharged with the sound of footbells. We exchanged pleasing conversation then. Does he remember that particular night? We remember that night, and we feel separation. Separation from Kṛṣṇa makes us agitated, as if there were fire in our bodies. Does he propose to come back to Vrindavana to extinguish that fire, just as a cloud appears in the sky to extinguish a forest fire by its downpour?" Another gopi said, "Kṛṣṇa has killed his enemy, and he has victoriously achieved the kingdom of Kṛṣṇa. Maybe he is married with the king's daughter by this time and living happily among his kinsmen and friends. Therefore, why should he come to this village of Vrindavana?" Another gopi said, "Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the husband of the goddess of fortune, and he is self-sufficient. He has no business either with us, the girls in the Vrindavana forest, or with the city girls in Mathura. He is the great Super-Soul. He has nothing to do with any of us, either here or there." Another gopi said, "It is an unreasonable hope for us to expect Kṛṣṇa to come back to Vrindavana. We should try instead to be happy in disappointment." Even Pingala, the great prostitute, said that disappointment is the greatest pleasure. We all know these things, but it is very difficult for us to give up the expectation of Kṛṣṇa's coming back. Who can forget a solitary conversation with Kṛṣṇa, on whose chest the goddess of fortune always remains, in spite of Kṛṣṇa's not desiring her? My dear Uddhava, Vrindavana is the land of rivers, forests and cows. Here the vibration of the flute was heard, and Kṛṣṇa, along with his elder brother, Sri Balarama, enjoyed the atmosphere in our company. Thus the environment of Vrindavana constantly reminds us of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. On the land of Vrindavana are the impressions of his footprints, the residence of the goddess of fortune, and because of such signs we cannot forget Kṛṣṇa. The Gopis further express that Vrindavana was still full of all opulence and good fortune. There was no scarcity or want in Vrindavana as far as material necessities were concerned. But in spite of such opulence they could not forget Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. We constantly remember various attractive features of beautiful Kṛṣṇa, his walking, his smiling, his joking words. We have all become lost by the dealings of Kṛṣṇa, and it is impossible for us to forget him. We always pray to him, exclaiming, "Dear Lord, dear husband of the goddess of fortune, dear Lord of Vrindavana and deliverer of the distressed devotees. We have now fallen and merged into an ocean of distress. Please, therefore, come back to Vrindavana and deliver us from this pitiable condition." Uddhava minutely studied the transcendental abnormal condition of the Gopis in their separation from Kṛṣṇa, and he thought it wise to repeat again and again all the pastimes they had enjoyed with him. Materialistic persons are always burning in a blazing fire of material miseries. The Gopis were burning in a transcendental blazing fire due to separation from Kṛṣṇa. The blazing fire exasperating the Gopis, however, is different from the fire of the material world. The Gopis constantly wanted the association of Kṛṣṇa, whereas materialistic persons constantly want the advantage of material comforts. It is stated by Visvanatha Chakravarti Thakura that Kṛṣṇa saved the cowherd boys from the blazing forest fire within a second, while their eyes were closed. Similarly, Uddhava advised the Gopis that they could be saved from the fire of separation by closing their eyes and meditating on the activities of Kṛṣṇa from the very beginning of their association with him. From the outside, the Gopis could visualize all the pastimes of Kṛṣṇa by hearing the descriptions of Uddhava, and from within they could remember those pastimes. From the instructions of Uddhava, the Gopis could understand that Kṛṣṇa was not separate from them. As they were constantly thinking of Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa was also thinking of them constantly at Mathura. Uddhava's messages and instructions saved the Gopis from immediate death, and the Gopis acknowledged the benediction from Uddhava. Uddhava practically acted as the preceptor spiritual master of the Gopis, and in return they worshipped him as they would worship Kṛṣṇa. It is recommended in authoritative scriptures that the spiritual master be worshipped on the level of the Supreme Personality of Godhead because of being his very confidential servitor, and it is accepted by great authorities that the spiritual master is the external manifestation of Kṛṣṇa. The Gopis were relieved from their transcendental burning condition by realizing that Kṛṣṇa was with them. Internally, they remembered his association within their hearts, and externally Uddhava helped them associate with Kṛṣṇa by his conclusive instructions. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is described in the scriptures as Adhoksaja, which indicates that he is beyond the perception of all material senses. Although beyond the material senses, he is present in everyone's heart. At the same time, he is present everywhere by his all-pervasive feature of Brahman. One can realize all three transcendental features of the Absolute Truth, Bhagavan, the Personality of Godhead, Paramatma, the localized Supersoul, and the all-pervasive Brahman, simply by studying the condition of the Gopis in their meeting with Uddhava, as described in Srimad Bhagavatam. It is said by Srinivasacharya that the 6 Gosvamis were always merged in thoughts of the activities of the Gopis. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also recommended the Gopis method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead as super excellent. Srila Sukadeva Goswami has also recommended that anyone who hears from the right source about the dealings of the Gopis with Kṛṣṇa and who follows the instructions laid down by the previous Acharyas will be elevated to the topmost position of devotional service and be able to give up the lust of material enjoyment. All the Gopis were solaced by the instructions of Uddhava, and they requested him to stay in Vrindavana for a few days more. Uddhava agreed to their proposal and stayed with them not only for a few days but for a few months. He always kept them engaged in thinking of the transcendental message of Kṛṣṇa and his pastimes, and the Gopis felt as if they were experiencing direct association with Kṛṣṇa. While Uddhava remained in Vrindavana, the inhabitants enjoyed his association. As they discussed the activities of Kṛṣṇa, the days passed just like moments. Vrindavana's natural atmosphere, with the presence of the river Yamuna, its nice orchards of trees decorated with various fruits, Govardhana hill, caves, blooming flowers, all combined to inspire Uddhava to narrate Kṛṣṇa's pastimes. The inhabitants enjoyed Uddhava's association in the same way that they enjoyed the association of Kṛṣṇa. Uddhava was attracted by the attitude of the Gopis because they were completely attached to Kṛṣṇa, and he was inspired by the Gopis' anxiety for Kṛṣṇa. He offered them his respectful obeisances and composed songs in praise of their transcendental qualities as follows: among all the living entities who have accepted the human form of life, the Gopis are super excellently successful in their mission. Their thought is eternally absorbed in the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa. Great sages and we ourselves also try to be absorbed in meditation on the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa, but the Gopas, having lovingly accepted the Lord, are automatically accustomed to this and do not depend on any yogic practice. The conclusion is that one who has attained the Gopas condition of life does not have to take birth as Lord Brahma or be born in a Brahmana family or be initiated as a Brahmana. Sri Uddhava confirmed Lord Krishna's statement in the Bhagavad Gita that one who takes shelter of him for the right purpose, be that person a Sudra, a woman or a member of a low-grade family, will attain the highest goal of life. The Gopas have set the standard of devotion for the whole world. One who follows in the footsteps of the Gopas by constantly thinking of Krishna can attain the highest perfectional stage of spiritual life. The Gopas were born not of any highly cultured family but of cowherd men, yet they developed the highest love of Krishna, who is the Supersoul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Supreme Brahman. For self-realization or God-realization there is no need to take birth in a high family. The only thing needed is development of ecstatic love of God. For achieving perfection in Krishna consciousness, no qualification is required other than to be constantly engaged in the loving service of Krishna, the supreme nectar, the reservoir of all pleasure. The effect of taking up Krishna consciousness is just like that of drinking nectar, with or without one's knowledge, it will act. The active principle of Krishna consciousness will equally manifest itself everywhere, it does not matter how and where one has taken his birth. Krishna will bestow his benediction upon anyone who takes to Krishna consciousness, without any doubt. Uddhava continued, the supreme benediction attained by the Gopas in spite of their being born in the families of cowherd men was never attained even by the goddess of fortune herself, and certainly not by the denizens of heaven, though the bodily scent of the women there is exactly like the scent of the lotus. The Gopas are so fortunate that during the Rasa Lila Krishna personally embraced them with his arms and kissed them face to face. Certainly it is not possible for any women in the three worlds to achieve this except the Gopas. Therefore I wish to take birth as one of the plants or creepers in Vrindavana, who are so fortunate that the Gopas trample them. The Gopas have so lovingly served Krishna, Mukunda himself, the giver of liberation, who is searched after by great sages and saintly persons. For his sake they left everything, their families, their children, their friends, their homes and all worldly connections. Uddhava appreciated the exalted position of the Gopas and wished to fall down and take the dust of their feet on his head. Yet he dared not ask the Gopas to offer the dust from their feet, perhaps they would not be agreeable. Therefore, to have his head smeared with the dust of the Gopas' feet without their knowledge, he desired to become only an insignificant clump of grass or herbs in the land of Vrindavana. The Gopas were so much attracted to Krishna that when they heard the vibration of his flute they instantly left their homes, families, children, honor and feminine bashfulness and ran toward the place where Krishna was standing. They did not consider whether they were passing over the road or through the jungles. Imperceptibly, the dust of their feet was bestowed on small grasses and herbs of Vrindavana. Not daring to place the dust of the Gopas' feet on his own head in this life, Uddhava aspired to have a future birth in Vrindavana in the position of a clump of grass or herbs. He would then be able to have the dust of the Gopas' feet. Uddhava appreciated the extraordinary fortune of the Gopas, who were relieved of all material pangs and anxieties by placing on their beautiful high breasts the lotus feet of Krishna, which are worshipped not only by the goddess of fortune but by such exalted demigods as Brahma and Lord Shiva, and which great yogis meditate upon within their hearts. Thus Uddhava prayed to be constantly honored by the dust from the lotus feet of the Gopas, whose chanting of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes has become celebrated all over the three worlds. After living in Vrindavana for some time, Uddhava desired to go back to Krishna, and he begged permission to leave from Nanda Maharaja and Yasoda. He had a farewell meeting with the Gopas, and, taking permission from them also, he mounted his chariot to start for Mathura. When Uddhava was about to leave, all the inhabitants of Vrindavana, headed by Maharaja Nanda and Yasoda, came to bid him goodbye and presented him with various kinds of valuable goods secured in Vrindavana. They expressed their feelings with tears in their eyes due to intense attachment for Krishna. All of them desired a benediction from Uddhava. They desired to always remember the glorious activities of Krishna and wanted their minds to be always fixed upon his lotus feet, their words to be always engaged in glorifying him, and their bodies to be always engaged in bowing down as they constantly remembered him. This prayer of the inhabitants of Vrindavana is the super excellent type of self-realization. The method is very simple, to fix the mind always on the lotus feet of Krishna, to talk always of Krishna without passing on to any other subject matter, and to engage the body in Krishna's service constantly. Especially in this human form of life, one should engage his life, resources, words and intelligence for the service of the Lord. Only such activities can elevate a human being to the highest level of perfection. This is the verdict of all authorities. The inhabitants of Vrindavana said, by the will of the Supreme Authority and according to the results of our own work, we may take our birth anywhere. It doesn't matter where we are born, but our only prayer is that we may simply be engaged in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. A pure devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa never desires to be promoted to the heavenly planets, or even to Vaikuntha or the Loka Vrindavana, because he has no desire for his own personal satisfaction. A pure devotee regards heaven and hell to be on an equal level. Without Kṛṣṇa, heaven is hell, and with Kṛṣṇa, hell is heaven. When Uddhava had been fully honored and worshipped by the pure devotees of Vrindavana, he returned to Mathura and to his master, Kṛṣṇa. After offering respects by bowing down before Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, he described the wonderful devotional life of the inhabitants of Vrindavana. Then he presented to Vasudeva, Kṛṣṇa's father, and Ugrasena, Kṛṣṇa's grandfather, all the gifts given by the inhabitants of Vrindavana. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 47th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Delivery of the Message of Kṛṣṇa to the Gopas. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 48. Kṛṣṇa pleases his devotees for days together. Kṛṣṇa heard from Uddhava all the details of his visit to Vrindavana, especially the condition of his father and mother and of the Gopas and the cowherd boys. Lord Kṛṣṇa was fully satisfied that Uddhava was able to solace them by his instructions and by the message delivered to them. Lord Kṛṣṇa then decided to go to the house of Kubja, the hunchback woman who had pleased him by offering him sandalwood pulp when he was entering the city of Mathura. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Kṛṣṇa always tries to please his devotees as much as the devotees try to please Kṛṣṇa. As the devotees always think of Kṛṣṇa within their hearts, Kṛṣṇa also thinks of his devotees within himself. When Kubja was converted into a beautiful society girl, she wanted Kṛṣṇa to come to her place so that she could try to receive and worship him in her own way. Society girls generally try to satisfy their clients by offering their bodies for the men to enjoy. But this society girl, Kubja, was actually captivated by a lust to satisfy her senses with Kṛṣṇa. When Kṛṣṇa desired to go to the house of Kubja, he certainly had no desire for sense gratification. By supplying the sandalwood pulp to Kṛṣṇa, Kubja had already satisfied his senses. On the plea of her sense gratification, however, he decided to go to her house, not actually for sense gratification but to turn her into a pure devotee. Kṛṣṇa is always served by many thousands of goddesses of fortune, therefore he has no need to satisfy his senses by going to a society girl. But because he is kind to everyone, he decided to go there. It is said that the moon does not withhold its shining from the courtyard of a crooked person. Similarly, Kṛṣṇa's transcendental mercy is never denied to anyone who has rendered service unto him, whether through lust, anger, fear or pure love. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita it is stated that if one wants to serve Kṛṣṇa and at the same time wants to satisfy his own lusty desires, Kṛṣṇa will handle the situation so that the devotee forgets his lusty desires and becomes fully purified and constantly engaged in the service of the Lord. To fulfill his promise, Kṛṣṇa, along with Uddhava, went to the house of Kubja, who was very eager to get Kṛṣṇa for the satisfaction of her lusty desires. When Kṛṣṇa reached her house, he saw that it was completely decorated in a way to excite the lusty desires of a man. This suggests that there were many nude pictures, on top of which were canopies and flags embroidered with pearl necklaces, along with comfortable beds and cushioned chairs. The rooms were provided with flower garlands and were nicely scented with incense and sprinkled with scented water. And the rooms were illuminated by nice lamps. When Kubja saw that Lord Kṛṣṇa had come to her house to fulfill his promised visit, she immediately got up from her chair to receive him cordially. Accompanied by her many girlfriends, she began to talk with him with great respect and honor. After offering him a nice place to sit, she worshipped Lord Kṛṣṇa in a manner just suitable to her position. Uddhava was similarly received by Kubja and her girlfriends, but he did not want to sit on an equal level with Kṛṣṇa, and thus he simply sat down on the floor. As one usually does in such situations, Kṛṣṇa entered the bedroom of Kubja without wasting time. In the meantime, Kubja took her bath and smeared her body with sandalwood pulp. She dressed herself with nice garments, valuable jewelry, ornaments and flower garlands. After chewing betel nut and other intoxicating eatables and spraying herself with scents, she appeared before Kṛṣṇa. Her smiling glance and moving eyebrows were full of feminine bashfulness as she stood gracefully before Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is known as Madhava, the husband of the goddess of fortune. When Kṛṣṇa saw Kubja hesitating to come before him, he immediately caught hold of her hand, which was decorated with bangles. With great affection, he dragged her near him and made her sit by his side. Simply by having previously supplied pulp of sandalwood to the Supreme Lord, Kṛṣṇa, Kubja became free from all sinful reactions and eligible to enjoy with him. She then took Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet and placed them on her breasts, which were burning with the blazing fire of lust. By smelling the fragrance of Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet, she was immediately relieved of all lusty desires. She was thus allowed to embrace Kṛṣṇa with her arms and mitigate her long-cherished desire to have him as a visitor in her house. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that one must be freed of all material sinful reactions before one can engage in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Simply by supplying sandalwood pulp to Kṛṣṇa, Kubja was thus rewarded. She was not trained to worship Kṛṣṇa in any other way, therefore she wanted to satisfy him by her profession. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that the Lord can be worshipped even by one's profession, if it is sincerely offered for the pleasure of the Lord. Kubja told Kṛṣṇa, "My dear friend, kindly remain with me at least for a few days and enjoy with me. My dear lotus-eyed friend, I cannot leave you immediately. Please grant my request." As stated in the Vedic versions, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has multipotencies. According to expert opinion, Kubja represents the Bhusakti potency of Kṛṣṇa, just as Srimati Radharani represents his Siddhi Sakti potency. Although Kubja requested Kṛṣṇa to remain with her for some days, Kṛṣṇa politely impressed upon her that it was not possible for him to stay. Kṛṣṇa visits this material world occasionally, whereas his connection with the spiritual world is eternal. Kṛṣṇa is always present either in the Vaikuntha planets or in the Goloka Vrindavana planet. The technical term of his presence in the spiritual world is Aprakata Lila. After satisfying Kubja with sweet words, Kṛṣṇa returned home with Uddhava. There is a warning in Srimad Bhagavatam that Kṛṣṇa is not very easily worshipped, for he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the chief among the Vishnu Tattvas. To worship Kṛṣṇa or have association with him is not very easy. Specifically, there is a warning for devotees attracted to Kṛṣṇa through conjugal love. It is not good for them to desire sense gratification by direct association with Kṛṣṇa. Actually, the activities of sense gratification are material. In the spiritual world there are symptoms like kissing and embracing, but there is no sense gratificatory process as it exists in the material world. This warning is specifically for those known as Sahajiyas, who take it for granted that Kṛṣṇa is an ordinary human being. They desire to enjoy sex life with him in a perverted way. In a spiritual relationship, sense gratification is most insignificant. Anyone who desires a relationship of perverted sense gratification with Kṛṣṇa must be considered less intelligent. His mentality requires to be reformed. After a while, Kṛṣṇa fulfilled his promise to visit Akrura at his house. Akrura was in relationship with Kṛṣṇa as his servitor, and Kṛṣṇa wanted to get some service from him. He went there accompanied by Lord Balarama and Uddhava. When Kṛṣṇa, Balarama and Uddhava approached the house of Akrura, Akrura came forward, embraced Uddhava and offered respectful obeisances, bowing down before Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. Kṛṣṇa, Balarama and Uddhava offered him obeisances in turn and were offered appropriate sitting places. When all were comfortably seated, Akrura washed their feet and sprinkled the water on his head. Then he offered nice clothing, flowers and sandalwood pulp in regular worship. All three of them were very satisfied by Akrura's behavior. Akrura then bowed down before Kṛṣṇa, putting his head on the ground. Then, placing Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet on his lap, Akrura gently began to massage them. When Akrura was fully satisfied in the presence of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, his eyes filled with tears of love for Kṛṣṇa, and he began to offer his prayers as follows. My dear Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, it is very kind of you to have killed Kamsa and his associates. You have delivered the whole family of the Yadu dynasty from the greatest calamity. The Yadus will always remember your saving of their great dynasty. My dear Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, both of you are the original personality from whom everything has emanated, the original cause of all causes. You have inconceivable energy, and you are all-pervasive. There is no cause and effect, gross or subtle, but you. You are the Supreme Brahman realized through the study of the Vedas. By your inconceivable energy, you are actually visible before us. You create this cosmic manifestation by your own potencies, and you enter into it yourself. As the five material elements, earth, water, fire, air and sky, are distributed in everything manifested by different kinds of bodies, so you alone enter the various bodies created by your own energy. You enter the body as the individual soul and, independently, as the supersoul. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that the material body is created by Kṛṣṇa's inferior energy, that the living entities, the individual souls, are his parts and parcels, and that the supersoul is his localized representation. Thus while the material body, the living entity and the supersoul constitute an individual living being, originally they are all different energies of the one Supreme Lord. Akrura continued, in the material world, you create, maintain and dissolve the whole manifestation by the interactions of the three material qualities, namely goodness, passion and ignorance. But you are not implicated in the activities of those material qualities, for your supreme knowledge is never overcome like the knowledge of the individual living entity. The Supreme Lord enters the material cosmos and causes creation, maintenance and destruction in their due course, whereas the part and parcel living entity enters the material elements and has his material body created for him. The difference between the living entity and the Lord is that the living entity is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord and has the tendency to be overcome by the interactions of the material qualities. Kṛṣṇa, the Para-Brahman, or the Supreme Brahman, being always situated in full knowledge, is never overcome by such activities. Therefore Kṛṣṇa is called a Sayuta, meaning he who never falls down. Kṛṣṇa's knowledge of his spiritual identity is never overcome by material action, whereas the minute part and parcel living entities are prone to forget their spiritual identity due to material action. The individual living entities are eternally part and parcel of God, minute sparks of the original fire, Kṛṣṇa. As sparks are prone to be extinguished, but not the blazing fire, so the living entities can be overcome by material activities, whereas Kṛṣṇa never can. Akrura continued, less intelligent men misunderstand your transcendental form to be made of material energy. But that concept is not at all applicable to you. Actually, you are all spiritual, and there is no difference between you and your body. Therefore, there is no question of your being conditioned or liberated. You are ever liberated in any condition of life. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, only fools and rascals consider you an ordinary man. To consider your lordship one of us, conditioned by the material nature, is a mistake due to our imperfect knowledge. When people deviate from the original knowledge of the Vedas, they try to identify the ordinary living entities with your lordship, who have appeared on this earth in your original form to re-establish the real knowledge that the living entities are neither one with nor equal to the Supreme God. My dear Lord, you are always situated in uncontaminated goodness, Suddha-sattva. Your appearance is necessary to re-establish actual Vedic knowledge, as opposed to the atheistic philosophy which tries to establish that God and the living entities are one and the same. My dear Lord Kṛṣṇa, this time you have appeared in the home of Vasudeva as his son, with your plenary expansion, Sri Balarama. Your mission is to kill all the atheistic royal families and destroy their huge military strength. You have advented yourself to minimize the burden of the world, and to fulfill this mission you have glorified the dynasty of Yadu by appearing as one of its members. My dear Lord, today my home has been purified by your presence. I have become the most fortunate person in the world. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is worshipable by all different kinds of demigods, Pitas, kings, emperors and other living entities and who is the supersoul of everything, has come into my home. The water of his lotus feet purifies the three worlds, and now he has kindly come to my place. Who in the three worlds among factually learned men will not take shelter of your lotus feet and surrender unto you? Who, knowing well that no one can be as affectionate as you are to your devotees, is so foolish that he will decline to become your devotee? Throughout the Vedic literature it is declared that you are the dearmost friend of every living entity. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, Shurdam Sarva Bhutanam. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, completely capable of fulfilling the desires of your devotees. You are the real friend of everyone. In spite of giving yourself to your devotees, you are never depleted of your original potency. Your potency neither decreases nor increases in volume. My dear Lord, it is very difficult for even great mystic yogis and demigods to ascertain your movements or approach you, yet out of your causeless mercy you have kindly consented to come to my home. This is the most auspicious moment in the journey of my material existence. By your grace only, I can now understand that my home, my wife, my children and my worldly possessions are all bonds to material existence. Please cut the knot and save me from this entanglement of false society, friendship and love. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa was very much pleased by Akrura's offering of prayers. With his smile captivating Akrura more and more, the Lord replied to his submissive devotional statements with the following sweet words, My dear Akrura, in spite of your submissiveness, I consider you my superior, on the level with my father and teacher and most well-wishing friend. You are therefore to be worshipped by me, and since you are my uncle I am always to be protected by you. I desire you to maintain me, for I am one of your own children. Apart from this filial relationship, an exalted devotee like you is always to be worshipped by everyone. Anyone who desires good fortune must offer his respectful obeisances unto personalities like you, who are greater than the demigods. People worship the demigods when in need of some sense gratification, and the demigods offer benedictions to their devotees after being worshipped. But a devotee like you, Akrura, is always ready to offer people the greatest benediction. A saintly person or devotee is free to offer benedictions to everyone, whereas the demigods can offer benedictions only after being worshipped. One can take advantage of a place of pilgrimage only after going there, and worshipping a particular demigod involves waiting a long time for the fulfillment of one's desire, but saintly persons like you, My dear Akrura, can immediately fulfill all the desires of a devotee. My dear Akrura, you are always our friend and well-wisher. You are always ready to act for our welfare. Kindly, therefore, go to Hastinapura and see what arrangement has been made for the Pandavas. Kṛṣṇa was anxious to know about the sons of Pandu because at a very young age they had lost their father. Being very friendly to his devotees, Kṛṣṇa was anxious to know about them, and therefore he deputed Akrura to go to Hastinapura and get information of the real situation. Kṛṣṇa continued, I have heard that after King Pandu's death, his young sons, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakul and Sahadev, along with their widowed mother, have come under the charge of Dhritarashtra, who is to look after them as their guardian. But I have also heard that Dhritarashtra is not only blind from birth but also blind in his affection for his cruel son Duryodhana. The 5 Pandavas are the sons of King Pandu, but Dhritarashtra, due to Duryodhana's plans and designs, is not favorably disposed toward them. Kindly go there and study how Dhritarashtra is dealing with the Pandavas. On receipt of your report, I shall consider how to favor them. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, ordered Akrura to go to Hastinapura, and then he returned home, accompanied by Balarama and Uddhava. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 48th chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa pleases his devotees. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 49 Ill-motivated Dhritarashtra thus ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Kṛṣṇa, Akrura visited Hastinapura, said to be the site of what is now New Delhi. The part of New Delhi still known as Indraprastha is accepted by people in general as the old capital of the Pandavas. The very name Hastinapura suggests that there were many Hastis, or elephants, because the Pandavas kept many elephants in the capital. It was called Hastinapura. Keeping elephants is very expensive. To keep many elephants, therefore, the kingdom must be very rich, and Hastinapura, as Akrura saw when he reached it, was full of elephants, horses, chariots and other opulences. The kings of Hastinapura were taken to be the ruling kings of the whole world. Their fame was widely spread throughout the entire kingdom, and their administration was conducted under the good counsel of learned Brahmanas. After seeing the very opulent capital city, Akrura met King Dhritarashtra. He also saw grandfather Bhisma sitting with him. After meeting them, he went to see Vidura and then Kunti, Akrura's cousin. One after another, he saw King Balika and his son Samadita, Dronakarya, Karpakarya, Kṛṣṇa, and Suyodhana. Suyodhana is another name of Duryodhana. Then he saw the son of Dronakarya, Asvathama, as well as the 5 Pandava brothers and other friends and relatives living in the city. All those who met Akrura, known also as the son of Gandhini, were very much pleased to receive him and inquire about the welfare of their respective relatives. He was offered a good seat at his receptions, and he in turn inquired all about the welfare and activities of his relatives. Since he was deputed by Lord Kṛṣṇa to visit Hastinapura, it is understood that he was very intelligent in studying a diplomatic situation. Dhritarashtra was unlawfully occupying the throne after the death of King Pandu, despite the presence of Pandu's sons. Akrura could understand very well that ill-motivated Dhritarashtra was much inclined in favor of his own sons. In fact, Dhritarashtra had already usurped the kingdom and was now intriguing to dispose of the 5 Pandava brothers. Akrura knew that all the sons of Dhritarashtra, headed by Duryodhana, were very crooked politicians. Dhritarashtra did not act in accordance with the good instructions given by Bhisma and Vidura. Instead, he was being conducted by the ill instructions of such persons as Kṛṣṇa and Sakuni. Akrura decided to stay in Hastinapura for a few months to study the whole political situation. Gradually Akrura learned from Kunti and Vidura that the sons of Dhritarashtra were intolerant and envious of the 5 Pandava brothers because of their extraordinary learning in military science and their greatly developed bodily strength. The Pandavas acted as truly chivalrous heroes, exhibited all the good qualities of Kshatriyas and were very responsible princes, always thinking of the welfare of the citizens. Akrura also learned that the envious sons of Dhritarashtra had tried to kill the Pandavas by poisoning them. Akrura happened to be one of the cousins of Kunti, therefore, after meeting him, she began to inquire about her paternal relatives. Thinking of her birthplace and beginning to cry, she asked Akrura whether her father, mother, brothers, sisters and other friends at home still remembered her. She especially inquired about Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, her glorious nephews. She asked, "Does Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is very affectionate to his devotees, remember my sons? Does Balarama remember us?" Inside herself, Kunti felt like a deer in the midst of tigers, and actually her position was like that. After the death of her husband, King Pandu, she was supposed to take care of the 5 Pandava children, but the sons of Dhritarashtra were always planning to kill them. She was certainly living like a poor innocent animal in the midst of several tigers. Being a devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa, she always thought of him and expected that one day Kṛṣṇa would come and save them from their dangerous position. She inquired from Akrura whether Kṛṣṇa proposed to come to advise the fatherless Pandavas how to get free of the intrigues of Dhritarashtra and his sons. Talking with Akrura about all these affairs, she felt herself helpless and exclaimed, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, my dear Kṛṣṇa! You are the supreme mystic, the supersoul of the universe. You are the real well-wisher of the whole universe. My dear Govinda, at this time you are far away from me, yet I pray to surrender unto your lotus feet. I am now grief-stricken with my 5 fatherless sons. I can fully understand that but for your lotus feet there is no shelter or protection. Your lotus feet can deliver all aggrieved souls because you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One can be safe from the clutches of repeated birth and death by your mercy only. My dear Kṛṣṇa, you are the Supreme Pure One, the Supersoul and the Master of all yogis. What can I say? I can simply offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Accept me as your fully surrendered devotee." Although Kṛṣṇa was not present before her, Kunti offered her prayers to him as if she were in his presence face to face. This is possible for anyone following in the footsteps of Kunti. Kṛṣṇa does not have to be physically present everywhere. He is actually present everywhere by spiritual potency, and one simply has to surrender unto him sincerely. When Kunti was offering her prayers very feelingly to Kṛṣṇa, she could not check herself and began to cry loudly before Akrura. Vidura was also present, and both Akrura and Vidura became very sympathetic to the mother of the Pandavas and began to solace her by glorifying her 5 sons, namely Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Bhima, Nakula, and Sahadev. They pacified her, saying that her sons were extraordinarily powerful, she should not be perturbed about them, since they were born of great demigods like Yamaraja, Indra, and Vayu. Akrura decided to return home and report on the strange circumstances in which he found Kunti and her 5 sons. He first wanted to give good advice to Dhritarashtra, who was so favorably inclined toward his own sons and unfavorably inclined toward the Pandavas. When King Dhritarashtra was sitting among friends and relatives, Akrura began to address him, calling him Vasatravirya. Vasatravirya means the son of Visatravirya. Visatravirya was the name of Dhritarashtra's father, but Dhritarashtra was actually the begotten son not of Visatravirya but of Vyasadeva. Formerly it was the system that if a man was unable to beget a child, his brother could beget a child in the womb of his wife, Divarina Sudopati. That system is now forbidden in this age of Kali. Akrura called Dhritarashtra Vasatravirya sarcastically because he was not actually begotten by his father. He was the son of Vyasadeva. When a child was begotten in the wife by the husband's brother, the child was claimed by the husband, but of course the child was not begotten by the husband. This sarcastic remark pointed out that Dhritarashtra was falsely claiming the throne on hereditary grounds. Actually Pandu had been the rightful king, and in the presence of Pandu's sons, the Pandavas, Dhritarashtra should not have occupied the throne. Akrura said, "My dear son of Visatravirya, you have unlawfully usurped the throne of the Pandavas. Anyway, somehow or other you are now on the throne. Therefore I beg to advise you to please rule the kingdom on moral and ethical principles. If you do so and try to please your subjects in that way, your name and fame will be perpetual." Akrura hinted that although Dhritarashtra was ill-treating his nephews, the Pandavas, they happened to be his subjects. Even if you treat them not as the owners of the throne but as your subjects, you should impartially think of their welfare as though they were your own sons. But if you do not follow this principle and act in just the opposite way, you will be unpopular among your subjects, and in the next life you will have to live in a hellish condition. I therefore hope you will treat your sons and the sons of Pandu equally. Akrura hinted that if Dhritarashtra did not treat the Pandavas and his sons as equals, surely there would be a fight between the 2 camps of cousins. Since the Pandavas' cause was just, they would come out victorious, and the sons of Dhritarashtra would be killed. This was a prophecy told by Akrura to Dhritarashtra. Akrura further advised Dhritarashtra, in this material world, no one can remain an eternal companion to another. Only by chance do we assemble together in a family, society, community or nation, but at the end, because every one of us has to give up the body, we must be separated. One should not, therefore, be unnecessarily affectionate toward family members. Dhritarashtra's affection was also unlawful and did not show much intelligence. In plain words, Akrura hinted to Dhritarashtra that his staunch family affection was due to his gross ignorance of fact or his blindness to moral principles. Although we appear combined together in a family, society or nation, each of us has an individual destiny. Everyone takes birth according to individual past work, therefore everyone must individually enjoy or suffer the result of his own karma. There is no possibility of improving one's destiny by cooperative living. Sometimes it happens that one's father accumulates wealth by illegal ways, and the son takes away the money, although it was earned with great difficulty by the father, just as a small fish in the ocean eats the material body of a large, old fish. One ultimately cannot accumulate wealth illegally for the gratification of his family, society, community or nation. An illustration of this principle is that many great empires which developed in the past are no longer existing because their wealth was squandered away by later descendants. One who does not know this subtle law of fruitive activities and who thus gives up the moral and ethical principles carries with him only the reactions of his sinful activities. His ill-gotten wealth and possessions are taken by someone else, and he goes to the darkest region of hellish life. One should not, therefore, accumulate more wealth than allotted to him by destiny, otherwise he will be factually blind to his own interest. Instead of fulfilling his self-interest, he will act in just the opposite way, for his own downfall. Kṛṣṇa continued, "My dear Dhritarashtra, I beg to advise you not to be blind to the facts of material existence. Material, conditioned life, either in distress or in happiness, is to be accepted as a dream. One should try to bring his mind and senses under control and live peacefully for spiritual advancement in Kṛṣṇa consciousness." In the Chaitanya Charitamrita it is said that except for persons in Kṛṣṇa consciousness, everyone is always disturbed in mind and full of anxiety. Even those trying for liberation, or merging into the Brahma effulgence, and the yogis who try to achieve perfection in mystic power cannot have peace of mind. Pure devotees of Kṛṣṇa have no demands to make of Kṛṣṇa. They are simply satisfied with service to him. Actual peace and mental tranquility can be attained only in perfect Kṛṣṇa consciousness. After hearing these moral instructions from Kṛṣṇa, Dhritarashtra replied, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, you are very charitable in giving me good instructions, but unfortunately I cannot accept them. A person destined to die does not utilize the effects of nectar, although it may be administered to him. I can understand that your instructions are valuable. Unfortunately, they do not stay in my flickering mind, just as the glittering lightning in the sky does not stay fixed in a cloud. I can understand only that no one can stop the onward progress of the Supreme Will. I understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, has appeared in the family of the Yadas to decrease the burdensome load on this earth." Dhritarashtra hinted to Kṛṣṇa that he had complete faith in Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the same time, he was very partial to his family members. In the very near future, Kṛṣṇa would vanquish all the members of his family, and in a helpless condition Dhritarashtra would take shelter of Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet. To show his special favor to a devotee, Kṛṣṇa usually takes away all the objects of his material affection, thus forcing the devotee to be materially helpless, with no alternative but to accept the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa. This actually happened to Dhritarashtra after the end of the Battle of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtra could realize two opposing factors acting before him. He could understand that Kṛṣṇa was there to remove all the unnecessary burdens of the world. His sons were an unnecessary burden, and so he expected that they would be killed. At the same time, he could not rid himself of his unlawful affection for his sons. Understanding these two contradictory factors, he offered his respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The contradictory ways of material existence are very difficult to understand. They can be taken only as the inconceivable execution of the plan of the Supreme, who by his inconceivable energy creates this material world and enters into it and sets into motion the three modes of nature. When everything is created, he enters into each and every living entity and into the smallest atom. No one can understand the incalculable plans of the Supreme Lord. After hearing this statement, Kṛṣṇa could clearly understand that Dhritarashtra was not going to change his policy of discriminating against the Pandavas in favor of his sons. He at once took leave of his friends in Hastinapura and returned to his home in the kingdom of the Yadas. After returning home, he vividly informed Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama of the actual situation in Hastinapura and the intentions of Dhritarashtra. Kṛṣṇa was sent to Hastinapura by Kṛṣṇa to study these, and by the grace of the Lord he was successful. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 49th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Ill-Motivated Dhritarashtra. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 50. Kṛṣṇa erects the Dwaraka fort. Upon Kamsa's death, his two wives became widows. According to Vedic civilization, a woman is never independent. She has three stages of life. In childhood a woman should live under the protection of her father, a youthful woman should live under the protection of her young husband, and in the event of the death of her husband she should live under the protection of her grown-up sons, or if she has no grown-up sons she must go back to her father and live as a widow under his protection. It appears that Kamsa had no grown-up sons. Therefore, after his wives became widows they returned to the shelter of their father. Kamsa had two queens, Asti and Prapti, and both happened to be the daughters of King Jarasandha, the lord of Bihar province. known in those days as Magadha. After reaching home, the two queens explain their awkward position following Kṛṣṇa's death. The king of Magadha, Jarasandha, was mortified on hearing of the pitiable condition of his daughters. When informed of the death of Kṛṣṇa, Jarasandha decided on the spot that he would rid the world of all the members of the Yadu dynasty. He decided that since Kṛṣṇa had killed Kṛṣṇa, the whole dynasty of the Yadus should be killed. He began to make extensive arrangements to attack the kingdom of Mathura with his innumerable military phalanxes, consisting of many thousands of chariots, horses, elephants and infantry soldiers. Jarasandha prepared 13 such military phalanxes to retaliate the death of Kṛṣṇa. Taking with him all his military strength, he attacked the capital of the Yadu kings, Mathura, surrounding it from all directions. Sri Kṛṣṇa, who appeared like an ordinary human being, saw the immense strength of Jarasandha, which appeared like an ocean about to cover a beach at any moment. He also perceived that the inhabitants of Mathura were overwhelmed with fear. He began to think within himself about his mission as an incarnation and how to tackle the present situation before him. He thought that since he was not going to conquer the kingdom of Magadha, to kill the king of Magadha, namely Jarasandha, was useless. His mission was to diminish the overburdening population of the whole world, therefore he took the opportunity to face so many men, chariots, elephants and horses. The military strength of Jarasandha had appeared before him, and he decided to kill the entire force of Jarasandha so that he would go back and reorganize his military strength. While Lord Kṛṣṇa was thinking in that way, two beautiful chariots, fully equipped with drivers, weapons, flags and other paraphernalia, arrived for him from outer space. Kṛṣṇa saw the two chariots present before him and immediately addressed his elder brother, Balarama, who is also known as Sankarsana, "My dear elder brother, best among the Aryans, you are the lord of the universe, and, specifically, you are the protector of the Yadu dynasty." The members of the Yadu dynasty sense great danger before the soldiers of Jarasandha, and they are very much aggrieved. Just to give them protection, your chariot is also here, filled with weapons. I request you to sit on your chariot and kill all these soldiers, the entire military strength of the enemy. The two of us have descended on this earth just to annihilate such unnecessary bellicose forces and give protection to the pious devotees. So we have the opportunity to fulfill our mission. Please let us execute it. Thus Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, the descendants of Dasarha, decided to annihilate the 13 military companies of Jarasandha. After equipping themselves with military dress, Kṛṣṇa and Balarama mounted their chariots. Kṛṣṇa rode the chariot on which Druka was the driver. With a small army they came out of the city of Mathura, blowing their respective conch shells. Curiously enough, although the other party was equipped with greater military strength, when they heard the vibration of Kṛṣṇa's conch shell their hearts were shaken. When Jarasandha saw Balarama and Kṛṣṇa, he was a little bit compassionate because they happened to be related to him as grandsons. He specifically addressed Kṛṣṇa as Purusattama, meaning the lowest among men. Actually Kṛṣṇa is known in all Vedic literatures as Purusattama, the highest among men. Jarasandha had no intention of addressing Kṛṣṇa as Purusattama, but great scholars have determined the true meaning of the word Purusattama to be one who makes all other personalities go downward. Actually no one can be equal to or greater than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Jarasandha said, "It will be a great dishonor for me to fight with boys like Kṛṣṇa and Balarama." Because Kṛṣṇa had killed Kṛṣṇa, Jarasandha specifically addressed him as the killer of his own relatives. Kṛṣṇa had killed many of his own nephews, yet Jarasandha did not take notice, but because Kṛṣṇa had killed his maternal uncle, Kṛṣṇa, Jarasandha tried to criticize him. That is the way of demoniac dealings. Demons do not try to find their own faults or those of their friends, but try to find the faults of their enemies. Jarasandha also criticized Kṛṣṇa for not even being a Kshatriya. Because he was raised by Maharaja Nanda, Kṛṣṇa was not a Kshatriya but a Vaisya. Vaisyas are generally called Guptas, and the word Gupta can also be used to mean hidden. So Kṛṣṇa was both hidden and raised by Nanda Maharaja. Jarasandha accused Kṛṣṇa of 3 faults, that he killed his own maternal uncle, that he was not even a Kshatriya and that he was hidden in his childhood. And therefore Jarasandha felt ashamed to fight with him. Next he turned toward Balarama and addressed him, "You, Balarama. If you like you can fight along with him, and if you have patience, then you can wait to be killed by my arrows. Thus you can be promoted to heaven." It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that a Kshatriya can benefit in either of 2 ways while fighting. If a Kshatriya gains victory in the fight, he enjoys the results of victory, but even if killed he is promoted to the heavenly kingdom. After hearing Jarasandha speak in that way, Kṛṣṇa answered, "My dear King Jarasandha, heroes do not talk much. Rather, they show their prowess. Because you are talking a great deal, It appears that you are assured of your death in this battle. We do not care to hear you any longer, for it is useless to hear the words of a person who is going to die or of one who is very distressed. To fight with Kṛṣṇa, Jarasandha surrounded him from all sides with great military strength. As the sun appears covered by cloudy air and dust, Kṛṣṇa, the supreme sun, was covered by the military strength of Jarasandha. Kṛṣṇa's and Balarama's chariots were marked with pictures of Garuda and palm trees, respectively. The women of Mathura all stood on the tops of the houses, palaces and gates to see the wonderful fight, but when Kṛṣṇa's chariot was surrounded by Jarasandha's military force and was no longer visible to them, they were so frightened that some of them fainted. Kṛṣṇa saw himself overwhelmed by the military strength of Jarasandha. His small army of soldiers was being harassed, so he immediately took up his bow, named Surga. He took his arrows from their quiver, and one after another he set them on the bowstring and shot them toward the enemy. They were so accurate that the elephants, horses and infantry soldiers of Jarasandha were quickly killed. The incessant arrows shot by Kṛṣṇa appeared like a whirlwind of blazing fire, killing all the military strength of Jarasandha. As Kṛṣṇa released his arrows, all the elephants gradually began to fall, their heads severed by the arrows. Similarly, all the horses fell, their necks severed, and the chariots fell also, along with their flags and the fighters and drivers on the chariots. Almost all the infantry soldiers fell on the field of battle, their heads, hands and legs cut off. In this way, many thousands of elephants, horses and men were killed, and their blood flowed just like the waves of a river. In that river, the severed arms of men appeared like snakes, and their heads like tortoises. The dead bodies of the elephants appeared like small islands, and the dead horses appeared like sharks. By the arrangement of the supreme will, there was a great river of blood filled with paraphernalia. The hands and legs of the infantry soldiers floated just like different kinds of fish, the hair of the soldiers floated like seaweed and moss, and the floating bows of the soldiers resembled waves of the river. And all the jewelry from the bodies of the soldiers and commanders seemed like many pebbles flowing down the river of blood. Lord Balarama, who is also known as Sankarsana, began to fight with his club in such a heroic way that the river of blood created by Kṛṣṇa overflooded. Cowards became very much afraid upon seeing the ghastly and horrible scene, and heroes began to talk delightedly among themselves about the heroism of the two brothers. Although Jarasandha was equipped with a vast ocean of military strength, the fighting of Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama converted the whole situation into a ghastly scene far beyond ordinary fighting. Persons of ordinary merit cannot estimate how it could be possible, but when such activities are accepted as pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, under whose will everything is possible, then this can be understood. The Supreme Personality of Godhead creates, maintains and dissolves the cosmic manifestation merely by his will. For him to create such a vast scene of devastation while fighting with an enemy is not so wonderful. And yet, because Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were fighting with Jarasandha just like ordinary human beings, the affair appeared wonderful. When all the soldiers of Jarasandha had been killed and he was the only one left alive, certainly he was very much depressed. Sri Balarama immediately arrested him with great strength, just as one lion captures another. But while Lord Balarama was binding Jarasandha with the rope of Varuna and ordinary ropes also, Lord Kṛṣṇa, with a greater plan in mind for the future, asked Lord Balarama not to arrest him. Kṛṣṇa then released Jarasandha. As a great fighting hero, Jarasandha was ashamed, and he decided that he would no longer live as a king but would resign from his position in the royal order and go to the forest to practice meditation under severe austerities and penances. As he was returning home with his royal friends, however, they advised him not to retire but to regain strength to fight again with Kṛṣṇa in the near future. The princely friends of Jarasandha instructed him that ordinarily it would not have been possible for him to be defeated by the strength of the Yadu kings. The defeat he had experienced was simply due to his ill luck. The princely order encouraged King Jarasandha. His fighting, they said, was certainly heroic, therefore, he should not take his defeat very seriously, since it was due only to his past misdeeds. After all, there was no fault in his fighting. In this way, Jarasandha, the king of Magadha province, having lost all his strength and having been insulted by his arrest and subsequent release, could do nothing but return to his kingdom. Thus Lord Kṛṣṇa conquered the soldiers of Jarasandha. Although Kṛṣṇa's army was tiny in comparison to Jarasandha's, not a pinch of his strength was lost, whereas all of Jarasandha's men were killed. The denizens of heaven were very much pleased, and they offered their respects by chanting in glorification of the Lord and showering him with flowers, accepting the victory with great appreciation. Jarasandha returned to his kingdom, and Mathura city was saved from the danger of imminent attack. The citizens of Mathura organized the combined services of professional singers like Sudas and Magadas, along with poets who could compose nice songs, and they began to chant the victory glorification of Lord Kṛṣṇa. When Lord Kṛṣṇa entered the city after the victory, many bugles, conches and kettle drums sounded, and the vibrations of various musical instruments like baris, turiyas, veenas, flutes and mridangas all joined together to make a beautiful reception. While Kṛṣṇa was entering, the whole city was cleansed, all the different streets and roads were sprinkled with water, and the inhabitants, being joyous, decorated their respective houses and shops with flags and festoons. The Brahmanas chanted Vedic mantras at numerous places. The people constructed road crossings and gates at entrances to lanes and streets. When Lord Kṛṣṇa was entering the nicely decorated city of Mathura in a festive attitude, the ladies and girls of Mathura prepared different kinds of flower garlands to make the ceremony most auspicious. In accordance with the Vedic custom, they took yogurt mixed with fresh green grass and strewed it here and there to make the victory jubilation even more auspicious. As Kṛṣṇa passed through the street, all the ladies and women regarded him with eyes bright with great affection. Kṛṣṇa and Balarama carried various kinds of ornaments, jewels and other booty carefully collected from the battlefield and presented it all to King Ugrasena. Kṛṣṇa thus offered his respect to his grandfather because Ugrasena was at that time the crown king of the Yadu dynasty. Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, besieged the city of Mathura not only once but 17 times in the same way, equipped with the same number of military phalanxes. Each and every time, he was defeated and all his soldiers were killed by Kṛṣṇa, and each time he had to return home disappointed. Each time, the princely order of the Yadu dynasty arrested Jarasandha in the same way and again released him in an insulting manner, and each time Jarasandha shamelessly returned home. While Jarasandha was attempting his 18th attack, a Yavana king somewhere to the south of Mathura became attracted by the opulence of the Yadu dynasty and also attacked the city. It is said that the king of the Yavanas, known as Kalayavana, was induced to attack by Narada. This story is narrated in the Vishnu Purana. Once, Gargamuni, the priest of the Yadu dynasty, was taunted by his brother-in-law. When the kings of the Yadu dynasty heard the taunt they laughed at him, and Gargamuni became angry at the Yadu kings. He decided that he would produce someone who would be very fearful to the Yadu dynasty, so he pleased Lord Shiva and received from him the benediction of a son. He begot this son, Kalayavana, in the wife of a Yavana king. This Kalayavana inquired from Narada, "Who are the most powerful kings in the world?" Narada informed him that the Yadus were the most powerful. Thus informed, Kalayavana attacked the city of Mathura at the same time that Jarasandha tried to attack it for the 18th time. Kalayavana was very eager to declare war on a king of the world who would be a suitable combatant for him, but he had not found any. However, being informed about Mathura by Narada, he thought it wise to attack the city with 30 million Yavana soldiers. When Mathura was thus besieged, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa began to consider, in consultation with Baladeva, how much the Yadu dynasty was in distress, being threatened by the attacks of two formidable enemies, Jarasandha and Kalayavana. Time was growing short. Kalayavana was already besieging Mathura from all sides, and it was expected that the day after next, Jarasandha would also come, equipped with the same number of divisions of soldiers as in his previous 17 attempts. Kṛṣṇa was certain that Jarasandha would take advantage of the opportunity to capture Mathura when it was also being besieged by Kalayavana. He therefore thought it wise to take precautionary measures for defending against an attack upon Mathura from two strategic points. If both Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were engaged in fighting with Kalayavana at one place, Jarasandha might come at another to attack the whole Yadu family and take his revenge. Jarasandha was very powerful, and having been defeated 17 times, he might vengefully kill the members of the Yadu family or arrest them and take them to his kingdom. Kṛṣṇa therefore decided to construct a formidable fort where no two-legged animal, either man or demon, could enter. He decided to keep his relatives there so that he would then be free to fight the enemy. It appears that formerly Dvaraka was also part of the kingdom of Mathura. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that Kṛṣṇa constructed the fort in the midst of the sea. Remnants of the fort Kṛṣṇa constructed still exist in the Bay of Dvaraka. Kṛṣṇa first of all constructed a very strong wall covering 96 square miles, and the wall itself was within the sea. It was certainly wonderful and was planned and constructed by Visvakarma. No ordinary architect could construct such a fort within the sea, but an architect like Visvakarma, who is considered to be the engineer among the demigods, can execute such wonderful craftsmanship anywhere in the universe. If huge planets can float in weightlessness in outer space by the arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, surely the architectural construction of a fort covering 96 square miles within the sea was not very wonderful. It is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam that this new, well-constructed city, developed within the sea, had regular planned roads, streets and lanes. There were also well-planned parks and gardens filled with plants known as kalpavrixas, or desire trees. These desire trees are not like the ordinary trees of the material world. The desire trees are found in the spiritual world. By Kṛṣṇa's supreme will, everything is possible, so such desire trees were planted in Dvaraka, the city constructed by Kṛṣṇa. The city was also filled with many palaces and gopuras, or big gates. These gopuras are still found in some of the larger temples. They are very high and constructed with fine artistic skill. Such palaces and gates held golden water pots, kalasa. These water pots on the gates or on the palaces are considered auspicious signs. Almost all the palaces were skyscrapers. In each and every house there were underground rooms containing big golden and silver pots for stocking grain. And there were many golden water pots within the rooms. The bedrooms were all bedecked with jewels, and the floors were mosaic pavements of Maracotta jewels. The Vishnu deity, worshipped by the descendants of Yadu, was installed in each house in the city. The residential quarters were so arranged that the different castes, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas and Sudras, had their respective quarters. It appears from this that the caste system mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita existed even at that time. In the center of the city was a residence made specifically for King Ugrasena. This was the most dazzling of all the houses. When the demigod Indra saw that Kṛṣṇa was constructing a particular city of his own choice, he sent the celebrated Parijata tree of the heavenly planets to be planted in the new city, and he also sent a parliamentary house, Sudharma. The specific quality of this assembly house was that anyone participating in a meeting within it would overcome the influence of invalidity due to old age. The demigod Varuna presented a horse, which was all white except for black ears and which could run at the speed of the mind. Kuvera, the treasurer of the demigods, presented the art of attaining the 8 perfectional stages of material opulence. In this way, all the demigods began to present their respective gifts according to their different capacities. There are 33 million demigods, each entrusted with a particular department of universal management. All the demigods took the opportunity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's constructing a city of his own choice to present their respective gifts, making the city of Dvaraka unique within the universe. This proves that while there are undoubtedly innumerable demigods, none of them is independent of Kṛṣṇa. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Master, and all others are his servants. So all the demigods took the opportunity to render service to Kṛṣṇa when he was personally present within this universe. This example should be followed by all, especially those who are Kṛṣṇa conscious, for they should serve Kṛṣṇa by their respective abilities. When the new city was fully constructed according to plan, Kṛṣṇa transferred all the inhabitants of Mathura and installed Sri Balarama as the city father. After this he consulted with Balarama, and, being garlanded with lotus flowers but carrying no weapons, he came out of the city to meet Kalyavana, who had already surrounded Mathura. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 50th chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa erects the Dvaraka fort. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 51. The deliverance of Mukyukunda. When Kṛṣṇa came out of the city, Kalyavana, who had never seen Kṛṣṇa before, saw him to be extraordinarily beautiful, dressed in yellow garments. Passing through Kalyavana's assembly of soldiers, Kṛṣṇa appeared like the moon in the sky passing through the assembled clouds. Kalyavana was fortunate enough to see the lines of Srivatsa, a particular impression on the chest of Sri Kṛṣṇa, and the Kaustubha jewel he was wearing. Kalyavana saw him, however, in his Vishnu form, with a well-built body, 4 hands, and eyes like the petals of a newly blooming lotus. Kṛṣṇa appeared blissful, with a handsome forehead and beautiful smiling face, restless eyebrows and moving earrings. Before seeing Kṛṣṇa, Kalyavana had heard about him from Narada, and now the descriptions of Narada were confirmed. Kalyavana noticed Kṛṣṇa's specific marks and the jewels on his chest, his beautiful garland of lotus flowers, his lotus-like eyes and similar beautiful bodily features. He concluded that this beautiful personality must be Vasudeva, for every description he had previously heard from Narada was substantiated by the presence of Kṛṣṇa. Kalyavana was astonished to see Kṛṣṇa passing through his army without any weapon in his hands and without any chariot. He was simply walking on foot. Kalyavana had come to fight with Kṛṣṇa, and yet he had sufficient principles not to take up any kind of weapon. He decided to fight with him hand to hand. Thus he prepared to capture Kṛṣṇa in fight. Kṛṣṇa, however, went ahead without looking at Kalyavana. Kalyavana followed him with a desire to capture him, but in spite of his swift running, he could not capture Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa cannot be captured even by great yogis traveling at the speed of the mind. He can be captured only by those who follow the path of devotional service, and Kalyavana was not practiced in devotional service. He wanted to capture Kṛṣṇa, and since he could not do so he followed him from behind. Kṛṣṇa began running very fast, thinking, "Now I am nearer, I will capture him," but he could not. Kṛṣṇa led him far away and entered the cave of a hill. Kṛṣṇa thought that Kṛṣṇa was trying to avoid fighting him and was therefore taking shelter of the cave. He rebuked him with the following words, "O Kṛṣṇa! I heard that you are a great hero born in the dynasty of Yadu, but I see that you are running away from fighting, like a coward. It is not worthy of your good name and family tradition." Kṛṣṇa was following, running very fast, but still he could not catch Kṛṣṇa because he was not freed from all contaminations of sinful life. According to Vedic culture, anyone who does not follow the regulative principles observed by the higher castes, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, or even those observed by the laborer class, the Sudras, is called a Mulka or Yavana. The Vedic social situation is so planned that persons accepted as Sudras can gradually be elevated to the position of Brahmanas by the cultural advancement known as samskara, or the purificatory process. The verdict of the Vedic scriptures is that no one becomes a Brahmana or a Mulka simply by birth. By birth everyone is accepted as a Sudra. One has to elevate himself by the purificatory process to the stage of Brahminical life. If he doesn't, if he degrades himself further, he is then called a Mulka or Yavana. Kṛṣṇa belonged to the class of Mulkas and Yavanas. Contaminated by sinful activities, he could not approach Kṛṣṇa. The principles from which higher class men are restricted, namely illicit sexual indulgence, meat-eating, gambling and intoxication, are an integral part of the lives of the Mulkas and Yavanas. Being bound by such sinful activities, one cannot make any advancement in God realization. The Bhagavad Gita confirms that only one who is completely freed from all sinful reactions can engage in devotional service, or Kṛṣṇa consciousness. When Kṛṣṇa entered the cave of the hill, Kṛṣṇa followed, chastising him with various harsh words. Kṛṣṇa suddenly disappeared from the demon's sight, but Kṛṣṇa followed and also entered the cave. The first thing he saw was a man lying down asleep within the cave. Kṛṣṇa was eager to fight with Kṛṣṇa, and when he could not see Kṛṣṇa but instead saw only a man lying down, he thought that Kṛṣṇa was sleeping within this cave. Kṛṣṇa was very much puffed up and proud of his strength, and he thought Kṛṣṇa was avoiding the fight. Therefore, he strongly kicked the sleeping man, thinking him to be Kṛṣṇa. The sleeping man had been lying down for a very long time. When awakened by the kicking of Kṛṣṇa, he immediately opened his eyes and began to look around in all directions. At last he saw Kṛṣṇa standing nearby. The man had been untimely awakened and was therefore very angry, and when he looked upon Kṛṣṇa in his angry mood, rays of fire emanated from his eyes, and Kṛṣṇa burned to ashes within a moment. When Maharaja Pariksit heard this incident of Kṛṣṇa's being burned to ashes, he inquired about the sleeping man from Sukadeva Goswami. Who was he? Why was he sleeping there? How had he achieved so much power that instantly, by his glance, Kṛṣṇa was burned to ashes? How did he happen to be lying down in the cave of the hill? He put many questions before Sukadeva Goswami, and Sukadeva answered as follows. My dear king, this person was born in the very great family of King Ikshvaku, in which Lord Ramacandra was also born, and he happened to be the son of a great king known as Mandhata. He himself was also a great soul and was known popularly as Mukyukunda. King Mukyukunda was a strict follower of the Vedic principles of Brahminical culture, and he was truthful to his promise. He was so powerful that even demigods like Indra used to ask him to help in fighting the demons, and as such he often fought against the demons to protect the demigods. The commander-in-chief of the demigods, known as Kartikeya, was satisfied with the fighting of King Mukyukunda, but once he asked that the king, having taken too much trouble in fighting the demons, retire from fighting and take rest. Kartikeya addressed King Mukyukunda, My dear king, you have sacrificed everything for the sake of the demigods. You had a very nice kingdom, undisturbed by any kind of enemy. But you left that kingdom, neglected your opulence and possessions, and never cared for fulfillment of your personal ambitions. Due to your long absence from your kingdom while fighting the demons on behalf of the demigods, your queen, your children, your relatives and your ministers have all passed away in due course of time. Time and tide wait for no man. Now even if you return to your home, you will find no one living there. The influence of time is very strong. Time is so powerful because it is a representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Time is therefore stronger than the strongest. The influence of time can affect changes in subtle things without difficulty. No one can check the progress of time. As an animal tamer tames animals according to his will, time also adjusts things according to its own will. No one can supersede the arrangement made by Supreme Time. Thus addressing Mukyukunda, The demigod requested him to ask any benediction he might be pleased with, except the benediction of liberation. Liberation cannot be awarded by any living entity but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Therefore another name of Lord Vishnu or Kṛṣṇa is Mukunda, he who can award liberation. King Mukunda had not slept for many years. He was engaged in the duty of fighting, and therefore he was very tired. So when the demigod offered a benediction, Mukunda simply thought of sleeping. He replied as follows: "My dear Kartikeya, best of the demigods, I want to sleep now, and I want from you the following benediction. Grant me the power to burn to ashes, by my mere glance, anyone who disturbs my sleep and awakens me untimely. Please give me this benediction." The demigod agreed and also gave him the benediction that he would be able to take complete rest. Then King Mukunda entered the cave of the mountain. On the strength of the benediction of Kartikeya, Mukunda burned Kalyavana to ashes simply by glancing at him. When the incident was over, Kṛṣṇa came before King Mukunda. Kṛṣṇa had actually entered the cave to deliver King Mukunda because of his austerity, but Kṛṣṇa did not appear before him first. He arranged that first Kalyavana should come before him. That is the way of the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He does one thing in such a way that many other purposes are served. He wanted to deliver King Mukunda, who was sleeping in the cave, and at the same time he wanted to kill Kalyavana, who had attacked Mathura city. By this action he served all purposes. When Lord Kṛṣṇa appeared before Mukunda, the king saw him dressed in a yellow garment, his chest marked with the symbol of Srivatsa, and the Kaustuba jewel hanging around his neck. Kṛṣṇa appeared before him with 4 hands, as Vishnu Murti, with a garland called Vaijayanti hanging from his neck down to his knees. He looked lustrous, his face was beautifully smiling, and he wore nice jeweled earrings on his ears. Kṛṣṇa appeared more beautiful than a human can conceive. Not only did he appear in this feature, but he glanced over Mukunda with great affection, attracting the king's mind. Although he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the oldest of all, he looked like a fresh young boy, and his movements were just like those of a free deer. Still, he appeared extremely powerful. His influence and vast power are so great that every human being should be afraid of him. When King Mukunda saw Kṛṣṇa's magnificent features, he wondered about his identity, and with great humility he asked the Lord, "My dear Lord, may I inquire how it is that you happen to be in the cave of this mountain? Who are you? I can see that your feet are just like soft lotus flowers. How could you walk in the forest, full of thorns and pebbles? I am simply surprised to see this. Are you not, therefore, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the most powerful amongst the powerful? Are you not the original source of all illumination and fire? Can I consider you one of the great demigods, like the sun god, the moon god or Indra, king of heaven? Or are you the predominating deity of some other planet?" Mukunda knew well that every higher planetary system has a predominating deity. He was not ignorant like modern men who think that this planet Earth is full of living entities and all others are vacant. The inquiry from Mukunda about Kṛṣṇa's being the predominating deity of a planet unknown to him is quite appropriate. Because he was a pure devotee of the Lord, King Mukunda could immediately understand that Lord Kṛṣṇa, who had appeared before him in such an opulent feature, could not be one of the predominating deities of the material planets. He must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, who has many Vishnu forms. Mukunda therefore took him to be Puruṣottama, Lord Vishnu. He could see also that the dense darkness within the mountain cave had been dissipated by the Lord's presence, therefore he could not be other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mukunda knew very well that wherever the Lord is personally present by his transcendental name, qualities, form and so on, there cannot be any darkness of ignorance. He is like a lamp placed in the darkness, he immediately illuminates a dark place. King Mukunda was eager to know the identity of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and therefore he said, "Ah, best of human beings, if you think I am fit to know your identity, kindly tell me who you are. What is your parentage? What is your occupational duty, and what is your family tradition?" King Mukunda thought it wise, however, to identify himself to the Lord first, otherwise he had no right to ask the Lord's identity. Etiquette is such that a person of less importance cannot ask the identity of a person of higher importance without first disclosing his own identity. King Mukunda therefore told Lord Kṛṣṇa, "My dear Lord, let me first inform you of my identity. I belong to the most celebrated dynasty of King Ikṣvaku, but personally I am not as great as my forefather. My name is Mukunda. My father's name was Mandhata, and my grandfather was the great King Uvanasva. I was very much fatigued due to not resting for many thousands of years, and because of this all my bodily limbs were slack and almost incapable of acting. To revive my energy, I was taking rest in this solitary cave, but I have been awakened by some unknown man who has forced me to wake up although I was not willing to do so. For such an offensive act, I have burned this person to ashes simply by glancing over him. Fortunately, now I can see you in this grand and beautiful feature. I think, therefore, that you are the cause of my killing my enemy. My dear Lord, I must admit that due to your bodily effulgence, unbearable to my eyes, I cannot see you properly. I can fully realize that the influence of your effulgence has diminished my power. I can understand that you are quite fit for being worshipped by all living entities. Seeing King Mukyukunda eager to know about his identity, Lord Kṛṣṇa answered smilingly as follows, "My dear king, it is practically impossible to tell about my birth, appearance, disappearance and activities. Perhaps you know that my incarnation in Antideva has unlimited mouths, and for an unlimited time he has been trying to narrate fully about my name, fame, qualities, activities, appearance, disappearance and incarnations, but still he has not been able to finish. Therefore, it is not possible to know exactly how many names and forms I possess. It may be possible for a material scientist to estimate the number of atomic particles which make up this earthly planet, but the scientist cannot enumerate my unlimited names, forms and activities. Many great sages and saintly persons have tried to list my different forms and activities, yet they have failed to make a complete list. But since you are so eager to know about me, I may inform you that I have now appeared on this planet just to annihilate the demoniac principles of the people in general and re-establish the religious principles enjoined in the Vedas. I have been invited for this purpose by Brahma, the superintending deity of this universe, and thus I have now appeared in the dynasty of the Yadus as one of their family members. I have specifically taken my birth as the son of Vasudeva in the Yadu dynasty, and people therefore know me as Vasudeva, the son of Vasudeva. You may also know that I have killed Kamsa, who in a previous life was known as Kalanimi, as well as Pralamasura and many other demons. They have acted as my enemies, and I have killed them. The demon who was present before you also acted as my enemy, and you have very kindly burned him to ashes by glancing over him. My dear King Mukyukunda, you are my great devotee, and just to show you my causeless mercy I have appeared in this cave. I am very affectionately inclined toward my devotees, and in your previous life, before your present condition, you acted as my great devotee and prayed for my causeless mercy. I have therefore come to see you to fulfill your desire. Now you can see me to your heart's content. My dear king, now you may ask from me any benediction you wish, and I am prepared to fulfill your desire. It is my eternal principle that anyone who comes under my shelter must have all his desires fulfilled by my grace. When Lord Kṛṣṇa ordered King Mukyukunda to ask a benediction from him, the king was joyful, and he immediately remembered the prediction of Gargamuni, who had foretold long before that in the 28th millennium of Vaivasvata Manu, Lord Kṛṣṇa would appear on this planet. As soon as he remembered this prediction, he understood that the Supreme Person, Narayana, was present before him as Lord Kṛṣṇa. He immediately fell down at his lotus feet and began to pray as follows. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, I can understand that all living entities on this planet are illusioned by your external energy and enamored of the illusory satisfaction of sense gratification. Being fully engaged in illusory activities, they are reluctant to worship your lotus feet, and because they are unaware of the benefits of surrendering unto your lotus feet, they are subjected to various miserable conditions of material existence. They are foolishly attached to so-called society, friendship and love, which merely produce different kinds of miseries. Illusioned by your external energy, everyone, whether man or woman, is attached to this material existence, and all are engaged in cheating one another in a great society of the cheaters and the cheated. These foolish persons, not knowing how fortunate they are to have obtained this human form of life, are reluctant to worship your lotus feet. By the influence of your external energy, they are attached to the glare of material activities, to so-called society, friendship and love, like dumb animals that have fallen into a dark well. The example of a dark well is given because in the fields there are many wells, unused for years and covered over by grass, and poor animals, not knowing of them, fall into them, and unless rescued they die. Being captivated by a few blades of grass, the animals fall into a dark well and meet death. Similarly, foolish persons, without knowing the importance of the human form of life, spoil it simply for sense gratification and die without any useful purpose. My dear Lord, I am not an exception to this universal law of material nature. I am also a foolish person who has wasted his time for nothing. And my position is especially difficult. On account of my being situated in the royal order, I was more puffed up than ordinary persons. An ordinary man thinks he is the proprietor of his body or his family, but I began to think in that way on a larger scale. I wanted to be the master of the whole world, and as I became puffed up with ideas of sense gratification, my bodily concept of life became stronger and stronger. My attachment for home, wife and children, for money and supremacy over the world, became more and more acute. In fact, it was limitless. So I remained always attached to thoughts of my material living conditions. Therefore, my dear Lord, I wasted so much of my valuable lifetime with no benefit. As my misconception of life intensified, I began to think of this material body, which is just a bag of flesh and bones, as the all-in-all, and in my vanity I believed I had become the king of human society. In this misconception of bodily life I traveled all over the world, accompanied by my military strength, soldiers, charioteers, elephants and horses. Assisted by many commanders and puffed up by power, I could not trace out your lordship, who always sit within my heart as the most intimate friend. I did not care for you, and this was the fault of my so-called exalted material condition. I think that, like me, all living creatures are careless about spiritual realization and are always full of anxieties, thinking, what is to be done? What is next? But because we are strongly bound by material desires, we continue to remain in craziness. Yet in spite of our being so absorbed in material thought, inevitable time, which is only a form of yourself, is always careful about its duty, and as soon as the allotted time is over, your lordship immediately ends all the activities of our material dreams. As the time factor, you end all our activities, as a hungry black snake swiftly swallows up a small rat without leniency. Due to the action of cruel time, the royal body which was always decorated with golden ornaments during life and which moved on a chariot drawn by beautiful horses or on the back of an elephant nicely decorated with golden ornaments, and which was advertised as the king of human society, that same royal body decomposes under the influence of inevitable time and becomes fit for being eaten by worms and insects or being turned into ashes or the stool of an animal. This beautiful body may be recognized as a royal body while in the living condition, but after death the body of even a king is eaten by an animal and therefore turned into stool or is cremated in a crematorium and turned into ashes or is put into an earthly grave, where different kinds of worms and insects are produced of it. My dear Lord, we come under the full control of this inevitable time not only after death but also, in a different way, while living. For example, I may be a powerful king, and yet when I come home after conquering the world I become subjected to many material conditions. When I come back victorious, all subordinate kings may come and offer their respects, but as soon as I enter the inner section of my palace, I myself become an instrument in the hands of the queens, and for sense gratification I have to fall down at the feet of women. The material way of life is so complicated that before taking the enjoyment of material life one has to work so hard that there is scarcely an opportunity for peacefully enjoying. And to attain all material facilities one has to undergo severe austerities and penances and be elevated to the heavenly planets. If one gets the opportunity to take birth in a very rich or royal family, even then he is always anxious to maintain the status quo and prepare for the next life by performing various sacrifices and distributing charity. Even in royal life one is full of anxieties, not only because of political administration but also in regard to being elevated to the heavenly planets. It is therefore very difficult to get out of material entanglement, but if one is somehow or other favored by you, by your mercy alone he is given the opportunity to associate with a pure devotee. That is the beginning of liberation from the entanglement of material, conditioned life. My dear Lord, only by the association of pure devotees is one able to approach your lordship, who are the controller of both the material and the spiritual existences. You are the supreme goal of all pure devotees, and by association with pure devotees one can develop his dormant love for you. Therefore, development of Kṛṣṇa consciousness in the association of pure devotees is the cause of liberation from this material entanglement. My dear Lord, you are so merciful that in spite of my being reluctant to associate with your pure devotees, you have shown your extreme mercy upon me as a result of my slight contact with such a pure devotee as Gargamuni. By your causeless mercy only have I lost all my material opulences, my kingdom and my family. I do not think I could have gotten rid of all these entanglements without your causeless mercy. Kings and emperors sometimes accept the life of an ascetic to forget their royal life, but by your special causeless mercy I have already been bereft of royalty. I do not need to become a mendicant or practice renunciation. My dear Lord, I therefore pray that I may simply be engaged in rendering transcendental loving service unto your lotus feet. This is the ambition of pure devotees, who are freed from all material contamination. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and you can offer me anything I want, including liberation. But who is such a fool that after pleasing you he would ask from you something which might cause entanglement in this material world? I do not think any sane man would ask such a benediction from you. I therefore surrender unto you because you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are the Supersoul living in everyone's heart, and you are the impersonal Brahma effulgence. Moreover, you are also this material world, because this material world is only the manifestation of your external energy. Therefore, from any angle of vision, you are the supreme shelter for everyone. Whether on the material plane or the spiritual plane, everyone must take shelter under your lotus feet. I therefore submit unto you, my Lord. For many, many births I have been suffering from the threefold miseries of this material existence, and I am now tired of it. I have been impelled only by my senses, and I was never satisfied. I therefore take shelter of your lotus feet, which are the source of all peaceful life and which can eradicate all lamentation caused by material contamination. My dear Lord, you are the supersoul of everyone, and you can understand everything. Now I am free from all contamination of material desire. I do not wish to enjoy this material world, nor do I wish to take advantage of merging into your spiritual effulgence, nor do I wish to meditate upon your localized aspect of Paramatma, for I know that simply by taking shelter of you, I shall become completely peaceful and undisturbed. On hearing this statement by King Mukyukunda, Lord Kṛṣṇa replied, My dear king, I am very much pleased with your statement. You have been the king of all the lands on this planet, but I am surprised to find that your mind is now freed from all material contamination. You are now fit to execute devotional service. I am most pleased to see that although I offered you the opportunity to ask from me any kind of benediction, you did not take advantage of asking for material benefits. I can understand that your mind is now fixed in me, and it is not disturbed by any material quality. The material qualities are three, namely goodness, passion and ignorance. When one is placed into the mixed material qualities of passion and ignorance, various kinds of greed and lusty desires impel him to try to find comfort in this material world. When situated in the material quality of goodness, one tries to purify himself by performing various penances and austerities. When one reaches the platform of a real Brahmana, he aspires to merge into the existence of the Lord. But when one desires only to render service unto the lotus feet of the Lord, he is transcendental to all these three qualities. The pure Krishna-conscious person is therefore always free from all material qualities. My dear king, Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, I offered to give you any kind of benediction just to test how much you have advanced in devotional service. Now I can see that you are on the platform of the pure devotees, for your mind is not disturbed by any greedy or lusty desires of this material world. The yogis who try to elevate themselves by controlling the senses and who meditate upon me by practicing the breathing exercise of pranayama are not so thoroughly freed from material desires. It has been seen in several cases that as soon as there is allurement, such yogis again come down to the material platform. The vivid example verifying this statement is Vaisvamitra Muni. Vaisvamitra Muni was a great yogi who practiced pranayama, a breathing exercise, but when he was visited by Menaka, a society woman of the heavenly planets, he lost all control and begot in her a daughter named Shakunala. But the pure devotee Haridasa Thakura was never disturbed, even when all such allurements were offered by a prostitute. My dear king, Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, I therefore give you the special benediction that you will always think of me. Thus you will be able to traverse this material world freely, without being contaminated by the material qualities. This statement by the Lord confirms that a person in true Krishna consciousness, engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord under the direction of the spiritual master, is never subject to the contamination of material qualities. My dear king, the Lord said, because you are a Kshatriya, you have committed the offense of slaughtering animals, both in hunting and in political engagements. To become purified, just engage yourself in the practice of bhakti yoga and always keep your mind absorbed in me. Very soon you will be freed from all reactions to such sordid activities. In this statement it appears that although Kshatriyas are allowed to kill animals in hunting, they are not freed from the resultant contamination of sinful reactions. Therefore, whether one is a Kshatriya, Vaisya or a Brahmana, one is recommended to take sannyasa at the end of life, to engage himself completely in the service of the Lord and thus become freed from all sinful reactions of his past life. The Lord then assured King Mukyukunda, in your next life you will take your birth as a first-class Vaisnava, the best of Brahmanas, and in that life your only business will be to engage yourself in my transcendental service. A Vaisnava is a first-class Brahmana because one who has not acquired the qualification of a bona fide Brahmana cannot come to the platform of a Vaisnava. When one becomes a Vaisnava, he is completely engaged in welfare activities for all living entities. The highest welfare activity for living entities is the preaching of Krishna consciousness. It is stated herein that those who are specifically favored by the Lord can become absolutely Krishna conscious and be engaged in the work of preaching the Vaisnava philosophy. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 51st chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of Mukyukunda. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 52 Kṛṣṇa, the Ranakura when Mukyukunda, the celebrated descendant of the Ikshvaku dynasty, was favored by Lord Kṛṣṇa. He circumambulated the Lord within the cave and then came out. On coming out of the cave, Mukundas saw that the human species had surprisingly been reduced in stature to pygmy size. Similarly, the trees had also been far reduced in size, and Mukunda could immediately understand that the current age was Kali Yuga. Therefore, without diverting his attention, he began to travel north. Eventually he reached the mountain known as Gandhamadana, where there were many trees, such as sandalwood and other flowering trees, whose fragrance made anyone who reached them joyful. He decided to remain in the Gandhamadana mountain region to execute austerities and penances for the rest of his life. It appears that this place is situated in the northernmost part of the Himalayan mountains, where the abode of Naranarayana is situated. This place is still existing and is called Badarikasrama. In Badarikasrama he engaged himself in the worship of Lord Kṛṣṇa, tolerating all kinds of pains and pleasures and the other dualities of this material world. Lord Kṛṣṇa returned to the vicinity of Mathura, where he fought with the soldiers of Kalyavana and killed them one after another. After this, he collected all the booty from the dead bodies, and under his direction it was loaded on bullock carts and brought back to Dvaraka. Meanwhile, Jarasandha again attacked Mathura, this time with bigger divisions of soldiers, numbering 23 Aksayinis. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa wanted to save Mathura from the 18th attack of the great military divisions of King Jarasandha. To prevent further killing of soldiers and to attend to other important business, Lord Kṛṣṇa left the battlefield without fighting. Actually he was not at all afraid, but he pretended to be an ordinary human being frightened by the immense quantity of soldiers and resources of Jarasandha. Without any weapons Kṛṣṇa left the battlefield. Although his lotus feet were as soft as the petals of a lotus flower, he proceeded for a very long distance on foot. This time, Jarasandha thought that Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were very much afraid of his military strength and were fleeing the battlefield. He followed them with all his chariots, horses and infantry. He thought Kṛṣṇa and Balarama to be ordinary human beings, and he was trying to measure the activities of the Lord. Due to this pastime Kṛṣṇa is known as Ranakora, which means one who has left the battlefield. In India, especially in Gujarat, there are many temples of Kṛṣṇa known as temples of Ranakoraji. Ordinarily, if a king leaves the battlefield without fighting he is called a coward, but when Kṛṣṇa enacts this pastime, leaving the battlefield without fighting, he is worshipped by the devotees. A demon always tries to measure the opulence of Kṛṣṇa, whereas a devotee never tries to measure his strength and opulence but always surrenders unto him and worships him. By following in the footsteps of pure devotees, we can know that Kṛṣṇa, the Ranakoraji, left the battlefield not because he was afraid but because he had some other purpose. The purpose, as it will be revealed, was to attend to a confidential letter sent by Rukmini, his future first wife. Kṛṣṇa's leaving the battlefield is a display of one of his 6 opulences. Kṛṣṇa is the supreme powerful, the supreme wealthy, the supreme famous, the supreme wise and the supreme beautiful. Similarly, he is the supreme renouncer. Srimad Bhagavatam clearly states that he left the battlefield in spite of having ample military strength. Even without his militia, he alone would have been sufficient to defeat the army of Jarasandha, as he had done 17 times before. Therefore, his leaving the battlefield is an example of his supermost opulence, renunciation. After traversing a very long distance, the brothers pretended to become tired. To mitigate their weariness, they climbed up a mountain many miles above sea level. This mountain was called Pravarsana due to constant rain, for the peak was always covered with clouds sent by Indra. Jarasandha took it for granted that the 2 brothers were afraid of his military power and had hidden themselves at the top of the mountain. First he tried to find them, searching for a long time, but when he failed he decided to trap and kill them by setting fires around the peak. He therefore surrounded the peak with firewood and set it ablaze. As the fire spread more and more, Kṛṣṇa and Balarama jumped from the top of the mountain down to the ground, a distance of 88 miles. Thus, while the peak was burning up, Kṛṣṇa and Balarama escaped, unseen by Jarasandha or his men. Jarasandha concluded that the 2 brothers had burned to ashes and that there was no need of further fighting. Thinking himself successful in his efforts, he left the city of Mathura and returned to his home in the kingdom of Magadha. Gradually Kṛṣṇa and Balarama reached the city of Dvaraka, which was surrounded by the sea. Following this, Sri Balarama married Revati, daughter of King Ravata, ruler of Anarta province. This is explained in the 9th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. After the marriage of Baladeva, Kṛṣṇa married Rukmini. Rukmini was the daughter of King Bhasmaka, ruler of the province known as Vidarbha. Just as Kṛṣṇa is the supreme personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, Rukmini is the supreme goddess of fortune, Mahalakshmi. According to the authority of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, The expansion of Kṛṣṇa and that of Srimati Radharani are simultaneous. Kṛṣṇa expands himself into various Vishnu Tattva forms, and Srimati Radharani expands herself into various Sakti Tattva forms, by her internal potency, as multiforms of the goddess of fortune. According to Vedic convention, there are 8 kinds of marriage. In the first-class marriage system, the parents of the bride and bridegroom arrange the marriage date. Then, in royal style, the bridegroom goes to the house of the bride, and in the presence of brahmanas, priests and relatives, the bride is given in charity to the bridegroom. Besides this, there are other systems, such as the Gandharva and Rakṣasa marriages. Kṛṣṇa married Rukmini according to the Rakṣasa system, kidnapping her in the presence of his many rivals, like Sisipala, Jarasandha, and Salva. While Rukmini was being given in charity to Sisipala, Kṛṣṇa snatched her from the marriage arena exactly as Garuda snatched a pot of nectar from the demigods. Rukmini, the only daughter of King Bhasmaka, was exquisitely beautiful. She was known as Rasirnana, which means one who has a beautiful face expanded like a lotus flower. Devotees of Kṛṣṇa are always eager to hear about the transcendental activities of the Lord. His activities of fighting, kidnapping and running away from the battlefield are all transcendental, being on the absolute platform, and devotees take a transcendental interest in hearing of them. The pure devotee does not make the distinction that some activities of the Lord should be heard and others avoided. There is, however, a class of so-called devotees known as Prakrita Sahajiyas who are very interested in hearing about Krishna's Rasa Lila with the Gopas but not about his fighting with his enemies. They do not know that his bellicose activities and his friendly activities with the Gopas are equally transcendental, being on the absolute platform. All the transcendental pastimes of Kṛṣṇa described in Srimad Bhagavatam are relished by pure devotees through submissive oral reception. They do not reject even a drop. The story of Kṛṣṇa's marriage with Rukmini is described as follows. The king of Vidarbha, Maharaja Bhasmaka, was very qualified and devoted. He had 5 sons and only 1 daughter. The first son was known as Rukmi, the second, Rukmaratha, the third, Rukmabahu, the fourth, Rukmaksa, and the fifth, Rukmamali. The brothers had one young sister, Rukmini. She was beautiful and chaste and was meant to be married to Lord Kṛṣṇa. Many saintly persons and sages like Narada Muni used to visit the palace of King Bhasmaka. Naturally Rukmini had a chance to talk with them, and in this way she obtained information about Kṛṣṇa. She was informed about the 6 opulences of Kṛṣṇa, and simply by hearing about him she desired to surrender herself to his lotus feet and become his wife. Kṛṣṇa had also heard of Rukmini. She was the reservoir of all transcendental qualities, intelligence, auspicious physical features, liberal-mindedness, exquisite beauty and righteous behavior. Kṛṣṇa therefore decided that she was fit to be his wife. All of the relatives of King Bhasmaka decided that Rukmini should be given in marriage to Kṛṣṇa. But her elder brother Rukmi, despite the desire of the others, arranged for her marriage with Sisipala, a determined enemy of Kṛṣṇa. When the black-eyed, beautiful Rukmini heard of the settlement, she immediately became very morose. However, being a king's daughter, she understood political diplomacy and decided that there was no use in simply being morose. Some steps should be taken immediately. After some deliberation, she decided to send a message to Kṛṣṇa, and so that she might not be deceived, she selected a qualified Brahmana as her messenger. Such a qualified Brahmana is always truthful and is a devotee of Vishnu. Without delay, she sent the Brahmana to Dvaraka. Reaching the gate of Dvaraka, the Brahmana informed the doorkeeper of his arrival, and the doorkeeper led him to the place where Kṛṣṇa was sitting on a golden throne. Since the Brahmana had the opportunity to be Rukmini's messenger, he was fortunate enough to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead Kṛṣṇa, the original cause of all causes. A Brahmana is the spiritual teacher of all the social divisions. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, in order to teach everyone the Vedic etiquette of how to respect a Brahmana, immediately got up and offered him his throne. When the Brahmana was seated on the golden throne, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa began to worship him exactly as the demigods worship Kṛṣṇa. In this way, he taught everyone that worshipping his devotee is more valuable than worshipping him. In due time, the Brahmana took his bath, accepted his meals and lay down to rest on a bedstead completely bedecked with soft silk. As he was resting, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa silently approached and, with great respect, put the Brahmana's legs on his lap and began to massage them. In this way, Kṛṣṇa appeared before the Brahmana and said, "My dear Brahmana, I hope that you are executing the religious principles without difficulty and that your mind is always peaceful." Different classes of people in the social system are engaged in various professions, and when one inquires as to the well-being of a particular person, he should do so on the basis of that person's occupation. Therefore, when one inquires as to the welfare of a Brahmana, the question should be worded according to his condition of life so as not to disturb him. A peaceful mind is the basis for becoming truthful, clean, equipoised, self-controlled and tolerant. Thus by attaining knowledge and knowing its practical application in life, one becomes convinced about the absolute truth. The Brahmana knew Kṛṣṇa to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and still he accepted the respectful service of the Lord on the grounds of Vedic social convention. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa was playing just like a human being. Because he belonged to the Kshatriya division of the social system and was a young boy, it was his duty to show respect to such a Brahmana. Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, "O best of all the Brahmanas, you should always remain satisfied, for if a Brahmana is always self-satisfied he will not deviate from his prescribed duties, and simply by sticking to one's prescribed duties, everyone, especially a Brahmana, can attain the highest perfection of all desires. Even if a person is as opulent as the king of heaven, Indra, if he is not satisfied he inevitably has to transmigrate from one planet to another. Such a person can never be happy under any circumstances, but if one's mind is satisfied, even if he is bereft of all possessions, he can be happy living anywhere." This instruction by Kṛṣṇa to the Brahmana is very significant. The purport is that a true Brahmana should not be disturbed in any situation. In this modern age, Kali Yuga, the so-called Brahmanas have accepted the abominable position of Sudras or less and still want to pass as qualified Brahmanas. Actually, a qualified Brahmana always sticks to his own duties and never accepts those of a Sudra or of one less than a Sudra. It is advised in the authorized scriptures that a Brahmana may, under awkward circumstances, accept the profession of a Kshatriya or even of Vaisya, but never is he to accept the profession of a Sudra. Lord Kṛṣṇa declared that a Brahmana will never be disturbed by any adverse conditions if he scrupulously sticks to his religious principles. In conclusion, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa said, "I offer my respectful obeisances to the Brahmanas and Vaisnavas, for the Brahmanas are always self-satisfied and the Vaisnavas are always engaged in actual welfare activities for human society. They are the best friends of the people in general, they are free from false egoism and are always in a peaceful condition of mind." Lord Kṛṣṇa then desired to know about the rulers, Kshatriyas, in the Brahmanas' kingdom, so he inquired whether the citizens of the kingdom were all happy. A king's qualification is judged by the temperament of the people in the kingdom. If they are happy in all respects, it is to be understood that the king is honest and is executing his duties rightly. Kṛṣṇa said that the king in whose kingdom the citizens are happy is very dear to him. Of course, Kṛṣṇa could understand that the Brahmana had come with a confidential message, therefore he said, "If you have no objection, I give you liberty to speak about your mission." Thus, being very much satisfied by these transcendental pastimes with the Lord, the Brahmana narrated the whole story of his mission in coming to see Kṛṣṇa. He got out the letter Rukmini had written to Kṛṣṇa and said, "These are the words of Princess Rukmini, my dear Kṛṣṇa, O infallible and most beautiful one. Any human being who happens to hear about your transcendental form and pastimes immediately absorbs through his ears your name, fame and qualities, thus all his material pangs subside, and he fixes your form in his heart. Through such transcendental love for you, he always sees you within himself, and by this process all his desires are fulfilled. Similarly, I have heard of your transcendental qualities. I may be shameless in expressing myself directly, but you have captivated me and taken my heart. You made out my steadiness of character, since how could an unmarried young girl like me approach you without any shame? But my dear Mukunda, you are the supreme lion among human beings, the supreme person among persons. Any girl, though not yet having left her home, or even any woman of the highest chastity, would desire to marry you, being captivated by your unprecedented character, knowledge, opulence and position. I know that you are the husband of the goddess of fortune and are very kind toward your devotees, therefore I have decided to become your eternal maidservant. My dear Lord, I dedicate my life and soul unto your lotus feet. I have selected your lordship as my husband, and I therefore request you to accept me as your wife. You are the supreme powerful, O lotus-eyed one. Now I belong to you. If that which is enjoyable for the lion to eat is taken away by the jackal, it will be a ludicrous affair, therefore I request you to immediately take care of me before I am taken away by Sisupala and other princes like him. My dear Lord, in my previous life I may have done public welfare work like digging wells and planting trees, or pious activities such as performing ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifices and serving superiors like the spiritual master, Brahmanas and Vaisnavas. By these activities, perhaps I have pleased the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana. If this be so, then I wish that you, Lord Kṛṣṇa, the brother of Lord Balarama, please come here and catch hold of my hand so that I shall not be touched by Sisupala and his company." Rukmini's marriage with Sisupala was already settled, therefore she suggested that Kṛṣṇa kidnap her so that this might be changed. This sort of marriage, in which the girl is kidnapped by force, is known as Kṛṣṇa and is practiced among Kshatriyas, or men with an administrative, martial spirit. Because her marriage was already arranged to take place the next day, Rukmini suggested that Kṛṣṇa come there incognito to kidnap her and then fight with Sisupala and his allies like the king of Magadha. Knowing that no one could conquer Kṛṣṇa, who would certainly emerge victorious, she addressed him as Ajita, the unconquerable lord. Rukmini told Kṛṣṇa not to be concerned that the fighting would take place within the palace and that many of her family members, including other women, might thus be wounded or even killed. As the king of a country thinks of diplomatic ways to achieve his object, Rukmini, being the daughter of a king, was diplomatic in suggesting how this unnecessary and undesirable killing could be avoided. She explained that it was the custom of her family to visit the temple of goddess Durga, their family deity, before a marriage. The Kshatriya kings were mostly staunch Vaisnavas, worshipping Lord Vishnu in either the Radha Krishna or Lakshmi Narayana form. Still, for their material welfare they used to worship goddess Durga. They never made the mistake, however, of accepting the demigods as the supreme lord on the level of Vishnu Tattva, as do some less intelligent men. To avoid the unnecessary killing of her relatives, Rukmini suggested that it would be easiest for him to kidnap her while she was either going from the palace to the temple or else returning home. She also explained to Kṛṣṇa why she was anxious to marry him, even though her marriage was to take place with Sisupala, who was also qualified, being the son of a great king. Rukmini said that she did not think anyone was greater than Kṛṣṇa, not even Lord Shiva, who is known as Mahadeva, the greatest of all demigods. Lord Shiva also seeks the pleasure of Lord Kṛṣṇa in order to be delivered from his entanglement in the quality of ignorance within the material world. Although Lord Shiva is the greatest of all great souls, Mahatmas, he keeps on his head the purifying water of the Ganges, which emanates from a hole in this material universe made by the toe of Lord Vishnu. Lord Shiva is in charge of the material quality of ignorance, and to keep himself in a transcendental position he always meditates on Lord Vishnu, or Kṛṣṇa, and always tries to purify himself with the water of the Ganges. Therefore Rukmini knew very well that obtaining the favor of Kṛṣṇa was not easy. Since even Lord Shiva must purify himself for this purpose, surely it would be difficult for Rukmini, who was only the daughter of a Kshatriya king. Thus she desired to dedicate her life to observing severe austerities and penances, such as fasting and going without bodily comforts. If it were not possible in this lifetime to gain Kṛṣṇa's favor by these activities, she was prepared to die from such austerities and to undergo similar difficulties lifetime after lifetime. In the Bhagavad Gita it is said that pure devotees of the Lord execute devotional service with great determination. Such determination, as exhibited by Rukmini Devi, is the only price for purchasing Kṛṣṇa's favor. One should be strongly determined in Kṛṣṇa consciousness, and that is the way to ultimate success. After relaying Rukmini Devi's statement to Kṛṣṇa, the Brahmana said, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, chief of the Yadu dynasty, I have brought this confidential message for you from Rukmini. Now it is placed before you for your consideration. After due deliberation, you may act as you please, but if you want to do something, you must do it immediately. There is not much time left for action." Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 52nd chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the Ranakora. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 53. Kṛṣṇa kidnaps Rukmini. After hearing Rukmini's statement, Lord Kṛṣṇa was very much pleased. He immediately shook hands with the Brahmana and said, "My dear Brahmana, I am very glad to hear that Rukmini is eager to marry me, since I am also eager to get her hand. My mind is always absorbed in thoughts of the daughter of Bhasmaka, and sometimes I cannot sleep at night because I am thinking of her. I can understand that the marriage of Rukmini with Sisupala has been arranged by her elder brother in a spirit of animosity toward me, so I am determined to give a good lesson to all of these princes. Just as one extracts and uses fire after manipulating ordinary wood, after dealing with these demoniac princes I shall bring forth Rukmini, like fire, from their midst." Kṛṣṇa, upon being informed of the specific date of Rukmini's marriage, was anxious to leave immediately. He asked his driver, Daruka, to harness the horses for his chariot and prepare to go to the kingdom of Vidarbha. After hearing this order, the driver brought Kṛṣṇa's 4 special horses. The names and descriptions of these horses are mentioned in the Padma Purana. The first one, Saibhya, was greenish, the second, Shugriva, was grayish like ice, the third, Meghapuspa, was the color of a new cloud, and the last, Balahaka, was of ashen color. When the horses were yoked and the chariot was ready to go, Kṛṣṇa helped the Brahmana up and gave him a seat by his side. Immediately they started from Dvaraka and within one night arrived at the province of Vidarbha. The kingdom of Dvaraka is situated in the western part of India, and Vidarbha is situated in the northern part. They are separated by a distance of not less than 1,000 miles, but the horses were so fast that they reached their destination, a town called Kṛṣṇa, within one night or, at most, 12 hours. King Bhasmaka was not enthusiastic about handing his daughter over to Sisipala, but he was obliged to accept the marriage settlement due to his affectionate attachment for his eldest son, who had negotiated it. As a matter of duty, the king was decorating the city for the marriage ceremony and acting in great earnestness to make it very successful. Water was sprinkled all over the streets, and the city was cleansed very nicely. Since India is situated in the tropical zone, the atmosphere is always dry. Dust always accumulates on the streets and roads, so they must be sprinkled with water at least once a day, and in big cities like Calcutta twice a day. The roads of Kṛṣṇa were arrayed with colored flags and festoons, and gates were constructed at particular crossings. The whole city was decorated very nicely. The beauty of the city was enhanced by the inhabitants, both men and women, who were dressed in fresh, washed clothes and decorated with sandalwood pulp, pearl necklaces and flower garlands. Incense burned everywhere, and fragrances like agarru scented the air. Priests and brahmanas were sumptuously fed and, according to ritualistic ceremony, were given sufficient wealth in cows and charity. In this way, they were engaged in chanting Vedic hymns. The king's daughter, Rukmini, was exquisitely beautiful. She was very clean and had beautiful teeth. The auspicious sacred thread was tied on her wrist. She was given various types of jewelry to wear and long silken cloth to cover the upper and lower parts of her body. Learned priests gave her protection by chanting mantras from the Samaveda, Arji Veda, and Yajur Veda. Then they chanted mantras from the Atharva Veda and offered oblations in the fire to pacify the influence of different stars. King Bhasmaka was experienced in dealing with brahmanas and priests when such ceremonies were held. He specifically honored the brahmanas by giving them large quantities of gold and silver, grain mixed with molasses, and cows decorated with cloth and ornaments. Damagosa, Sisipala's father, executed all kinds of ritualistic performances to invoke good fortune for his son. Sisipala's father was known as Damagosa due to his superior ability to cut down unregulated citizens. Dama means curbing down, and Gosa means famous, so he was famous for controlling the citizens. Damagosa thought that if Kṛṣṇa came to disturb the marriage ceremony, he would certainly cut him down with his military power. Therefore, after performing the various auspicious ceremonies, Damagosa gathered his military divisions. He took many elephants garlanded with golden necklaces, and many similarly decorated chariots and horses. It appeared that Damagosa, along with his son and other companions, was going to Kṛṣṇa not exactly to get Sisipala married but mainly to fight. When King Bhasmaka learned that Damagosa and his party were arriving, he left the city to receive them. Outside the city gate were many gardens where guests were welcome to stay. In the Vedic system of marriage, the bride's father receives the large party of the bridegroom and accommodates them in a suitable place for 2 or 3 days until the marriage ceremony is performed. The party led by Damagosa contained thousands of men, among whom the prominent kings and personalities were Jarasandha, Dandavakra, Vijayaratha, and Pandraka. It was an open secret that Rukmini was meant to be married to Kṛṣṇa but that her elder brother Rukmi had arranged her marriage to Sisipala. There was also some whispering about a rumor that Rukmini had sent a messenger to Kṛṣṇa. Therefore the soldiers suspected that Kṛṣṇa might cause a disturbance by attempting to kidnap Rukmini. Even though they were not without fear, they were all prepared to give Kṛṣṇa a good fight to prevent the girl from being taken away. Sri Balarama received the news that Kṛṣṇa had left for Kṛṣṇa accompanied only by a brahmana and that Sisipala was there with a large number of soldiers. Balarama suspected that they would attack Kṛṣṇa, and thus out of great affection for his brother he took strong military divisions of chariots, infantry, horses and elephants and went to the precincts of Kṛṣṇa. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Rukmini was expecting Kṛṣṇa to arrive, but when neither he nor the brahmana who took her message appeared, she was full of anxiety and began to think how unfortunate she was. There is only one night between today and my marriage day, and still neither the brahmana nor Syamasundara has returned. I cannot ascertain any reason for this. Having little hope, she thought that perhaps Kṛṣṇa had found reason to become dissatisfied and had rejected her fair proposal. As a result, the brahmana might have become disappointed and not come back. Although she was thinking of various causes for the delay, she expected them both at any moment. Rukmini further thought that demigods such as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and Goddess Durga might have been displeased. It is generally said that the demigods become angry when not properly worshipped. For instance, when Indra found that the inhabitants of Vrindavana were not worshipping him, Kṛṣṇa having stopped the Indra Yajna, he became angry and wanted to chastise them. Thus Rukmini thought that since she did not worship Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma very much, they might have become angry and tried to frustrate her plan. Similarly, she thought that goddess Durga, the wife of Lord Shiva, might have taken the side of her husband. Lord Shiva is known as Rudra, and his wife is known as Rudrani. Rudrani and Rudra refer to those who are accustomed to putting others in distress to cry forever. Rukmini was thinking of goddess Durga as Girija, the daughter of the Himalayan mountains. The Himalayan mountains are very cold and hard, and she thought of goddess Durga as hard-hearted and cold. In her anxiety to see Kṛṣṇa, Rukmini, who was after all still a child, thought this way about the different demigods. The Gopas worshipped goddess Katyayani to get Kṛṣṇa as their husband. Similarly, Rukmini was thinking of the various types of demigods not for material benefit but in respect to Kṛṣṇa. Praying to the demigods to achieve the favor of Kṛṣṇa is not irregular, and Rukmini was fully absorbed in thoughts of Kṛṣṇa. Even though she pacified herself by thinking that the time for Govinda to arrive had not yet expired, Rukmini felt that she was hoping against hope. Not expressing her mind to anyone, she simply shed tears, unobserved by others, and when her tears became more forceful, she closed her eyes in helplessness. While Rukmini was in such deep thought, auspicious symptoms appeared in different parts of her body. Trembling began to occur in her left eyelid, arm and thigh. When trembling occurs in these parts of the body, it is an auspicious sign indicating that something lucrative can be expected. Just then, Rukmini, full of anxiety, saw the Brahmana messenger. Kṛṣṇa, being the supersoul of all living beings, could understand Rukmini's anxiety, therefore he sent the Brahmana inside the palace to let her know that he had arrived. When Rukmini saw the Brahmana, she could understand the auspicious trembling of her body and immediately became elated. She smiled and inquired whether Kṛṣṇa had already come. The Brahmana replied that the son of the Yadu dynasty, Sri Kṛṣṇa, had arrived. He further encouraged her by saying that Kṛṣṇa had promised to carry her away without fail. Rukmini was so elated by the Brahmana's message that she wanted to give him in charity everything she possessed. However, finding nothing suitable for presentation, she simply offered him her respectful obeisances. The significance of offering respectful obeisances to a superior is that the one offering obeisances is obliged to the respected person. In other words, Rukmini implied that she would remain ever grateful to the Brahmana. Anyone who gets the favor of the goddess of fortune, as did this Brahmana, is without a doubt always happy in material opulence. When King Bhismaka heard that Kṛṣṇa and Balarama had come, he invited them to see the marriage ceremony of his daughter. Immediately he arranged to receive them, along with their soldiers, in a suitable garden house. As was the Vedic custom, the king offered Kṛṣṇa and Balarama honey and fresh, washed garments. He was hospitable not only to Kṛṣṇa, Balarama and kings such as Jarasandha but also to many other kings and princes according to their personal strength, age and material possessions. Out of curiosity and eagerness, the people of Kundina assembled before Kṛṣṇa and Balarama to drink the nectar of their beauty. With tearful eyes, they offered Kṛṣṇa and Balarama their silent respects. They were very much pleased, considering Lord Kṛṣṇa the suitable match for Rukmini. They were so eager to unite Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini that they prayed to the personality of Godhead, "Our dear Lord, if we have performed any pious activities with which you are satisfied, kindly be merciful upon us and accept the hand of Rukmini." It appears that Rukmini was a very popular princess, and all the citizens, out of intense love for her, prayed for her best fortune. In the meantime, Rukmini, being very nicely dressed and protected by bodyguards, came out of the palace to visit the temple of Ambika, goddess Durga. Deity worship in the temple has been in existence since the beginning of Vedic culture. There is a class of men described in the Bhagavad Gita as Vedavada. They believe only in the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies but not in temple worship. Such foolish people may here take note that although this marriage of Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini took place more than 5,000 years ago, there were arrangements for temple worship. In the Bhagavad Gita the Lord says, Yandi Deva Rana Devan, the worshippers of the demigods attain the abodes of the demigods. There were many people who worshipped the demigods and many who directly worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The system of demigod worship was directed mainly to Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lord Ganesha, the sun god and goddess Durga. Lord Shiva and goddess Durga were worshipped even by the royal families. Other, minor demigods were worshipped by silly, lower-class people. As far as the Brahmanas and Vaisnavas are concerned, they simply worship Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Bhagavad Gita the worship of demigods is condemned but not forbidden. There it is clearly stated that less intelligent men worship the demigods for material benefit. On the other hand, even though Rukmini was the goddess of fortune, she went to the temple of goddess Durga because the family deity was worshipped there. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that as Rukmini proceeded toward the temple of goddess Durga, within her heart she always thought of the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa. Therefore when Rukmini went to the temple, it was not with the intention of an ordinary person, who goes to beg for material benefits. Her only goal was Kṛṣṇa. As Rukmini proceeded toward the temple, she was silent and grave. Her mother and her girlfriends were by her side, and the wife of a Brahmana was in the center. Surrounding her were royal bodyguards. This custom of the would-be brides going to the temple of a demigod is still practiced in India. As the procession continued, various musical sounds were heard. Conch shells, drums such as panavas, and bugles of different sizes, such as turiyas and buris, combined to make a sound which was not only auspicious but very sweet to hear. Thousands of wives of respectable Brahmanas were present, all dressed very nicely with suitable ornaments. They presented Rukmini with flower garlands, sandalwood pulp and a variety of colorful garments to assist her in worshipping Lord Shiva and Goddess Durga. Some of these ladies were very old and knew perfectly well how to chant prayers to Goddess Durga and Lord Shiva, so, followed by Rukmini and others, they led these prayers before the deity. Rukmini offered her prayers to the deity by saying, "My dear Goddess Durga, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you as well as to your children." Goddess Durga has 4 famous children, 2 daughters, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, and the goddess of learning, Sarasvati, and 2 sons, Lord Ganesha and Lord Kartikeya. They are all considered to be demigods and goddesses. Since Goddess Durga is always worshipped with her famous children, Rukmini specifically offered her respectful obeisances to the deity in that way. However, her prayers were special. Ordinary people pray to Goddess Durga for material wealth, fame, profit, strength and so on. Rukmini, however, desired to have Kṛṣṇa for her husband and therefore prayed that the deity be pleased with her and bless her with that benediction. Since she desired only Kṛṣṇa, her worship of the demigods is not condemned. While Rukmini was praying, she presented a variety of items before the deity, chief of which were water, different kinds of flames, incense, garments, garlands and various foods prepared with ghee, such as puris and kachoris. She also offered fruits, sugarcane, betel nuts and spices. With great devotion, Rukmini offered them to the deity according to the regulative principles, directed by the old Brahmana ladies. After this ritualistic ceremony, the ladies offered the remnants of the food to Rukmini as prasadam, which she accepted with great respect. Then Rukmini offered her obeisances to the ladies and to Goddess Durga. After the business of deity worship was finished, Rukmini caught hold of the hand of one of her girlfriends in her own hand, which was decorated with a jeweled ring, and left the temple in the company of the others. All the princes and visitors who came to Kṛṣṇa for the marriage had assembled outside the temple to see Rukmini. The princes were especially eager to see her because they all actually thought that they would have Rukmini as their wife. Struck with wonder upon seeing Rukmini, they thought she was especially manufactured by the Creator to bewilder all the great chivalrous princes. Her body was well constructed, the middle portion being thin. Her high hips were adorned with a jeweled locket, she had pink lips, and the beauty of her face was enhanced by her slightly scattered hair and by different kinds of earrings. The bodily luster and beauty of Rukmini appeared as if painted by an artist perfectly presenting beauty following the descriptions of great poets. Rukmini's breasts are described as being somewhat high, indicating that she was just a youth not more than 13 or 14 years old. Her beauty was specifically intended to attract the attention of Kṛṣṇa. Although the princes gazed upon her beautiful features, she was not at all proud. Her eyes moved restlessly, and when she smiled very simply, like an innocent girl, her teeth appeared just like jasmine buds. Expecting Kṛṣṇa to take her away at any moment, she proceeded slowly toward her home. Her legs moved just like a full-grown swan, and her ankle bells tinkled mildly. The chivalrous princes assembled there were so overwhelmed by Rukmini's beauty that they became almost unconscious and fell from their horses and elephants. Full of lust, they hopelessly desired Rukmini's hand, comparing their own beauty to hers. Srimati Rukmini, however, was not interested in any of them. In her heart she was simply expecting Kṛṣṇa to come and carry her away. As she was adjusting the ornaments on a finger of her left hand, she happened to look upon the princes and suddenly saw that Kṛṣṇa was present amongst them. Although Rukmini had never before seen Kṛṣṇa, she was always thinking of him, thus she had no difficulty recognizing him amongst the princely order. Kṛṣṇa, unconcerned with the other princes, immediately took the opportunity to place Rukmini on his chariot, marked by a flag bearing an image of Garuda. He then proceeded slowly, without fear, taking Rukmini away exactly as a lion takes a deer from the midst of jackals. Meanwhile, Balarama appeared on the scene with the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. Jarasandha, who had many times experienced defeat by Kṛṣṇa, roared, "How is this? Kṛṣṇa is taking Rukmini away from us without opposition. What is the use of our being chivalrous fighters with arrows? My dear princes, just look. We are losing our reputation. He is just like a jackal taking booty from a lion. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 53rd chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa kidnaps Rukmini. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 54. Kṛṣṇa defeats all the princes and takes Rukmini home to Dwarka. Jarasandha and all the other princes were very angry at Kṛṣṇa for having kidnapped Rukmini. Struck by Rukmini's beauty, they had fallen from the backs of their horses and elephants, but now they began to stand up and properly arm themselves. Picking up their bows and arrows, they began to chase Kṛṣṇa on their chariots, horses and elephants. To check their progress, the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty turned and faced them. Thus terrible fighting began between the two belligerent groups. The princes opposing Kṛṣṇa, who were led by Jarasandha and were all expert in fighting, shot their arrows at the Yadu soldiers just as a cloud splashes the face of a mountain with torrents of rain. Gathered on the face of a mountain, a cloud does not move very much, and therefore the force of rain is much more severe on a mountain than anywhere else. The opposing princes were determined to defeat Kṛṣṇa and recapture Rukmini from his custody, and they fought with him as severely as possible. Rukmini, seated by the side of Kṛṣṇa, saw arrows raining from the opposing party onto the faces of the Yadu soldiers. In a fearful attitude, she looked upon Kṛṣṇa's face, expressing her gratefulness that he had taken such a great risk for her sake only. Her eyes moving, she appeared sorry, and Kṛṣṇa, who could immediately understand her mind, encouraged her with these words, "My dear Rukmini, don't worry. Please rest assured that the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty will kill all the opposing soldiers without delay." As Kṛṣṇa was speaking with Rukmini, the commanders of the Yadu dynasty's soldiers, headed by Lord Balarama, who is also known as Sankarsana, as well as by Gada, not tolerating the defiant attitude of the opposing soldiers, began to strike their horses, elephants and chariots with arrows. As the fighting progressed, the princes and soldiers of the enemy began to fall from their horses, elephants and chariots. Within a short time, millions of severed heads, decorated with helmets and earrings, had fallen on the battlefield. The soldiers' hands were severed along with their bows and arrows and clubs, arms were piled upon arms, thighs upon thighs, and horses upon horses. Similarly, other animals, such as camels, elephants and asses, as well as infantry soldiers, all fell with severed heads. When the enemy, headed by Jarasandha, found that they were gradually being defeated by the soldiers of Kṛṣṇa, they thought it unwise to risk losing their armies in the battle for the sake of Sisapala. Sisapala himself should have fought to rescue Rukmini from the hands of Kṛṣṇa, but when the soldiers saw that Sisapala was not competent to fight with Kṛṣṇa, they decided not to lose their armies unnecessarily, therefore they ceased fighting and dispersed. Some of the princes, as a matter of etiquette, appeared before Sisapala. They saw that Sisapala was discouraged, like one who has lost his wife. His face appeared dried up, he had lost all his energy, and all the luster of his body had disappeared. They addressed Sisapala thus, "Our dear Sisapala, don't be discouraged in this way. You belong to the royal order and are the chief amongst the fighters. There is no question of distress or happiness for a person like you because neither of these conditions is everlasting. Take courage. Don't be disappointed by this temporary reversal. After all, we are not the final actors, as puppets dance in the hands of a magician, we are all dancing by the will of the Supreme, and according to his plan alone we suffer distress or enjoy happiness. We should therefore be equipoised in all circumstances." Although in the beginning the princes had been full of hope for success in their heroic action, after their defeat they could only try to encourage Sisapala with flattering words. Thus Sisapala, instead of marrying Rukmini, had to be satisfied with the flattering words of his friends, and he returned home in disappointment. The kings who had come to assist him, also disappointed, then returned to their respective kingdoms. The whole catastrophe of the defeat was due to the envious nature of Rukmini's elder brother Rukmi. Having seen his sister forcibly taken away by Kṛṣṇa after he had planned to marry her to Sisapala, Rukmi was frustrated. So after Sisapala, his friend and intended brother-in-law, returned home, Rukmi, very much agitated, was determined to teach Kṛṣṇa a lesson personally. He called for his own soldiers, a military phalanx consisting of several thousand elephants, horses, chariots and infantry, and equipped with this military strength, he began to follow Kṛṣṇa to Dwarka. To show his prestige, Rukmi promised all the returning kings, "You could not help Sisapala marry my sister, Rukmini, but I cannot allow Rukmini to be taken away by Kṛṣṇa. I shall teach him a lesson. Now I am going to follow him." He presented himself as a big commander and vowed before all the princes, "Unless I kill Kṛṣṇa in the fight and bring back my sister from his clutches, I shall not return to my capital city, Kundina. I make this vow before you all, and you will see that I shall fulfill it." After thus vibrating all these boasting words, Rukmi immediately got on his chariot and told his chariot driver to pursue Kṛṣṇa. He said, "I want to fight with him immediately. This cowherd boy has become proud of his tricky way of fighting with Kshatriyas, but today I shall teach him a good lesson. Because he had the impudence to kidnap my sister, I, with my sharp arrows, shall teach him very good lessons indeed." Thus this unintelligent man, Rukmi, ignorant of the extent of the strength and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, voiced his impudent threats. In great stupidity, he soon stood before Kṛṣṇa, telling him repeatedly, "Stop for a minute and fight with me." After saying this he drew his bow and directly shot 3 forceful arrows against Kṛṣṇa's body. Then he condemned Kṛṣṇa as the most abominable descendant of the Yadu dynasty and asked him to stand before him for a minute so that he could teach him a good lesson. "You are carrying away my sister just like a crow stealing clarified butter meant for use in a sacrifice. You are proud of your military strength, but you cannot fight according to regulative principles. You have stolen my sister, now I shall relieve you of your false prestige. You can keep my sister in your possession only until I beat you to the ground for good with my arrows." Lord Kṛṣṇa, after hearing all these crazy words from Rukmi, immediately shot an arrow and severed the string of Rukmi's bow, making him unable to use another arrow. Rukmi immediately took another bow and shot another 5 arrows at Kṛṣṇa. Being attacked for the second time, Kṛṣṇa again severed Rukmi's bowstring. Rukmi took a third bow, and Kṛṣṇa again cut its string. This time, to teach Rukmi a lesson, Kṛṣṇa shot 6 arrows at him and then shot another 8 arrows, killing 4 horses with 4 arrows, killing the chariot driver with another arrow, and chopping off the upper portion of Rukmi's chariot, including the flag, with the remaining 3 arrows. Rukmi, having run out of arrows, took assistance from swords, shields, tridents, lances and similar weapons used for fighting hand-to-hand, but Kṛṣṇa immediately broke them all in the same way. Being repeatedly baffled in his attempts, Rukmi took his sword and ran swiftly toward Kṛṣṇa, just as a fly proceeds toward a fire. But as soon as Rukmi reached Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa cut his weapon to pieces. This time Kṛṣṇa took out his sharp sword and was about to kill him immediately, but Rukmi's sister, Rukmini, understanding that this time Kṛṣṇa would not excuse her brother, fell down at Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet and in a very grievous tone, trembling with great fear, began to plead with her husband. Rukmini first addressed Kṛṣṇa as Yogasvara. Yogasvara means one who is possessed of inconceivable opulence and energy. Kṛṣṇa possesses inconceivable opulence and energy, whereas Rukmini's brother had only limited military potency. Kṛṣṇa is immeasurable, whereas her brother was measured in every step of his life. Therefore, Rukmi was not comparable even to an insignificant insect before the unlimited power of Kṛṣṇa. She also addressed Kṛṣṇa as the god of the gods. There are many powerful demigods, such as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, Khandra, and Varuna, but Kṛṣṇa is the lord of all these gods, whereas Rukmini's brother was not only an ordinary human being but in fact the lowest of all because he had no understanding of Kṛṣṇa. In other words, a human being who has no conception of the actual position of Kṛṣṇa is the lowest in human society. Then Rukmini addressed Kṛṣṇa as Mahabhaya, which means one with unlimited strength. She also addressed Kṛṣṇa as Jagatpati, the master of the whole cosmic manifestation. In comparison, her brother was only an ordinary prince. In this way, Rukmini compared the position of Rukmi with that of Kṛṣṇa and very feelingly pleaded with her husband not to kill her brother just at the auspicious time of her being united with Kṛṣṇa, but to excuse him. In other words, she displayed her real position as a woman. She was happy to get Kṛṣṇa as her husband at the moment when her marriage to another was to be performed, but she did not want it to be at the loss of her elder brother, who, after all, loved his young sister and wanted to hand her over to one who, according to his own calculations, was a better man. While Rukmini was praying to Kṛṣṇa for the life of her brother, her whole body trembled, and because of her anxiety, her face appeared to dry up and her throat became choked, and due to her trembling, the ornaments on her body loosened and fell scattered on the ground. In this manner, when Rukmini was very much perturbed, she fell down on the ground, and Lord Kṛṣṇa immediately became compassionate and agreed not to kill the foolish Rukmi. But, at the same time, he wanted to give him some light punishment, so he tied him up with a piece of cloth and snipped at his mustache, beard and hair, keeping some spots here and there. While Kṛṣṇa was dealing with Rukmi in this way, the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty, commanded by Balarama himself, broke the whole strength of Rukmi's army just as an elephant in a pond discards the feeble stem of a lotus flower. In other words, as an elephant breaks the whole construction of a lotus flower while bathing in a reservoir of water, the military strength of the Yadus broke up Rukmi's forces. When the commanders of the Yadu dynasty came back to see Kṛṣṇa, they were all surprised to see the condition of Rukmi. Lord Balarama became especially compassionate toward his sister-in-law, who was newly married to his brother. To please Rukmini, Balarama personally untied Rukmi, and to further please her, Balarama, as the elder brother of Kṛṣṇa, spoke some words of chastisement. "Kṛṣṇa, your action is not at all satisfactory," he said. "This is an abomination very much contrary to our family tradition. To cut someone's hair and shave his mustache and beard is almost comparable to killing him. Whatever Rukmi might have been, he is now our brother-in-law, a relative of our family, and you should not have put him in such a condition." After this, to pacify Rukmini, Lord Balarama said to her, "You should not be sorry that your brother has been made odd-looking. Everyone suffers or enjoys the results of his own actions." Lord Balarama wanted to impress upon Rukmini that she should not be sorry for the consequences her brother suffered due to his actions. There was no need of being too affectionate toward such a brother. Lord Balarama again turned toward Kṛṣṇa and said, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, a relative, even though he commits such a blunder and deserves to be killed, should be excused. For when such a relative is conscious of his own fault, that consciousness itself is like death. Therefore, there is no need to kill him." Balarama again turned toward Rukmini and informed her that the current duty of the Kshatriya in human society is so fixed that, according to the principles of fighting, one's own brother may become an enemy. Then a Kshatriya does not hesitate to kill his own brother. In other words, Lord Balarama wanted to instruct Rukmini that Rukmi and Kṛṣṇa were right in not showing mercy to each other in the fighting, despite the family consideration that they happened to be brothers-in-law. Sri Balarama informed Rukmini that Kshatriyas are typical emblems of the materialistic way of life. They become puffed up whenever there is a question of material acquisition. Therefore, when there is a fight between two belligerent Kshatriyas for kingdom, land, wealth, women, prestige or power, they try to put one another into the most abominable condition. Balarama instructed Rukmini that her affection toward her brother Rukmi, who had created enmity with so many persons, was a perverse consideration befitting an ordinary materialist. Her brother's character was not at all admirable, considering his treatment of his friends, and yet Rukmini, like an ordinary woman, was affectionate toward him. He was not fit to be her brother, and still Rukmini was lenient toward him. Besides that, Balarama continued, the consideration that a person is neutral or is one's friend or enemy is generally made by persons in the bodily concept of life. Such foolish persons are bewildered by the illusory energy of the Supreme Lord. The spirit soul is of the same pure quality in any embodiment of matter, but those who are not sufficiently intelligent see only the bodily differences between animals and men, literates and illiterates, rich and poor, which cover the pure spirit soul. Such differences, observed merely on the basis of the body, are exactly like the differences between fires in terms of the various types of fuel they consume. Whatever the size and shape of the fuel, there is no such variety of size and shape in the fire which comes out. Similarly, in the sky there are no differences in size or shape. In this way Balarama reconciled the situation by his moral and ethical instructions to Rukmini and Kṛṣṇa. To Rukmini he stated further, this body is part of the material manifestation, consisting of the material elements, living conditions and interactions of the modes of material nature. The living entity, or spirit soul, being in contact with these, is transmigrating from one body to another due to illusory enjoyment, and that transmigration is known as material existence. This contact of the living entity with the material manifestation has neither integration nor disintegration. My dear chaste sister-in-law, the spirit soul is, of course, the cause of this material body, just as the sun is the cause of sunlight, eyesight and the forms of material manifestation. The example of the sunshine and the material manifestation is very appropriate in understanding the living entity's contact with the material world. In the morning the sun rises, and the heat and light gradually expand throughout the whole day. The sun is the cause of all material shapes and forms, for it is due to the sun that integration and disintegration of material elements take place, but as soon as the sun sets, the whole manifestation is no longer connected to the sun, which has passed from one place to another. When the sun passes from the eastern to the western hemisphere, the results of the interactions due to the sunshine in the eastern hemisphere remain, but the sunshine itself is visible in the western hemisphere. Similarly, the living entity accepts or produces different bodies and different bodily relationships in a particular circumstance, but as soon as he gives up the present body and accepts another, he has nothing to do with the former body. Similarly, the living entity has nothing to do with the next body he accepts. He is always free from the contact of this bodily contamination. Therefore, continued Balarama, the appearance and disappearance of the body have nothing to do with the living entity, just as the waxing and waning of the moon have nothing to do with the moon. When the moon waxes we falsely think that the moon is developing, and when it wanes we think the moon is decreasing. Factually, the moon, as it is always the same. It has nothing to do with such visible activities of waxing and waning. Lord Balarama continued, one's consciousness in material existence can be compared to sleeping and dreaming. When a man sleeps, he dreams of many non-factual happenings, and as a result of dreaming he becomes subject to different kinds of distress and happiness. Similarly, when a person is in the dream of material consciousness, he suffers the effects of accepting a body and giving it up again in material existence. Opposite to this material consciousness is Kṛṣṇa consciousness. In other words, when a man is elevated to the platform of Kṛṣṇa consciousness, he becomes free from this false conception of life. In this way, Sri Balarama instructed Rukmini in spiritual knowledge. He further addressed his sister-in-law thus, "Sweet, smiling Rukmini, do not be aggrieved by false notions caused by ignorance. Only because of false notions does one become unhappy, but one can immediately remove this unhappiness by discussing the philosophy of actual life. Be happy on that platform only." After hearing such enlightening instructions from Sri Balarama, Rukmini immediately became pacified and happy and adjusted her mind, which was very much afflicted by the degraded position of her brother Rukmi. As far as Rukmi was concerned, his promise was not fulfilled, nor was his mission successful. He had come from home with his soldiers and military phalanx to defeat Kṛṣṇa and release his sister, but on the contrary he lost all his soldiers and military strength. He was personally degraded and very sorry, but by the grace of the Lord he could continue his life to its fixed destination. Because he was a Kshatriya, he could remember his promise that he would not return to his capital city, Kundina, without killing Kṛṣṇa and releasing his sister, which he had failed to do. Therefore, he decided in anger not to return to his capital city, and he constructed a small cottage in the village known as Bojikata, where he resided for the rest of his life. After defeating all the opposing elements and forcibly carrying away Rukmini, Kṛṣṇa brought her to his capital city, Dvaraka, and then married her according to the Vedic ritualistic principles. After this marriage, Kṛṣṇa became the king of the Yadus at Dvaraka. On the occasion of his marriage with Rukmini, all the inhabitants were happy, and in every house there were great ceremonies. The inhabitants of Dvaraka city were so much pleased that they dressed themselves with the nicest possible ornaments and garments and went to present gifts, according to their means, to the newly married couple, Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. All the houses of Yajupuri, Dvaraka, were decorated with flags, festoons and flowers. Each and every house had an extra gate specifically prepared for this occasion, and on both sides of the gate were big water jugs filled with water. The whole city was made fragrant by the burning of fine incense, and at night there was illumination from thousands of lamps, which decorated every building. The entire city appeared jubilant on the occasion of Lord Kṛṣṇa's marriage with Rukmini. Everywhere in the city there were profuse decorations of banana trees and betelnut trees. These two trees are considered very auspicious in happy ceremonies. At the same time there was an assembly of many elephants, who carried the respective kings of different friendly kingdoms. It is the habit of the elephant that whenever he sees some small plants and trees, out of his sportive and frivolous nature he uproots the trees and throws them hither and thither. The elephants assembled on this occasion also scattered the banana and betelnut trees, but in spite of such intoxicated action, the whole city, with the trees thrown here and there, looked very nice. The friendly kings of the Kurus and the Pandavas were represented by Bhisma, Dhritarashtra, the 5 Pandava brothers, King Drupada, King Santardana and Rukmini's father, Bhismaka. Because of Kṛṣṇa's kidnapping Rukmini, there was initially some misunderstanding between the two families, but Bhismaka, king of Vidarbha, being approached by Sri Balarama and persuaded by many saintly persons, was induced to participate in the marriage ceremony of Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. Although the incident of the kidnapping was not a very happy occurrence in the kingdom of Vidarbha, kidnapping was not an unusual affair among Kshatriyas. Kidnapping was, in fact, current in almost all their marriages. Anyway, King Bhismaka was from the very beginning inclined to hand over his beautiful daughter to Kṛṣṇa. In one way or another his purpose had been served, and so he was pleased to join the marriage ceremony, even though his eldest son was degraded in the fight. It is mentioned in the Padma Purana that Maharaja Nanda and the cowherd boys of Vrindavana joined the marriage ceremony. Kings from the kingdoms of Kuru, Srijaya, Kekaya, Vidarbha and Kundi all came to Dvaraka on this occasion and met with one another very joyfully. The story of Rukmini's being kidnapped by Kṛṣṇa was poeticized, and professional readers recited it everywhere. All the assembled kings and their daughters especially were struck with wonder and very much pleased upon hearing the chivalrous activities of Kṛṣṇa. In this way, all the visitors as well as the inhabitants of Dvaraka city were joyful to see Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini together. In other words, the goddess of fortune was now united with the Supreme Lord, the maintainer of everyone, and thus all the people felt extremely jubilant. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 54th chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa defeats all the princes and takes Rukmini home to Dwaraka. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 55. Pradyumna born to Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. It is said that Cupid, who is directly part and parcel of Lord Vasudeva and who was formerly burned to ashes by the anger of Lord Shiva, took birth from the womb of Rukmini, begotten by Kṛṣṇa. This is Kamadeva, a demigod of the heavenly planets especially capable of inducing lusty desires. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, has many grades of parts and parcels, but the quadruple expansions of Kṛṣṇa, Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna and Anuruddha, are directly in the Vishnu category. Kama, or the Cupid demigod, who later took his birth from the womb of Rukmini, was also named Pradyumna, but he cannot be the Pradyumna of the Vishnu category. He belongs to the category of Yuvatattva, but for exhibiting special power in the category of demigods he was a part and parcel of the superprowess of Pradyumna. That is the verdict of the Gosvamis. Therefore, when Cupid was burned to ashes by the anger of Lord Shiva, he merged into the body of Vasudeva, and to get his body again he was begotten in the womb of Rukmini by Lord Kṛṣṇa himself. Thus he was born as the son of Kṛṣṇa and celebrated by the name Pradyumna. Because he was begotten by Lord Kṛṣṇa directly, his qualities were most similar to those of Kṛṣṇa. There was a demon of the name Sambara who was destined to be killed by Pradyumna. The Sambara demon knew of his destiny, and as soon as he learned that Pradyumna had been born, he took the shape of a woman and kidnapped the baby from the maternity home less than 10 days after his birth. The demon took him and threw him directly into the sea. But, as it is said, whoever is protected by Kṛṣṇa, no one can kill, and whoever is destined to be killed by Kṛṣṇa, no one can protect. When Pradyumna was thrown into the sea, a big fish immediately swallowed him. Later this fish was caught in the net of a fisherman, and the fish was later sold to the Sambara demon. In the kitchen of the demon was a maidservant whose name was Mayavati. This woman had formerly been the wife of Cupid, called Rati. When the fish was presented to the demon Sambara, it was taken charge of by his cook, who was to make it into a palatable fish preparation. Demons and Rakshasas are accustomed to eating meat, fish and similar non-vegetarian foods. Demons like Ravana, Kamsa, and Hiranyakasipu, although born of Brahmana and Kshatriya fathers, used to take meat and fish without discrimination. This practice is still prevalent in India, and those who eat meat and fish are generally called demons and Rakshasas. When the cook was cutting the fish, he found within its stomach a nice baby, which he immediately presented to the charge of Mayavati, who was an assistant in the kitchen affairs. This woman was surprised to see how such a nice baby could remain within the belly of a fish, and the situation perplexed her. The great sage Narada then appeared and explained to her about the birth of Pradyumna and how the baby had been taken away by Sambara and later thrown into the sea. In this way the whole story was disclosed to Mayavati. Mayavati knew that she had previously been Rati, the wife of Cupid. After her husband was burned to ashes by the wrath of Lord Shiva, she was always expecting him to come back in a material form. This woman was engaged for cooking rice and dal in the kitchen, but when she got this nice baby and understood that he was Cupid, her own husband, she naturally took charge of him and with great affection began to bathe him regularly. Miraculously, the baby swiftly grew up, and within a very short period he became a beautiful young man. His eyes were just like the petals of lotus flowers, and his arms were long, reaching down to his knees. Any woman who happened to see him was captivated by his bodily beauty. Mayavati could understand that her former husband, Cupid, born as Pradyumna, had grown into such a nice young man, and she also gradually became captivated and lusty. Smiling before him with a feminine attractiveness, she expressed her desire for sexual union. He therefore inquired from her, "How is it possible that first you were affectionate like a mother and now you are expressing the symptoms of a lusty woman? What is the reason for such a change?" On hearing this statement from Pradyumna, the woman, Rati, replied, "My dear sir, you are the son of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Before you were 10 days old, you were stolen by the Sambara demon and later thrown into the water and swallowed by a fish. In this way you have come under my care, but actually, in your former life as Cupid, I was your wife, therefore, my manifestation of conjugal symptoms is not at all incompatible. Sambara wanted to kill you, and he is endowed with various mystic powers. Therefore, before he again attempts to kill you, please kill him as soon as possible with your divine power. Since you were stolen by Sambara, your mother, Rukmini Devi, has been in a very grievous condition, like a Kurari bird who has lost her babies. She is very affectionate toward you, and since you have been taken away from her, she has been living like a cow aggrieved over the loss of its calf." Mayavati had mystic knowledge of supernatural powers. Supernatural powers are generally known as Maya, and to surpass all such powers there is another supernatural power, called Mahamaya. Mayavati had the knowledge of the mystic power of Mahamaya, and she delivered to Pradyumna this specific energetic power in order to defeat the mystic powers of the Sambhara demon. Thus being empowered by his wife, Pradyumna immediately went before Sambhara and challenged him to fight. Pradyumna addressed him in very strong language, so that his temper would be agitated and he would be moved to fight. At Pradyumna's words, the demon Sambhara, being insulted, felt just as a snake feels after being struck by someone's foot. A serpent cannot tolerate being kicked by another animal or by a man, and it immediately bites its opponent. Sambhara felt the words of Pradyumna as if they were a kick. He immediately took his club in his hand and appeared before Pradyumna to fight. Roaring like a thundering cloud, in great anger the demon began to beat Pradyumna with his club, just as a thunderbolt beats a mountain. Pradyumna protected himself with his own club and eventually struck the demon very severely. In this way, the fighting between Sambharasura and Pradyumna began in earnest, but Sambharasura knew the art of mystic powers and could raise himself into the sky and fight from outer space. There is a demon of the name Maya, and Sambharasura had learned many mystic powers from him. He thus raised himself high into the sky and threw various types of nuclear weapons at the body of Pradyumna. To combat the mystic powers of Sambharasura, Pradyumna invoked another mystic power, known as Mahavidya, which was different from the black mystic power. The Mahavidya mystic power is based on the quality of goodness. Sambhara, understanding that his enemy was formidable, took assistance from various kinds of demoniac mystic powers belonging to the Bhyakas, the Gandharvas, the Pikas, the snakes and the Rakshasas. But although the demon exhibited his mystic powers and took shelter of supernatural strength, Pradyumna was able to counteract his strength and powers by the superior power of Mahavidya. When Sambharasura was defeated in every respect, Pradyumna took his sharp sword and immediately cut off the demon's head, which was decorated with a helmet and valuable jewels. When Pradyumna thus killed the demon, all the demigods in the higher planetary system showered flowers on him. Pradyumna's wife, Mayavati, could travel in outer space, and therefore they directly reached Dwaraka, his father's capital, by the airways. They passed above the palace of Lord Kṛṣṇa and came down as a cloud comes down with lightning. The inner section of the palace is known as the Antapura, private apartments. Pradyumna and Mayavati could see many women there, and they sat down among them. When the women saw Pradyumna, dressed in yellowish garments, with very long arms, curling hair, beautiful reddish eyes, a smiling face, jewelry and ornaments, they at first could not recognize him as a personality different from Kṛṣṇa. They all felt very bashful at the sudden presence of Kṛṣṇa and wanted to hide in a different corner of the palace. When the women saw, however, that not all the characteristics of Lord Kṛṣṇa were present in the personality of Pradyumna, out of curiosity they came back to see him and his wife, Mayavati. All of them were conjecturing as to who he was, for he was so beautiful. Among the women was Rukmini Devi, who was equally beautiful, with her lotus-like eyes. Seeing Pradyumna, she naturally remembered her own son, and milk began to flow from her breasts out of motherly affection. She then began to wonder, who is this beautiful young boy? He appears to be the most beautiful person. Who is the fortunate young woman able to conceive this nice boy in her womb and become his mother? And who is that young woman who has accompanied him? How have they met? Remembering my own son, who was stolen from the maternity home, I can only guess that if he is living somewhere, he might have grown by this time to be like this boy. Simply by intuition, Rukmini could understand that Pradyumna was her own lost son. She could also observe that Pradyumna resembled Lord Kṛṣṇa in every respect. She was struck with wonder as to how he had acquired all the characteristics of Lord Kṛṣṇa. She therefore began to think more confidently that the boy must be her own grown-up son because she felt so much affection for him, and, as an auspicious sign, her left arm was trembling. At that very moment, Lord Kṛṣṇa, along with his father and mother, Devaki and Vasudeva, appeared on the scene. Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, could understand everything, yet in that situation he remained silent. However, by the desire of Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, the great sage Narada also appeared, and he disclosed all the incidents, how Pradyumna had been stolen from the maternity home and how he had grown up and had come there with his wife, Mayavati, who had formerly been Rati, the wife of Cupid. When everyone was informed of the mysterious disappearance of Pradyumna and how he had grown up, they were all struck with wonder because they had gotten back their dead son after they were almost hopeless of his return. When they understood that it was Pradyumna who was present, they received him with great delight. One after another, all the members of the family, Devaki, Vasudeva, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, Lord Balarama, Rukmini and all the women of the family, embraced Pradyumna and his wife, Mayavadi. When the news of Pradyumna's return spread all over the city of Dvaraka, all the astonished citizens came with great eagerness to see the lost Pradyumna. "The dead son has come back," they said. "What can be more pleasing than this?" Srila Sukadeva Goswami has explained that in the beginning all the ladies of the palace, who were all mothers and stepmothers of Pradyumna, mistook him to be Kṛṣṇa and were all bashful, infected by the desire for conjugal love. The explanation is that Pradyumna's personal appearance was exactly like Kṛṣṇa's, and he was factually Cupid himself. There was no cause for astonishment, therefore, when the mothers of Pradyumna and the other women mistook him in that way. It is clear from this statement that Pradyumna's bodily characteristics were so similar to Kṛṣṇa's that he was mistaken for Kṛṣṇa even by his mother. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 55th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Pradyumna born to Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 56. The story of the Syamantaka jewel. There was a king of the name Satyajit within the jurisdiction of Dvarakadama. He was a great devotee of the sun god, who awarded him the benediction of a jewel known as Syamantaka. Because of this Syamantaka jewel, there was a misunderstanding between King Satyajit and the Yadu dynasty. Later the matter was settled when Satyajit voluntarily offered Kṛṣṇa his daughter, Satyabhama, along with the Syamantaka jewel. Not only Satyabhama but also Jambavati, the daughter of Jambavan, was married to Kṛṣṇa on account of the Syamantaka jewel. These two marriages took place before the appearance of Pradyumna, which was described in the last chapter. How King Satyajit offended the Yadu dynasty and how he later came to his senses and offered his daughter and the Syamantaka jewel to Kṛṣṇa are described as follows. Since he was a great devotee of the sun god, King Satyajit gradually entered into a very friendly relationship with him. The sun god was pleased with him and delivered to him an exceptional jewel known as Syamantaka. When Satyajit wore this jewel in a locket around his neck, he appeared exactly like an imitation sun god. Putting on this jewel, he entered the city of Dvaraka, and people thought that the sun god had come into the city to see Kṛṣṇa. They knew that Kṛṣṇa, being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was sometimes visited by the demigods, so while Satyajit was visiting the city of Dvaraka all the inhabitants except Kṛṣṇa took him to be the sun god himself. Although King Satyajit was known to everyone, he could not be recognized because of the dazzling effulgence of the Syamantaka jewel. Mistaking Satyajit to be the sun god, some of the important citizens of Dvaraka immediately went to Kṛṣṇa to inform him that the sun god had arrived to see him. At that time, Kṛṣṇa was playing chess. One of the important residents of Dvaraka spoke thus, "My dear Lord Narayana, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In your plenary portion as Narayana, or Vishnu, you have 4 hands with different symbols, the conch shell, disc, club and lotus flower. You are actually the owner of everything, but in spite of your being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, you descended in Vrindavana to act as the child of Yasodamata, who sometimes used to tie you up with her ropes, and you are celebrated, therefore, by the name Damodara. That Lord Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, as accepted by the citizens of Dvaraka, was later confirmed by the great Mayavadi philosophical leader Sankaracharya. By accepting the Lord as impersonal, he did not reject the Lord's personal form. Everything which has form in this material world is subject to creation, maintenance and annihilation, but because the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, does not have a material form subject to these limitations, Sankaracharya, to convince the less intelligent men who take Kṛṣṇa to be an ordinary human being, said that God is impersonal. This impersonality means that he is not a person of this material condition. He is a transcendental personality without a material body. The citizens of Dvaraka addressed Lord Kṛṣṇa not only as Damodara but also as Govinda, which indicates that Kṛṣṇa is very affectionate to the cows and calves, and just to refer to their intimate connection with Kṛṣṇa, they addressed him as Yajunandana because he was born the son of Vasudeva in the Yadu dynasty. The citizens of Dvaraka concluded by addressing Kṛṣṇa as the Supreme Master of the whole universe. They addressed Kṛṣṇa in many different ways, proud of being citizens of Dvaraka who could see Kṛṣṇa daily. When Satyajit was visiting the city of Dvaraka, the citizens felt great pride to think that although Kṛṣṇa was living in Dvaraka like an ordinary human being, the demigods were coming to see him. Thus they informed Lord Kṛṣṇa that the sun god, with his glaring bodily effulgence, was coming to see him. The citizens of Dvaraka confirmed that the sun god's coming into Dvaraka was not very wonderful, because people all over the universe who were searching after the Supreme Personality of Godhead knew that he had appeared in the Yadu dynasty and was living in Dvaraka as one of the members of that family. Thus the citizens expressed their joy on this occasion. On hearing the statements of his citizens, the all-pervasive personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, simply smiled. Being pleased with the citizens of Dvaraka, Kṛṣṇa informed them that the person they described as the sun god was actually King Satyajit, who had come to visit Dvaraka city to show his opulence in the form of the valuable jewel obtained from the sun god. Satyajit, however, did not come to see Kṛṣṇa. He was instead overwhelmed by the Syamantaka jewel. He installed the jewel in a temple to be worshipped by Brahmanas he engaged for this purpose. This is an example of a less intelligent person worshipping a material thing. In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated that less intelligent persons, in order to get immediate results from their fruitive activities, worship the demigods created within this universe. The word materialist means one concerned with gratification of the senses within this material world. Although Kṛṣṇa later asked for this Syamantaka jewel, King Satyajit did not deliver it. On the contrary, he installed the jewel for his own purposes of worship. And who would not worship that jewel? The Syamantaka jewel was so powerful that daily it produced a large quantity of gold. A quantity of gold is counted by a measurement called a burra. According to Vedic formulas, 1 burra is equal to about 21 pounds, and 1 mound equals about 82 pounds. The jewel was producing about 170 pounds of gold every day. Besides that, it is learned from the Vedic literature that in whatever part of the world this jewel was worshipped there was no possibility of famine, and wherever the jewel was present, there was no possibility of anything inauspicious, such as pestilence. Lord Kṛṣṇa wanted to teach the world that the best of everything should be offered to the ruling chief of the country. King Ugrasena was the overlord of many dynasties and happened to be the grandfather of Kṛṣṇa, so Kṛṣṇa asked Satyajit to present the Syamantaka jewel to King Ugrasena. Kṛṣṇa pleaded that the best should be offered to the king. But Satyajit, being a worshipper of the demigods, had become too materialistic and, instead of accepting the request of Kṛṣṇa, thought it wiser to worship the jewel to get the 170 pounds of gold every day. Materialistic persons who can achieve such huge quantities of gold are not interested in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. Sometimes, therefore, to show special favor, Kṛṣṇa takes away one's great accumulations of materialistic wealth and thus makes one a great devotee. But Satyajit refused to abide by the order of Kṛṣṇa and did not deliver the jewel. After this incident, Satyajit's younger brother, in order to display the opulence of the family, took the jewel, put it on his neck and rode on horseback into the forest, making a show of his material opulence. While Satyajit's brother, who was known as Kṛṣṇa, was moving here and there in the forest, a big lion attacked him, killed both him and the horse on which he was riding, and took away the jewel to his cave. News of this was received by the king of the bears, Jambavan, who then killed that lion in the cave and took away the jewel. Jambavan had been a great devotee of the Lord since the time of Lord Ramacandra, so he did not take the valuable jewel as something he very much needed. He gave it to his young son to play with as a toy. In the city, when Satyajit's younger brother Kṛṣṇa did not return from the forest with the jewel, Satyajit became very upset. He did not know that his brother had been killed by a lion and that the lion had been killed by Jambavan. He thought instead that because Kṛṣṇa wanted the jewel, which had not been delivered to him, Kṛṣṇa might have therefore taken the jewel from Kṛṣṇa by force and killed him. This idea grew into a rumor, which Satyajit spread in every part of Dvaraka. The false rumor that Kṛṣṇa had killed Kṛṣṇa and taken away the jewel spread everywhere like wildfire. Kṛṣṇa did not like to be defamed in that way, and therefore he decided that he would go to the forest and find the Syamantaka jewel. Taking with him some of the important inhabitants of Dvaraka, Kṛṣṇa went to search out Kṛṣṇa, the brother of Satyajit, and found him dead, killed by the lion. At the same time, Kṛṣṇa also found the lion killed by Jambavan, who is generally called Kṛṣṇa. It was found that the lion had been killed by the hand of Kṛṣṇa without the assistance of any weapon. Kṛṣṇa and the citizens of Dvaraka then found in the forest a great tunnel, said to be the path to Kṛṣṇa's house. Kṛṣṇa knew that the inhabitants of Dvaraka would be afraid to enter the tunnel, therefore he asked them to remain outside, and he himself entered the dark tunnel alone to find Kṛṣṇa, Jambavan. After entering the tunnel, Kṛṣṇa saw that the valuable jewel known as Syamantaka had been given to the son of Kṛṣṇa as a toy. To take the jewel from the child, Kṛṣṇa approached and stood before him. When the nurse taking care of Kṛṣṇa's child saw Kṛṣṇa standing before her, she was afraid, thinking he might take away the valuable Syamantaka jewel, and she cried out loudly in fear. Hearing the nurse's cries, Jambavan appeared on the scene in a very angry mood. Jambavan was actually a great devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa, but because he was angry he could not recognize his master and thought him to be an ordinary man. This brings to mind the statement of the Bhagavad Gita in which the Lord advises Arjuna to get free from anger, greed and lust in order to rise to the spiritual platform. Lust, anger and greed run parallel in the heart and check one's progress on the spiritual path. Not recognizing his master, Jambavan challenged him to fight. There was then a great fight between Kṛṣṇa and Jambavan, in which they fought like two opposing vultures. Whenever there is an eatable corpse, the vultures fight heartily over the prey. Kṛṣṇa and Jambavan first of all fought with weapons, then with stones, then with big trees, then hand to hand, until at last they were hitting each other with their fists, their blows like the striking of thunderbolts. Each expected victory over the other, but the fighting continued for 28 days, both in daytime and at night, without stopping. Although Jambavan was the strongest living entity of that time, practically all the joints of his bodily limbs became slackened and his strength was reduced practically to nil, for he was struck constantly by the fists of Sri Kṛṣṇa. Feeling very tired, with perspiration all over his body, Jambavan was astonished. Who was this opponent who was fighting so hard with him? Jambavan was quite aware of his own superhuman bodily strength, but when he felt tired from being struck by Kṛṣṇa, he could understand that Kṛṣṇa was no one else but his worshipable Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This incident has special significance for devotees. In the beginning, Jambavan could not understand Kṛṣṇa because his vision was obscured by material attachment. He was attached to his boy and to the greatly valuable Syamantaka jewel, which he did not want to spare for Kṛṣṇa. In fact, when Kṛṣṇa came there he was angry, thinking that Kṛṣṇa had come to take away the jewel. This is the material position, although one is very strong in body, that cannot help him understand Kṛṣṇa. In a sporting attitude, Kṛṣṇa wanted to engage in a mock fight with his devotee. As we have experienced from the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has all the propensities and instincts of a human being. Sometimes, in a sportive spirit, he wishes to fight to make a show of bodily strength, and when he so desires, he selects one of his suitable devotees to give him that pleasure. Kṛṣṇa desired this pleasure of mock fighting with Jambavan. Although Jambavan was a devotee by nature, he did not know that his opponent was Kṛṣṇa while giving service to the Lord by his bodily strength. But as soon as Kṛṣṇa was pleased by the fighting, Jambavan immediately understood that his opponent was none other than the Supreme Lord himself. The conclusion is that he can understand Kṛṣṇa by his service, for Kṛṣṇa is sometimes satisfied by fighting also. Jambavan therefore said to the Lord, "My dear Lord, I can now understand who you are. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, the source of everyone's strength, wealth, reputation, beauty, wisdom and renunciation." This statement is confirmed by the Vedanta Sutra, wherein the Supreme Lord is declared to be the source of everything. Jambavan identified Lord Kṛṣṇa as the Supreme Personality. "Lord Vishnu, my dear Lord, you are the creator of the creators of the universal affairs." This statement is very instructive to the ordinary man, who is amazed by the activities of a person with an exceptional brain. The ordinary man is surprised to see the inventions of a great scientist, but the statement of Jambavan confirms that although a scientist may be a creator of many wonderful things, Kṛṣṇa is the creator of the scientist. He is the creator of not only one scientist but of millions and trillions, all over the universe. Jambavan said further, "Not only are you the creator of the creators, but you are also the creator of the material elements which the so-called creators manipulate." Scientists utilize the physical elements or laws of material nature to do something wonderful, but actually such laws and elements are also the creation of Kṛṣṇa. This is actual scientific understanding. Less intelligent men do not try to understand who created the brain of the scientist, they are satisfied simply to see the wonderful creation or invention of the scientist. Jambavan continued, "My dear Lord, the time factor, which combines all the physical elements, is also your representative. You are the supreme time factor, in which all creation takes place, is maintained and is finally annihilated. And beyond the physical elements and the time factor, the persons who manipulate the ingredients and advantages of creation are part and parcel of you. The living entity is not, therefore, an independent creator. By studying all factors in the right perspective, one can see that you are the supreme controller and Lord of everything. My dear Lord, I can therefore understand that you are the same Supreme Personality of Godhead whom I worship as Lord Ramacandra. My Lord Ramacandra wanted to construct a bridge over the ocean, and I saw personally how the ocean became agitated simply by my Lord's glancing over it. And when the whole ocean became agitated, living entities like the whales, alligators and Timingila fish all became perturbed. The Timingila fish in the ocean can swallow big aquatics like whales in one gulp. In this way the ocean was forced to give way and allow Ramacandra to cross to the island known as Lanka. This island is now said to be Ceylon. Lord Ramacandra's construction of a bridge over the ocean from Cape Comore into Ceylon is still well known to everyone. After the construction of the bridge, a fire was set all over the kingdom of Ravana. During the fighting with Ravana, every part of his limbs was slashed to pieces by your sharp arrows, and his heads fell to the face of the earth. Now I can understand that you are none other than my Lord Ramacandra. No one else has such immeasurable strength, no one else could defeat me in this way. Lord Kṛṣṇa was satisfied by the prayers and statements of Jambavan, and to mitigate Jambavan's pain, he began to lightly rub the lotus palm of his hand all over Jambavan's body. Thus Jambavan at once felt relieved from the fatigue of the great fight. Lord Kṛṣṇa then addressed him as King Jambavan because he, and not the lion, was actually the king of the forest, having killed a lion with his bare hands, without a weapon. Kṛṣṇa informed Jambavan that he had come to ask for the Simantaka jewel because ever since it had been stolen his name had been defamed by the less intelligent. Kṛṣṇa plainly informed him that he had come there to ask for the jewel in order to be free from this defamation. Jambavan understood the whole situation, and to satisfy the Lord he immediately delivered not only the Simantaka jewel but also his daughter Jambavati, who was of marriageable age, and presented her to Lord Kṛṣṇa. The episode of Jambavati's marriage with Lord Kṛṣṇa and the delivery of the jewel known as Simantaka was finished within the mountain cave. Although the fighting between Kṛṣṇa and Jambavan went on for 28 days, the inhabitants of Dvaraka waited outside the tunnel for 12 days, and after that they decided that something undesirable must have happened. They could not understand for certain what had actually happened, and being very sorry and tired they returned to the city of Dvaraka. All the members of the family, namely Kṛṣṇa's mother Devaki, his father Vasudeva, and his chief wife Rukmini, along with all other friends, relatives and residents of the palace, were very sorry when the citizens returned home without Kṛṣṇa. Because of their natural affection for Kṛṣṇa, they began to call Satyajit ill names, for he was the cause of Kṛṣṇa's disappearance. They went to worship the goddess Chandrabhaga, praying for the return of Kṛṣṇa. The goddess was satisfied by the prayers of the citizens of Dvaraka, and she immediately offered them her benediction. Simultaneously, Kṛṣṇa appeared on the scene, accompanied by his new wife, Jambavati, and all the inhabitants of Dvaraka and relatives of Kṛṣṇa became joyful. The inhabitants of Dvaraka were as joyful as someone receiving a dear relative back from the dead. They had concluded that Kṛṣṇa had been put into great difficulties due to the fighting, therefore, they had become almost hopeless of his return. But when they saw that Kṛṣṇa had actually returned, not alone but with a new wife, Jambavati, they immediately performed a ceremony of celebration. King Ugrasena then called for a meeting of all important kings and chiefs. He also invited Satyajit, and before the whole assembly Kṛṣṇa explained the incident of the recovery of the jewel from Jambavan. Kṛṣṇa wanted to return the valuable jewel to King Satyajit. Satyajit, however, was ashamed because he had unnecessarily defamed Kṛṣṇa. He accepted the jewel in his hand, but he remained silent, bending his head downwards, and without saying anything in the assembly of the kings and chiefs, he returned home with the jewel. Then he thought about how he could clear himself of the abominable act he had performed by defaming Kṛṣṇa. He was conscious that he had offended Kṛṣṇa very grievously and that he had to find a remedial measure so that Kṛṣṇa would again be pleased with him. King Satyajit was eager to get relief from the anxiety he had foolishly created due to being attracted by a material thing, specifically the Simantaka jewel. Truly afflicted by the offense he had committed against Kṛṣṇa, he sincerely wanted to rectify it. From within, Kṛṣṇa gave him good intelligence, and Satyajit decided to hand over to Kṛṣṇa both the jewel and his beautiful daughter, Satyabhama. There was no alternative for mitigating the situation, and therefore he arranged the marriage ceremony of Kṛṣṇa and his daughter. He gave in charity both the jewel and his daughter to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Satyabhama was so beautiful and qualified that Satyajit, in spite of being asked for her hand by many princes, was waiting to find a suitable son-in-law. By the grace of Kṛṣṇa he decided to hand his daughter over to him. Lord Kṛṣṇa, being pleased with Satyajit, informed him that he did not have any need of the Simantaka jewel. "It is better to let it remain in the temple as you have kept it," he said, "and every one of us will derive benefit from the jewel. Because of the jewel's presence in the city of Dvaraka, there will be no more famines or disturbances created by pestilence or excessive heat and cold." Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 56th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the story of the Simantaka jewel. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 57. The killing of Satyajit and Satyadhanva. After Akrura visited Hastinapura and reported the condition of the Pandavas to Kṛṣṇa, there were further developments. The Pandavas were transferred to a house which was made of lac and was later set ablaze, and everyone believed that the Pandavas, along with their mother Kunti, had been killed. This information was also sent to Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. After consulting together, they decided to go to Hastinapura to show sympathy to their relatives. Kṛṣṇa and Balarama certainly knew that the Pandavas could not have been killed in the devastating fire, but in spite of this knowledge they wanted to go to Hastinapura to take part in the bereavement. On arriving in Hastinapura, Kṛṣṇa and Balarama first went to see Bhismadeva because he was the chief of the Kuru dynasty. They then saw Karpakarya, Vidura, Gandhari, and Drona. Other members of the Kuru dynasty were not sorry, because they wanted the Pandavas and their mother to be killed. But some family members, headed by Bhisma, were actually very sorry for the incident, and Kṛṣṇa and Balarama expressed equal sorrow, without disclosing the actual situation. When Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were away from the city of Dvaraka, there was a conspiracy to take the Simantaka jewel away from Satyajit. The chief conspirator was Satyadhanva, who was among those who had wanted to marry Satyabhama, Satyajit's beautiful daughter. Satyajit had promised that he would give his beautiful daughter in charity to various candidates, but later the decision was changed, and Satyabhama was given to Kṛṣṇa along with the Simantaka jewel. Satyajit had no desire to give the jewel away with his daughter, and Kṛṣṇa, knowing his mentality, accepted his daughter but returned the jewel. After getting back the jewel from Kṛṣṇa, he was satisfied and kept it with him always. But in the absence of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama there was a conspiracy by many men, including even Akrura and Kritavarma, who were devotees of Lord Kṛṣṇa, to take the jewel from Satyajit. Akrura and Kritavarma joined the conspiracy because they wanted the jewel for Kṛṣṇa. They knew that Kṛṣṇa wanted the jewel and that Satyajit had not delivered it properly. Others joined the conspiracy because they were disappointed in not having the hand of Satyabhama. Some of them incited Satyadhanva to kill Satyajit and take away the jewel. The question is generally raised, why did a great devotee like Akrura join this conspiracy? And why did Kritavarma, although a devotee of the Lord, join the conspiracy also? The answer given by great authorities like Eva Goswami is that although Akrura was a great devotee, he was cursed by the inhabitants of Vrindavana because of his taking Kṛṣṇa away from their midst. Because of wounding their feelings, Akrura was forced to join the conspiracy declared by sinful men. Similarly, Kritavarma was a devotee, but because of his intimate association with Kamsa, he was contaminated by sinful reactions, and he also joined the conspiracy. Being inspired by all the members of the conspiracy, Satyadhanva one night entered the house of Satyajit and killed him while he was sleeping. Satyadhanva was a sinful man of abominable character, and although due to his sinful activities he was not to live for many days, he decided to kill Satyajit while Satyajit was sleeping at home. When he entered the house to kill Satyajit, all the women there cried very loudly, but in spite of their great protests, Satyadhanva mercilessly butchered Satyajit without hesitation, exactly as a butcher kills an animal in the slaughterhouse. Since Kṛṣṇa was absent from home, his wife Satyabhama was present on the night Satyajit was murdered, and she began to cry, "My dear father! My dear father! How mercilessly you have been killed!" The dead body of Satyajit was not immediately removed for cremation because Satyabhama wanted to go to Kṛṣṇa in Hastinapura. Therefore the body was preserved in a tank of oil so that Kṛṣṇa could come back and see the dead body of Satyajit and take real action against Satyadhanva. Satyabhama immediately started for Hastinapura to inform Kṛṣṇa about the ghastly death of her father. When Kṛṣṇa was informed by Satyabhama of the murder of his father-in-law, he began to lament like an ordinary man. His great sorrow is, again, a strange thing. Lord Kṛṣṇa has nothing to do with action and reaction, but because he was playing the part of a human being, he expressed his full sympathy for the bereavement of Satyabhama, and his eyes filled with tears when he heard about the death of his father-in-law. He thus began to lament, "Oh, what unhappy incidents have taken place." Then Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, along with Satyabhama, immediately returned to Dvaraka and began to make plans to kill Satyadhanva and take away the jewel. Although he was a great outlaw in the city, Satyadhanva was still very much afraid of Kṛṣṇa's power, and thus when Kṛṣṇa arrived he became most afraid. Understanding Kṛṣṇa's plan to kill him, he immediately went to take shelter of Kritavarma. But Kritavarma said, "I shall never be able to offend Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, for they are not ordinary persons. They are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Who can be saved from death if he has offended Balarama and Kṛṣṇa? No one can be saved from their wrath." Kritavarma further said that Kamsa, although powerful and assisted by many demons, could not be saved from Kṛṣṇa's wrath, and what to speak of Jarasandha, who had been defeated by Kṛṣṇa 17 times and each time had to return from the fighting in disappointment. When Satyadhanva was refused help by Kritavarma, he went to Akrura and implored him to help. But Akrura also replied, "Balarama and Kṛṣṇa are themselves the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and anyone who knows their unlimited strength would never dare offend them or fight with them." He further informed Satyadhanva, "Kṛṣṇa and Balarama are so powerful that simply by willing they create, maintain and dissolve the whole cosmic manifestation. Unfortunately, persons bewildered by the illusory energy cannot understand the strength of Kṛṣṇa, although the whole cosmic manifestation is fully under his control." He cited, as an example, that Kṛṣṇa, even at the age of 7 years, had lifted Govardhana hill and had continued to hold up the mountain for 7 days, exactly as a child carries a small umbrella. Akrura plainly informed Satathanva that he would always offer his most respectful obeisances to Kṛṣṇa, the supersoul of everything created and the original cause of all causes. When Akrura also refused to give him shelter, Satathanva decided to deliver the Simantaka jewel into the hands of Akrura. Then, riding on a horse which could run at great speed and up to 400 miles at a stretch, he fled the city. When Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were informed of the flight of Satathanva, they mounted their chariot, its flag marked by a picture of Garuda, and followed immediately. Kṛṣṇa was particularly angry with Satathanva and wanted to kill him because he had killed Satyajit, a superior personality. Satyajit happened to be the father-in-law of Kṛṣṇa, and it is the injunction of the Sastras that one who is Gurudroha, who has rebelled against a superior person, must be punished in proportion to the severity of the offense. Because Satathanva had killed his father-in-law, Kṛṣṇa was determined to kill him by any means. Satathanva's horse became exhausted and died near a garden house in Mithila. Unable to take help of the horse, Satathanva began to run with great speed. In order to be fair to Satathanva, Kṛṣṇa and Balaram also left their chariot and began to follow Satathanva on foot. While Satathanva and Kṛṣṇa were running, Kṛṣṇa took his disc and cut off Satathanva's head. After Satathanva was killed, Kṛṣṇa searched through his clothing for the Simantaka jewel, but he could not find it. He then returned to Balarama and said, "We have killed this person uselessly, for the jewel is not to be found on his body." Sri Balarama suggested, "The jewel might have been kept in the custody of another man in Dwarka, so you'd better return and search it out." Sri Balarama expressed his desire to remain in Mithila city for some days because he enjoyed an intimate friendship with the king. Therefore, Kṛṣṇa returned to Dwarka, and Balarama entered the city of Mithila. When the king of Mithila saw the arrival of Sri Balarama in his city, he was most pleased and received the Lord with great honor and hospitality. He gave many valuable presents to Balaramaji in order to seek his pleasure. At this time Sri Balarama lived in the city for several years as the honored guest of the king of Mithila, Janaka Maharaja. During this time, Duryodhana, the eldest son of Dhritarashtra, took the opportunity to come to Balarama and learn from him the art of fighting with a club. After killing Satathanva, Kṛṣṇa returned to Dwarka, and in order to please his wife Satyabhama, he informed her of the death of Satathanva, the killer of her father. But he also informed her that the jewel had not been found in his possession. Then, according to religious principles, Kṛṣṇa, along with Satyabhama, performed ceremonies in honor of his departed father-in-law. In those ceremonies all the friends and relatives of the family joined together. Akrura and Kritavarma were prominent members in the conspiracy to kill Satyajit, having incited Satathanva to kill him. So when they heard of the death of Satathanva at Kṛṣṇa's hand, and when they also heard that Kṛṣṇa had returned to Dwarka, they both immediately left the city. The citizens of Dwarka felt themselves threatened with pestilence and natural disturbances due to the absence of Akrura from the city. This was a kind of superstition, because while Lord Kṛṣṇa was present there could not be any pestilence, famine or natural disturbances. But in the absence of Akrura there were apparently some disturbances in Dwarka. The superstition arose for the following reason: once in the province of Kasi, Varanasi, there was severe drought. Practically no rain fell. At that time the king of Kasi arranged the marriage of his daughter, known as Gandhini, with Svafaka, the father of Akrura. This was done by the king of Kasi on the advice of an astrologer, and actually it so happened that after the marriage of the king's daughter with Svafaka there was sufficient rainfall in the province. Due to this supernatural power of Svafaka, his son Akrura was considered equally powerful, and people were under the impression that wherever Akrura or his father stayed there would be no natural disturbances, such as famine or drought. That kingdom is considered happy where there is no famine, pestilence or excessive heat and cold, and where people are happy mentally, spiritually and physically. As soon as there was some disturbance in Dwarka, people considered the cause to be the absence of an auspicious personality in the city. Thus there was a rumor that because of the absence of Akrura inauspicious things were happening. After the departure of Akrura, some of the elderly residents of the city also began to perceive inauspicious signs due to the absence of the Simantaka jewel. When Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa heard these rumors spread by the people, he decided to summon Akrura from the kingdom of Kasi. Akrura was Kṛṣṇa's uncle, therefore, when he came back to Dwarka, Lord Kṛṣṇa first of all gave him a welcome befitting a superior person. Kṛṣṇa is the supersoul in everyone and knows everything going on in everyone's heart. He knew everything that had happened in connection with Akrura's conspiracy with Satathanva. Therefore, he smilingly began to speak to Akrura. Addressing him as the chief among munificent men, Kṛṣṇa said, "My dear uncle, It is already known to me that the Simantaka jewel was left by Satyabhama with you. Presently there is no direct claimant of the Simantaka jewel, for King Satyajit has no male issue. His daughter Satyabhama is not very eager for this jewel, yet her expected son, as the grandson of Satyajit, would, after performing the regulative principles of inheritance, be the legal claimant of the jewel. Lord Kṛṣṇa indicated by this statement that Satyabhama was already pregnant and that her son would be the real claimant of the jewel and would certainly take it from Akrura. Kṛṣṇa continued, "This jewel is so powerful that no ordinary man is able to keep it. I know that you are very pious in activities, so there is no objection to the jewels being kept with you. There is one difficulty, and that is that my elder brother, Sri Balarama, does not believe my version that the jewel is with you. I therefore request you, O large-hearted one, to show me the jewel just once before my other relatives so that they may be pacified and reject various kinds of rumors. You cannot deny that the jewel is with you because we can understand that you have enhanced your opulence and are performing sacrifices on an altar made of solid gold. The properties of the jewel were known. Wherever the jewel remained, it would produce for the keeper more than 2 mounds of pure gold daily. Akrura was getting gold in that proportion and distributing it profusely at sacrificial performances. Lord Kṛṣṇa cited Akrura's lavishly spending gold as positive evidence of his possessing the Simantaka jewel. When Lord Kṛṣṇa, in friendly terms and sweet language, impressed Akrura about the real fact and Akrura understood that nothing could be concealed from the knowledge of Sri Kṛṣṇa, he brought out the valuable jewel, covered by cloth but shining like the sun, and presented it before Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa took the Simantaka jewel in his hand and showed it to all his relatives and friends present and then returned the jewel to Akrura in their presence, so that they would know that the jewel was actually being kept by Akrura in Varaka city. This story of the Simantaka jewel is very significant. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is said that anyone who hears the story of the Simantaka jewel or describes it or simply remembers it will be free from all kinds of defamation and the reactions of all impious activities and thus will attain the highest perfectional condition of peace. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 58 5 Queens married by Kṛṣṇa. As mentioned in the last chapter, there was a great rumor that the 5 Pandava brothers, along with their mother Kunti, had died, according to the plan of the sons of Dhritarashtra, in a fire accident in a house of lac in which they were living. But then the 5 brothers were detected at the marriage ceremony of Draupadi, so another rumor spread that the Pandavas and their mother were not dead. It was a rumor, but actually it was so. They returned to their capital city, Hastinapura, and people saw them face to face. When this news was carried to Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, Kṛṣṇa wanted to see them personally, and therefore he decided to go to Hastinapura. This time Kṛṣṇa visited Hastinapura in state, as a royal prince, accompanied by his commander-in-chief, Yuyudhana, and by many other soldiers. He had not actually been invited to visit the city, yet he went to see the Pandavas out of his affection for his great devotees. He visited the Pandavas without warning, and all of them got up from their respective seats as soon as they saw him. Kṛṣṇa is called Mukunda because as soon as one comes in constant touch with Kṛṣṇa or sees him in full Kṛṣṇa consciousness, one immediately becomes freed from all material anxieties. Not only that, but one is immediately blessed with all spiritual bliss. Receiving Kṛṣṇa, the Pandavas were enlivened, just as if awakened from unconsciousness or loss of life. When a man is lying unconscious, his senses and the different parts of his body are inactive, but when he regains his consciousness the senses immediately become active. Similarly, the Pandavas received Kṛṣṇa as if they had just regained their consciousness, and so they were very much enlivened. Lord Kṛṣṇa embraced every one of them, and by the touch of the Supreme Personality of Godhead the Pandavas immediately became freed from all reactions of material contamination and were therefore smiling in spiritual bliss. By seeing the face of Lord Kṛṣṇa, everyone was transcendently satisfied. Lord Kṛṣṇa, although the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was playing the part of an ordinary human being, and thus he immediately touched the feet of Yudhishthira and Bhima because they were his 2 older cousins. Arjuna embraced Kṛṣṇa as a friend of the same age, whereas the 2 younger brothers, namely Nakula and Sahadev, touched the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa to show him respect. After an exchange of greetings according to the social etiquette befitting the position of the Pandavas and Lord Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa was offered an exalted seat. When he was comfortably seated, the newly married Draupadi, young and very beautiful in her natural feminine gracefulness, came before Lord Kṛṣṇa to offer her respectful greetings. The Yadavas who accompanied Kṛṣṇa to Hastinapura were also very respectfully received. Specifically, Satyaki, or Yuyudhana, was also offered a nice seat. In this way, when everyone else was properly seated, the 5 brothers took their seats near Lord Kṛṣṇa. After meeting with the 5 brothers, Lord Kṛṣṇa personally went to visit Srimati Kunti Devi, the mother of the Pandavas, who was also Kṛṣṇa's paternal aunt. In offering his respects to his aunt, Kṛṣṇa also touched her feet. Kunti eyes became wet, and, in great love, she feelingly embraced Lord Kṛṣṇa. She then inquired from him about the well-being of her paternal family members, her brother Vasudeva, his wives and other members of the family. Similarly, Kṛṣṇa also inquired from his aunt about the welfare of the Pandava family. Although Kunti was related to Kṛṣṇa by family ties, she knew immediately after meeting him that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She remembered the past calamities of her life and how by the grace of Kṛṣṇa she and her sons, the Pandavas, had been saved. She knew perfectly well that without Kṛṣṇa's grace no one could have saved them from the fire accident designed by the sons of Dhritarashtra. In a choked-up voice, she began to narrate before Kṛṣṇa the history of their life. Srimati Kunti said, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, I remember the day when you sent my brother Kṛṣṇa to gather information about us. This means that you always remember us automatically. When you said Kṛṣṇa, I could understand that there was no possibility of our being put in danger. All good fortune in our life began when you sent Kṛṣṇa to us. Since then, I have been convinced that we are not without protection. We may be put into various types of dangerous conditions by our family members, the Kurus, but I am confident that you remember us and always keep us safe and sound. Even ordinary devotees who simply think of you are always immune to all kinds of material danger, and want to speak of ourselves, who are personally remembered by you. So, my dear Kṛṣṇa, there is no question of bad luck, we are always in an auspicious position because of your grace. Yet although you have bestowed a special favor on us, people should not mistakenly think that you are partial to some and inattentive to others. You make no such distinction. No one is your favorite and no one is your enemy. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are equal to everyone, and everyone can take advantage of your special protection. The fact is that although you are equal to everyone, you are especially inclined to the devotees who always think of you. The devotees are related to you by ties of love. As such, they cannot forget you even for a moment. You are present in everyone's heart, but because the devotees always remember you, you respond accordingly. Although a mother has affection for all her children, she takes special care of the one who is fully dependent. I know certainly, my dear Kṛṣṇa, that being seated in everyone's heart, you always create auspicious situations for your unalloyed devotees." Then King Yudhishthira also praised Kṛṣṇa as the Supreme Personality and universal friend of everyone, but because Kṛṣṇa was taking special care of the Pandavas, King Yudhishthira said, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, we do not know what sort of pious activities we have executed in our past lives that have made you so kind and gracious to us. We know very well that the great mystics who always engage in meditation to capture you do not find it easy to obtain such grace, nor can they draw any personal attention from you. I cannot understand why you are so kind to us. We are not yogis, on the contrary, we are attached to material contaminations. We are householders dealing in politics, worldly affairs. I do not know why you are so kind to us." Being requested by King Yudhishthira, Kṛṣṇa agreed to stay in Hastinapura for 4 months during the rainy season. The 4 months of the rainy season are called Chaturmasaya. During this period, the generally itinerant preachers and brahmanas stop at a certain place and live under rigid regulative principles. Although Lord Kṛṣṇa is above all regulative principles, he agreed to stay at Hastinapura out of affection for the Pandavas. Taking this opportunity of Kṛṣṇa's residence in Hastinapura, all the citizens of the city got the privilege of seeing him now and then, and thus they merged into transcendental bliss simply by seeing Lord Kṛṣṇa face to face. One day, while Kṛṣṇa was staying with the Pandavas, he and Arjuna prepared themselves to go to the forest to hunt. Both of them sat down on Arjuna's chariot, which flew a flag with a picture of Hanuman. Arjuna's special chariot is always marked with the picture of Hanuman, and therefore he is also named Kapidvaja. Kapi means Hanuman, and Dvaja means flag, thus Arjuna prepared to go to the forest with his bow and infallible arrows. He dressed himself with suitable protective garments, for he was to practice for the time when he would be killing many enemies on the battlefield. He specifically entered that part of the forest where there were many tigers, deer and various other animals. The reason Kṛṣṇa went with Arjuna was not to practice animal killing, for he doesn't have to practice anything, he is self-sufficient. He accompanied Arjuna to see how he was practicing because in the future he would have to kill many enemies. After entering the forest, Arjuna killed many tigers, boars, bison, gavayas, a kind of wild animal, rhinoceroses, deer, hares, porcupines and similar other animals, which he pierced with his arrows. Some of the dead animals that were fit to be offered in sacrifices were carried by servants and sent to King Yudhishthira. The ferocious animals, such as tigers and rhinoceroses, were killed only to stop disturbances in the forest. Since there are many sages and saintly persons who are residents of the forest, it is the duty of the Kshatriya kings to keep even the forest in a peaceful condition for living. Arjuna felt tired and thirsty from hunting, and therefore he went to the bank of the Yamuna along with Kṛṣṇa. When both the Kṛṣṇas, namely Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna, reached the bank of the Yamuna, Arjuna is sometimes called Kṛṣṇa, as is Draupadi, they washed their hands, feet and mouths and drank the clear water of the Yamuna. While resting and drinking water, they saw a beautiful girl of marriageable age walking alone on the bank of the Yamuna. Kṛṣṇa asked his friend Arjuna to go forward and ask the girl who she was. By the order of Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna immediately approached the girl, who was very beautiful. She had an attractive body, nice, glittering teeth and a smiling face. Arjuna inquired, "My dear girl, you are so beautiful with your raised breasts. May I ask you who you are? We are surprised to see you loitering here alone. What is your purpose in coming here? We can guess only that you are searching after a suitable husband. If you don't mind, you can disclose your purpose. I shall try to satisfy you." The beautiful girl was the river Yamuna personified. She replied, "Sir, I am the daughter of the sun god, and I am now performing penance and austerity to have Lord Vishnu as my husband. I think he is the supreme person and just suitable to become my husband. I disclose my desire thus because you wanted to know it." The girl continued, "My dear sir, I know that you are the hero Arjuna, so I may further say that I shall not accept anyone as my husband besides Lord Vishnu, because he is the only protector of all living entities and the bestower of liberation for all conditioned souls. I shall be thankful unto you if you pray to Lord Vishnu to be pleased with me." The girl Yamuna knew it well that Arjuna was a great devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa and that if he would pray, Kṛṣṇa would never deny his request. To approach Kṛṣṇa directly may sometimes be futile, but to approach Kṛṣṇa through his devotee is sure to be successful. She further told Arjuna, "My name is Kalindi, and I live within the waters of the Yamuna. My father was kind enough to construct a special house for me within the waters of the Yamuna, and I have vowed to remain in the water as long as I cannot find Lord Kṛṣṇa." Arjuna duly carried the message of the girl Kalindi to Kṛṣṇa, although Kṛṣṇa, as the supersoul in everyone's heart, knew everything. Without further discussion, Kṛṣṇa immediately accepted Kalindi and asked her to sit down on the chariot. Then all of them approached King Yudhishthira. After this, Kṛṣṇa was asked by King Yudhishthira to help in constructing a suitable house to be planned by the great architect Visvakarma, the celestial engineer in the heavenly kingdom. Kṛṣṇa immediately called for Visvakarma and made him construct a wonderful city according to the desire of King Yudhishthira. When this city was constructed, Maharaja Yudhishthira requested Kṛṣṇa to live with them a few days more to give them the pleasure of his association. Lord Kṛṣṇa accepted the request of Maharaja Yudhishthira and remained there for many days more. In the meantime, Kṛṣṇa engaged in the pastime of offering the Khandava forest, which belonged to King Indra. Kṛṣṇa wanted to give it to Agni, the fire god. The Khandava forest contained many varieties of drugs, and Agni required to eat them for rejuvenation. Agni, however, did not touch the Khandava forest directly but requested Kṛṣṇa to help him. Agni knew that Kṛṣṇa was very much pleased with him because he had formerly given him the Sudarsana disc. So in order to satisfy Agni, Kṛṣṇa became the chariot driver of Arjuna, and both went to the Khandava forest. After Agni had eaten up the Khandava forest, he was very much pleased. At this time he offered Arjuna a special bow known as Gandhava, 4 white horses, 1 chariot and an invincible quiver with 2 special arrows considered to be talismans, which had so much power that no warrior could counteract them. When the Khandava forest was being devoured by the fire god, Agni, there was a demon of the name Maya who was saved by Arjuna from the devastating fire. For this reason, that former demon became a great friend of Arjuna, and in order to please Arjuna he constructed a nice assembly house within a city constructed by Visvakarma. This assembly house had some corners so puzzling that when Duryodhana came to visit this house he was misdirected, accepting water as land and land as water. Duryodhana was thus insulted by the opulence of the Pandavas, and he became their determined enemy. After a few days, Lord Kṛṣṇa took permission from King Yudhishthira to return to Dwarka. When he got permission, he returned to his country accompanied by Satyaki, the leader of the Yadas who were living in Hastinapura with him. Kalindi also returned with Kṛṣṇa to Dwarka. After returning, Kṛṣṇa consulted many learned astrologers to find the suitable moment at which to marry Kalindi, and then he married her with great pomp. This marriage ceremony gave much pleasure to the relatives of both parties, and all of them enjoyed the great occasion. The kings of Avantapura, now known as Ujjain, were named Vindhya and Anuvindhya. Both kings were under the control of Duryodhana. They had one sister, named Mitravinda, who was a very qualified, learned and elegant girl, the daughter of one of Kṛṣṇa's aunts. She was to select her husband in an assembly of princes, but she strongly desired to have Kṛṣṇa as her husband. During the assembly for selecting her husband, Kṛṣṇa was present, and he forcibly carried away Mitravinda in the presence of all the other royal princes. Being unable to resist Kṛṣṇa, the princes were left simply looking at one another. After this incident, Kṛṣṇa married the daughter of the king of Kosala. The king of Kosala province was called Nagnajit. He was very pious and was a follower of the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. His most beautiful daughter was named Satya. Sometimes Satya was called Nagnajiti, for she was the daughter of King Nagnajit. King Nagnajit wanted to give the hand of his daughter to any prince who could defeat 7 very strong, stalwart bulls maintained by him. No one in the princely order could defeat the 7 bulls, and therefore no one could claim the hand of Satya. The 7 bulls were very strong, and they could hardly bear even the smell of any prince. Many princes visited this kingdom and tried to subdue the bulls, but instead of controlling them, they themselves were defeated. This news spread all over the country, and when Kṛṣṇa heard that one could achieve the girl Satya only by defeating the 7 bulls, he prepared himself to go to the kingdom of Kosala. With many soldiers, he approached that part of the country, known as Ayodhya, making a regular state visit. When it became known to the king of Kosala that Kṛṣṇa had come to ask the hand of his daughter, he was very much pleased. With great respect and pomp, he welcomed Kṛṣṇa to the kingdom. When Kṛṣṇa approached him, he offered the Lord a suitable sitting place and articles for reception. Everything appeared very elegant. Kṛṣṇa also offered him respectful obeisances, thinking him to be his future father-in-law. When Satya understood that Kṛṣṇa himself had come to marry her, she was very much pleased that the husband of the goddess of fortune had so kindly come there to accept her. For a long time she had cherished the idea of marrying Kṛṣṇa and was following the principles of austerities to obtain her desired husband. She then began to think, if I have performed any pious activities to the best of my ability, and if I have sincerely thought all along to have Kṛṣṇa as my husband, then Kṛṣṇa may be pleased to fulfill my long-cherished desire. She began to offer prayers to Kṛṣṇa mentally, thinking, I do not know how the Supreme Personality of Godhead can be pleased with me. He is the Master and Lord of everyone. Even the Goddess of Fortune, whose place is next to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma and many other demigods of different planets always offer their respectful obeisances unto the Lord. The Lord also sometimes descends to this earth in different incarnations to fulfill the desire of his devotees. He is so exalted and great that I do not know how to satisfy him. She thought that the Supreme Personality of Godhead could be pleased only out of his own causeless mercy upon the devotee, otherwise, there was no means to please him. Lord Chaitanya, in the same way, prayed in his Siksautaka verses, My Lord, I am your eternal servant. Somehow or other I have fallen into this material existence. If you kindly pick me up and fix me as an atom of dust at your lotus feet, it will be a great favor to your eternal servant. The Lord can be pleased only by a humble attitude in the service spirit. The more we render service unto the Lord under the direction of the spiritual master, the more we make advancement on the path approaching the Lord. We cannot demand any grace or mercy from the Lord because of our service rendered to him. He may accept or not accept our service, but the only means to satisfy the Lord is through the service attitude, and nothing else. King Nagnajit was a pious king, and having Lord Kṛṣṇa in his palace, he began to worship him to the best of his knowledge and ability. He presented himself before the Lord thus, My dear Lord, you are the proprietor of the whole cosmic manifestation, and you are Narayana, the resting place of all living creatures. You are self-sufficient and pleased with your personal opulences, so how can I offer you anything? And how could I please you by such an offering? It is not possible, because I am an insignificant living being. Actually I have no ability to render any service unto you. Kṛṣṇa is the supersoul of all living creatures, so he could understand the mind of Satya. He was also very much pleased with the respectful worship of the king in offering him a sitting place, eatables, a residence and so on. He was appreciative, therefore, that both the girl and her father were eager to have him as their intimate relative. He smiled and in a great voice said, My dear King Nagnajit, you know very well that anyone in the princely order who is regular in his position will never ask anything from anyone, however exalted he may be. Such requests by a Kshatriya king have been deliberately forbidden by the learned Vedic followers. If a Kshatriya breaks this regulation, his action is condemned by learned scholars. But in spite of this rigid regulative principle, I am asking you for the hand of your beautiful daughter just to establish a relationship in return for your great reception of me. You may also be pleased to be informed that in our family tradition there is no scope for our offering anything in exchange for accepting your daughter. We cannot pay any price you may impose for delivering her. In other words, Kṛṣṇa wanted the hand of Satya from the king without fulfilling the condition of defeating the 7 bulls. After hearing the statement of Lord Kṛṣṇa, King Nagnajit said, My dear Lord, you are the reservoir of all pleasure, all opulences and all qualities. The goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji, always lives on your chest. Under these circumstances, who can be a better husband for my daughter? Both my daughter and I have always prayed for this opportunity. You are the chief of the Yadu dynasty. You may kindly know that from the very beginning I have made a vow to marry my daughter to a suitable candidate, one who can come out victorious in the test I have devised. I have imposed this test just to understand the prowess and position of my intended son-in-law. You, Lord Kṛṣṇa, are the chief of all heroes. I am sure you will be able to bring these 7 bulls under control without any difficulty. Until now they have never been subdued by any prince. Anyone who has attempted to bring them under control has simply had his limbs broken. King Nagnajit continued his request, Kṛṣṇa, if you'll kindly bridle the 7 bulls and bring them under control, then undoubtedly you will be selected as the desired husband of my daughter, Satya. After hearing this statement, Kṛṣṇa could understand that the king did not want to break his vow. Thus, in order to fulfill his desire, he tightened his belt and prepared to fight with the bulls. He immediately divided himself into 7 Kṛṣṇas, and each one of them immediately caught hold of a bull and bridled its nose, thus bringing it under control as if it were a plaything. Kṛṣṇa's dividing himself into 7 is very significant. It was known to Satya that Kṛṣṇa had already married many other wives, but still she was attached to Kṛṣṇa. In order to encourage her, Kṛṣṇa immediately expanded himself into 7. The purport is that Kṛṣṇa is one, but he has unlimited forms of expansions. He married many thousands of wives, but this does not mean that while he was with one wife the others were bereft of his association. Kṛṣṇa could associate with each and every wife by his expansions. When Kṛṣṇa brought the bulls under his control by bridling their noses, their strength and pride were immediately smashed. The name and fame which the bulls had attained was thus vanquished. When Kṛṣṇa had the bulls bridled, he pulled them strongly, just as a child pulls a toy wooden bull. Upon seeing this advantage of Kṛṣṇa, King Nagnajit became very much astonished and immediately, with great pleasure, brought his daughter Satya before Kṛṣṇa and handed her over to him. Kṛṣṇa also immediately accepted Satya as his wife. Then there was a marriage ceremony with great pomp. The queens of King Nagnajit were also very much pleased because their daughter Satya got Kṛṣṇa as her husband. Since the king and queens were very much pleased on this auspicious occasion, there was a celebration all over the city in honor of the marriage. Everywhere were heard the sounds of the conch shell and kettle drum and various other vibrations of music and song. The learned brahmanas showered their blessings upon the newly married couple. In jubilation, all the inhabitants of the city dressed themselves with colorful garments and ornaments. King Nagnajit was so much pleased that he gave a dowry to his daughter and son-in-law, as follows. First of all he gave them 10,000 cows and 3,000 well-dressed young maid servants, ornamented up to their necks. This system of dowry is still current in India, especially for Kshatriya princes. When a Kshatriya prince is married, at least a dozen maidservants of similar age are given along with the bride. After giving the cows and maidservants, the king enriched the dowry by giving 9,000 elephants and 100 times more chariots than elephants. This means that he gave 900,000 chariots. And he gave 100 times more horses than chariots, or 90 million horses, and 100 times more men-servants than horses. Royal princes maintain such men-servants and maidservants with all provisions, as if they were their own children or family members. After giving this dowry, the king of Kosala province bade his daughter and great son-in-law be seated on a chariot and allowed them to go to their home, guarded by a division of well-equipped soldiers. As they traveled fast to their new home, the king's heart was enlivened with affection for them. Before this marriage of Satya with Kṛṣṇa, there had been many competitive engagements with the bulls of King Nagnajit, and many other princes of the Yadu dynasty and of other dynasties as well had tried to win the hand of Satya. When the frustrated princes of the other dynasties heard that Kṛṣṇa was successful in getting the hand of Satya by subduing the bulls, naturally they became envious. While Kṛṣṇa was traveling to Dwarka, all the frustrated and defeated princes encircled him and began to shower their arrows on the bridal party. When they attacked Kṛṣṇa's party and shot arrows like incessant torrents of rain, Arjuna, the best friend of Kṛṣṇa, took charge of the challenge, and he alone very easily drove them off to please his great friend Kṛṣṇa on the occasion of his marriage. Arjuna immediately took up his bow, Gandhava, and chased away all the princes, exactly as a lion drives away all small animals simply by chasing them. Arjuna drove away all the princes, without killing even one of them. After this, the chief of the Yadu dynasty, Lord Kṛṣṇa, along with his newly married wife and the huge dowry, entered the city of Dwarka with great pomp. Kṛṣṇa then lived there with his wife very peacefully. Besides Kuntidevi, Kṛṣṇa had another paternal aunt. Her name was Srutakirti, and she was married and lived in Kekaya province. She had a daughter whose name was Bhadra. Bhadra wanted to marry Kṛṣṇa, and her brother handed her over to him unconditionally. Kṛṣṇa accepted her as his bona fide wife. Thereafter, Kṛṣṇa married a daughter of the king of Madras province. Her name was Lakṣmana, and she had all good qualities. She was also forcibly married by Kṛṣṇa, who took her in the same way that Garuda snatched the jar of nectar from the hands of the demigods. Kṛṣṇa kidnapped this girl in the presence of many other princes in the assembly of her Svayamvara. The Svayamvara is a ceremony in which the bride can select her own husband from an assembly of many princes. The description of Kṛṣṇa's marriage with the 5 girls mentioned in this chapter is not sufficient. He had many other thousands of wives besides them. Kṛṣṇa accepted the other thousands of wives after killing a demon named Bhaumasura. All these thousands of girls were held captive in the palace of Bhaumasura, and Kṛṣṇa released them and married them. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 58th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, 5 queens married by Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 59 The deliverance of the demon Bhaumasura. The story of Bhaumasura, how he kidnapped and made captive 16,000 princesses by collecting them from the palaces of various kings, and how he was killed by Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Lord of wonderful character, is all described by Sukadeva Goswami to King Pariksit in Srimad Bhagavatam. Generally, the demons are always against the demigods. This demon, Bhaumasura, having become very powerful, took by force the umbrella from the throne of the demigod Varuna. He also took the earrings of Aditi, the mother of the demigods. He conquered the portion of heavenly Mount Meru known as Mani Parvata and occupied it. The king of the heavenly planets, Indra, therefore came to Dwaraka to complain about Bhaumasura before Lord Kṛṣṇa. Hearing this complaint by Indra, the king of heaven, Lord Kṛṣṇa, accompanied by his wife Satyabhama, immediately started for the abode of Bhaumasura. The two of them rode on the back of Garuda, who flew them to Pragyotisapura, Bhaumasura's capital city. To enter the city of Pragyotisapura was not a very easy task, because it was very well fortified. First of all, there were 4 strongholds guarding the 4 directions of the city, which was well protected on all sides by formidable military strength. The next boundary was a water canal all around the city, and in addition the whole city was surrounded by electric wires. The next fortification was of anila, a gaseous substance. After this, there was a network of barbed wire constructed by a demon of the name Mora. The city appeared well protected even in terms of today's scientific advancements. When Kṛṣṇa arrived, he broke all the strongholds to pieces by the strokes of his club and scattered the military strength here and there by the constant onslaught of his arrows. With his celebrated Sudarsana chakra he counteracted the electrified boundary, annihilated the canals of water and the gaseous boundary, and cut to pieces the electrified network fabricated by the demon Mora. By the vibration of his conch shell, he broke the hearts of the great fighters and also broke the fighting machines that were there. Similarly, he broke the walls around the city with his invincible club. The vibration of Lord Kṛṣṇa's conch shell sounded like a thunderbolt at the time of the dissolution of the whole cosmic manifestation. The demon Mora heard the vibration of the conch shell, awakened from his sleep and came out to see what had happened. He had 5 heads and had long been living within the water. The Mora demon was as brilliant as the sun at the time of the dissolution of the cosmos, and his temper was like blazing fire. The effulgence of his body was so dazzling that he was difficult to see with open eyes. When he came out, he first took out his trident and rushed the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The demon Mora in his onslaught was like a big snake attacking Garuda. His angry mood was very severe, and he appeared ready to devour the 3 worlds. First of all he attacked the carrier of Kṛṣṇa, Garuda, by whirling and then throwing his trident, and through his 5 mouths he vibrated sounds like the roaring of a lion. These roaring vibrations spread all over the atmosphere until they extended all over the world and into outer space, up and down and out to the 10 directions, rumbling throughout the entire universe. Lord Kṛṣṇa saw that the trident of the Mora demon was rushing toward his carrier, Garuda. Immediately, by a trick of his hand, he took 2 arrows and threw them toward the trident, cutting it to pieces. Simultaneously, using many arrows, he pierced the mouths of the demon Mora. When the Mora demon saw himself outmaneuvered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he immediately began to strike the Lord in great anger with his club. But Lord Kṛṣṇa, with his own club, broke the club of Mora to pieces before it could reach him. The demon, bereft of his weapon, decided to attack Kṛṣṇa with his strong arms, but Kṛṣṇa, with the aid of his Sudarsana chakra, immediately separated the demon's 5 heads from his body. The demon then fell into the water, just as the peak of a mountain falls into the ocean after being struck by the thunderbolt of Indra. This demon Mora had 7 sons, named Tamra, Antariksa, Shravana, Vibhavasu, Vasu, Nabhasvan, and Aruna. All of them became puffed up and vengeful because of the death of their father, and to retaliate they prepared in great anger to fight with Kṛṣṇa. They equipped themselves with the necessary weapons and situated Pita, another demon, to act as commander in the battle. By the order of Bhaumasura, all of them combinedly attacked Kṛṣṇa. When they came before Lord Kṛṣṇa, they began to shower him with many kinds of weapons, like swords, clubs, lances, arrows and tridents. But they did not know that the strength of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is unlimited and invincible. Kṛṣṇa, with his arrows, cut all the weapons of the men of Bhaumasura into pieces, like grains. Kṛṣṇa then threw his weapons, and Bhaumasura's commander-in-chief, Pita, along with his assistants, fell down, their military dress cut off and their heads, legs, arms and thighs severed. All of them were sent to the superintendent of death, Yamaraja. Bhaumasura, who was also known as Narakasura, happened to be the son of the earth personified. When he saw that all his soldiers, commanders and fighters had been killed on the battlefield by the strokes of the weapons of the personality of Godhead, he became exceedingly angry at the Lord. He then came out of the city with a great number of elephants who had all been born and brought up on the seashore. All of them were highly intoxicated. When they came out, they saw that Lord Kṛṣṇa and his wife were beautifully situated high in outer space just like a blackish cloud about the sun, glittering with the light of electricity. The demon Bhaumasura immediately released a weapon called Satagni, by which he could kill hundreds of warriors with one stroke, and all his assistants simultaneously threw their respective weapons at the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Kṛṣṇa counteracted all these weapons by releasing his feathered arrows. The result of this fight was that all the soldiers and commanders of Bhaumasura fell to the ground, their arms, legs and heads separated from their trunks, and all their horses and elephants also fell with them. In this way, all the weapons released by Bhaumasura were cut to pieces by the Lord's arrows. The Lord was fighting on the back of Garuda, who was helping him by striking the horses and elephants with his wings and scratching their heads with his nails and sharp beak. The elephants, feeling much pain from Garuda's attack on them, all dispersed from the battlefield. Bhaumasura alone remained on the battlefield, and he engaged himself in fighting with Kṛṣṇa. He saw that Kṛṣṇa's carrier, Garuda, had caused great disturbance to his soldiers and elephants, and in great anger he struck Garuda with all his strength, which defied the strength of a thunderbolt. Fortunately, Garuda was not an ordinary bird, and he felt the strokes given by Bhaumasura just as a great elephant feels the impact of a garland of flowers. Bhaumasura thus came to see that none of his tricks would act upon Kṛṣṇa, and he became aware that all his attempts to kill Kṛṣṇa would be frustrated. Yet he tried for the last time, taking a trident in his hand to strike him. Kṛṣṇa was so dexterous that before Bhaumasura could throw his trident, his head was cut off by the sharp Sudarsana chakra. His head, illuminated by earrings and a helmet, fell down on the battlefield. On the occasion of Bhaumasura's being killed by Lord Kṛṣṇa, all the demons' relatives screamed in disappointment, and the saintly persons glorified the chivalrous activities of the Lord. Taking this opportunity, the denizens of the heavenly planets showered flowers on the Lord. At this time, the earth personified appeared before Lord Kṛṣṇa and greeted him with a Vajayandi flower garland. She then returned the dazzling earrings of Aditi, bedecked with jewels and gold. She also returned the umbrella of Varuna, along with the valuable jewel, which she presented to Kṛṣṇa. After this, the earth personified offered her prayers to Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality and Master of the world, who is always worshipped by exalted demigods. She fell down in obeisances and, in great devotional ecstasy, began to speak. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Lord, who is always present with four symbols, namely his conch shell, disc, lotus and club, and who is the Lord of all demigods. Please accept my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, you are the Supersoul, and in order to satisfy the aspirations of your devotees, you descend to the earth in your various transcendental incarnations, which are just appropriate to the devotee's worshipful desire. Kindly accept my respectful obeisances. My dear Lord, the lotus flower grows out of your navel, and you are always decorated with a garland of lotus flowers. Your eyes are always spread like the petals of the lotus flower, and therefore they are all pleasing to the eyes of others. Your soft and delicate lotus feet are always worshipped by your unalloyed devotees, and those lotus feet pacify their lotus-like hearts. I therefore repeatedly offer my respectful obeisances unto you. You possess all beauty, strength, fame, property, knowledge and renunciation. You are the shelter of all six opulences. Although you are all-pervading, you have appeared as the son of Vasudeva. Please, therefore, accept my respectful obeisances. You are the original Supreme Personality of Godhead and the supreme cause of all causes. Only your Lordship is the reservoir of all knowledge. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Personally you are unborn, still, you are the father of the whole cosmic manifestation. You are the reservoir and shelter of all kinds of energies. The manifested appearance of this world is caused by you, and you are both the cause and effect of this cosmic manifestation. Please therefore accept my respectful obeisances. My dear Lord, as for the three gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, they are not independent of you. When there is a necessity of creating this cosmic manifestation, you create your passionate appearance of Brahma, and when you want to maintain this cosmic manifestation you expand yourself as Lord Vishnu, the reservoir of all goodness. Similarly, you appear as Lord Shiva, master of the mode of ignorance, and thus dissolve the whole creation. You always maintain your transcendental position, in spite of creating these three modes of material nature. You are never entangled in these modes of nature, as the ordinary living entities are. Actually, my Lord, you are the material nature, you are the Father of the universe, and you are eternal time, which has caused the combination of the elements of nature and the manifestation of the material creation. Still, you are always transcendental to all these material activities. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know that earth, water, fire, air, sky, the five sense objects, mind, the senses and their deities, egotism, and the total material energy, all things animate and inanimate in this phenomenal world, rests upon you. Since everything is produced of you, nothing can be separate from you. Yet since you are transcendentally situated, nothing material can be identified with your personality. Everything is therefore simultaneously one with you and different from you, and the philosophers who try to separate everything from you are certainly mistaken in their viewpoint. My dear Lord, may I inform you that this boy, whose name is Bhagadatta, is the son of my son, Bhamasura. He has been very much affected by the ghastly situation created by the death of his father and has become very much confused and afraid. I have therefore brought him to surrender unto your lotus feet. I request your lordship to give shelter to this boy and bless him with your lotus feet. I bring him to you so that he may be relieved of the reactions of all the sinful activities of his father. After Lord Kṛṣṇa had heard the prayers of Mother Earth, he immediately assured her of immunity from all fearful situations. He said to Bhagadatta, "Don't be afraid." Then he entered the palace of Bhamasura, which was equipped with all kinds of opulences. In the palace of Bhamasura, Lord Kṛṣṇa saw 16,100 young princesses, who had been kidnapped and held captive there. When the princesses saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, enter the palace, they immediately became captivated by the beauty of the Lord and prayed for his causeless mercy. Within their minds, they decided to accept Lord Kṛṣṇa as their husband without hesitation. Each one of them prayed to Providence that Kṛṣṇa might become her husband. Sincerely and seriously, they offered their hearts to the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa with an unalloyed devotional attitude. As the Supersoul in everyone's heart, Kṛṣṇa could understand their uncontaminated desire, and he agreed to accept them as his wives. Thus he arranged for suitable garments and ornaments for them, and each of them, seated on a palanquin, was dispatched to Dvaraka city. Kṛṣṇa also collected unlimited wealth from the palace, a treasure of chariots, horses, jewels and so on. He took from the palace 50 white elephants, each with 4 tusks, and all of them were dispatched to Dvaraka. After this incident, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Satyabhama entered Amaravati, the capital city of the heavenly planets, and they immediately entered the palace of King Indra and his wife, Sasidevi, who welcomed them. Kṛṣṇa then presented Indra with the earrings of Aditi. When Kṛṣṇa and Satyabhama were returning from the capital city of Indra, Satyabhama remembered Krishna's promise to give her a parijata tree. Taking the opportunity of having come to the heavenly kingdom, she uprooted a parijata tree and placed it on the back of Garuda. Once Narada had taken a parijata flower and presented it to Krishna's senior wife, Sri Rukmini Devi. On account of this, Satyabhama had developed an inferiority complex. She also wanted such a flower from Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa could understand the competitive womanly nature of his co-wives, and he had smiled. He had immediately asked Satyabhama, "Why are you asking for only one flower? I would like to give you a whole tree of parijata flowers." Actually, Kṛṣṇa had purposely taken his wife Satyabhama with him so that she could collect the parijata with her own hand. But the denizens of the heavenly planets, including Indra, were very irritated. Without their permission, Satyabhama had uprooted a parijata tree, which is not to be found on the earth planet. Indra, along with other demigods, offered opposition to Kṛṣṇa and Satyabhama for taking away the tree, but in order to please his favorite wife Satyabhama, Kṛṣṇa became determined and adamant, so there was a fight between the demigods and Kṛṣṇa. As usual, Kṛṣṇa came out victorious, and he triumphantly brought the parijata tree chosen by his wife to this earth planet, to Dvaraka. After this, the tree was installed in the palace garden of Satyabhama. On account of this extraordinary tree, The garden house of Satyabhama became extraordinarily beautiful. As the Parijata tree came down to the earthly planet, the fragrance of its flowers also came down, and the celestial drones migrated to this earth in search of their fragrance and honey. King Indra's behavior toward Kṛṣṇa was not very much appreciated by great sages like Sukadeva Goswami. Out of his causeless mercy, Kṛṣṇa had gone to the heavenly kingdom, Amaravati, to present King Indra with his mother's earrings, which had been lost to Bhaumasura, and Indra had been very glad to receive them. But when a Parijata tree from the heavenly kingdom was taken by Kṛṣṇa, Indra had fought with him. This was self-interest on the part of Indra. He had offered his prayer, dipping down his head to the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa, but as soon as his purpose had been served, he became a different creature. That is the way of the dealings of materialistic men. Materialistic men are always interested in their own profit. For this purpose they can offer any kind of respect to anyone, but when their personal interest is over, they are no longer friends. This selfish nature is found not only among the richer class of men on this planet but even in personalities like Indra and other demigods. Too much wealth makes a man selfish. A selfish man is not prepared to take to Kṛṣṇa consciousness and is condemned by great devotees like Sukadeva Goswami. In other words, possession of too many worldly riches is a disqualification for advancement in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. After defeating Indra, Kṛṣṇa arranged to marry the 16,100 girls brought from the custody of Bhaumasura. By expanding himself into 16,100 forms, he simultaneously married them all in different palaces at the same auspicious moment. He thus established the truth that Kṛṣṇa and no one else is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is nothing impossible for Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is all-powerful, omnipresent and imperishable, and so there is nothing wonderful in this pastime. All the palaces of the more than 16,000 queens of Kṛṣṇa were filled with suitable gardens, furniture and other paraphernalia, to which there is no parallel in this world. There is no exaggeration in this story from Srimad Bhagavatam. The queens of Kṛṣṇa were all expansions of the goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji. Kṛṣṇa lived with them in different palaces, and he treated them exactly the same way an ordinary man treats his wife. We should always remember that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, was playing exactly like a human being, although he showed his extraordinary opulences by simultaneously marrying more than 16,000 wives in more than 16,000 palaces. He behaved with them just like an ordinary man, and he strictly followed the relationship between husband and wife required in ordinary homes. Therefore, it is very difficult to understand the characteristics of the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead. Even demigods like Brahma are unable to probe into the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. The wives of Kṛṣṇa were so fortunate that they got the Supreme Personality of Godhead as their husband, although their husband's personality was unknown even to Brahma and the other demigods. In their dealings as husband and wife, Kṛṣṇa and his queens would smile, talk, joke, embrace and so on, and their conjugal relationship ever increasingly developed. In this way, Kṛṣṇa and the queens enjoyed transcendental happiness in their household life. Although each and every queen had thousands of maidservants engaged for her service, the queens were all personally attentive to serving Kṛṣṇa. Each one of them used to receive Kṛṣṇa personally when he entered the palace. They engaged in seating him on a nice couch, worshipping him with all kinds of paraphernalia, washing his lotus feet with Ganges water, offering him betel nuts and massaging his legs. In this way, they gave him relief from the fatigue he felt after being away from home. They fanned him nicely, offered him fragrant essential floral oil, decorated him with flower garlands, dressed his hair, asked him to lie down to take rest, bathed him personally and fed him palatable dishes. Each queen did all these things herself and did not wait for the maidservants. In other words, Kṛṣṇa and his different queens displayed on this earth an ideal household life. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 59th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of the demon Bhaumasura. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 60 talks between Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. Once upon a time, Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the bestower of all knowledge upon all living entities, from Brahma to the insignificant ant, was sitting in the bedroom of Rukmini, who was engaged in the service of the Lord along with her assistant maidservants. Kṛṣṇa was sitting on the bedstead of Rukmini, and the maidservants were fanning him with chimeras, yak-tail fly whisks. Lord Kṛṣṇa's dealings with Rukmini as a perfect husband are a perfect manifestation of the supreme perfection of the personality of Godhead. There are many philosophers who propound a concept of the absolute truth in which God cannot do this or that. They deny the incarnation of God, or the supreme absolute truth in human form. But actually the fact is different. God cannot be subject to our imperfect sensual activities. He is the all-powerful, omnipresent personality of Godhead, and by his supreme will he can not only create, maintain and annihilate the whole cosmic manifestation, but can also descend as an ordinary human being to execute the highest mission. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, whenever there are discrepancies in the discharge of human occupational duties, he descends. He is not forced to appear by any external agency, but he descends by his own internal potency in order to re-establish the standard functions of human activities and simultaneously annihilate the disturbing elements in the progressive march of human civilization. In accordance with this principle of the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he descended in his eternal form as Sri Kṛṣṇa in the dynasty of the Yadus. The palace of Rukmini was wonderfully furnished. Hanging from the ceiling were many canopies with laces bedecked with pearl garlands, and the whole palace was illuminated by the effulgence of valuable jewels. There were many flower groves of Malika and Camellia, which are considered the most fragrant flowers in India. There were many clusters of these plants, with blooming flowers enhancing the beauty of the palace. And because of the exquisite fragrance of the flowers, little groups of humming bees gathered around the trees, and at night the pleasing moonshine glittered through the network of holes in the windows. There were many heavily flowered trees of parijata, and the mild wind stirred the fragrance of the flowers all around. Incense burned within the walls of the palace, and the fragrant smoke leaked out of the window shutters. Within the room were mattresses covered with white bedsheets. The bedding was as soft and white as milk foam. In this situation, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa sat very comfortably and enjoyed the service of Rukminiji, who was assisted by her maidservants. Rukmini was very eager to get the opportunity to serve her husband, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She therefore wanted to serve the Lord personally and took the handle of the camera from the hand of a maidservant and began to move the fan. The handle of the camera was made of gold and bedecked with valuable jewels, and it became more beautiful when taken by Rukmini because all of her fingers were beautifully set with jeweled rings. Her legs were decorated with jeweled ankle bells, which rang very softly between the pleats of her sari. Rukmini's raised breasts were smeared with kumkuma and saffron, thus her beauty was enhanced by the reflection of the reddish color emanating from her covered breasts. Her high hips were decorated with a jeweled lace girdle, and a locket of great effulgence hung on her neck. Above all, because she was engaged in the service of Lord Kṛṣṇa, although at that time she was old enough to have grown-up sons, her beautiful body was beyond compare in the three worlds. When we take account of her beautiful face, it appears that the curling hair on her head, the beautiful earrings on her ears, her smiling mouth and her necklace of gold all combined to shower rains of nectar, and thus it was definitely proven that Rukmini was none other than the original goddess of fortune, who is always engaged in the service of the lotus feet of Narayana. The pastimes of Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini and Dvaraka are accepted by great authorities as manifestations of those of Narayana and Lakshmi, which are of an exalted opulence. The pastimes of Radha and Kṛṣṇa in Vrindavana are simple and rural, distinguished from the polished urban characteristics of those of Dvaraka. The characteristics of Rukmini were unusually bright, and Kṛṣṇa was very much satisfied with her behavior. Kṛṣṇa had experienced that when Rukmini was offered a parijata flower by Narada Muni, Satyabhama had become envious of her co-wife and had immediately demanded a similar flower from Kṛṣṇa. In fact, she could not be pacified until she was promised the whole tree. And Kṛṣṇa actually fulfilled his promise. He brought the tree down to the earth planet from the heavenly kingdom. After this episode, Kṛṣṇa expected that because Satyabhama had been rewarded with a full tree of parijata, Rukmini would also demand something. Rukmini did not mention anything of the incident, however, for she was grave and simply satisfied in her service. Kṛṣṇa wanted to see her a bit irritated, and therefore he schemed to see the beautiful face of Rukmini in an irritated condition. Although Kṛṣṇa had more than 16,100 wives, he used to behave with each of them with familial affection. He would create a particular situation between himself and his wife in which the wife would criticize him in the irritation of love, and Kṛṣṇa would enjoy this. In this case, because Kṛṣṇa could not find any fault with Rukmini, for she was very grave and always engaged in his service, he smilingly, in great love, began to speak to her just to provoke her loving anger. Rukmini was the daughter of Bhasmaka, a powerful king. Thus Kṛṣṇa did not address her as Rukmini, he addressed her this time as the princess. "My dear princess, it is very surprising. Many great personalities in the royal order wanted to marry you. Although not all of them were kings, all possessed the opulence and riches of the kingly order. They were well behaved, learned, famous among kings, beautiful in their bodily features and personal qualifications, liberal, very powerful in strength and advanced in every respect. They were not unfit in any way, and over and above that, your father and your brother had no objection to such a marriage. On the contrary, they gave their word of honor that you would be married with Sisapala. Indeed, the marriage was sanctioned by both your parents. Sisipala was a great king and was so lusty and mad after your beauty that if he had married you I think he would always have remained with you just like your faithful servant. In comparison to Sisipala, with his personal qualities, I am nothing. And you may personally realize it. I am surprised that you rejected the marriage with Sisipala and accepted me, who am inferior in comparison to Sisipala. I think myself completely unfit to be your husband because you are so beautiful, sober, grave and exalted. May I inquire from you the reason that induced you to accept me? Now, of course, I may address you as my beautiful wife, but still I may inform you of my actual position, that I am inferior to all those princes who wanted to marry you. First of all, you may know that I was so much afraid of Kṛṣṇa that I could not dare live on the land, and thus I have constructed this house within the water of the sea. It is not my business to disclose this secret to others, but you must know that I am not very heroic, I am a coward and am afraid of my enemies. Still I am not safe, because all the great kings of the land are inimical to me. I have personally created this inimical feeling by fighting with them in many ways. Another fault is that although I am on the throne of Dvaraka, I have no immediate claim. Although I got a kingdom by killing my maternal uncle, Kṛṣṇa, the kingdom was to go to my grandfather, so actually I have no possession of a kingdom. Besides that, I have no fixed aim in life. People cannot understand me very well. What is the ultimate goal of my life? They know very well that I was a cowherd boy in Vrindavana. People expected that I would follow in the footsteps of my foster father, Nanda Maharaja, and be faithful to Srimati Radharani and all her friends in the village of Vrindavana. But all of a sudden I left them. I wanted to become a famous prince. Still I could not have any kingdom, nor could I rule as a prince. People are bewildered about my ultimate goal of life. They do not know whether I am a cowherd boy or a prince, whether I am the son of Nanda Maharaja or the son of Vasudeva. Because I have no fixed aim in life, people may call me a vagabond. Therefore, I am surprised that you could select such a vagabond husband. Besides this, I am not very much polished, even in social etiquette. A person should be satisfied with one wife, but you see that I have married many times, and I have more than 16,000 wives. I cannot please all of them as a polished husband. My behavior with them is not very nice, and I know that you are very conscious of it. I sometimes create a situation with my wives which is not very happy. Because I was trained in a village in my childhood, I am not well acquainted with the etiquette of urban life. I do not know the way to please a wife with nice words and behavior. And from practical experience it is found that any woman who follows my way or becomes attracted to me is ultimately left to cry for the rest of her life. In Vrindavana, many gopas were attracted to me, and now I have left them, and they are living but are simply crying for me in separation. I have heard from Akrura Adritava that since I left Vrindavana all my cowherd boyfriends, the Gopas and Radharani, and my foster father, Nanda Maharaja, are simply crying constantly for me. I have left Vrindavana for good and am now engaged with the queens and Dvaraka, but I am not well behaved with any of you. So you can very easily understand that I have no steadiness of character, I am not a very reliable husband. The net result of being attracted to me is to acquire a life of bereavement only. My dear beautiful princess, you may also know that I am always penniless. Just after my birth, I was carried penniless to the house of Nanda Maharaja, and I was raised just like a cowherd boy. Although my foster father possessed many hundreds of thousands of cows, I was not the proprietor of even one of them. I was simply entrusted with taking care of them and tending them, but I was not the proprietor. Here also I am not the proprietor of anything but am always penniless. There is no cause to lament for such a penniless condition. I possessed nothing in the past, so why should I lament that I do not possess anything at present? You may note also that my devotees are not very opulent, they also are very poor in worldly goods. Persons who are very rich, possessing worldly wealth, are not interested in devotion to me, or Kṛṣṇa consciousness. On the contrary, when a person becomes penniless, whether by force or by circumstances, he may become interested in me if he gets the proper opportunity. Persons who are proud of their riches, even if they are offered association with my devotees, do not take advantage of consciousness of me. In other words, the poorer class of men may have some interest in me, but rich men have no interest. I think, therefore, that your selection of me was not very intelligent. You appear very intelligent, trained by your father and brother, but ultimately you have made a great mistake in selecting your life's companion. But there is no harm, the mistake can still be rectified, and it is better late than never. You are at liberty to select a suitable husband who is actually an equal to you in opulence, family tradition, wealth, beauty, education, in all respects. Whatever mistakes you may have made may be forgotten. Now you may chalk out your own lucrative path of life. Usually a person does not establish a marital relationship with a person who is either higher or lower than his position. My dear daughter of the king of Vidarbha, I think you did not consider very sagaciously before your marriage. Thus you made a wrong selection by choosing me as your husband. You mistakenly heard about my having very exalted character, although factually I was nothing more than a beggar. Without seeing me in my actual position, simply by hearing about me, you selected me as your husband. That was not very rightly done. Therefore, since it is better late than never, I advise you to now select one of the great Kshatriya princes and accept him as your life's companion, and you may reject me. Kṛṣṇa was proposing that Rukmini divorce him at a time when Rukmini already had many grown-up children. Therefore Kṛṣṇa's whole proposition appeared to be something unexpected because according to the Vedic culture there was no such thing as separation of husband and wife by divorce. Nor was it possible for Rukmini to choose a new husband at her advanced age, when she had many married sons. To Rukmini every one of Kṛṣṇa's proposals appeared crazy, and she was surprised that Kṛṣṇa could say such things. Simple as she was, her anxiety was increasing more and more at the thought of separation from Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa continued, "After all, you have to prepare yourself for your next life. I therefore advise that you select someone who can help you in both this life and the next, for I am completely unable to help. My dear beautiful princess, you know that all the members of the princely order, including Sisipala, Salva, Jarasandha, Danavakra and even your elder brother Rukmi, are my enemies. They do not like me at all. They hate me from the cores of their hearts. All these princes were very much puffed up with their worldly possessions and did not care a fig for anyone who came before them. In order to teach them some lessons, I agreed to kidnap you according to your desire, otherwise I actually have no love for you, although you loved me even before the marriage. As I have already explained, I am not very much interested in family life or love between husband and wife. By nature, I am not very fond of family life, wife, children, home and opulences. As my devotees are always neglectful of all these worldly possessions, I am also like that. Actually, I am interested in self-realization, that gives me pleasure, and not this family life." After submitting his statement, Lord Kṛṣṇa suddenly stopped. The great authority Sukadeva Goswami remarks that Kṛṣṇa almost always passed his time with Rukmini, and Rukmini was a bit proud to be so fortunate that Kṛṣṇa never left her even for a moment. Kṛṣṇa, however, does not like any of his devotees to be proud. As soon as a devotee becomes so, by some tactic he cuts down that pride. In this case also, Kṛṣṇa said many things which were hard for Rukmini to hear. She could only conclude that although she was proud of her position, Kṛṣṇa could be separated from her at any moment. Rukmini was conscious that her husband was not an ordinary human being. He was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of the three worlds. By the way he was speaking, she was afraid of being separated from the Lord, for she had never heard such harsh words from Kṛṣṇa before. Thus she became perplexed with fear of separation, and her heart began to palpitate. Without replying to a word of Kṛṣṇa's statement, she simply cried in great anxiety, as if drowning in an ocean of grief. She silently scratched the floor with her toenails, which reflected reddish light on the floor. The tears from her eyes mixed with the black cosmetic ointment from her eyelids and dropped down, washing the kunkuma and saffron from her breasts. Choked up on account of great anxiety, unable to speak even a word, she kept her head downward and remained standing just like a stick. Due to extremely painful fear and lamentation, she lost all her powers of reason and became weak, her body losing so much weight that the bangles on her wrists became slack. The camera with which she was serving Kṛṣṇa immediately fell from her hand. Her brain and memory became puzzled, and she lost consciousness. The nicely combed hair on her head scattered here and there, and she fell down straight, like a banana tree cut down by a whirlwind. Lord Kṛṣṇa immediately realized that Rukmini had not taken his words in a joking spirit. She had taken them very seriously, and in her extreme anxiety over immediate separation from him, she had fallen into this condition. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa is naturally very affectionate toward his devotees, and when he saw Rukmini's condition, his heart immediately softened. At once he became merciful to her. The relationship between Rukmini and Kṛṣṇa was like that between Lakshmi and Narayana, therefore, Kṛṣṇa appeared before Rukmini in his four-handed manifestation of Narayana. He got down from the bedstead, lifted her up by her hands and, placing his cooling hands on her face, smoothed the scattered hair on her head. Lord Kṛṣṇa dried the wet breasts of Rukminiji with his hand. Understanding the seriousness of Rukmini's love for him, he embraced her to his chest. The Supreme Personality is expert in putting a thing reasonably for one's understanding, and thus he tried to retract all that he had said before. He is the only resort for all devotees, and so he knows very well how to satisfy his pure devotees. Kṛṣṇa understood that Rukmini could not follow the statements he had made in a joking way. To counteract her confusion, he spoke as follows. My dear daughter of King Vidarbha, My dear Rukmini, please do not misunderstand me. Don't be unkind to me like this. I know that you are sincerely and seriously attached to me, you are my eternal companion. The words which have affected you so much are not factual. I wanted to irritate you a bit, and I was expecting you to make counter-answers to those joking words. Unfortunately, you have taken them seriously. I am very sorry for it. I expected that your red lips would tremble in anger when you heard my statement and that you would chastise me with many words. O perfection of love, I never expected that your condition would be like this. I expected that you would cast your blinking glance upon me in retaliation and that I would thus be able to see your beautiful face in that angry mood. My dear beautiful wife, you know that because we are householders we are always busy in many household affairs and long for a time when we can enjoy some joking words between us. That is our ultimate gain in household life. Actually, householders work very hard day and night, but all fatigue of the day's labor is minimized as soon as they meet, husband and wife together, and enjoy life in many ways. Lord Kṛṣṇa wanted to exhibit himself as being like an ordinary householder who delights himself by exchanging joking words with his wife. He therefore repeatedly requested Rukmini not to take those words very seriously. In this way, when Lord Kṛṣṇa pacified Rukmini by his sweet words, she could understand that what he had formerly said was not actually meant seriously but was spoken to evoke some joking pleasure between themselves. She was therefore pacified by hearing the words of Kṛṣṇa. Gradually she was freed from all fear of separation from him, and she began to look at his face very cheerfully with her naturally smiling face. She said, "My dear lotus-eyed Lord, your statement that we are not a fit combination is completely right. It is not possible for me to come to an equal level with you, for you are the reservoir of all qualities, the unlimited Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can I be a fit match for you? There is no possibility of comparison with you, who are the master of all greatness, the controller of the three qualities and the object of worship for great demigods like Brahma and Lord Shiva. As far as I am concerned, I am a product of the three modes of material nature, which impede the progressive advancement of devotional service. When and where can I be a fit match for you? My dear husband, you have rightly said that you have taken shelter in the water of the sea as if you were afraid of the kings. But who are the kings of this material world? I do not think that the so-called royal families are kings of the material world. The kings of the material world are the three modes of material nature, who are actually its controllers. You are situated in the core of everyone's heart, where you remain completely aloof from the touch of the three modes of material nature, and there is no doubt about it. You say you always maintain enmity with the worldly kings. But who are the worldly kings? I think the worldly kings are the senses. They are most formidable, and they control everyone. Certainly you maintain enmity with these material senses. You are never under the control of the senses, rather, you are the controller of the senses, Rishikesa. My dear Lord, you have said that you are bereft of all royal power, and that is also correct. Not only are you bereft of supremacy over the material world, but even your servants, those who have some attachment to your lotus feet, also give up supremacy over the material world because they consider the material position to be the darkest region, which checks the progress of spiritual enlightenment. Your servants do not like material supremacy, so what to speak of you? My dear Lord, your statement that you do not act as an ordinary person with a particular aim in life is also perfectly correct. Even your great devotees and servants, known as great sages and saintly persons, remain in such a state that no one can get any clue as to the aim of their lives. Human society considers them crazy and cynical. Their aim of life remains a mystery to the common human being. The lowest of mankind can know neither you nor your servants. A contaminated human being cannot even imagine the pastimes of you and your devotees. O Unlimited One, when the activities and endeavors of your devotees remain a mystery to the common human beings, how can your motives and endeavors be understood by them? All kinds of energies and opulences are engaged in your service, but still they rest at your shelter. You have described yourself as penniless, but this condition is not poverty. Since there is nothing in existence but you do not need to possess anything, you yourself are everything. Unlike others, you do not require to purchase anything extraneously. With you all contrary things can be adjusted because you are absolute. You do not possess anything, but no one is richer than you. In the material world, no one can be rich without possessing. Since your lordship is absolute, you can adjust the contradiction of possessing nothing but at the same time being the richest. In the Vedas it is stated that although you have no material hands and legs, you accept everything offered in devotion by the devotees. You have no material eyes and ears, but still you can see and hear everything everywhere. Although you do not possess anything, the great demigods who accept prayers and worship from others come and worship you to solicit your mercy. How can you be categorized among the poor? My dear Lord, You have also stated that the richest section of human society does not worship you. This is also correct, because persons who are puffed up with material possessions think of utilizing their property for sense gratification. When a poverty-stricken man becomes rich, he makes a program for sense gratification due to his ignorance of how to utilize his hard-earned money. Under the spell of the external energy, he thinks that his money is properly employed in sense gratification, and thus he neglects to render you transcendental service. My dear Lord, you have stated that persons who possess nothing are very dear to you. Renouncing everything, your devotee wants to possess you only. I see, therefore, that a great sage like Narada Muni, who does not possess any material property, is still very dear to you. And such persons do not care for anything but your lordship. My dear Lord, you have stated that a marriage between persons equal in social standing, beauty, riches, strength, influence and renunciation can be a suitable match. But this status of life can be possible only by your grace. You are the supreme perfectional source of all opulences. Whatever opulent status one may have is all derived from you. As described in the Vedanta Sutra, Janmadhyasya Yada, you are the supreme source from which everything emanates, the reservoir of all pleasures. Therefore, persons endowed with knowledge desire only to achieve you, and nothing else. To achieve your favor, they give up everything, even the transcendental realization of Brahman. You are the supreme, ultimate goal of life. You are the reservoir of all interests of the living entities. Those who are actually well-motivated desire only you, and for this reason they give up everything to attain success. They therefore deserve to associate with you. In the society of the servitors and served in Kṛṣṇa consciousness, one is not subjected to the pains and pleasures of material society, which functions according to sex attraction. Therefore everyone, whether man or woman, should seek to be an associate in your society of servitors and served. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, no one can excel you, nor can anyone come up to an equal level with you. The perfect social system is that in which you remain in the center, being served as the Supreme, and all others engage as your servitors. In such a perfectly constructed society, everyone can remain eternally happy and blissful. My Lord, you have stated that only the beggars praise your glories, and that is also perfectly correct. But who are those beggars? Those beggars are all exalted devotees, liberated personalities and those in the renounced order of life. They are all great souls and devotees who have no other business than to glorify you. Such great souls forgive even the worst offenders. These so-called beggars execute their spiritual advancement in life, tolerating all tribulations in the material world. My dear husband, do not think that I accepted you as my husband out of my inexperience. Actually, I followed all these great souls. I followed the path of these great beggars and decided to surrender my life unto your lotus feet. You have said that you are penniless, and that is correct, for you distribute yourself completely to these great souls and devotees. Knowing this fact perfectly well, I rejected even such great personalities as Lord Brahma and King Indra. My Lord, the great time factor acts under your direction only. The time factor is so great and powerful that within moments it can effect devastation anywhere within the creation. Considering all these factors, I thought Jarasandha, Sisupala and similar princes who wanted to marry me to be no more important than ordinary insects. My dear all-powerful son of Vasudeva, your statement that you have taken shelter within the water of the ocean out of fear of all the great princes, is quite unsuitable, for my experience with you contradicts this. I have actually seen that you kidnapped me forcibly in the presence of all these princes. At the time of my marriage ceremony, simply by giving a jerk to the string of your bow, you very easily drove the others away and kindly gave me shelter at your lotus feet. I still remember vividly how you kidnapped me in the same way that a lion forcibly takes its share of hunted booty, driving away all small animals within the twinkling of an eye. My dear lotus-eyed Lord, I cannot understand your statement that women and other persons who have taken shelter under your lotus feet pass their days only in bereavement. From the history of the world we can see that princes like Anga, Prithu, Bharata, Yayati and Gaya were all great emperors of the world, and there were no competitors to their exalted positions. But in order to achieve the favor of your lotus feet, they renounced their exalted positions and entered the forest to practice penances and austerities. When they voluntarily accepted such a position, accepting your lotus feet as all in all, does it mean that they were in lamentation and bereavement? My dear Lord, you have advised me that I can still select another from the princely order and divorce myself from your companionship. But, my dear Lord, it is perfectly well known to me that you are the reservoir of all good qualities. Great saintly persons like Narada Muni are always engaged simply in glorifying your transcendental characteristics. Someone who simply takes shelter of such a saintly person immediately becomes freed from all material contamination. And when he comes in direct contact with your service, the goddess of fortune agrees to bestow all her blessings. Under the circumstances, What woman who has once heard of your glories from authoritative sources and has somehow or other relished the nectarian fragrance of your lotus feet would be foolish enough to agree to marry someone of this material world, who is always afraid of death, disease, old age and rebirth? I have therefore accepted your lotus feet not without consideration but after mature and deliberate decision. My dear Lord, you are the master of the three worlds. You can fulfill all the desires of all your devotees in this world and the next because you are the supreme soul of everyone. I have therefore selected you as my husband, considering you to be the only fit personality. You may throw me in any species of life according to the reactions of my fruitive activities, and I haven't the least concern for this. My only ambition is that I may always remain fast to your lotus feet, for you can deliver your devotees from illusory material existence and are always prepared to distribute yourself to your devotees. My dear Lord, you have advised me to select one of the princes such as Sisipala, Jarasandha or Danavakra, but what is their position in this world? They are always engaged in hard labor to maintain their household life, just like the bulls working hard day and night with an oil-pressing machine. They are compared to asses, beasts of burden. They are always dishonored like dogs, and they are miserly like cats. They have sold themselves like slaves to their wives. Any unfortunate woman who has never heard of your glories may accept such a man as her husband, but a woman who has learned about you, that you are praised not only in this world but in the halls of the great demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, will not accept anyone besides you as her husband. A man within this material world is just a dead body. In fact, superficially, the living entity is covered by this body, which is nothing but a bag of skin decorated with a beard and mustache, hairs on the body, nails on the fingers, and hairs on the head. Within this decorated bag are bunches of muscles, bundles of bones, and pools of blood, always mixed with stool, urine, mucus, bile and polluted air and enjoyed by different kinds of insects and germs. A foolish woman accepts such a dead body as her husband and, in sheer misunderstanding, loves him as her dear companion. This is possible only because such a woman has never relished the ever-blissful fragrance of your lotus feet. My dear lotus-eyed husband, you are self-satisfied. You do not care whether or not I am beautiful or qualified, you are not at all concerned about it. Therefore your non-attachment for me is not at all astonishing, it is quite natural. You cannot be attached to any woman, however exalted her position and beauty. Whether you are attached to me or not, may my devotion and attention be always engaged at your lotus feet. The material mode of passion is also your creation, so when you passionately glance upon me, I accept it as the greatest boon of my life. I am ambitious only for such auspicious moments. After hearing Rukmini's statement and her clarification of each and every word he had used to arouse her anger of love toward him, Kṛṣṇa addressed Rukmini as follows: My dear chaste wife, my dear princess, I expected such an explanation from you, and only for this purpose did I speak all those joking words, so that you might be cheated of the real point of view. Now my purpose has been served. The wonderful explanation you have given of my every word is completely factual and approved by me. O most beautiful Rukmini, you are my dearmost wife. I am greatly pleased to understand how much love you have for me. Please take it for granted that no matter what ambition and desire you might have and no matter what you might expect from me, I am always at your service. And it is a fact also that my devotees, my dearmost friends and servitors, are always free from material contamination, even though they are not inclined to ask me for such liberation. My devotees never desire anything from me except to be engaged in my service. And yet because they are completely dependent upon me, even if they are found to ask something from me, that is not material. Such ambitions and desires, instead of becoming the cause of material bondage, become the source of liberation from this material world. My dear chaste and pious wife, I have tested, on the basis of strict chastity, your love for your husband, and you have passed the examination most successfully. I have purposely agitated you by speaking many words not applicable to your character, but I am surprised to see that not a pinch of your devotion to me has been deviated from its fixed position. My dear wife, I am the bestower of all benedictions, even up to the standard of liberation from this material world, and it is I only who can stop the continuation of material existence and call one back home, back to Godhead. One whose devotion for me is adulterated worships me for some material benefit, just to keep himself in the world of material happiness, culminating in the pleasure of sex life. One who engages himself in severe penances and austerities just to attain this material happiness is certainly under the illusion of my external energy. Persons who are engaged in my devotional service simply for the purpose of material gain and sense gratification are certainly very foolish, for material happiness based on sex life is available in the most abominable species of life, such as the hogs and dogs. No one should try to approach me for such happiness, which is available even if one is put into a hellish condition of life. It is better, therefore, for persons who are simply after material happiness and not after me to remain in that hellish condition. Material contamination is so strong that everyone is working very hard day and night for material happiness. The show of religion, austerity, penance, humanitarianism, philanthropy, politics, science, everything is aimed at realizing some material benefit. For the immediate success of material benefit, materialistic persons generally worship different demigods, and under the spell of material propensities they sometimes take to the devotional service of the Lord. But sometimes it so happens that if a person sincerely serves the Lord and at the same time maintains material ambitions, the Lord very kindly removes the sources of material happiness. Not finding any recourse in material happiness, the devotee then engages himself absolutely in pure devotional service. Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, "My dear best of queens, I clearly understand that you have no material ambition, your only purpose is to serve me, and you have long been engaged in unalloyed service. Exemplary unalloyed devotional service not only can bestow upon the devotee liberation from this material world, but it also promotes him to the spiritual world to be eternally engaged in my service. Persons too much addicted to material happiness cannot render such service. Women whose hearts are polluted and full of material desires devise various means of sense gratification while outwardly showing themselves to be great devotees. My dear honored wife, although I have thousands of wives, I do not think that any one of them can love me more than you. The practical proof of your extraordinary position is that although you had never seen me before our marriage and you had simply heard about me from a third person, still, your faith in me was so much fixed that even in the presence of many qualified, rich and beautiful men of the royal order, you did not select any one of them as your husband but insisted on having me. You neglected all the princes present, and very politely you sent me a confidential letter inviting me to kidnap you. While I was kidnapping you, your elder brother Rukmi violently protested and fought with me. As a result of the fight, I defeated him mercilessly and disfigured his body. At the time of Anuruddha's marriage, when we were all playing chess, there was another fight with your brother Rukmi on a controversial verbal point, and my elder brother, Balarama, finally killed him. I was surprised to see that you did not utter even a word of protest over this incident. Because of your great anxiety that you might be separated from me, you suffered all the consequences without speaking even a word. As the result of this great silence, my dear wife, you have purchased me for all time. I have come eternally under your control. You sent your messenger inviting me to kidnap you, and when you found that there was a little delay in my arriving on the spot, you saw the whole world as vacant. At that time you concluded that your beautiful body was not fit to be touched by anyone else, therefore, thinking that I was not coming, you decided to commit suicide and immediately end that body. My dear Rukmini, such great and exalted love for me will always remain within my soul. As far as I am concerned, it is not within my power to repay you for your unalloyed devotion to me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, certainly has no business being anyone's husband or son or father, because everything belongs to him and everyone is under his control. He does not require anyone's help for his satisfaction. He is Atmarama, self-satisfied, he can derive all pleasure by himself, without anyone's help. But when the Lord descends to play the part of a human being, he plays a role either as a husband, son, friend or enemy in full perfection. As such, when he was playing as the perfect husband of the queens, especially of Rukminiji, he enjoyed conjugal love in complete perfection. According to Vedic culture, although polygamy is allowed, none of one's wives should be ill-treated. In other words, one may take many wives only if he is able to satisfy all of them equally as an ideal householder, otherwise it is not allowed. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the world teacher, therefore, even though he had no need for a wife, he expanded himself into as many forms as he had wives, and he lived with them as an ideal householder, observing the regulative principles, rules and commitments in accordance with the Vedic injunctions and the social laws and customs of society. For each of his 16,108 wives, he simultaneously maintained different palaces, different establishments and different atmospheres. Thus the Lord, although one, exhibited himself as 16,108 ideal householders. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 60th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, talks between Kṛṣṇa and Rukmini. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 61 The genealogy of the family of Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa had 16,108 wives, and in each of them he begot 10 sons, all of them equal to their father in the opulences of strength, beauty, wisdom, fame, wealth and renunciation. Like father, like son. All the 16,108 wives of Kṛṣṇa were princesses, and when each saw that Kṛṣṇa was always present in her respective palace and did not leave home, she considered Kṛṣṇa a henpecked husband who was very much attached to her. Every one of them thought that Kṛṣṇa was her very obedient husband, but actually Kṛṣṇa had no attraction for any of them. Although each thought that she was the only wife of Kṛṣṇa and was very, very dear to him, Lord Kṛṣṇa, being Atmarama, self-sufficient, felt neither attraction nor enmity toward any one of them. He was equal to all the wives and treated them as a perfect husband would, just to please them. For him, there was no need of even a single wife. In fact, since they were women, the wives could not understand the exalted position of Kṛṣṇa, nor the truths about him. All the princesses who were wives of Kṛṣṇa were exquisitely beautiful, and each one of them was attracted by Kṛṣṇa's eyes, which were just like lotus petals, and by his beautiful face, long arms, beautiful ears, pleasing smile, humorous talk and sweet words. Influenced by these features of Kṛṣṇa, they all used to dress themselves very attractively, desiring to attract him by their feminine bodily appeal. They exhibited their feminine characteristics by smiling and moving their eyebrows, thus shooting sharp arrows of conjugal love just to awaken Kṛṣṇa's lusty desires for them. Still, they could not arouse Kṛṣṇa's mind or his sexual appetite. This means that Kṛṣṇa never had any sexual relations with any of his many wives, save and except to beget children. The queens of Dvaraka were so fortunate that they got Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa as their husband and personal companion, although he is not approachable by exalted demigods like Brahma. Lord Kṛṣṇa and his queens remained together as husband and wife, and Kṛṣṇa, as an ideal husband, treated them in such a way that at every moment there was an increase of transcendental bliss in their smiling exchanges, talking and mixing together. Each and every wife had hundreds and thousands of maidservants, yet when Kṛṣṇa entered the palaces of his thousands of wives, each one of them used to receive Kṛṣṇa personally by seating him in a nice chair, worshipping him with all requisite paraphernalia, personally washing his lotus feet, offering him betel nuts, massaging his legs to relieve them of fatigue, fanning him to make him comfortable, offering all kinds of scented sandalwood pulp, oils and aromatics, putting flower garlands on his neck, dressing his hair, getting him to lie down on the bed and assisting him in taking his bath. Thus they served Kṛṣṇa always in every respect, especially when Kṛṣṇa was eating. They always engaged in the service of the Lord. Each of Kṛṣṇa's 16,108 queens had 10 sons. The sons of the first 8 queens are listed as follows. By Rukmini, Kṛṣṇa had the following 10 sons: Pradyumna, Karudesna, Zudasna, Karuda, Sukaru, Karugupta, Bhadrakaru, Karukandra, Vikaru, and Karu. None of them were inferior in their qualities to their divine father, Lord Kṛṣṇa. The names of Satyabhama's 10 sons are as follows: Bhanu, Subhanu, Svarbhanu, Prabhanu, Bhanuman, Kandrabhanu, Brihadbhanu, Adabhanu, Srabhanu, and Pranabhanu. The 10 sons of the next queen, Jambavati, were headed by Samba. Their names are as follows: Samba, Sumitra, Purayit, Satyajit, Sahasrayit, Vijaya, Citraketu, Vasuman, Dravida, and Krachu. Lord Kṛṣṇa was specifically very affectionate to the sons of Jambavati. The 10 sons Lord Kṛṣṇa had by his wife Satya, the daughter of King Nagnajit, were as follows: Vira, Kandra, Asvasanya, Citragu, Vigavan, Vrsa, Ama, Sanku, Vasu, and Kundi. Amongst all of them, Kundi was very powerful. Kṛṣṇa's 10 sons by Kalindi were as follows: Sruta, Kavi, Vrsa, Vira, Sabahu, Bhadra, Santi, Darsa, Purnamasa, and Samaka, the youngest son. The 10 sons Lord Kṛṣṇa begot in his next wife, Lakshmana, the daughter of the king of Madras province, were named Pragosa, Gatravan, Simha, Bala, Prabala, Uradaga, Mahusakshi, Sahya, Oya, and Aparajita. The 10 sons of his next wife, Mitravinda, were as follows: Vrika, Harsa, Anila, Gurdra, Vardhana, Annada, Mahamsa, Pavana, Vani, and Ksudhi. The 10 sons of his next wife, Bhadra, were named Sangramajit, Brahatsena, Sura, Praharana, Arijit, Jaya, Subhadra, Vama, Ayur, and Satyaka. Besides these 8 chief queens, Kṛṣṇa had 16,100 other wives, and all of them also had 10 sons each. The eldest son of Rukmini, Pradyumna, was married with Mayavati from his very birth, and afterwards he married Rukmavati, the daughter of his maternal uncle, Rukmi. From Rukmavati, Pradyumna had a son named Aniruddha. In this way, Kṛṣṇa's family, Kṛṣṇa and his wives, along with their sons and grandsons and even great-grandsons, all combined together to include very nearly 1 billion family members. Rukmi, the elder brother of Kṛṣṇa's first wife, Rukmini, was greatly harassed and insulted in his fight with Kṛṣṇa, but on the request of Rukmini his life was spared. Since then Rukmi held a great grudge against Kṛṣṇa and was always inimical toward him. Nevertheless, His daughter married Kṛṣṇa's son, and his granddaughter married Kṛṣṇa's grandson Aniruddha. This fact appeared a little astonishing to Maharaja Pariksit when he heard it from Sukadeva Goswami, and the king addressed him as follows: "I am surprised that Rukmi and Kṛṣṇa, who were so greatly inimical to one another, could again be united by marital relationships between their descendants." Pariksit Maharaja was curious about the mystery of this incident, and therefore he inquired from Sukadeva Goswami. Because Sukadeva Goswami was a perfect yogi, nothing was hidden from his power of insight. A perfect yogi like Sukadeva Goswami can see past, present and future in all details. Therefore, from such yogis or mystics nothing can be concealed. When Pariksit Maharaja inquired from Sukadeva Goswami answered as follows: Pradyumna, the eldest son of Kṛṣṇa, born of Rukmini, was Cupid himself. He was so beautiful and attractive that the daughter of Rukmi, namely Rukmavati, could not select any husband other than Pradyumna during her Svayamvara. Therefore, in that selection meeting she garlanded Pradyumna in the presence of all the other princes. When there was a fight among the princes, Pradyumna came out victorious, and therefore Rukmi was obliged to offer his beautiful daughter to Pradyumna. Although enmity always blazed in Rukmi's heart because of his having been insulted by Kṛṣṇa's kidnapping of his sister, Rukmini, Rukmi could not resist consenting to the marriage ceremony just to please Rukmini when his daughter selected Pradyumna as her husband. And so Pradyumna became the son-in-law as well as the nephew of Rukmi. Besides the 10 sons described above, Rukmini had one beautiful daughter with big eyes, and she was married to Kritavarma's son, whose name was Bali. Although Rukmi was a veritable enemy of Kṛṣṇa, he had great affection for his sister, Rukmini, and wanted to please her in all respects. On this account, when Rukmini's grandson Aniruddha was to be married, Rukmi offered his granddaughter Kṛṣṇa to Aniruddha. Such a marriage between immediate cousins is not very much sanctioned by the Vedic culture, but in order to please Rukmini, Rukmi offered his daughter and granddaughter to the son and grandson of Kṛṣṇa, respectively. In this way, when the negotiation of the marriage of Aniruddha with Kṛṣṇa was complete, a big marriage party accompanied Aniruddha and started from Dwaraka. They traveled until they reached Bojikata, which Rukmi had colonized after his sister had been kidnapped by Kṛṣṇa. This marriage party was led by the grandfather, namely Lord Kṛṣṇa, accompanied by Lord Balarama, and it included Kṛṣṇa's first wife, Rukmini, his son Pradyumna, Jambavati's son Samba and many other relatives and family members. They reached the town of Bojikata, and the marriage ceremony was peacefully performed. The king of Kalinga was a friend of Rukmi's and gave him the ill advice to play chess with Balarama and thus defeat him in a bet. Among Kshatriya kings, gambling on chess was not uncommon. If someone challenged a Kshatriya to play on the chessboard, the Kshatriya could not refuse the challenge. Sri Balaramaji was not a very expert chess player, and this was known to the king of Kalinga. So Rukmi was advised to retaliate against the family members of Kṛṣṇa by challenging Balarama to play chess. Although not an expert chess player, Sri Balaramaji was very enthusiastic in sporting activities. He accepted Rukmi's challenge and sat down to play. Betting was with gold coins, and Balarama first of all challenged with 100 coins, then 1,000 coins, then 10,000 coins. Each time, Balarama lost, and Rukmi was victorious. Sri Balarama's losing the game was an opportunity for the king of Kalinga to criticize Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. Thus the king of Kalinga was talking jokingly while purposefully showing his teeth to Balarama. Because Balarama was the loser in the game, he was a little intolerant of the sarcastic joking words and became somewhat agitated. Rukmi again challenged Balarama and made a bet of 100,000 gold coins, but fortunately this time Balarama won. Nonetheless, out of cunningness Rukmi claimed that Balarama was the loser and that he himself had won. Because of this lie, Balaramaji became most angry with Rukmi. His agitation was so sudden and great that it appeared like a tidal wave in the ocean on a full moon day. Balarama's eyes are naturally reddish, and when he became agitated and angry his eyes became more reddish. This time he challenged and made a bet of 100 million coins. Again Balarama was the winner according to the rules of chess, but Rukmi again cunningly claimed that he had won. Rukmi appealed to the princes present, and he especially mentioned the name of the king of Kalinga. During the dispute there was a voice from the sky, and it announced that for all honest purposes Balarama was the actual winner of this game, that he was being abused, and that the statement of Rukmi that he had won was absolutely false. In spite of this divine voice, Rukmi insisted that Balarama had lost, and by his persistence it appeared that he had death upon his head. Falsely puffed up by the ill advice of his friend, he did not give much importance to the oracle, and he began to criticize Balaramaji. He said, "My dear Balaramaji, you two brothers, cowherd boys only, may be very expert in tending cows, But how can you be expert in playing chess or shooting arrows on the battlefield? These arts are well known only to the princely order." Hearing this kind of pinching talk by Rukmi and hearing the loud laughter of all the other princes present there, Lord Balarama became as agitated as burning cinders. He immediately took his club in his hand and, without further talk, struck Rukmi on the head. From that one blow, Rukmi fell down immediately and was dead and gone. Thus Rukmi was killed by Balarama on that auspicious occasion of Aniruddha's marriage. These things are not very uncommon in Kshatriya society. The king of Kalinga, afraid that he would be the next one attacked, fled from the scene. Before he could escape even a few steps, however, Balaramaji immediately captured him, and because the king had always shown his teeth while criticizing Balarama and Kṛṣṇa, Balarama broke all the king's teeth with his club. The other princes supporting the king of Kalinga and Rukmi were also captured, and Balarama beat them with his club, breaking their legs and hands. They did not try to retaliate but thought it wise to run away from the bloody scene. During this strife between Balarama and Rukmi, Lord Kṛṣṇa did not utter a word, for he knew that if he supported Balarama, Rukmini would be unhappy, and if he said that the killing of Rukmi was unjust, then Balarama would be unhappy. Therefore, Lord Kṛṣṇa was silent on the death of his brother-in-law Rukmi on the occasion of his grandson's marriage. He did not disturb his affectionate relationship with either Balarama or Rukmini. After this, the bride and bridegroom were ceremoniously seated on the chariot, and they started for Dwarka, accompanied by the bridegroom's party. The bridegroom's party was always protected by Lord Kṛṣṇa, the killer of the Madhu demon. Thus they left Rukmi's kingdom, Bhojakata, and happily started for Dwarka. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 61st chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the genealogy of the family of Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 62. The meeting of Usa and Aniruddha. The meeting of Aniruddha and Usa, which caused a great fight between Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Shiva, is very mysterious and interesting. Maharaja Pariksit was eager to hear the whole story from Sukadeva Goswami, and thus Sukadeva narrated it. "My dear king, you must have heard the name of King Bali. He was a great devotee who gave away in charity all that he had, namely, the whole world, to Lord Vamana, the incarnation of Vishnu as a dwarf Brahmana. King Bali had 100 sons, and the eldest of all of them was Banasura. This great hero Banasura, born of Maharaja Bali, was a great devotee of Lord Shiva and was always ready to render service unto him. Because of his devotion, Banasura achieved a great position in society, and he was honored in every respect. Actually, he was very intelligent and liberal also, and his activities are all praiseworthy because he never deviated from his promise and word of honor. He was very truthful and fixed in his vow. In those days, he was ruling over the city of Sanatapura. By the grace of Lord Shiva, Banasura had 1,000 arms, and he became so powerful that even demigods like King Indra were serving him most obediently. Long ago, when Lord Shiva was dancing in his celebrated fashion, called Tandavanritya, for which he is known as Nataraja, Banasura helped Lord Shiva in his dancing by rhythmically beating drums with his 1,000 hands. Lord Shiva is well known as Ajitosa, very easily pleased, and he is also very affectionate to his devotees. He is a great protector for persons who take shelter of him and is the master of all living entities in this material world. Being pleased with Banasura, he said, "Whatever you desire you can have from me, for I am very much pleased with you." Banasura replied, "My dear lord, if you please, you can remain in my city just to protect me from the hands of my enemies." Once upon a time, Banasura came to offer his respects to Lord Shiva. By touching the lotus feet of Lord Shiva with his helmet, which was shining like the sun globe, he offered his obeisances unto him. While offering his respectful obeisances, Banasura said, "My dear lord, anyone who has not fulfilled his ambition will be able to do so by taking shelter of your lotus feet, which are just like a desire tree, from which one can take anything he desires. My dear lord, you have given me 1,000 arms, but I do not know what to do with them. They are simply a burden, I cannot use them properly in fighting, since I cannot find anyone competent to fight with me except your lordship, the original father of the material world. Sometimes I feel a great tendency to fight with my arms, and I go out to find a suitable warrior. Unfortunately, everyone flees, knowing my extraordinary power. Being baffled at not finding a match, I satisfy the itching of my arms by beating them against the mountains. In this way, I tear many great mountains to pieces." Lord Shiva realized that his benediction had become troublesome for Banasura and addressed him, "You rascal! You are very eager to fight, but since you have no one to fight with, you are distressed. Although you think that there is no one in the world to oppose you except me, I say that you will eventually find such a competent person. At that time your days will come to an end, and your flag of victory will no longer fly. Then you will see your false prestige smashed to pieces." After hearing Lord Shiva's statement, Banasura, who was very much puffed up with his power, became elated that he would meet someone able to smash him to pieces. Banasura then returned home with great pleasure, and he always waited for the day when the suitable fighter would come to cut down his strength. He was such a foolish demon. It appears that foolish, demoniac human beings, when unnecessarily overpowered with material opulences, want to exhibit these opulences, and such foolish people feel satisfaction when these opulences are exhausted. The idea is that they do not know how to expend their energy for right causes, being unaware of the benefit of Kṛṣṇa consciousness. Actually, there are two classes of men. One is Kṛṣṇa conscious, the other is non-Kṛṣṇa conscious. The non-Kṛṣṇa conscious men are generally devoted to the demigods, whereas the Kṛṣṇa conscious men are devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kṛṣṇa conscious persons utilize everything for the service of the Lord. The non-Kṛṣṇa conscious persons utilize everything for sense gratification, and Banasura is a perfect example of such a person. For his own satisfaction, he was very eager to utilize his extraordinary power to fight. Not finding any combatant, he struck his powerful arms against the mountains, breaking them to pieces. In contrast to this, Arjuna also possessed extraordinary powers for fighting, but he utilized them only for Kṛṣṇa. Banasura had a very beautiful daughter, whose name was Usa. When she had attained the age of marriage and was sleeping amongst her many girlfriends, she dreamt one night that Aniruddha was by her side and that she was enjoying a conjugal relationship with him, although she had never actually seen him or heard of him before. She awoke from her dream exclaiming very loudly, "My dear beloved, where are you?" Being exposed to her friends in this way, she became a little bit ashamed. One of Usa's girlfriends was Citralika, who was the daughter of Banasura's prime minister. Citralika and Usa were intimate friends, and out of great curiosity Citralika asked, "My dear beautiful princess, as of yet you are not married to any young boy, nor have you seen any boys until now, so I am surprised that you are exclaiming like this. Who are you searching after? Who is your suitable match?" On hearing Citralika's inquiries, Usa replied, "My dear friend, in my dream I saw a nice young man who is very, very beautiful. His complexion is swarthy, his eyes are just like lotus petals, and he is dressed in yellow garments. His arms are very long, and his general bodily features are so pleasing that any young girl would be attracted. I feel much pride in saying that this beautiful young man was kissing me, and I was very much enjoying the nectar of his kissing. But I am sorry to inform you that just after this he disappeared, and I have been thrown into the whirlpool of disappointment. My dear friend, I am very anxious to find this wonderful young man, the desired lord of my heart." After hearing Usa's words, Citralika immediately replied, "I can understand your bereavement, and I assure you that if this boy is within these three worlds, the upper, middle and lower planetary systems, I must find him for your satisfaction. If you can identify him from your dream, I shall bring you peace of mind. Now, let me draw some pictures for you to inspect, and as soon as you find the picture of your desired husband, let me know. It doesn't matter where he is, I know the art of bringing him here. So, as soon as you identify him, I shall immediately arrange for it." Citralika, while talking, began to draw many pictures of the demigods inhabiting the higher planetary systems, then pictures of the Gandharvas, Siddhas, Puranas, Panagas, Daityas, Vidyadharas, and Yaksas, as well as many pictures of human beings. The statements of Srimad Bhagavatam and other Vedic literatures prove definitely that on each and every planet there are living entities of different varieties. Therefore, it is foolish to assert that there are no living entities but those on this earth. Citralika drew many pictures. Among the human beings she drew were the members of the Vrisni dynasty, including Vasudeva, the father of Kṛṣṇa, Shurasanya, the grandfather of Kṛṣṇa, Sri Balaramaji, Lord Kṛṣṇa, and many others. When Usa saw the picture of Pradyumna, she became a little bashful, but when she saw the picture of Aniruddha, she became so bashful that she immediately lowered her head and smiled, having found the man she was seeking. She identified the picture to Citralika as that of the man who had stolen her heart. Citralika was a great mystic yogini, and as soon as Usa identified the picture, Citralika could immediately understand that it was of Aniruddha, a grandson of Kṛṣṇa's, although neither she nor Usa had previously known his name or ever seen him. That very night, she traveled in outer space and within a very short time reached the city of Dwarka, which was well protected by Lord Kṛṣṇa. She entered the palace and found Aniruddha sleeping in his bedroom on a very opulent bed. Citralika, by her mystic power, immediately brought Aniruddha, in that sleeping condition, to the city of Sonatapura so that Usa might see her desired husband. Usa immediately bloomed in happiness and began to enjoy the company of Aniruddha with great satisfaction. The palace in which Kṛṣṇa and Citralika lived was so well fortified that it was impossible for any male to either enter or see inside. Kṛṣṇa and Anuruddha lived together in the palace, and day after day Kṛṣṇa's love for Anuruddha grew 4 times upon 4. Kṛṣṇa pleased Anuruddha with valuable garments, flowers, garlands, scents and incense. By his bedside sitting place were other paraphernalia for residential purposes, nice drinks such as milk and sherbet and nice eatables which could be chewed or swallowed. Above all, she pleased him with sweet words and very obliging service. Kṛṣṇa worshipped Anuruddha as if he were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. By her excellent service, Kṛṣṇa made Anuruddha forget all other things and was able to draw his attention and love to her without deviation. In such an atmosphere of love and service, Anuruddha practically forgot himself and could not recall how many days he had been away from his real home. In due course of time, Kṛṣṇa exhibited some bodily symptoms by which it could be understood that she was having intercourse with a male friend. The symptoms were so prominent that her actions could no longer be concealed from anyone. Kṛṣṇa was always cheerful in the association of Anuruddha, and she did not know the bounds of her satisfaction. The housekeeper and the guards of the palace could guess very easily that she was having relations with a male friend, and without waiting for further developments, all of them informed their master, Banasura. In the Vedic culture, an unmarried girl having association with a male is the greatest disgrace to the family, and so the caretakers cautiously informed their master that Kṛṣṇa was showing symptoms indicating a disgraceful association. The servants informed their master that they were not at all neglectful in guarding the house, being alert day and night against any young man who might enter. They were so careful that a male could not even see what was going on there, and so they were surprised that she had become contaminated. Since they could not trace out the reason for it, they submitted the whole situation before their master. Banasura was shocked to understand that his daughter Kṛṣṇa was no longer a virgin maiden. This weighed heavily on his heart, and without delay he rushed toward the palace where Kṛṣṇa was living. There he saw that Kṛṣṇa and Anuruddha were sitting together and talking. They looked very beautiful together, Anuruddha being the son of Pradyumna, who was Cupid himself. Banasura saw his daughter and Anuruddha as a suitable match, yet for family prestige he did not like the combination at all. Banasura could not understand who the boy actually was. He appreciated the fact that Kṛṣṇa could not have selected anyone in the 3 worlds more beautiful. Anuruddha's complexion was brilliant and swarthy. He was dressed in yellow garments and had eyes just like lotus petals. His arms were very long, and he had nice, curling, bluish hair. The glaring rays of his glittering earrings and the beautiful smile on his lips were certainly captivating. Still, Banasura was very angry. When Banasura saw him, Anuruddha was engaged in playing with Kṛṣṇa. Anuruddha was nicely dressed, and Kṛṣṇa had garlanded him with various beautiful flowers. The reddish kumkuma powder put on the breasts of women was spotted here and there on the garland, indicating that Kṛṣṇa had embraced him. Banasura was struck with wonder that, even in his presence, Anuruddha was peacefully sitting in front of Kṛṣṇa. Anuruddha knew, however, that his would-be father-in-law was not at all pleased and that he was gathering many soldiers in the palace to attack him. Thus, not finding any other weapon, Anuruddha took hold of a big iron rod and stood up before Banasura and his soldiers. He firmly took a posture indicating that if attacked he would strike all of the soldiers down to the ground with the iron rod. Banasura and his company of soldiers saw that the boy was standing before them just like the superintendent of death with his invincible rod. Now, under the order of Banasura, the soldiers from all sides attempted to capture and arrest him. When they dared to come before him, Anuruddha struck them with the rod, breaking their heads, legs, arms and thighs, and one after another they fell to the ground. He killed them just as the leader of a pack of boars kills barking dogs one after another. In this way, Anuruddha was able to escape the palace. Banasura knew various arts of fighting, and by the grace of Lord Shiva he knew how to arrest his enemy by the use of a nagapasa, snake noose, and thus he seized Anuruddha as he came out of the palace. When Kṛṣṇa received the news that her father had arrested Anuruddha, she was overwhelmed with grief and confusion. Tears glided down from her eyes, and being unable to check herself, she began to cry very loudly. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 62nd chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the meeting of Kṛṣṇa and Anuruddha. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 63. Lord Kṛṣṇa fights with Banasura. When the 4 months of the rainy season passed and Anuruddha had still not returned home, all the members of the Yadu family became much perturbed. They could not understand how the boy was missing. Fortunately, one day the great sage Narada came and informed the family about Anuruddha's disappearance from the palace. He explained how Anuruddha had been carried to the city of Sanatapura, the capital of Banasura's empire, and how Banasura had arrested him with the Nagapasa, even though Anuruddha had defeated his soldiers. This news was given in detail by Narada, and the whole story was disclosed. Then the members of the Yadu dynasty, all of whom had great affection for Kṛṣṇa, prepared to attack the city of Saunatapura. Practically all the leaders of the family, including Pradyumna, Satyaki, Gada, Samba, Sarana, Nanda, Upananda, and Bhadra, combined together and gathered 12 Aksayani military divisions into phalanxes. Then they all went to Saunatapura and surrounded it with soldiers, elephants, horses and chariots. Banasura heard that the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty were attacking the whole city, tearing down various walls, gates and nearby gardens. Becoming very angry, he immediately ordered his soldiers, who were of equal caliber, to go and face them. Lord Shiva was so kind to Banasura that he personally came as the commander-in-chief of the military force, assisted by his heroic sons Kartikeya and Ganapati. Nandisvara, Lord Shiva, seated on his favorite bull, led the fighting against Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. We can simply imagine how fierce the fighting was, Lord Shiva with his valiant sons on one side, and Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his elder brother, Sri Balaramaji, on the other. The fighting was so fierce that those who saw the battle were struck with wonder, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. Lord Shiva was engaged in fighting directly with Lord Kṛṣṇa, Pradyumna was engaged with Kartikeya, and Lord Balarama was engaged with Banasura's commander-in-chief, Kumbhanda, who was assisted by Kṛṣṇa. Samba, the son of Kṛṣṇa, fought the son of Banasura, and Banasura fought Satyaki, commander-in-chief of the Yadu dynasty. In this way the fighting was waged. News of the fighting spread all over the universe. Demigods such as Lord Brahma, from higher planetary systems, along with great sages and saintly persons, Siddhas, Puranas, and Gandharvas, all being very curious to see the fight between Lord Shiva and Lord Kṛṣṇa and their assistants, hovered over the battlefield in their airplanes. Lord Shiva is called Bhutanatha, because he is assisted by various types of powerful ghosts and denizens of the inferno, Bhutas, Pratas, Pramithas, Gyakas, Dakinis, Pukas, Kusmandas, Vitalas, Vinayakas and Brahma Rakshasas. Of all kinds of ghosts, the Brahma Rakshasas are the most powerful. They are Brahmanas who after death have entered the ghostly species of life. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Kṛṣṇa, simply drove all these ghosts away from the battlefield with the arrows from his celebrated bow, Surgadanur. Lord Shiva then began to release all his selected weapons against the Personality of Godhead. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, without any difficulty, counteracted all these weapons with counter-weapons. He counteracted the Brahmastra, similar to the atomic bomb, with another Brahmastra, and an air weapon with a mountain weapon. When Lord Shiva released a particular weapon bringing about a violent hurricane on the battlefield, Lord Kṛṣṇa presented just the opposing element, a mountain weapon, which checked the hurricane on the spot. Similarly, when Lord Shiva released his weapon of devastating fire, Kṛṣṇa counteracted it with torrents of rain. At last, when Lord Shiva released his personal weapon, the Pasupana Astra, Kṛṣṇa immediately counteracted it with the Narayana Astra. Lord Shiva then became exasperated in fighting with Lord Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa then took the opportunity to release his yawning weapon. When this weapon is released, the opposing party becomes tired, stops fighting and begins to yawn. Consequently, Lord Shiva became so fatigued that he refused to fight anymore and began yawning. Kṛṣṇa was now able to turn his attention from the attack of Lord Shiva to the efforts of Banasura, and he began to kill Banasura's personal soldiers with swords and clubs. Meanwhile, Lord Kṛṣṇa's son Pradyumna was fighting fiercely with Kartikeya, the commander-in-chief of the demigods. Kartikeya was wounded, and his body was bleeding profusely. In this condition, he left the battlefield and, without fighting anymore, rode away on the back of his peacock carrier. Similarly, Lord Balarama smashed Banasura's commander-in-chief, Kumbhanda, with the strokes of his club. Kumbhakarna was also wounded in this way, and both he and Kumbhanda fell on the battlefield, Kumbhanda being fatally wounded. Without guidance, all of Banasura's soldiers scattered here and there. When Banasura saw that his soldiers and commanders had been defeated, his anger only increased. He thought it wise to stop fighting with Satyaki, Kṛṣṇa's commander-in-chief, and instead directly attack Lord Kṛṣṇa. Now having the opportunity to use his 1,000 arms, he rushed toward Kṛṣṇa, simultaneously working 500 bows and 2,000 arrows. Such a foolish person could never measure Kṛṣṇa's strength. Immediately, without difficulty, Kṛṣṇa cut each of Banasura's bows into 2 pieces and, to check him from going further, made the horses of his chariot lie on the ground so that the chariot broke to pieces. After doing this, Kṛṣṇa blew his conch shell, Pankayanya. There was a demigoddess named Kotara who was worshipped by Banasura, and their relationship was as mother and son. Mother Kotara was upset that Banasura's life was in danger, so she appeared on the scene. With naked body and scattered hair, she stood before Lord Kṛṣṇa. Sri Kṛṣṇa did not like the sight of this naked woman, and to avoid seeing her he turned his face. Banasura, getting this chance to escape Kṛṣṇa's attack, left the battlefield. All the strings of his bows had been broken, and there was no chariot or driver, so he had no alternative but to return to his city. He lost everything in the battle. Being greatly harassed by the arrows of Kṛṣṇa, all the associates of Lord Shiva, the hobgoblins and ghostly Buddhas, Pretas and Kshatriyas, left the battlefield. Lord Shiva then took to his last resort. He released his greatest death weapon, known as the Shiva Javara, which destroys by excessive heat. It is said that at the end of creation the sun becomes 12 times more scorching than usual. This 12 times hotter temperature is called Shiva Javara. When the Shiva Javara personified was released, he had 3 heads and 3 legs, and as he came toward Kṛṣṇa it appeared that he was burning everything to ashes. He was so powerful that he made blazing fire appear in all directions, and Kṛṣṇa observed that he was specifically coming toward him. As there is a Shiva Javara weapon, there is also a Narayana Javara weapon, which is represented by excessive cold. When there is excessive heat, one can somehow or other tolerate it, but when there is excessive cold, everything collapses. This is actually experienced by a person at the time of death. At the time of death, the temperature of the body first of all increases to 107 degrees Fahrenheit, and then the whole body collapses and immediately becomes as cold as ice. To counteract the scorching heat of the Shiva Javara, there is no other weapon but the Narayana Javara. Therefore, when Lord Kṛṣṇa saw that the Shiva Javara had been released by Lord Shiva, he had no recourse other than to release the Narayana Javara. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa is the original Narayana and the controller of the Narayana Javara weapon. When the Narayana Javara was released, there was a great fight between the two Javaras. When excessive heat is counteracted by extreme cold, it is natural for the hot temperature to gradually reduce, and this is what occurred in the fight between the Shiva Javara and the Narayana Javara. Gradually, the Shiva Javara's temperature diminished, and the Shiva Javara began to cry for help from Lord Shiva, but Lord Shiva was unable to help him in the presence of the Narayana Javara. Unable to get any help from Lord Shiva, the Shiva Javara could understand that he had no means of escape outside of surrendering unto Narayana, Lord Kṛṣṇa himself. Lord Shiva, the greatest of the demigods, could not help him, what to speak of the lesser demigods, and therefore the Shiva Javara ultimately surrendered unto Kṛṣṇa, bowing before him and offering a prayer so that the Lord might be pleased and give him protection. This incident of the fight between the ultimate weapons of Lord Shiva and Lord Kṛṣṇa proves that if Kṛṣṇa gives someone protection no one can kill him, and if Kṛṣṇa does not give one protection no one can save him. Lord Shiva is called Mahadeva, the greatest of all the demigods, although sometimes Lord Brahma is considered the greatest of all the demigods because he can create. However, Lord Shiva can annihilate the creations of Brahma. Still, both Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva act only in one capacity. Lord Brahma can create, and Lord Shiva can annihilate. But neither of them can maintain. Lord Vishnu, however, not only maintains but creates and annihilates also. Factually, the creation is not affected by Brahma, because Brahma himself is created by Lord Vishnu. And Lord Shiva is created, or born, of Brahma. The Shiva Javara thus understood that without Kṛṣṇa, or Narayana, no one could help him. He therefore rightly took shelter of Lord Kṛṣṇa and, with folded hands, began to pray as follows. My dear Lord, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you because you have unlimited potencies. No one can surpass your potencies, and thus you are the Lord of everyone. Generally people consider Lord Shiva the most powerful personality in the material world, but Lord Shiva is not all-powerful, you are all-powerful. This is factual. You are the original consciousness, or knowledge. Without knowledge, or consciousness, nothing can be powerful. A material thing may be very powerful, but without the touch of consciousness it cannot act. A material machine may be gigantic and wonderful, but without the touch of someone conscious and in knowledge, the material machine is useless for all purposes. My Lord, you are complete knowledge, and there is not a pinch of material contamination in your personality. Lord Shiva may be a powerful demigod because of his specific power to annihilate the whole creation, and, similarly, Lord Brahma may be very powerful because he can create the entire universe, but actually neither Brahma nor Lord Shiva is the original cause of this cosmic manifestation. You are the absolute truth, the supreme Brahman, and you are the original cause. The original cause of the cosmic manifestation is not the impersonal Brahman effulgence. That impersonal Brahman effulgence rests on your personality. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, the cause of the impersonal Brahman is Lord Kṛṣṇa. This Brahman effulgence is likened to the sunshine, which emanates from the sun globe. Therefore, impersonal Brahman is not the ultimate cause. The ultimate cause of everything is the supreme eternal form of Kṛṣṇa. All material actions and reactions take place in the impersonal Brahman, but in the personal Brahman, the eternal form of Kṛṣṇa, there is no action and reaction. The Shiva Jayavara continued, "Therefore, my lord, your body is completely peaceful, completely blissful and devoid of material contamination. In the material body there are actions and reactions of the three modes of material nature. The time factor is the most important element, above all others, because the material manifestation is affected by the agitation of time. Thus natural phenomena come into existence, and as soon as phenomena appear, fruitive activities are visible. As the result of these fruitive activities, a living entity takes his form. He acquires a particular nature packed up in a subtle body and gross body formed by the life air, the ego, the 10 sense organs, the mind and the 5 gross elements. These then create the type of body which later becomes the root cause of various other bodies, which are acquired one after another by means of the transmigration of the soul. All these phenomenal manifestations are the combined actions of your material energy. You, however, are the cause of this external energy, and thus you remain unaffected by the action and reaction of the different elements. And because you are transcendental to such compulsions of material energy, you are the supreme tranquility. You are the last word in freedom from material contamination. I therefore take shelter at your lotus feet, giving up all other shelter. My dear Lord, your appearance as the son of Vasudeva and your role as a human being is one of the pastimes of your complete freedom. To benefit your devotees and vanquish the non-devotees, you appear in multi-incarnations. All such incarnations descend in fulfillment of your promise in the Bhagavad Gita that you appear as soon as there are discrepancies in the system of progressive life. When there are disturbances by irregular principles, my dear Lord, you appear by your internal potency. Your main business is to protect and maintain the demigods and spiritually inclined persons and to maintain the standard of material law and order. Considering your mission of maintaining such law and order, your violence toward the miscreants and demons is quite befitting. This is not the first time you have incarnated. It is to be understood that you have done so many times before. My dear Lord, I beg to submit that I have been very greatly chastised by the release of your Narayana Jayavara, which is certainly very cooling yet at the same time severely dangerous and unbearable for all of us. My dear Lord, as long as one is forgetful of Kṛṣṇa consciousness, driven by the spell of material desires and ignorant of the ultimate shelter at your lotus feet, one who has accepted this material body becomes disturbed by the 3 miserable conditions of material nature. Because one does not surrender unto you, he continues to suffer perpetually. After hearing the Shiva Jayavara, Lord Kṛṣṇa replied, O three-headed one, I am pleased with your statement. Be assured that there will be no more suffering for you from the Narayana Jayavara. Not only are you now free from fear of the Narayana Jayavara, but anyone in the future who simply recollects this fight between you and the Narayana Jayavara will also be freed from all kinds of fear. After hearing the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Shiva Jayavara offered respectful obeisances unto his lotus feet and left. In the meantime, Banasura somehow or other recovered from his setbacks and, with rejuvenated energy, returned to fight. This time Banasura appeared before Lord Kṛṣṇa, who was seated on his chariot, with different kinds of weapons in his 1,000 hands. Very much agitated, Banasura splashed his different weapons upon the body of Lord Kṛṣṇa like torrents of rain. When Lord Kṛṣṇa saw the weapons of Banasura coming at him, like water coming out of a strainer, he took his sharp-edged Sudarsana disc and began to cut off the demon's 1,000 arms, one after another, just as a gardener trims the twigs of a tree with sharp cutters. When Lord Shiva saw that his devotee Banasura could not be saved even in his presence, he came to his senses and personally came before Lord Kṛṣṇa and began to pacify him by offering the following prayers. Lord Shiva said, My dear Lord, you are the worshipable object of the Vedic hymns. One who does not know you considers the impersonal Brahma Jyotira to be the ultimate supreme absolute truth, without knowledge that you exist behind your spiritual effulgence in your eternal abode. My dear Lord, you are therefore called Parabrahman. Indeed, the words Parambraham have been used in the Bhagavad Gita to identify you. Saintly persons who have completely cleansed their hearts of all material contamination can realize your transcendental form, although you are all-pervading like the sky, unaffected by any material thing. Only the devotees can realize you, and no one else. In the impersonalist's conception of your supreme existence, the sky is just like your navel, fire is your mouth, and water is your semen. The heavenly planets are your head, all the directions are your ears, the earth, Urvi, is your lotus feet, the moon is your mind, and the sun is your eye. As far as I am concerned, I act as your ego. The ocean is your abdomen, and the king of heaven, Indra, is your arm. Trees and plants are the hairs on your body, the clouds are the hair on your head, and Lord Brahma is your intelligence. All the great progenitors, known as Prajapatis, are your symbolic representatives. And religion is your heart. The impersonal feature of your supreme body is conceived of in this way, but you are ultimately the supreme person. The impersonal feature of your supreme body is only a small expansion of your energy. You are likened to the original fire, and your expansions are its light and heat. Lord Shiva continued, "My dear Lord, since you are manifested universally, the different parts of the universe are the different parts of your body, and by your inconceivable potency you can simultaneously be both localized and universal. In the Brahma Samhita we also find it stated that although you always remain in your abode, Goloka Vrindavana, you are present everywhere. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, you appear in order to protect the devotees, and thus your appearance indicates good fortune for all the universe. All of the demigods are directing different affairs of the universe by your grace only. Thus the 7 upper planetary systems are maintained by your grace. At the end of this creation, all manifestations of your energies, whether in the shape of demigods, human beings or lower animals, enter into you, and all immediate and remote causes of the cosmic manifestation rest in you without distinctive features of existence. Ultimately, there is no possibility of distinction between you and any other thing on an equal level with you or subordinate to you. You are simultaneously the cause of this cosmic manifestation and its ingredients as well. You are the supreme whole, one without a second. In the phenomenal manifestation there are 3 stages, the stage of consciousness, the stage of semi-consciousness and dreaming, and the stage of unconsciousness. But your lordship is transcendental to all these different material stages of existence. You exist, therefore, in a 4th dimension, and your appearance and disappearance do not depend on anything beyond yourself. You are the supreme cause of everything, but of you there is no cause. You yourself cause your own appearance and disappearance. Despite your transcendental position, my lord, in order to show your 6 opulences and advertise your transcendental qualities, you have appeared in your different incarnations, fish, tortoise, boar, Nrsimha, Kesava and others, by your personal manifestation, and you have appeared as different living entities by your separated manifestations. By your internal potency you appear as the different incarnations of Vishnu, and by your external potency you appear as the phenomenal world. On a cloudy day, to the common man's eyes the sun appears to be covered. But the fact is that because the sunshine creates the cloud, the sun can never actually be covered, even though the whole sky may be cloudy. Similarly, less intelligent men claim that there is no God, but when the manifestation of different living entities and their activities is visible, enlightened persons see you present in every atom through the medium of your external and marginal energies. Your unlimitedly potent activities are experienced by the most enlightened devotees, but those who are bewildered by the spell of your external energy identify themselves with this material world and become attached to society, friendship and love. Thus they embrace the threefold miseries of material existence and are subjected to the dualities of pain and pleasure, sometimes drowning in the ocean of attachment and sometimes being taken out of it. My dear Lord, only by your mercy and grace can the living entity get the human form of life, which is a chance to get out of the miserable condition of material existence. However, a person who possesses a human body but who cannot bring his senses under control is carried away by the waves of sensual enjoyment. As such, he cannot take shelter of your lotus feet and thus engage in your devotional service. The life of such a person is very unfortunate, and anyone living such a life of darkness is certainly cheating himself and thus cheating others also. Therefore, human society without Kṛṣṇa consciousness is a society of cheaters and the cheated. My Lord, you are actually the dearmost supersoul of all living entities and the supreme controller of everything. The human being who is always illusioned is afraid of ultimate death. A man who is simply attached to sensual enjoyment voluntarily accepts the miserable material existence and thus wanders after the will-o'-the-wisp of sense pleasure. He is certainly the most foolish man, for he drinks poison and puts aside the nectar. My dear Lord, all the demigods, including myself and Lord Brahma, as well as great saintly persons and sages who have cleansed their hearts of material attachment, have, by your grace, wholeheartedly taken shelter of your lotus feet. We have all taken shelter of you because we have accepted you as the Supreme Lord and the dearmost life and soul of all of us. You are the original cause of this cosmic manifestation, you are its supreme maintainer, and you are the cause of its dissolution also. You are equal to everyone, the most peaceful supreme friend of every living entity. You are the supreme worshipable object for every one of us. My dear Lord, let us always be engaged in your transcendental loving service so that we may get free from this material entanglement. Finally, my Lord, I may inform you that this Banasura is very dear to me. He has rendered valuable service unto me, therefore I want to see him always happy, Being pleased with him, I have assured him safety. I pray to you, my lord, that as you were pleased with his forefathers King Prahlada and Bali Maharaja, you will also be pleased with him." After hearing Lord Shiva's prayer, Lord Kṛṣṇa replied, "My dear Lord Shiva, I accept your statements, and I also accept your desire for Banasura. I know that this Banasura is the son of Bali Maharaja, and as such I cannot kill him, for that is my promise. I gave a benediction to King Prahlada that the demons who would appear in his family would never be killed by me. Therefore, without killing this Banasura, I have simply cut off his arms to deprive him of his false prestige. The large number of soldiers he was maintaining became a burden on this earth, and I have killed them all to minimize the burden. Now he has 4 remaining arms, and he will remain immortal, unaffected by material pains and pleasures. I know that he is one of the chief devotees of your lordship, so you can now rest assured that henceforward he need have no fear of anything." When Banasura was blessed by Lord Kṛṣṇa in this way, he came before the Lord and bowed down before him, touching his head to the earth. Banasura immediately arranged to have his daughter Usa seated with Aniruddha on a nice chariot, and then he presented them before Lord Kṛṣṇa. After this, Lord Kṛṣṇa took charge of Aniruddha and Usa, who had become very opulent materially because of the blessings of Lord Shiva. Thus, keeping forward a division of 1 Aksaini of soldiers, Kṛṣṇa proceeded toward Dwarka. In the meantime, all the people of Dwarka, having received the news that Lord Kṛṣṇa was returning with Aniruddha and Usa in great opulence, decorated every corner of the city with flags, festoons and garlands. All the big roads and crossings were carefully cleansed and sprinkled with sandalwood pulp mixed with water. Everywhere was the fragrance of sandalwood. All the citizens joined with their friends and relatives to welcome Lord Kṛṣṇa with great pomp and jubilation, and a tumultuous vibration of conch shells, drums and bugles received the Lord. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, entered his capital, Dwarka. Sukadeva Goswami assured King Pariksit that the narration of the fight between Lord Shiva and Lord Kṛṣṇa is not at all inauspicious, like ordinary fights. On the contrary, if one remembers in the morning the narration of this fight between Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Shiva and takes pleasure in the victory of Lord Kṛṣṇa, he will never experience defeat anywhere in his struggle of life. This episode of Banasura's fighting with Kṛṣṇa and later being saved by the grace of Lord Shiva is confirmation of the statement in the Bhagavad Gita that the worshippers of demigods cannot achieve any benediction without its being sanctioned by the Supreme Lord, Kṛṣṇa. Here in this narration we find that although Banasura was a great devotee of Lord Shiva, when he faced death by Kṛṣṇa, Lord Shiva was not able to save him. But Lord Shiva appealed to Kṛṣṇa to save his devotee, and this was sanctioned by the Lord. This is the position of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The exact words used in this connection in the Bhagavad Gita are Maya eva vihitan hitan. This means that without the sanction of the Supreme Lord, no demigod can award any benediction to his worshipper. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 63rd chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa fights with Banasura. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 64. The story of King Mrga. Once the family members of Lord Kṛṣṇa, such as Sambha, Pradyumna, Karu, Bhanu, and Gada, all princes of the Yadu dynasty, went for a long picnic in the forest near Dwarka. In the course of their excursion, all of them became thirsty, and so they tried to find out where water was available in the forest. When they approached a well, they found no water in it, but, on the contrary, within the well was a wonderful living entity. It was a large lizard, and all of them were astonished to see such a wonderful animal. They could understand that the animal was trapped and could not escape by its own effort, so out of compassion they tried to take the large lizard out of the well. Unfortunately, they could not get the lizard out, even though they tried to do so in many ways. When the princes returned home, their story was narrated before Lord Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the friend of all living entities. Therefore, after hearing the appeal from his sons, he personally went to the well and easily got the great lizard out simply by extending his left hand. Immediately upon being touched by the hand of Lord Kṛṣṇa, that great lizard gave up its lizard shape and appeared as a beautiful demigod, an inhabitant of the heavenly planets. His complexion glittered like molten gold, he was decorated with fine garments, and he wore costly ornaments around his neck. How the demigod had been obliged to accept the body of a lizard was not a secret to Lord Kṛṣṇa, but still, for others' information, the Lord inquired, "My dear fortunate demigod, now I see that your body is so beautiful and lustrous. Who are you? We can guess that you are one of the best demigods in the heavenly planets. All good fortune to you. I think that you are not meant to be in this situation. It must be due to the results of your past activities that you were put into the species of lizard life. Still, I want to hear from you how you were put into this position. If you think that you can disclose this secret, Then please tell us your identity." Actually, this large lizard was Kṛṣṇa, and when questioned by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he immediately bowed down before the Lord, touching to the ground the helmet on his head, which was as dazzling as the sunshine. In this way, he first offered his respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord. He then said, "My dear Lord, I am Kṛṣṇa, the son of King Ikṣvaku. If you have ever taken account of all charitably disposed men, I am sure you must have heard my name. My Lord, you are the supreme witness. You are aware of every bit of work done by the living entities, past, present and future. Nothing can be hidden from your eternal cognizance. Still, you have ordered me to explain my history, and I shall therefore narrate the full story." Kṛṣṇa proceeded to narrate the history of his degradation, caused by his karmakanda activities. He said that he had been very charitably disposed and had given away so many cows that the total was equal to the number of particles of dust on the earth, stars in the sky or drops of water in a rainfall. According to the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies, a man who is charitably disposed is recommended to give cows to the Brahmanas. From Kṛṣṇa's statement, it appears that he followed this principle earnestly. However, as a result of a slight discrepancy, he was forced to take birth as a lizard. Therefore it is recommended by the Lord in the Bhagavad Gita that one who is charitably disposed and desires to derive the benefit of his charity should offer his gifts to please Kṛṣṇa. To give charity means to perform pious activities by which one may be elevated to the higher planetary systems, but promotion to the heavenly planets is no guarantee that one will never fall down. Rather, the example of Kṛṣṇa definitely proves that fruitive activities, even if very pious, cannot give us eternal blissful life. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the result of work, either pious or impious, is sure to bind a man unless the work is discharged as yajna on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kṛṣṇa said that the cows he had given in charity were not ordinary cows. Each one was very young and had given birth to only one calf. They were full of milk, very peaceful, and healthy. All the cows were purchased with money earned legally. Furthermore, their horns were gold-plated, their hooves were bedecked with silver plating, and they were covered with necklaces and with silken wrappers embroidered with pearls. He stated that these valuably decorated cows had not been given to any worthless persons but had been distributed to first-class Brahmanas, whom he had also decorated with nice garments and gold ornaments. The Brahmanas were well qualified, and since none of them were rich, their family members were always in want for the necessities of life. A real Brahmana never hoards money for a luxurious life, like the Kshatriyas or the Vaisyas, but always keeps himself poverty-stricken, knowing that money diverts the mind to materialistic ways of life. To live in this way is the vow of a qualified Brahmana, and all of these Brahmanas were well situated in that exalted vow. They were well learned in Vedic knowledge. They executed the required austerities and penances in their lives and were liberal, meeting the standard of qualified Brahmanas. They were equally friendly to everyone. Above all, they were young and quite fit to act as qualified Brahmanas. Besides the cows, they were also given land, gold, houses, horses and elephants. Those who were not married were given wives, maidservants, grain, silver, utensils, garments, jewels, household furniture, chariots, etc. This charity was nicely performed as a sacrifice according to the Vedic rituals. The king also stated that not only had he bestowed gifts upon the Brahmanas, but he had performed other pious activities, such as digging wells, planting trees on the roadside and installing ponds along the highways. The king continued, "In spite of all this, unfortunately one of the Brahmanas' cows that I had given in charity chanced to enter amongst my other cows. Not knowing this, I again gave it in charity, to another Brahmana. As the cow was being taken away by this Brahmana, its former master claimed it as his own, stating, 'This cow was formerly given to me, so how is it that you are taking it away?' Thus there was arguing and fighting between the two Brahmanas, and they came before me and charged that I had taken back a cow I had previously given in charity. To give something to someone and then to take it back is considered a great sin, especially in dealing with a Brahmana." When both Brahmanas charged the king with the same complaint, he was simply puzzled as to how it had happened. Thereafter, with great humility, the king offered each of them 100,000 cows in exchange for the one cow that was causing the fight between them. He prayed to them that he was their servant and that there had been some mistake. Thus, in order to rectify it, he prayed that they be very kind upon him and accept his offer in exchange for the cow. The king fervently appealed to the Brahmanas not to cause his downfall into hell because of this mistake. A Brahmana's property is called Brahmasva, and according to Manu's law it cannot be acquired even by the government. Both Brahmanas, however, insisted that the cow was theirs and could not be taken back under any condition. Neither of them agreed to exchange it for the 100,000 cows. Thus disagreeing with the king's proposal, the two Brahmanas left the place in anger, thinking that their lawful possession had been usurped. After this incident, when the time came for the king to give up his body, he was taken before Yamaraja, the superintendent of death, who asked him whether he first wanted to enjoy the results of his pious activities or suffer the results of his impious activities. Seeing that the king had executed so many pious activities and charities, Yamaraja also hinted that he did not know the limit of the king's future enjoyment. In other words, there would be practically no end to the king's material happiness. But in spite of this hint, the king, bewildered, decided first to suffer the results of his impious activities and then to accept the results of his pious activities. Therefore Yamaraja immediately turned him into a lizard. King Kṛṣṇa had remained in the well as a big lizard for a very long time. He told Lord Kṛṣṇa, "In spite of being put into that degraded condition of life, I simply thought of you, my dear Lord, and my memory was never vanquished." It appears from these statements of King Kṛṣṇa that persons who follow the principles of fruitive activities and derive some material benefits are not very intelligent. Being given the choice by the superintendent of death, Yamaraja, King Kṛṣṇa could have first accepted the results of his pious activities. Instead, he thought it better first to receive the effects of his impious activities and then enjoy the effects of his pious activities without disturbance. On the whole, he had not developed Kṛṣṇa consciousness. The Kṛṣṇa conscious person develops love of God, Kṛṣṇa, not love for pious or impious activities, therefore he is not subjected to the results of such action. As stated in the Brahma Samhita, a devotee, by the grace of the Lord, is not subjected to the reactions of fruitive activities. Somehow or other, as a result of his pious activities, King Kṛṣṇa had aspired to see the Lord. He continued, "My dear Lord, I had a great desire that someday I might be able to see you personally. I think that this great desire to see you, combined with my tendency to perform ritualistic and charitable activities, has enabled me to retain the memory of who I was in my former life, even though I became a lizard. Such a person who remembers his past life is called Jati Smara. In modern times also there are instances of small children recalling many details of their past lives. My dear Lord, you are the supersoul seated in everyone's heart. There are many great mystic yogis who have the eyes to see through the Vedas and Upanishads. To achieve the elevated position of realizing that they are equal in quality with you, they always meditate on you within their hearts. But although such exalted saintly persons may see you constantly within their hearts, they still cannot see you face to face. Therefore I am very much surprised that I am able to see you personally. I know that I was engaged in so many activities, especially as a king. Although I was in the midst of luxury and opulence and was subject to so much of the happiness and misery of material existence, I am so fortunate to be seeing you personally. As far as I know, when one becomes liberated from material existence, he can see you in this way." When King Kṛṣṇa elected to receive the results of his impious activities, he was given the body of the lizard because of the mistake in his pious activities, thus he could not be directly converted to a higher status of life like a great demigod. However, along with his pious activities, he thought of Kṛṣṇa, so he was quickly released from the body of a lizard and given the body of a demigod. By worshipping the Supreme Lord, those who desire material opulences are given the bodies of powerful demigods. Sometimes these demigods can see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face, but they are still not yet eligible to enter into the spiritual kingdom, the Vaikuntha planets. However, if the demigods continue to be devotees of the Lord, the next chance they get they will enter into the Vaikuntha planets. Having attained the body of a demigod, King Kṛṣṇa, continuing to remember everything, said, "My dear Lord, you are the Supreme Lord and are worshipped by all the demigods. You are not one of the ordinary living entities. You are the Supreme Person, Purushottama. You are the source of all happiness for all living entities, therefore you are known as Govinda. You are the Lord of those living entities who have accepted material bodies and those who have not yet accepted material bodies. Among the living entities who have not accepted material bodies are those who hover in the material world as evil spirits or live in a ghostly atmosphere. However, those who live in the spiritual kingdom, the Vaikuntha Lokas, have bodies not made of material elements. You, my Lord, are infallible. You are the supreme, the purest of all living entities. You live in everyone's heart. You are the shelter of all living entities, Narayana. Being seated in the heart of all living beings, you are the supreme director of everyone's sensual activities, therefore, you are called Rishikesa. My dear Supreme Lord Kṛṣṇa, because you have given me this body of a demigod, I will have to go to some heavenly planet, so I am taking this opportunity to beg for your mercy. I pray that I may have the benediction of never forgetting your lotus feet, no matter to which form of life or planet I may be transferred. You are all-pervading, present everywhere as cause and effect. You are the cause of all causes, and your power is unlimited. You are the absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Supreme Brahman. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again, my dear Lord. Your body is full of transcendental bliss and knowledge, and you are eternal. You are the master of all mystic powers, therefore you are known as Yogesvara. Kindly accept me as an insignificant particle of dust at your lotus feet. Before entering the heavenly planets, King Kṛṣṇa circumambulated the Lord, touched his helmet to the Lord's lotus feet and bowed before him. Seeing the airplane from the heavenly planets present before him, he was given permission by the Lord to board it. After the departure of King Kṛṣṇa, Lord Kṛṣṇa expressed his appreciation for the king's devotion to the Brahmanas as well as his charitable disposition and his performance of Vedic rituals. Therefore, it is recommended that if one cannot directly become a devotee of the Lord, one should follow the Vedic principles of life. This will enable him, one day, to see the Lord by being promoted either directly to the spiritual kingdom or, indirectly, to the heavenly kingdom, where he has hope of being transferred to the spiritual planets. At this time, Lord Kṛṣṇa was present among his relatives who were members of the Kshatriya class. To teach them through the exemplary character of King Kṛṣṇa, he said, even though a Kshatriya king may be as powerful as fire, it is not possible for him to usurp the property of a Brahmana and utilize it for his own purpose. If this is so, how can ordinary kings, who falsely think themselves the most powerful beings within the material world, usurp a Brahmana's property? I do not think that taking poison is as dangerous as taking a Brahmana's property. For ordinary poison there is treatment, one can be relieved from its effects, but if one drinks the poison of taking a Brahmana's property, there is no remedy for the mistake. The perfect example is King Kṛṣṇa. He was very powerful and very pious, but due to the small mistake of unknowingly usurping a Brahmana's cow, he was condemned to the abominable life of a lizard. Ordinary poison affects only those who drink it, and ordinary fire can be extinguished simply by pouring water on it. But the Arani fire ignited by the spiritual potency of a Brahmana who is dissatisfied can burn to ashes the whole family of a person who provokes such a Brahmana. Formerly, the Brahmanas used to ignite the fire of sacrifice not with matches or any other external fire but with their powerful mantras, called Arani. If someone even touches a Brahmana's property, his family is ruined for 3 generations. However, if a Brahmana's property is forcibly taken away, the taker's family for 10 generations before him and 10 generations after will be subject to ruination. On the other hand, if someone becomes a pure Vaisnava, or devotee of the Lord, 10 generations of his family before his birth and 10 generations after will be liberated. Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, if some foolish king who is puffed up by his wealth, prestige and power wants to usurp a Brahmana's property, he should be understood to be clearing his path to hell. He does not know how much he has to suffer for such an unwise act. If someone takes away the property of a very liberal Brahmana who is encumbered by a large dependent family, then such a usurper is put into the hell known as Kumbhipaka. Not only is he put into this hell, but his family members also have to accept such a miserable condition of life. A person who takes away a Brahmana's property, whether it was originally given by him or by someone else, is condemned to live for at least 60,000 years as a miserable insect in stuli. Therefore I instruct you, all my boys and relatives present here, do not, even by mistake, take the possession of a Brahmana and thereby pollute your whole family. If someone even wishes to possess such property, let alone attempts to take it away by force, the duration of his life will be reduced. He will be defeated by his enemies, and after being bereft of his royal position, when he gives up his body he will become a serpent, giving trouble to all other living entities. My dear boys and relatives, I therefore advise you that even if a Brahmana becomes angry with you and calls you by ill names or curses you, still you should not retaliate. On the contrary, you should smile, tolerate him and offer your respects to the Brahmana. You know very well that even I myself offer my obeisances to the Brahmanas with great respect 3 times daily. You should therefore follow my instruction and example. I shall not forgive anyone who does not follow them, and I shall punish him. You should learn from the example of King Kṛṣṇa that even if someone unknowingly usurps the property of a Brahmana, he is put into a miserable condition of life. Thus Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is always engaged in purifying the conditioned living entities, gave instruction not only to his family members and the inhabitants of Dvaraka but to all the members of human society. After this, the Lord entered his palace. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 64th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the story of King Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 65 Lord Balarama visits Vrindavana. Lord Balarama became very anxious to see his father and mother in Vrindavana. Therefore, with great enthusiasm he started on a chariot for Vrindavana. The inhabitants of Vrindavana had been anxious to see Kṛṣṇa and Balarama for a very long time. When Lord Balarama returned to Vrindavana, all the cowherd boys and the gopas had grown up, but still, on his arrival, they all embraced him, And Balarama embraced them in reciprocation. After this he came before Maharaja Nanda and Yasoda and offered his respectful obeisances. In response, Mother Yasoda and Nanda Maharaja offered their blessings unto him. They addressed him as Jagadishvara, or the Lord of the universe who maintains everyone. The reason for this was that Kṛṣṇa and Balarama maintain all living entities. And yet Nanda and Yasoda were put into such difficulties on account of their absence. Feeling like this, they embraced Balarama and, seating him on their laps, began their perpetual crying, wetting Balarama with their tears. Lord Balarama then offered his respectful obeisances to the elderly cowherd men and accepted the obeisances of the younger cowherd men. Thus, according to their different ages and relationships, Lord Balarama exchanged feelings of friendship with them. He shook hands with those who were his equals in age and friendship and with loud laughing embraced each one of them. After being received by the cowherd men and boys, the Gopis, and King Nanda and Yasoda, Lord Balarama sat down, feeling satisfied, and they all surrounded him. First Lord Balarama inquired from them about their welfare, and then, since they had not seen him for such a long time, they began to ask him different questions. The inhabitants of Vrindavana had sacrificed everything for Kṛṣṇa, simply being captivated by the lotus eyes of the Lord. Because of their great desire to love Kṛṣṇa, they never desired anything like elevation to the heavenly planets or merging into the effulgence of Brahman to become one with the absolute truth. They were not even interested in enjoying a life of opulence, but were satisfied in living a simple life in the village as cowherds. They were always absorbed in thoughts of Kṛṣṇa and did not desire any personal benefits, and they were all so much in love with him that in his absence their voices faltered when they began to inquire from Balaramaji. First Nanda Maharaja and Yasodamayi inquired, "My dear Balarama, are our friends like Vasudeva and others in the family doing well? Now you and Kṛṣṇa are grown-up married men with children. In the happiness of family life, do you sometimes remember your poor father and mother, Nanda Maharaja and Yasoda Devi? It is very good news that the most sinful King Kamsa has been killed by you and that our friends like Vasudeva and the others who had been harassed have now been relieved. It is also very good news that you and Kṛṣṇa defeated Jarasandha and Kalayavana, who is now dead, and that you are now living in a fortified residence in Dwarka." When the Gopis arrived, Lord Balarama glanced over them with loving eyes. Being overjoyed, the Gopis, who had so long been mortified on account of Kṛṣṇa's and Balarama's absence, began to ask about the welfare of the two brothers. They specifically asked Balarama whether Kṛṣṇa was enjoying his life surrounded by the enlightened women of Dwarkapuri. Does he sometimes remember his father Nanda and his mother Yasoda and the other friends with whom he so intimately behaved while in Vrindavana? Does Kṛṣṇa have any plans to come here to see his mother, Yasoda, and does he remember us Gopis, who are now pitiably bereft of his company? Kṛṣṇa may have forgotten us in the midst of the cultured women of Dwarka, but as far as we are concerned, we still remember him by collecting flowers and sewing them into garlands. When he does not come, however, we simply pass our time by crying. If only he would come here and accept these garlands we have made. Dear Lord Balarama, descendant of Dasarha, you know that we would give up everything for Kṛṣṇa's friendship. Even in great distress one cannot give up the connection of family members, but although it might be impossible for others, we gave up our fathers, mothers, sisters and relatives. But then Kṛṣṇa, without caring a pinch for our renunciation, all of a sudden renounced us and went away. He broke off our intimate relationship without serious consideration and left for a foreign country. But he was so clever and cunning that he manufactured very nice words. He said, "My dear Gopis, please do not worry. The service you have rendered me is impossible for me to repay. After all, we are women, so how could we disbelieve him? Now we can understand that his sweet words were simply for cheating us." Protesting Kṛṣṇa's absence from Vrindavana, another Gopi said, "My dear Balaramaji, we are of course village girls, so Kṛṣṇa could cheat us in that way, but what about the women of Dwarka? Don't think they are as foolish as we are. We village women might be misled by Kṛṣṇa, but the women in the city of Dwarka are very clever and intelligent. Therefore I would be surprised if such city women could be misled by Kṛṣṇa and could believe his words." Then another Gopi began to speak. "My dear friend," she said, "Kṛṣṇa is very clever in using words. No one can compete with him in that art. He can manufacture such colorful words and talk so sweetly that the heart of any woman would be misled. Besides that, he has perfected the art of smiling very attractively, and by seeing his smile women become mad after him and give themselves to him without hesitation." Another Gopi, after hearing this, said, "My dear friends, what is the use of talking about Kṛṣṇa? If you are at all interested in passing time by talking, let us talk on some subject other than him. If cruel Kṛṣṇa can pass his time without us, why can't we pass our time without Kṛṣṇa? Of course, Kṛṣṇa is passing his days without us very happily, but we cannot pass our days happily without him. When the Gopas were talking in this way, their feelings for Kṛṣṇa became more and more intense, and they were experiencing Kṛṣṇa's smiling, Kṛṣṇa's words of love, Kṛṣṇa's attractive features, Kṛṣṇa's characteristics and Kṛṣṇa's embraces. By the force of their ecstatic feelings, it appeared to them that Kṛṣṇa was personally present and dancing before them. Because of their sweet remembrance of Kṛṣṇa, they could not check their tears, and they began to cry without consideration. Lord Balarama, of course, could understand the ecstatic feelings of the Gopas, and therefore he wanted to pacify them. He was expert in presenting an appeal, and thus, treating the Gopas very respectfully, he began to narrate the stories of Kṛṣṇa so tactfully that the Gopas became satisfied. To keep the Gopas in Vrindavana satisfied, Lord Balarama stayed there continuously for 2 months, namely the months of Kaitara, March to April, and Vaisakha, April to May. For those 2 months he kept himself among the Gopas, and he passed every night with them in the forest of Vrindavana to satisfy their desire for conjugal love. Thus Balaram also enjoyed the Rasa dance with the Gopas during those 2 months. Since the season was springtime, the breeze on the bank of the Yamuna was blowing very mildly, carrying the aroma of different flowers, especially the flower known as Komudi. Moonlight filled the sky and spread everywhere, and thus the banks of the Yamuna appeared very bright and pleasing, and Lord Balarama enjoyed the company of the Gopas there. The demigod known as Varuna sent his daughter Varuni in the form of liquid honey oozing from the hollows of the trees. Because of this honey the whole forest became aromatic, and the sweet aroma of the liquid honey, Varuni, captivated Balaramaji. Balaramaji and all the Gopas became very much attracted by the taste of the Varuni, and all of them drank it together. While drinking this natural beverage, all the Gopas chanted the glories of Lord Balarama, and Lord Balarama felt very happy, as if he had become intoxicated by drinking that Varuni beverage. His eyes rolled in a pleasing attitude. He was decorated with long garlands of forest flowers, and the whole situation appeared to be a great function of happiness because of this transcendental bliss. Lord Balarama smiled beautifully, and the drops of perspiration decorating his face appeared like soothing morning dew. While Balarama was in that happy mood, he desired to enjoy the company of the Gopas in the water of the Yamuna. Therefore he called the Yamuna to come nearby. But the Yamuna neglected the order of Balaramaji, considering him intoxicated. Lord Balarama became very much displeased at the Yamuna's neglecting his order. He immediately wanted to scratch the land near the river with his plowshare. Lord Balarama has 2 weapons, a plow and a club, from which he takes service when they are required. This time he wanted to bring the Yamuna by force, and he took the help of his plow. He wanted to punish the Yamuna because she did not come in obedience to his order. He addressed the Yamuna, "You wretched river! You did not care for my order. Now I shall teach you a lesson. You did not come to me voluntarily. Now with the help of my plow I shall force you to come. I shall divide you into hundreds of scattered streams." When the Yamuna was threatened like this, she became greatly afraid of the power of Balarama and immediately came in person, falling at his lotus feet and praying thus, "My dear Balarama, you are the most powerful personality, and you are pleasing to everyone. Unfortunately, I forgot your glorious, exalted position. But now I have come to my senses, and I remember that you hold all the planetary systems on your head merely by your partial expansion sesa. You are the sustainer of the whole universe. My dear Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are full with 6 opulences. Because I forgot your omnipotence, I have mistakenly disobeyed your order, and thus I have become a great offender. But, my dear Lord, please know that I am a soul surrendered unto you, who are very affectionate to your devotees. Therefore please excuse my impudence and mistakes, and, by your causeless mercy, may you now release me." Upon displaying this submissive attitude, the Yamuna was forgiven, and when she came nearby, Lord Balarama enjoyed the pleasure of swimming in her waters along with the Gopas in the same way that an elephant enjoys himself along with his many she-elephants. After a long time, when Lord Balarama had enjoyed to his full satisfaction, he came out of the water, and immediately a goddess of fortune offered him a nice blue garment and a valuable necklace made of gold. After bathing in the Yamuna, Lord Balarama, dressed in blue garments and decorated with golden ornaments, looked very attractive to everyone. Lord Balarama's complexion is white, and when he was properly dressed he looked exactly like the white elephant of King Indra in the heavenly planets. The river Yamuna still has many small branches due to being scratched by the plowshare of Lord Balarama. And all these branches of the river Yamuna still glorify the omnipotence of Lord Balarama. Lord Balarama and the Gopas enjoyed transcendental pastimes together every night for 2 months, and time passed so quickly that all those nights appeared to be only one night. In the presence of Lord Balarama, All the Gopas and other inhabitants of Vrindavana became as cheerful as they had been before in the presence of both brothers, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Balarama. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 65th chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Lord Balarama visits Vrindavana. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 66, The Deliverance of Paundraka and the King of Kṛṣṇa. The story of King Paundraka is very interesting because it proves that there have always been many rascals and fools who have considered themselves God. Even in the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, there was such a foolish person. His name was Paundraka, and he wanted to declare himself God. While Lord Balarama was absent in Vrindavana, this King Paundraka, the king of Kṛṣṇa province, being foolish and puffed up, sent a messenger to Lord Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but King Paundraka directly challenged Kṛṣṇa through the messenger, who stated that Paundraka, not Kṛṣṇa, was Vasudeva. In the present day there are many foolish followers of such rascals. Similarly, in Paundraka's day, many foolish men accepted Paundraka as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because he could not estimate his own position, Paundraka falsely thought himself to be Lord Vasudeva. Thus the messenger declared to Kṛṣṇa that King Paundraka, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had descended to the earth out of his causeless mercy just to deliver all distressed persons. Surrounded by many other foolish persons, this rascal Paundraka had actually concluded that he was Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This kind of conclusion is certainly childish. When children are playing, they sometimes select a king amongst themselves, and the selected child may think that he is actually the king. Similarly, many foolish persons, due to ignorance, select another fool as God, and then the rascal actually considers himself God, as if God could be created by childish play or by the votes of men. Under this false impression, thinking himself the Supreme Lord, Paundraka sent his messenger to Dwaraka to challenge the position of Kṛṣṇa. The messenger reached the royal assembly of Kṛṣṇa in Dwaraka and conveyed the message given by his master, Paundraka. The message contained the following statements: I am the only Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. No man can compete with me. I have descended as King Paundraka, taking compassion on the distressed conditioned souls out of my unlimited causeless mercy. You have falsely taken the position of Vasudeva without authority, but you should not propagate this false idea. You must give up your position. O descendant of the Yadu dynasty, please give up all the symbols of Vasudeva, which you have falsely assumed. And after giving up this position, come and surrender unto me. If out of your gross impudence you do not care for my words, then I challenge you to fight. I am inviting you to a battle in which the decision will be settled. When all the members of the royal assembly, including King Ugrasena, heard this message sent by Paundraka, they laughed very loudly for a considerable time. After enjoying the loud laughter of all the members of the assembly, Kṛṣṇa replied to the messenger as follows: O messenger of Paundraka, you may carry my message to your master. You are a foolish rascal. I directly call you a rascal, and I refuse to follow your instructions. I shall never give up the symbols of Vasudeva, especially my disc. I shall use this disc to kill not only you but all your followers also. I shall destroy you and your foolish associates, who merely constitute a society of cheaters and the cheated. O foolish king, you will then have to conceal your face in disgrace, and when your head is severed from your body by my disc, it will be surrounded by meat-eating birds like vultures, hawks and eagles. At that time, instead of becoming my shelter, as you have demanded, you will be subject to the mercy of these low-born birds. At that time your body will be thrown to the dogs, who will eat it with great pleasure. The messenger carried the words of Lord Kṛṣṇa to his master, Paundraka, who patiently heard all these insults. Without waiting any longer, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa immediately started out on his chariot to punish the rascal Paundraka, the king of Kṛṣṇa. Because at that time he was living with his friend the king of Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa surrounded the whole city of Kṛṣṇa. King Paundraka was a great warrior, and as soon as he heard of Kṛṣṇa's attack, he came out of the city with 2 Akṣayani divisions of soldiers. The king of Kṛṣṇa also came out, with 3 Akṣayani divisions. When the 2 kings came before Lord Kṛṣṇa to oppose him, Kṛṣṇa saw Paundraka face to face for the first time. Kṛṣṇa saw that Paundraka had decorated himself with the symbols of the conch shell, disc, lotus and club. He carried an imitation Sriga bow, and on his chest was a mock insignia of Srivatsa. His neck was decorated with a false Kaustuba jewel, and he wore a flower garland in exact imitation of Lord Vasudeva's. He was dressed in yellow silken garments, and the flag on his chariot carried the symbol of Garuda, exactly imitating Kṛṣṇa's. He had a very valuable helmet on his head, and his earrings, like swordfish, glittered brilliantly. On the whole, however, his dress and makeup were clearly imitation. Anyone could understand that he was just like someone on stage playing the part of Vasudeva in false dress. When Lord Sri Krishna saw Pandraka imitating his posture and dress, he could not check his laughter, and thus he laughed with great satisfaction. The soldiers on the side of King Pandraka began to shower their weapons upon Krishna. The weapons, including various kinds of tridents, clubs, poles, lances, swords, daggers and arrows, came flying in waves, and Kṛṣṇa counteracted them. He smashed not only the weapons but also the soldiers and assistants of Pandraka, just as during the dissolution of this universe the fire of devastation burns everything to ashes. The elephants, chariots, horses and infantry belonging to the opposite party were scattered by the weapons of Kṛṣṇa. Indeed, the whole battlefield became strewn with smashed chariots and the bodies of men and animals. There were fallen horses, elephants, men, asses and camels. Although the devastated battlefield appeared like the dancing place of Lord Shiva at the time of the dissolution of the world, the warriors on the side of Kṛṣṇa were very much encouraged by seeing this, and they fought with greater strength. At this time, Lord Kṛṣṇa told Pandraka, "Pandraka, you requested me to give up the symbols of Lord Vishnu, specifically my disc. Now I will give it up to you. Be careful. You falsely declare yourself Vasudeva, imitating me. Therefore no one is a greater fool than you." From this statement of Kṛṣṇa's it is clear that any rascal who advertises himself as God is the greatest fool in human society. Kṛṣṇa continued, "Now, Pandraka, I shall force you to give up this false representation. You wanted me to surrender unto you. Now this is your opportunity. We shall now fight, and if I am defeated and you are victorious, I shall certainly surrender unto you." In this way, after chastising Pandraka very severely, Kṛṣṇa smashed Pandraka's chariot to pieces by shooting an arrow. Then with the help of his disc he separated Pandraka's head from his body, just as Indra shaves off the peaks of mountains by striking them with his thunderbolt. Similarly, Kṛṣṇa also killed the king of Kṛṣṇa with his arrows. Lord Kṛṣṇa specifically arranged to throw the head of the king of Kṛṣṇa into the city of Kṛṣṇa itself so that his relatives and family members could see it. Kṛṣṇa did this just as a hurricane carries a lotus petal here and there. Lord Kṛṣṇa killed Pandraka and his friend Kṛṣṇaraja on the battlefield, and then he returned to his capital city, Dvaraka. When Lord Kṛṣṇa returned to the city of Dvaraka, all the siddhas from the heavenly planets were singing his glories. As far as Pandraka was concerned, somehow or other he always thought of Lord Vasudeva by falsely dressing himself in imitation of the Lord. Therefore Pandraka achieved Sarupya, one of the 5 kinds of liberation, and was thus promoted to the Vaikunta planets, where the devotees have the same bodily features as Vishnu, with 4 hands holding the 4 symbols. Factually, his meditation was concentrated on the Vishnu form, but because he thought himself Lord Vishnu, it was offensive. By his being killed by Kṛṣṇa, however, that offense was mitigated. Thus he was given Sarupya liberation, and he attained the same form as the Lord. When the head of the king of Kṛṣṇa was thrown through the city gate, people gathered and were astonished to see that wonderful thing. When they found out that there were earrings on it, they could understand that it was someone's head. They conjectured as to whose head it might be. Some thought it was Kṛṣṇa's head because Kṛṣṇa was the enemy of Kṛṣṇaraja, and they calculated that the king of Kṛṣṇa might have thrown Kṛṣṇa's head into the city so that the people might take pleasure in the enemies having been killed. But they finally detected that the head was not Kṛṣṇa's but that of Kṛṣṇaraja himself. When this was ascertained, the queens of the king of Kṛṣṇa immediately approached and began to lament the death of their husband. "Our dear lord," they cried, "upon your death, we have become just like dead bodies." The king of Kṛṣṇa had a son whose name was Sudaksina. After observing the ritualistic funeral ceremonies, he took a vow that since Kṛṣṇa was the enemy of his father, he would kill Kṛṣṇa and in this way liquidate his debt to his father. Therefore, accompanied by a learned priest qualified to help him, he began to worship Mahadeva, Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva, who is also known as Visvanatha, is the lord of the kingdom of Kṛṣṇa. The temple of Lord Visvanatha is still existing in Varanasi, and many thousands of pilgrims still gather daily in that temple. By the worship of Sudaksina, Lord Shiva was very much pleased, and he wanted to give a benediction to his devotee. Sudaksina's purpose was to kill Kṛṣṇa, and therefore he prayed for a specific power by which to kill him. Lord Shiva advised that Sudaksina, assisted by the Brahmanas, execute the ritualistic ceremony for killing one's enemy. This ceremony is also mentioned in some of the Tantras. Lord Shiva informed Sudaksina that if such a black ritualistic ceremony were performed properly, then the evil spirit named Dakshinagni would appear and then carry out any order given to him. He would have to be employed, however, to kill someone other than a qualified Brahmana. If all these conditions were met, then Dakshinagni, accompanied by Lord Shiva's ghostly companions, would fulfill the desire of Sudaksina to kill his enemy. When Sudaksina was encouraged by Lord Shiva in that way, he was sure that he would be able to kill Kṛṣṇa. With a determined vow of austerity, he began to execute the black art of chanting mantras, assisted by the priests. After this, out of the fire came a great demoniac form, whose hair, beard and mustache were exactly the color of hot copper. This form was very big and fierce. As the demon arose from the fire, cinders of fire emanated from the sockets of his eyes. The giant fiery demon appeared still more fierce due to the movements of his eyebrows. He exhibited long, sharp teeth and, sticking out his long tongue, licked his upper and lower lips. He was naked, and he carried a big trident, blazing like fire. After appearing from the fire of sacrifice, he stood wielding the trident in his hand. Instigated by Sudaksina, the demon proceeded toward the capital city, Dvaraka, with many hundreds of ghostly companions, and it appeared that he was going to burn all outer space to ashes. The surface of the earth trembled because of his striking steps. When he entered the city of Dvaraka, all the residents panicked, just like animals in a forest fire. At that time, Kṛṣṇa was playing chess in the Royal Assembly Council Hall. All the residents of Dvaraka approached and addressed him, "Dear Lord of the Three Worlds, a great fiery demon is ready to burn the whole city of Dvaraka. Please save us." In this way all the inhabitants of Dvaraka appealed to Lord Kṛṣṇa for protection from the fiery demon who had just appeared in Dvaraka to devastate the whole city. Lord Kṛṣṇa, who specifically protects his devotees, saw that the whole population of Dvaraka was most perturbed by the presence of the great fiery demon. He immediately smiled and assured them, "Don't worry. I shall give you all protection." The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, is all-pervading. He is within everyone's heart, and he is also without, in the form of the cosmic manifestation. He could understand that the fiery demon was a creation of Lord Shiva, and in order to vanquish the demon he took his Sudarsana chakra and ordered him to take the necessary steps. The Sudarsana chakra appeared with the effulgence of millions of suns, his heat being as powerful as the fire created at the end of the cosmic manifestation. By his effulgence the Sudarsana chakra illuminated the entire universe, on the surface of the earth as well as in outer space. Then the Sudarsana chakra began to freeze the fiery demon created by Lord Shiva. In this way, the fiery demon was checked by the Sudarsana chakra of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and, being defeated in his attempt to devastate the city of Dvaraka, he turned back. Having failed to set fire to Dvaraka, the fiery demon went back to Varanasi, the kingdom of Kṛṣṇa. As a result of his return, all the priests who had helped instruct the black art of mantras, along with their employer, Sudaksina, were burned to ashes by the glaring effulgence of the fiery demon. According to the methods of black art mantras instructed in the Tantras, if the mantra fails to kill the enemy, then, because it must kill someone, it kills the original creator. Sudaksina was the originator, and the priests assisted him, therefore all of them were burned to ashes. This is the way of the demons. The demons create something to kill God, but by the same weapon the demons themselves are killed. Following just behind the fiery demon, the Sudarsana chakra also entered Varanasi. This city had been very opulent and great for a very long time. Even now, the city of Varanasi is opulent and famous, and it is one of the important cities of India. There were then many big palaces, assembly houses, marketplaces and gates, with large and very important monuments by the palaces and gates. Lecturing platforms could be found at each and every crossroads. There were buildings that housed the treasury, elephants, horses, chariots and grain, and places for distribution of food. The city of Varanasi had been filled with all these material opulences for a very long time, but because the king of Kasi and his son Sudaksina were against Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Vishnu chakra Sudarsana, the disc weapon of Lord Kṛṣṇa, devastated the whole city by burning all these important places. This excursion was more ravaging than modern bombing. The Sudarsana chakra, having thus finished his duty, came back to his lord, Sri Kṛṣṇa, at Dvaraka. This narration of the devastation of Varanasi by Kṛṣṇa's disc weapon, the Sudarsana chakra, is transcendental and auspicious. Anyone who narrates or hears this story with faith and attention will be released from all reaction to sinful activities. This is the assurance of Sukadeva Goswami, who narrated this story to Pariksit Maharaja. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 66th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of Pandraka and the king of Kasi. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 67, the deliverance of Devivida Gorilla. While Sukadeva Goswami continued to speak on the transcendental pastimes and characteristics of Lord Kṛṣṇa, King Pariksit, upon hearing him, became more and more enthusiastic and wanted to hear further. Sukadeva Goswami next narrated the story of Devivida, the gorilla who was killed by Lord Balarama. This gorilla was a great friend of Bhaumasura, or Narakasura, who was killed by Kṛṣṇa in connection with his kidnapping 16,000 princesses from all over the world. Devavita was the minister of King Sugriva. His brother, Manda, was also a very powerful gorilla king. When Devavita gorilla heard the story of his friend Bhaumasura's being killed by Lord Kṛṣṇa, he planned to create mischief throughout the country in order to avenge the death of Bhaumasura. His first business was to set fires in villages, towns and industrial and mining places, as well as in the residential quarters of the mercantile men who were busy dairy farming and protecting cows. Sometimes he would uproot a big mountain and tear it to pieces. In this way he created great disturbances all over the country, especially in the province of Kathwar. The city of Dvarka was situated in this Kathwar province, and because Lord Kṛṣṇa used to live in this city, Devavita specifically made it his target of disturbance. Devavita was as powerful as 10,000 elephants. Sometimes he would go to the seashore, and with his powerful hands he would create so much disturbance in the sea that he would flood the neighboring cities and villages. Often he would go to the hermitages of great saintly persons and sages and cause a great disturbance by smashing their beautiful gardens and orchards. Not only did he create disturbances in that way, but sometimes he would pass urine and stool on their sacred sacrificial arenas. He would thus pollute the whole atmosphere. He also kidnapped both men and women, taking them away from their residential places to the caves of the mountains. After putting them within the caves, he would close the entrances with large chunks of stone, like the Bhrngi insect, which arrests and carries away many flies and other insects and puts them within the holes of the trees where it lives. Thus Devavita regularly defied the law and order of the country. Not only that, but he would sometimes pollute the female members of many aristocratic families by forcibly raping them. While creating such great disturbances all over the country, sometimes he heard very sweet musical sounds from Ravataka mountain, and so he entered that mountainous region. There he saw Lord Balarama in the midst of many beautiful young girls, enjoying their company while singing and dancing. Devavita became captivated by the beauty of Lord Balarama's body, whose every feature was very beautiful, decorated as he was with a garland of lotus flowers. Similarly, all the young girls present, dressed and garlanded with flowers, exhibited much beauty. Lord Balarama seemed fully intoxicated from drinking the Varuni beverage, and his eyes appeared to be rolling in a drunken state. Lord Balarama appeared just like the king of the elephants in the midst of many she-elephants. This gorilla by the name Devavita could climb up into the trees and jump from one branch to another. Sometimes he would jerk the branches, creating a particular type of sound, kila kila, so that Lord Balarama was greatly distracted from the pleasing atmosphere. Sometimes Devavita would come before the women and exhibit different types of caricatures. By nature young women are apt to enjoy everything with laughter and joking, and when the gorilla came before them they did not take him seriously but simply laughed at him. However, the gorilla was so rude that even in the presence of Balarama he began to show the lower part of his body to the women, and sometimes he would come forward to show his teeth while moving his eyebrows. He disrespected the women, even in the presence of Balarama. Lord Balarama's name suggests not only that he is very powerful but that he takes pleasure in exhibiting extraordinary strength. So he took a stone and threw it at Devavita. The gorilla, however, artfully avoided being struck by the stone. In order to insult Balarama, the gorilla took away the earthen pot in which the Varuni was kept. Devavita, being thus intoxicated with his limited strength, began to tear off all the valuable clothes worn by Balarama and the accompanying young girls. He was so puffed up that he thought Balarama could not do anything to chastise him, and he continued to offend Balaramaji and his companions. When Lord Balarama saw the disturbances created by the gorilla and heard that he had already performed many mischievous activities all over the country, he became very angry and decided to kill him. Immediately he took his club in his hands. The gorilla could understand that now Balarama was going to attack him. To counteract Balarama, he immediately uprooted a big oak tree, and with great force he came and struck Lord Balarama's head. Lord Balarama, however, immediately caught hold of the big tree and remained undisturbed, just like a great mountain. To retaliate, he took his club, named Sunanda, and hit the gorilla with it, severely injuring his head. Currents of blood flowed from the gorilla's head with great force, but the stream of blood simply enhanced his beauty, like a stream of liquid manganese coming out of a great mountain. The striking of Balarama's club did not even slightly disturb him. On the contrary, he immediately uprooted another big oak tree and, after clipping off all its leaves, again struck Balarama's head with it. But Balarama, with the help of his club, tore the tree to pieces. Since the gorilla was very angry, he took another tree in his hands and struck Lord Balarama's body. Again Lord Balarama tore the tree to pieces, and the fighting continued. Each time the gorilla would bring out a big tree to strike Balarama, Lord Balarama would tear the tree to pieces by the striking of his club, and the gorilla Devavita would clutch another tree from another direction and again attack Balarama in the same way. As a result of this continuous fighting, the forest became treeless. When no more trees were available, Devavita took help from the hills and threw large pieces of stone, like rainfall, upon the body of Balarama. Lord Balarama, in a great sporting mood, began to smash those big pieces of stone into mere pebbles. The gorilla, being bereft of all trees and stone slabs, now stood before Balarama and waved his strong fists. Then, with great force, he began to beat Lord Balarama's chest with his fists. This time Lord Balarama became most angry. Since the gorilla was striking him with his hands, Lord Balarama would not strike him back with his own weapons, the club or the plow. Simply with his fists he struck the collarbone of the gorilla. This blow proved fatal to Devavita, who immediately vomited blood and fell unconscious upon the ground. When the gorilla fell, all the hills and forests appeared to totter. After this horrible incident, all the siddhas, great sages and saintly persons from the upper planetary system showered flowers on the person of Lord Balarama and vibrated sounds glorifying his supremacy. All of them chanted, "All glories to Lord Balarama. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. By killing this great demon, Devavita, you have initiated an auspicious era for the world." All such jubilant sounds of victory were heard from outer space. After killing the great demon Devavita and being worshipped by showers of flowers and glorious sounds of victory, Balarama returned to his capital city, Dvaraka. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 67th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of Devavita Gorilla. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 68. The marriage of Sambhayodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, had a marriageable daughter by the name of Lakṣmana. She was a very highly qualified girl of the Kuru dynasty, and many princes wanted to marry her. In such cases, the Svayamvara ceremony is held so that the girl may select her husband according to her own choice. In Lakṣmana's Svayamvara assembly, when the girl was to select her husband, Samba appeared. He was a son of Kṛṣṇa's by Jambavati, one of Lord Kṛṣṇa's chief wives. This son Samba was so named because he was a pet child and always lived close to his mother. The name Samba indicates a son who is very much his mother's pet. Amba means mother, and Sa means with. So this special name was given to him because he always remained with his mother. He was also known as Jambavati Sutta for the same reason. As previously explained, all the sons of Kṛṣṇa were as qualified as their great father. Samba wanted Duryodhana's daughter, Lakṣmana, although she was not inclined to have him. Therefore Samba kidnapped Lakṣmana by force from the Svayamvara assembly. Because Samba took Lakṣmana away from the assembly by force, all the members of the Kuru dynasty, such as Dhritarashtra, Bhisma, Vidura, and Arjuna, thought it an insult to their family tradition that the boy, Samba, could possibly have kidnapped their daughter. All of them knew that Lakṣmana was not at all inclined to select him as her husband and that she was not given a chance to select her own husband, instead she was forcibly taken away by this boy. Therefore, they decided that he must be punished. They unanimously declared that he was most impudent and had degraded the Kuru's family tradition. Therefore, all of them, under the counsel of the elder members of the Kuru family, decided to arrest the boy but not kill him. They concluded that the girl could not be married to any boy other than Samba, since she had already been touched by him. According to the Vedic system, once being touched by some boy, a girl cannot be married or given to any other boy. Nor would anyone agree to marry a girl who had already thus associated with another boy. The elder members of the family, such as Bhisma, wanted to arrest him. Thus all the members of the Kuru dynasty, especially the great fighters, joined together just to teach him a lesson, and Kṛṣṇa was made the commander-in-chief for this small battle. While making the plan to arrest Samba, the Kurus counseled amongst themselves that upon his arrest the members of the Yadu dynasty would be very angry with them. There was every possibility of the Yadus accepting the challenge and fighting with them. But they also thought, if they came here to fight with us, what could they do? The members of the Yadu dynasty cannot equal the members of the Kuru dynasty because the kings of the Kuru dynasty are the emperors whereas the kings of the Yadu dynasty are able to enjoy their land only because we have granted it to them. The Kurus thought, if they come here to challenge us because their son was arrested, we shall accept the fight and teach them a lesson, so that automatically they will be subdued under pressure, as the senses are subdued by the mystic yoga process of pranayama. In the mechanical system of mystic yoga, the airs within the body are controlled, and the senses are subdued and checked from being engaged in anything other than meditation upon Lord Vishnu. After consultation and after receiving permission from the elder members of the Kuru dynasty, such as Bhisma and Dhritarashtra, 5 great warriors, Kṛṣṇa, Sala, Bhuri, Yajnaketu, and Duryodhana, the father of the girl, who were all Maharathis and who were guided by the great fighter Bhismadeva, attempted to arrest the boy Samba. There are different grades of fighters, including Maharathi, Ekarati and Rati, classified according to their fighting ability. These Maharathis could fight alone with many thousands of men. All of them combined together to arrest Samba. Samba was also a Maharathi, but he was alone and had to fight with the 6 other Maharathis. Still he was not deterred when he saw all the great fighters of the Kuru dynasty coming up behind him to arrest him. Alone, he turned toward them and took his nice bow, posing exactly as a lion stands adamant in the face of other animals. Kṛṣṇa, leading the party, challenged Samba, "Why are you fleeing? Just stand, and we shall teach you a lesson." When challenged by another Kshatriya to stand and fight, a Kshatriya cannot run away, he must fight. Therefore, Samba accepted the challenge and stood alone before them, but as soon as he did so he was overpowered by showers of arrows shot by all the great warriors. A lion is never afraid of being chased by many wolves and jackals. Similarly, Samba, the glorious son of the Yadu dynasty, endowed with inconceivable potencies as the son of Lord Kṛṣṇa, became very angry at the warriors of the Kuru dynasty for improperly using arrows against him. He fought them with great talent. First of all, he struck each of the 6 charioteers with 6 separate arrows. He used another 4 arrows to kill the charioteers' horses, 4 on each chariot. Then he used 1 arrow to kill the driver and 1 arrow for Kṛṣṇa as well as the other celebrated fighters. While Samba so diligently fought alone with the 6 great warriors, they all appreciated the boy's inconceivable potency. Even in the midst of the fighting they admitted frankly that this boy Samba was wonderful. But the fighting was conducted in the Kshatriya spirit, so altogether, although it was improper, they obliged Samba to get down from his chariot, now broken to pieces. Of the 6 warriors, 4 took care to kill Samba's 4 horses, 1 struck down his chariot driver, and 1 managed to cut the string of Samba's bow so that he could no longer fight with them. In this way, with great difficulty and after a severe fight, they deprived Samba of his chariot and were able to arrest him. Thus, the warriors of the Kuru dynasty accepted their great victory and took their daughter, Kṛṣṇa, away from him. Thereafter, they entered the city of Hastinapura in great triumph. The great sage Narada immediately carried the news to the Yadu dynasty that Samba had been arrested and told them the whole story. The members of the Yadu dynasty became very angry at Samba's being arrested, and improperly so by 6 warriors. Now, with the permission of the head of the Yadu dynasty, King Ugrasena, they prepared to attack the capital city of the Kuru dynasty. Although Lord Balarama knew very well that by slight provocation people are prepared to fight with one another in the age of Kali, he did not like the idea that the 2 great dynasties, the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty, would fight amongst themselves, even though they were influenced by Kali Yuga. Instead of fighting with them, he wisely thought, "Let me go there and see the situation, and let me try to see if the fight can be settled by mutual understanding." Balarama's idea was that if the Kuru dynasty could be induced to release Samba along with his wife, Kṛṣṇa, then the fight could be avoided. He therefore immediately arranged for a nice chariot to go to Hastinapura, accompanied by learned priests and brahmanas, as well as by some of the elder members of the Yadu dynasty. He was confident that the members of the Kuru dynasty would agree to this marriage and avoid fighting with the Yadus. As Lord Balarama proceeded toward Hastinapura in his chariot, accompanied by the brahmanas and elders, he looked like the moon shining in the clear sky amongst the glittering stars. When Lord Balarama reached the precincts of the city of Hastinapura, he did not enter but stationed himself in a camp outside the city, in a small garden house. Then he asked Uddhava to meet with the leaders of the Kuru dynasty and inquire from them whether they wanted to fight with the Yadu dynasty or to make a settlement. Uddhava went to see the leaders of the Kuru dynasty, and he met all the important members, including Bhismadeva, Dhritarashtra, Dronakarya, Duryodhana, and Balika. After offering them due respects, he informed them that Lord Balarama had arrived at the garden outside the city gate. The leaders of the Kuru dynasty, especially Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana, were joyful because they knew very well that Lord Balarama was a great well-wisher of their family. There were no bounds to their joy on hearing the news, and so they immediately welcomed Uddhava. In order to properly receive Lord Balarama, they all took in their hands auspicious paraphernalia for his reception and went to see him outside the city gate. According to their respective positions, they welcomed Lord Balarama by giving him in charity nice cows and urghya, a mixture of Arati water and an assortment of items such as honey, butter, flowers and sandalwood pulp. Because all of them knew the exalted position of Lord Balarama as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they bowed their heads before the Lord with great respect. They all exchanged words of reception by asking one another about their welfare, and when such formalities were finished, Lord Balarama, in a great voice and very patiently, submitted before them the following words for their consideration: "My dear friends, this time I have come to you as a messenger with the order of the all-powerful King Kṛṣṇa. Please, therefore, hear the order with attention and great care. Without wasting a single moment, please try to carry out the order. King Kṛṣṇa knows very well that you warriors of the Kuru dynasty improperly fought with the pious Samba, who was alone, and that with great difficulty and unrighteous tactics you have arrested him. We have all heard this news, but we are not very much agitated because we are most intimately related to one another. I do not think we should disturb our good relationship. We should continue our friendship without any unnecessary fighting. Please, therefore, immediately release Samba and bring him, along with his wife, Lakshmana, before me." When Lord Balarama spoke in a commanding tone full of heroic assertion, supremacy and chivalry, the leaders of the Kuru dynasty did not appreciate his statements. Rather, all of them became agitated, and with great anger they said, "Hello! These words are very astonishing but quite befitting the age of Kali, otherwise how could Balarama speak so vituperatively? The language and tone used by Balarama are simply abusive, and due to the influence of this age it appears that the shoes befitting the feet want to rise to the top of the head, where the helmet is worn. We are connected with the Yadu dynasty by marriage, and because of this they have been given the chance to come live with us, dine with us and sleep with us. Now they are taking advantage of these privileges. They had practically no position before we gave them a portion of our kingdom to rule, and now they are trying to command us. We have allowed the Yadu dynasty to use the royal insignias like the whisk, fan, conch shell, white umbrella, crown, royal throne, sitting place and bedstead, along with everything else befitting the royal order. They should not have used such royal paraphernalia in our presence, but we did not check them due to our family relationships. Now they have the audacity to order us to do things. Well, enough of their impudence. We cannot allow them to do any more of these things, nor shall we allow them to use these royal insignias. It would be best to take all these things away. It is improper to feed a snake with milk, since such merciful activities simply increase his venom. The Yadu dynasty is now trying to go against those who have fed them so nicely. Their flourishing condition is due to our gifts and merciful behavior, and still they are so shameless that they are trying to order us. How regrettable are all these activities. No one in the world can enjoy anything if members of the Kuru dynasty like Bhisma, Dronakarya and Arjuna do not allow them to. Exactly as a lamb cannot enjoy life in the presence of a lion, without our desire it is not even possible for the demigods in heaven, headed by King Indra, to find enjoyment in life, what to speak of ordinary human beings. Actually the members of the Kuru dynasty were very much puffed up due to their opulence, kingdom, aristocracy, family tradition, great warriors, family members and vast, expansive empire. They did not even observe common formalities of civilized society, and in the presence of Lord Balarama they uttered insulting words about the Yadu dynasty. Having spoken in this unmannerly way, they returned to their city of Hastinapura. Although Lord Balarama patiently heard their insulting words and simply observed their uncivil behavior, from his appearance it was clear that he was burning with anger and was thinking of retaliating with great vengeance. His bodily features became so much agitated that it was difficult for anyone to look at him. He laughed very loudly and said, "It is true that if a man becomes too much puffed up because of his family, opulence, beauty and material advancement, he no longer wants a peaceful life but becomes belligerent toward all others. It is useless to give such a person good instruction for gentle behavior and a peaceful life. On the contrary, one should search out the ways and means to punish him." Generally, due to material opulence a man becomes exactly like an animal. To give an animal peaceful instructions is useless, and the only means is argumentum ad baculum. In other words, the only means to keep animals in order is a stick. Just see how impudent are the members of the Kuru dynasty. I wanted to make a peaceful settlement despite the anger of all the other members of the Yadu dynasty, including Lord Kṛṣṇa himself. They were preparing to attack the whole kingdom of the Kuru dynasty, but I pacified them and took the trouble to come here to settle the affair without any fighting. Yet these rascals behave like this. It is clear that they do not want a peaceful settlement, for they are factually warmongers. With great pride they have repeatedly insulted me by calling the Yadu dynasty ill names. Even the King of Heaven, Indra, abides by the order of the Yadu dynasty, and you consider King Kṛṣṇa, the head of the Bhojas, Vrishnas, and Akas, and Yadavas, to be the leader of a small phalanx. Your conclusion is wonderful. You do not care for King Kṛṣṇa, whose order is obeyed even by King Indra. Consider the exalted position of the Yadu dynasty. They have forcibly used both the assembly house and the Parijata tree of the heavenly planets, and still you think that they cannot order you. Don't you even think that Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, can sit on the exalted royal throne and command everyone? Alright. If your thinking is like that, you deserve to be taught a very good lesson. You have thought it wise that the royal insignias like the whisk, fan, white umbrella, royal throne and other princely paraphernalia not be used by the Yadu dynasty. Does this mean that even Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Lord of the whole creation and the husband of the goddess of fortune, cannot use this royal paraphernalia? The dust of Kṛṣṇa's lotus feet is worshipped by all the great demigods. The Ganges water inundates the whole world, and since it emanates from his lotus feet, its banks have turned into great places of pilgrimage. The principal deities of all planets engage in his service and consider themselves most fortunate to take the dust of the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa on their helmets. Great demigods like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and even the goddess of fortune and I are simply plenary parts of his spiritual identity, and still you think that he is not fit to use the royal insignia or even sit on the royal throne? Alas, how regrettable it is that these fools consider us, the members of the Yadu dynasty, to be like shoes and themselves like helmets. It is clear now that these leaders of the Kuru dynasty have become mad over their worldly possessions and opulence. Every statement they made was full of crazy proposals. I should immediately take them to task and bring them to their senses. If I do not take steps against them, it will be improper on my part. Therefore, on this very day I shall rid the whole world of any trace of the Kuru dynasty. I shall finish them off immediately. While talking like this, Lord Balarama seemed so furious that he looked as if he could burn the whole cosmic creation to ashes. He stood up steadily and, taking his plough in his hand, began striking the earth with it, separating the whole city of Hastinapura from the earth, and then he began to drag the city toward the flowing water of the river Ganges. This caused a great tremor throughout Hastinapura, as if there had been an earthquake, and it seemed that the whole city would be dismantled. When all the members of the Kuru dynasty saw that their city was about to fall into the water of the Ganges, and when they heard their citizens howling in great anxiety, they immediately came to their senses and understood what was happening. Thus without waiting another second they brought forward their daughter Lakshmana. They also brought Samba, who had forcibly tried to take her away, keeping him in the forefront with Lakshmana at his back. All the members of the Kuru dynasty appeared before Lord Balarama with folded hands just to beg the pardon of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now using good sense, they said, "O Lord Balarama, reservoir of all pleasures, you are the maintainer and support of the entire cosmic situation. Unfortunately we were all unaware of your inconceivable potencies. Dear Lord, please consider us most foolish. Our intelligence was bewildered and not in order. Therefore we have come before you to beg your pardon. Please excuse us. You are the original creator, sustainer and annihilator of the whole cosmic manifestation, and still your position is always transcendental. O all-powerful Lord, great sages speak about you. You are the original puppeteer, and everything in the world is just like your toy. O unlimited one, you have a hold on everything, and like child's play you hold all the planetary systems on your head. When the time for dissolution comes, you close up the whole cosmic manifestation within yourself. At that time, nothing remains but yourself lying in the causal ocean as Mahavishnu. Our dear Lord, you have appeared on this earth in your transcendental body just for the maintenance of the cosmic situation. You are above all anger, envy and enmity. Whatever you do, even in the form of chastisement, is auspicious for the whole material existence. We offer our respectful obeisances unto you because you are the imperishable Supreme Personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all opulences and potencies. O Creator of innumerable universes, let us fall down and offer you our respectful obeisances again and again. We are now completely surrendered unto you. Please, therefore, be merciful upon us and give us your protection." When the prominent members of the Kuru dynasty, from Grandfather Bhismadeva to Arjuna and Duryodhana, had offered their respectful prayers in that way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Balarama, immediately became softened and assured them that there was no cause for fear and that they need not worry. For the most part it was the practice of the Kshatriya kings to inaugurate some kind of fighting between the parties of the bride and bridegroom before the marriage. When Samba forcibly took away Lakshmana, the elder members of the Kuru dynasty were pleased to see that he was actually the suitable match for her. In order to see his personal strength, however, they fought with him, and without respect for the regulations of fighting, they all arrested him. When the Yadu dynasty decided to release Samba from the confinement of the Kurus, Lord Balarama came personally to settle the matter, and, as a powerful Kshatriya, he ordered them to free Samba immediately. The Kauravas were superficially insulted by this order, so they challenged Lord Balarama's power. They simply wanted to see him exhibit his inconceivable strength. Thus with great pleasure they handed over their daughter to Samba, and the whole matter was settled. Duryodhana, being affectionate toward his daughter Lakshmana, had her married to Samba in great pomp. For her dowry, he first gave 1,200 elephants, each at least 60 years old, then he gave 10,000 nice horses, 6,000 chariots, dazzling just like the sunshine, and 1,000 maidservants decorated with golden ornaments. Lord Balarama, the most prominent member of the Yadu dynasty, acted as guardian of the bridegroom, Samba, and very pleasingly accepted the dowry. Balarama was very satisfied after his great reception from the side of the Kurus, and accompanied by the newly married couple, he started toward his capital city of Dwarka. Lord Balarama triumphantly reached Dwarka, where he met with many citizens who were all his devotees and friends. When they all assembled, Lord Balarama narrated the whole story of the marriage, and they were astonished to hear how Balarama had made the city of Hastinapura tremble. It is confirmed by Sukadeva Goswami that in those days the river flowing through the city of Hastinapura, present-day New Delhi, was known as the Ganges, although today it is called the Yamuna. From authorities like Eva Goswami it is confirmed that the Ganges and Yamuna are the same river flowing in different courses. The part of the Ganges which flows through Hastinapura to the area of Vrindavana is called the Yamuna because it is sanctified by the transcendental pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The part of Hastinapura which slopes toward the Yamuna becomes inundated during the rainy season and reminds everyone of Lord Balarama's threatening to cast the city into the Ganges. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 68th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the marriage of Samba. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 69. The great sage Narada visits the different homes of Lord Kṛṣṇa. When the great sage Narada heard that Lord Kṛṣṇa had married 16,000 wives after he had killed the demon Narakasura, sometimes called Bhaumasura, he was astonished that Lord Kṛṣṇa had expanded himself into 16,000 forms and married these wives simultaneously in different palaces. Being inquisitive as to how Kṛṣṇa was managing his household affairs with so many wives, Narada, desiring to see these pastimes, set out to visit Kṛṣṇa's different homes. When Narada arrived in Dwarka, he saw gardens and parks full of various flowers of different colors, and also orchards overloaded with a variety of fruits. Beautiful birds were chirping, and peacocks crowed delightfully. There were ponds full of blue and red lotus flowers, and some of these ponds were filled with varieties of lilies. The lakes were full of nice swans and cranes, and the voices of these birds resounded everywhere. In the city there were as many as 900,000 great palaces built of first-class marble, with gates and doors made of silver. The pillars of the houses and palaces were bedecked with jewels such as touchstone, sapphires and emeralds, and the floors gave off a beautiful luster. The highways, lanes, streets, crossings and marketplaces were all beautifully decorated. The whole city was full of residential homes, assembly houses and temples, all of different architectural beauty. All of this made Dwarka a glowing city. The big avenues, crossings, lanes and streets, and also the thresholds of every residential house, were very clean. On both sides of every path there were bushes, and at regular intervals there were large trees that shaded the avenues so that the sunshine would not bother the passers-by. In this greatly beautiful city of Dwarka, Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had many residential quarters. The great kings and princes of the world used to visit these palaces just to worship him. The architectural plans were made personally by Visvakarma, the engineer of the demigods, and in the construction of the palaces he exhibited all of his talents and ingenuity. These residential quarters numbered more than 16,000, and a different queen of Lord Kṛṣṇa's resided in each of them. The great sage Narada entered one of these houses and saw that the pillars were made of coral and the ceilings were bedecked with jewels. The walls as well as the arches between the pillars glowed from the decorations of different kinds of sapphires. Throughout the palace were many canopies made by Visvakarma that were decorated with strings of pearls. The chairs and other furniture were made of ivory and bedecked with gold and diamonds, and jeweled lamps dissipated the darkness within the palace. There was so much incense and fragrant gum burning that the scented fumes were coming out of the windows. The peacocks sitting on the steps became illusioned by the fumes, mistaking them for clouds, and began dancing jubilantly. There were many maidservants, all of whom were decorated with gold necklaces, bangles and beautiful saris. There were also many menservants, nicely dressed in cloaks and turbans and jeweled earrings. Beautiful as they were, the servants were all engaged in different household duties. Narada saw that Lord Kṛṣṇa was sitting with Rukmini Devi, the mistress of that particular palace, who was holding the handle of a camera whisk. Even though there were many thousands of maidservants equally beautiful and qualified and of the same age, Rukmini Devi personally was engaged in fanning Lord Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, worshipped even by Narada. Yet as soon as Kṛṣṇa saw Narada enter the palace, he got down immediately from Rukmini's bedstead and stood up to honor him. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the teacher of the whole world, and in order to instruct everyone how to respect a saintly person like Narada Muni, he bowed down, touching his helmet to the ground. Not only did Kṛṣṇa bow down, but he also touched the feet of Narada and with folded hands requested him to sit on his chair. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Personality, worshipped by all devotees. He is the most worshipable spiritual master of everyone. The Ganges water, which emanates from his feet, sanctifies the three worlds. All qualified Brahmanas worship him, and therefore he is called Brahmanya Deva. Brahmanya means one who fully possesses the Brahminical qualifications, which are said to be as follows: truthfulness, self-control, purity, mastery of the senses, simplicity, full knowledge by practical application, and engagement in devotional service. Lord Kṛṣṇa possesses all these qualities, and he is worshipped by persons who themselves possess such qualities. There are thousands and millions of names of Lord Kṛṣṇa, Vishnu Sahasranama, and all of them are given to him because of his transcendental qualities. Lord Kṛṣṇa in Dwarka enjoyed the pastimes of a perfect human being. Therefore, when he washed the feet of the sage Narada and took the water on his head, Narada did not object, knowing well that the Lord did so to teach everyone how to respect saintly persons. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, who is the original Narayana and eternal friend of all living entities, thus worshipped the sage Narada according to Vedic regulative principles. Welcoming him with sweet, nectarian words, he addressed Narada as Bhagavan, or one who is self-sufficient, possessing all knowledge, renunciation, strength, fame, beauty and other, similar opulences. He particularly asked Narada, "What can I do in your service?" Narada replied, "My dear Lord, this kind of behavior by your lordship is not at all astonishing, for you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Master of all species of living entities. You are the Supreme Friend of all living entities, but at the same time you are the Supreme Chastiser of the miscreants and the envious. I know that your lordship has descended to this earth for the proper maintenance of the whole universe. Your appearance, therefore, is not forced by any other agency. By your sweet will only, you agree to appear and disappear. It is my great fortune that I have been able to see your lotus feet today. Anyone who becomes attached to your lotus feet is elevated to the supreme position of neutrality and is uncontaminated by the material modes of nature. My lord, you are unlimited, there is no limit to your opulences. Great demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are always busy placing you within their hearts and meditating upon you. The conditioned souls, who have now been put into the blind well of material existence, can get out of this eternal captivity only by accepting your lotus feet. Thus, you are the only shelter of all conditioned souls. My dear Lord, you have very kindly asked what you can do for me. In answer to this I simply request that I may not forget your lotus feet at any time. I do not care where I may be, but I pray that I constantly be allowed to remember your lotus feet. By asking this benediction from the Lord, the sage Narada showed the ideal prayer of all pure devotees. A pure devotee never asks for any kind of material or spiritual benediction from the Lord, his only prayer is that he may not forget the lotus feet of the Lord in any condition of life. A pure devotee does not care whether he is put into heaven or hell, he is satisfied anywhere, provided he can constantly remember the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Chaitanya taught this same process of prayer in his Sikha-Taka, in which he clearly stated that all he wanted was devotional service, birth after birth. A pure devotee does not even want to stop the repetition of birth and death. To a pure devotee, it does not matter whether he has to take birth again in the various species of life. His only ambition is that he not forget the lotus feet of the Lord in any condition of life. After departing from the palace of Rukmini, Naradaji wanted to see further activities of Lord Kṛṣṇa's internal potency, Yogamaya, thus he entered the palace of another queen. There he saw Lord Kṛṣṇa engaged in playing chess with his dear wife Andudava. The Lord immediately got up from his personal seat and invited Narada Muni to sit there. The Lord again worshipped him with as much paraphernalia for reception as he had used in the palace of Rukmini. After worshipping him properly, Lord Kṛṣṇa acted as if he did not know what had happened in the palace of Rukmini. He therefore told Narada, "My dear sage, when your holiness comes here, you are full in yourself. Although we are householders and are always in need, you don't require anyone's help, for you are self-satisfied. Under the circumstances, what reception can we offer you, and what can we possibly give you? Yet, since your holiness is a Brahmana, it is our duty to offer you something as far as possible. Therefore, I beg you to please order me. What can I do for you?" Naradaji knew everything about the pastimes of the Lord, so without further discussion he simply left the palace silently, in great astonishment over the Lord's activities. He then entered another palace. This time Naradaji saw that Lord Kṛṣṇa was engaged as an affectionate father petting his small children. From there he entered another palace and saw Lord Kṛṣṇa preparing to take his bath. In this way, Saint Narada entered each and every one of the 16,000 residential palaces of the queens of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and in each of them he found Kṛṣṇa engaged in different ways. In one palace he found Kṛṣṇa offering oblations to the sacrificial fire and performing the ritualistic ceremonies of the Vedas as enjoined for householders. In another palace he found Kṛṣṇa performing the Punkha Yajna sacrifice, which is compulsory for a householder. This yajna is also known as Pankasuna. Knowingly or unknowingly, everyone, especially the householder, commits 5 kinds of sinful activities. When we receive water from a water pitcher, we kill many germs that are in it. Similarly, when we use a grinding machine or eat food, we kill many germs. When sweeping a floor or igniting a fire we kill many germs, and when we walk on the street we kill many ants and other insects. Consciously or unconsciously, in all our different activities, we are killing. Therefore, it is incumbent upon every householder to perform the Pankasuna sacrifice to rid himself of the reactions to such sinful activities. In one palace Narada found Lord Kṛṣṇa feeding brahmanas after performing ritualistic yajnas. In another palace Narada found Kṛṣṇa silently chanting the Gayatri mantra, and in a third he found him practicing fighting with a sword and shield. In some palaces Lord Kṛṣṇa was found riding on horses, elephants or chariots and wandering hither and thither. Elsewhere he was found lying down on his bedstead taking rest, and somewhere else he was found sitting in his chair, being praised by the prayers of his different devotees. In some of the palaces he was found consulting with ministers like Uddhava on important matters of business. In one palace he was found surrounded by many young society girls, enjoying in a swimming pool. In another palace he was found giving well-decorated cows in charity to the brahmanas, and in another palace he was found hearing the narrations of the Puranas and of histories such as the Mahabharata, which are supplementary literatures for disseminating Vedic knowledge to common people by narrating important instances in the history of the universe. Somewhere Lord Kṛṣṇa was found enjoying the company of a particular wife by exchanging joking words with her. Somewhere else he was found engaged with his wife in religious ritualistic functions. Since it is necessary for householders to increase their financial assets for various expenditures, Kṛṣṇa was found somewhere engaged in matters of economic development. Somewhere else he was found enjoying family life according to the regulative principles of the Sastras. In one palace he was found sitting in meditation as if concentrating his mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond these material universes. Meditation, as recommended in authorized scripture, is meant for concentrating one's mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Lord Kṛṣṇa is himself the original Vishnu, but because he played the part of a human being, he taught us definitely by his personal behavior what is meant by meditation. Somewhere Lord Kṛṣṇa was found satisfying elderly superiors by supplying them things they needed. Somewhere else Naradaji found that Lord Kṛṣṇa was engaged in discussing topics of fighting, and somewhere else in making peace with enemies. Somewhere Lord Kṛṣṇa was found discussing the ultimate auspicious activity for the entire human society with his elder brother, Lord Balarama. Narada saw Lord Kṛṣṇa engaged in getting his sons and daughters married with suitable brides and bridegrooms in due course of time, and the marriage ceremonies were being performed with great pomp. In one palace the Lord was found bidding farewell to his daughters, and in another he was found receiving a daughter-in-law. People throughout the whole city were astonished to see such pomp and ceremonies. Somewhere the Lord was seen performing different types of sacrifices to satisfy the demigods, who are only his qualitative expansions. Somewhere he was seen engaged in public welfare activities, establishing deep wells for the water supply, rest houses and gardens for unknown guests, and great monasteries and temples for saintly persons. These are some of the duties enjoined in the Vedas for householders for fulfillment of their material desires. Somewhere Kṛṣṇa was found as a Kshatriya king engaged in hunting animals in the forest and riding on a very beautiful Sindhi horse. According to Vedic regulations, the Kshatriyas were allowed to kill prescribed animals on certain occasions, either to maintain peace in the forests or to offer the animals in the sacrificial fire. Kshatriyas are allowed to practice this killing art because they have to kill their enemies mercilessly to maintain peace in society. In one situation the great sage Narada saw Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and Master of Mystic Powers, acting as a spy by changing his usual dress in order to understand the motives of different citizens in the city and the palaces. Saint Narada saw these activities of the Lord, who is the supersoul of all living entities but who played the role of an ordinary human being to manifest the activities of his internal potency. Smiling within himself, Narada addressed the Lord as follows: "My dear Lord of all mystic powers, object of the meditation of great mystics, the extent of your mystic power is certainly inconceivable, even to mystics like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. But by your mercy, because of my being always engaged in the transcendental loving service of your lotus feet, Your Lordship has very kindly revealed to me the actions of your internal potency. My dear Lord, you are worshipable by all, and demigods and predominating deities of all 14 planetary systems are completely aware of your transcendental fame. Now please give me your blessings so that I may be able to travel all over the universes singing the glories of your transcendental activities. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Kṛṣṇa, replied to Narada as follows: My dear Narada, O sage among the demigods, you know that I am the supreme instructor and perfect follower of all religious principles, as well as the supreme enforcer of such principles. I am therefore personally executing such religious principles in order to teach the whole world how to act. My dear son, it is my desire that you not be bewildered by such demonstrations of my internal energy. The Supreme Personality of Godhead was engaged in his so-called household affairs in order to teach people how one can sanctify one's household life although one may be attached to the imprisonment of material existence. Actually, one is obliged to continue the term of material existence because of household life. But the Lord, being very kind upon householders, demonstrated the path of sanctifying ordinary household life. Because Kṛṣṇa is the center of all activities, the life of a Kṛṣṇa-conscious householder is transcendental to Vedic injunctions and is automatically sanctified. Thus Narada saw one single Kṛṣṇa living in 16,000 palaces by his plenary expansions. Due to his inconceivable energy, he was visible in the palace of each and every individual queen. Lord Kṛṣṇa has unlimited power, and Narada's astonishment was boundless upon observing again and again the demonstration of Lord Kṛṣṇa's internal energy. Lord Kṛṣṇa behaved by his personal example as if he were very much attached to the 4 principles of civilized life, namely religion, economic development, sense gratification and salvation. These 4 principles of material existence are necessary for the spiritual advancement of human society, and although Lord Kṛṣṇa had no need to do so, he exhibited his household activities so that people might follow in his footsteps for their own interest. Lord Kṛṣṇa satisfied the sage Narada in every way. Narada was very much pleased by seeing the Lord's activities in Dwarka, and thus he departed. In narrating the activities of Lord Kṛṣṇa in Dwarka, Sukadeva Goswami explained to King Pariksit how Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, descends to this material universe by the agency of his internal potency and personally exhibits the principles which, if followed, can lead one to achieve the ultimate goal of life. All the queens in Dwarka, more than 16,000 in number, engaged their feminine attractive features in the transcendental service of the Lord by smiling and serving, and the Lord was pleased to behave with them exactly like a perfect husband enjoying household life. One should know definitely that such pastimes cannot be performed by anyone but Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, who is the original cause of the creation, maintenance and dissolution of the whole cosmic manifestation. Anyone who attentively hears the narrations of the Lord's pastimes in Dwarka or supports a preacher of the Kṛṣṇa consciousness movement will certainly find it very easy to traverse the path of liberation and taste the nectar of the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa. And thus he will be engaged in Lord Kṛṣṇa's devotional service. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 69th chapter of Kṛṣṇa. The great sage Narada visits the different homes of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 70 Lord Kṛṣṇa's daily activities. From the Vedic mantras we learn that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has nothing to do, not asya karyam karanam siyavidyate. But if the Supreme Lord has nothing to do, how can we speak of the activities of the Supreme Lord? From the previous chapter it is clear that no one can act the way Lord Kṛṣṇa does. We should clearly note this fact: the activities of the Lord should be followed, but they cannot be imitated. For example, Kṛṣṇa's ideal life as a householder can be followed, but if one wants to imitate Kṛṣṇa by expanding into many forms, that is not possible. We should always remember, therefore, that Lord Kṛṣṇa, although playing the part of a human being, simultaneously maintains the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can follow Lord Kṛṣṇa's dealings with his wives as an ordinary human being, but his dealings with more than 16,000 wives at one time cannot be imitated. The conclusion is that to become ideal householders we should follow in the footsteps of Lord Kṛṣṇa as he displayed his daily activities, but we cannot imitate him at any stage of our life. Lord Kṛṣṇa used to lie down with his 16,000 wives, but he would also rise from bed very early in the morning, 3 hours before sunrise. By nature's arrangement the crowing of the cocks warns of the Brahma Muhurta hour. There is no need of alarm clocks. As soon as the cocks crow early in the morning, it is to be understood that it is time to rise from bed. Hearing that sound, Kṛṣṇa would get up from bed, but his rising early was not very much to the liking of his wives. The wives of Kṛṣṇa were so much attached to him that they would lie in bed embracing him, and as soon as the cocks crowed, Kṛṣṇa's wives would be very sorry and would immediately condemn the crowing. In the garden within the compound of each palace there were parijata flowers. The Parijata is not an artificial flower. We remember that Kṛṣṇa brought the Parijata trees from heaven and planted them in all his palaces. Early in the morning, a mild breeze would carry the aroma of the Parijata flower, and Kṛṣṇa would smell it just after rising from bed. Due to this aroma, the honeybees would begin their humming vibration, and the birds also would begin their sweet chirping sounds. Altogether it would sound like the singing of professional chanters engaged in offering prayers to Kṛṣṇa. Although Srimati Rukmini Devi, the first queen of Lord Kṛṣṇa, knew that Brahma Muhurta is the most auspicious time in the entire day, she would feel disgusted at the appearance of Brahma Muhurta because she was not very happy to have Kṛṣṇa leave her side in bed. Despite Srimati Rukmini Devi's disgust, Lord Kṛṣṇa would immediately get up from bed exactly on the appearance of Brahma Muhurta. An ideal householder should learn from the behavior of Lord Kṛṣṇa how to rise early in the morning, however comfortably he may be lying in bed embraced by his wife. After rising from bed, Lord Kṛṣṇa would wash his mouth, hands and feet and would immediately sit down and meditate on himself. This does not mean, however, that we should also sit down and meditate on ourselves. We have to meditate upon Kṛṣṇa, Radha Kṛṣṇa. That is real meditation. Kṛṣṇa is Kṛṣṇa himself. Therefore he was teaching us that Brahma Muhurta should be utilized for meditation on Radha Kṛṣṇa. By such meditation Kṛṣṇa would feel very much satisfied, and similarly we will also feel transcendently pleased and satisfied if we utilize the Brahma Muhurta period to meditate on Radha and Kṛṣṇa, and if we think of how Sri Rukmini Devi and Kṛṣṇa acted as ideal householders to teach the whole human society to rise early in the morning and immediately engage in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. There is no difference between meditating on the eternal forms of Radha Kṛṣṇa and chanting the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna. As for Kṛṣṇa's meditation, he had no alternative but to meditate on himself. The object of meditation is Brahman, Paramatma or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but Kṛṣṇa himself is all three. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavan, the localized Paramatma is his plenary partial expansion, and the all-pervading Brahman effulgence is the personal rays of his transcendental body. Therefore Kṛṣṇa is always one, and for him there is no differentiation. That is the difference between an ordinary living being and Kṛṣṇa. For an ordinary living being there are many distinctions. An ordinary living being is different from his body, and he is different from other species of living entities. A human being is different from other human beings and different from the animals. Even in his own body, there are different bodily limbs. We have our hands and legs, but our hands are different from our legs. The hand cannot act like the leg, nor can the leg act like the hand. The ears can hear but the eyes cannot, and the eyes can see but the ears cannot. All these differences are technically called svajachya viyatya. The bodily limitation whereby one part of the body cannot act as another part is totally absent from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no difference between his body and himself. He is completely spiritual, and therefore there is no difference between his body and his soul. Similarly, he is not different from his millions of incarnations and plenary expansions. Baladeva is the first expansion of Kṛṣṇa, and from Baladeva expand Sankarsana, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. From Sankarsana there is an expansion of Narayana, and from Narayana there is a second quadruple expansion of Sankarsana, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. Similarly, there are innumerable other expansions of Kṛṣṇa, but all of them are one. Kṛṣṇa has many incarnations, such as Lord Nrsimha, Lord Boar, Lord Fish, and Lord Tortoise. But there is no difference between Kṛṣṇa's original two-handed form, like that of a human being, and these incarnations of gigantic animal forms. Nor is there any difference between the action of one part of his body and that of another. His hands can act as his legs, his eyes can act as his ears, or his nose can act as another part of his body. Kṛṣṇa's smelling and eating and hearing are all the same. We limited living entities have to use a particular part of the body for a particular purpose, but there is no such distinction for Kṛṣṇa. In the Brahma Samhita it is said, Anganiyasya Sakalandriya Vrimanti, Kṛṣṇa can perform the activities of one limb with any other limb. So by analytical study of Kṛṣṇa and his person, it is concluded that he is the complete whole. When he meditates, therefore, he meditates on himself. Self-meditation by ordinary men, designated in Sanskrit as soham, is simply imitation. Kṛṣṇa may meditate on himself because he is the complete whole, but we cannot imitate him and meditate on ourselves. Our body is a designation superimposed upon ourself, the soul. Kṛṣṇa's body is not a designation, Kṛṣṇa's body is also Kṛṣṇa. There is no existence of anything foreign in Kṛṣṇa. Whatever there is in Kṛṣṇa is also Kṛṣṇa. He is therefore the supreme, indestructible, complete existence, or the supreme truth. Kṛṣṇa's existence is not relative existence. Everything else but Kṛṣṇa is a relative truth, but Kṛṣṇa is the supreme absolute truth. Kṛṣṇa does not depend on anything but himself for his existence. Our existence, however, is relative. For example, only when there is the light of the sun, the moon or electricity are we able to see. Our seeing, therefore, is relative, and the light of the sun and moon and electricity is also relative. They are called illuminating only because we see them as such. But dependence and relativity do not exist in Kṛṣṇa. His activities are not dependent on anyone else's appreciation, nor does he depend on anyone else's help. He is beyond the existence of limited time and space, and because he is transcendental to time and space he cannot be covered by the illusion of Maya, whose activities are limited. In the Vedic literature we find that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has multipotencies. Since all such potencies are emanations from him, there is no difference between him and his potencies. Certain philosophers say, however, that when Kṛṣṇa comes he accepts a material body. But even if it is accepted that when he comes to the material world he accepts a material body, it should be concluded also that because the material energy is not different from him, this body does not act materially. In the Bhagavad Gita it is said, therefore, that he appears by his own internal potency, Atma Maya. Kṛṣṇa is called the Supreme Brahman because he is the cause of creation, the cause of maintenance and the cause of dissolution. Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva are different expansions of these material qualities. All these material qualities can act upon the conditioned souls, but there is no such action and reaction upon Kṛṣṇa because these qualities are all simultaneously one with and different from him. Kṛṣṇa himself is simply Saksidananda Vigraya, the eternal form of bliss and knowledge, and because of his inconceivable greatness, he is called the Supreme Brahman. His meditation on Brahman or Paramatma or Bhagavan is on himself only and not on anything else beyond himself. This meditation cannot be imitated by the ordinary living entity. After his meditation, the Lord would regularly bathe early in the morning with clear, sanctified water. Then he would change into fresh clothing, cover himself with a wrapper and engage in his daily religious functions. Out of his many religious duties, the first was to offer oblations into the sacrificial fire and silently chant the Gayatri mantra. Lord Kṛṣṇa, as the ideal householder, executed all the religious functions of a householder without deviation. When the sunrise became visible, the Lord would offer specific prayers to the sun god. The sun god and other demigods mentioned in the Vedic scriptures are described as different limbs of the body of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and it is the duty of the householder to offer respects to the demigods and great sages, as well as the forefathers. As it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord has no specific duty to perform in this world, and yet he acts just like an ordinary man living an ideal life within this material world. In accordance with Vedic ritualistic principles, the Lord would offer respects to the demigods. The regulative principle by which the demigods and forefathers are worshipped is called tarpana, which means pleasing. One's forefathers may have to take a body on another planet, but by performance of this tarpana system they become very happy wherever they may be. It is the duty of the householder to make his family members happy, and by following this tarpana system he can make his forefathers happy also. As the perfect exemplary householder, Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa followed this tarpana system and offered respectful obeisances to the elderly, superior members of his family. His next duty was to give cows in charity to the Brahmanas. Every day Lord Kṛṣṇa used to give many groups of 13,084 cows. Each of the cows was decorated with a silken cover and pearl necklace, their horns were covered with gold plating, and their hooves were silver plated. All of them were full of milk, due to having their firstborn calves with them, and they were very tame and peaceful. When the cows were given in charity to the Brahmanas also were given nice silken garments, and each was given a deer skin and sufficient quantity of sesame seeds. The Lord is generally known as Go Brahmana Hitaya Ca, which means that his first duty is to see to the welfare of the cows and the Brahmanas. Thus he used to give cows in charity to the Brahmanas, with opulent decorations and paraphernalia. Then, wishing for the welfare of all living entities, he would touch auspicious articles such as milk, honey, ghee, clarified butter, gold, jewels and fire. Although the Lord is by nature very beautiful due to the perfect figure of his transcendental body, he would dress himself in yellow garments and put on his necklace of Kaustuba jewels. He would wear flower garlands, smear his body with the pulp of sandalwood and decorate himself with similar cosmetics and ornaments. It is said that the ornaments themselves became beautiful upon being placed on the transcendental body of the Lord. After decorating himself in this way, the Lord would then look at marble statues of the cow and calf and visit temples of god or demigods like Lord Shiva. There were many Brahmanas who would come daily to see the Supreme Lord before taking their breakfast. They were anxious to see him, and he welcomed them. His next duty was to please all kinds of men belonging to the different castes, both in the city and within the palace compound. He made them happy by fulfilling their different desires, and when the Lord saw them happy he also became very pleased. The flower garlands, betel nuts, sandalwood pulp and other fragrant cosmetic articles offered to the Lord would be distributed by him, first to the brahmanas and elderly members of the family, then to the queens, and then to the ministers, and if there were still some balance he would engage it for his own personal use. By the time the Lord finished all these daily duties and activities, his charioteer Daruka would come with his wonderful chariot to stand before the Lord with folded hands, intimating that the chariot was ready, and the Lord would come out of the palace to travel. Then the Lord, accompanied by Uddhava and Satyaki, would ride on the chariot just as the sun god rides on his chariot in the morning, appearing with his blazing rays on the surface of the world. When the Lord was about to leave his palaces, all the queens would look at him with feminine gestures. The Lord would respond to their greetings with smiles, attracting their hearts so much that they would feel intense separation from him. Then the Lord would go to the assembly house known as Sudharma. It may be remembered that the Sudharma assembly house was taken away from the heavenly planets and established in the city of Dvaraka. The specific significance of the assembly house was that anyone who entered it would be freed from the 6 kinds of material pangs, namely hunger, thirst, lamentation, illusion, old age and death. These are the whips of material existence, and as long as one remained in that Sudharma assembly house he would not be affected by these 6 material whips. The Lord would say goodbye in all the 16,000 palaces, and again he would become one and enter the Sudharma assembly house in procession with other members of the Yadu dynasty. After entering the assembly house, he used to sit on the exalted royal throne and would be seen to emanate glaring rays of transcendental effulgence. In the midst of all the great heroes of the Yadu dynasty, Kṛṣṇa resembled the full moon in the sky surrounded by multi-luminaries. In the assembly house were professional jokers, dancers, musicians and ballet girls, and as soon as the Lord sat on his throne they would begin their respective functions to please the Lord and put him in a happy mood. First of all the jokers would talk in such a way that the Lord and his associates would enjoy their humor, which would refresh the morning mood. The dramatic actors would then play their parts, and the dancing ballet girls would separately display their artistic movements. All these functions would be accompanied by the beating of mranga drums and the sounds of the vina, flutes and bells, followed by the sound of the maraja, another type of drum. To these musical vibrations, the auspicious sound of the conch shell would be added. The professional singers called sutas and magadas would sing, and others would perform their dancing art. In this way, as devotees, they would offer respectful prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sometimes the learned brahmanas present in that assembly would chant Vedic hymns and explain them to the audience to the best of their knowledge, and sometimes some of them would recite old historical accounts of the activities of prominent kings. The Lord, accompanied by his associates, would be very pleased to hear them. Once upon a time, a person arrived at the gateway of the assembly house who was unknown to all the members of the assembly, and with the permission of Lord Kṛṣṇa he was admitted into the assembly by the doorkeeper. The doorkeeper was ordered to present him before the Lord, and the man appeared and offered his respectful obeisances unto the Lord with folded hands. It had happened that when King Jarasandha conquered all other kingdoms, many kings did not bow their heads before Jarasandha, and consequently all of them, numbering 20,000, were arrested and made his prisoners. The man brought before Lord Kṛṣṇa by the doorkeeper was a messenger from all these imprisoned kings. Being duly presented before the Lord, the man began to relay a message from the kings, as follows. Dear Lord, you are the eternal form of transcendental bliss and knowledge. As such, you are beyond the reach of the mental speculation or a vocal description of any materialistic man within this world. A slight portion of your glories can be known by persons fully surrendered unto your lotus feet, and, by your grace only, such persons become freed from all material anxieties. Dear Lord, we are not among these surrendered souls, we are still within the duality and illusion of this material existence. We therefore take shelter of your lotus feet, for we are afraid of the cycle of birth and death. Dear Lord, we think that there are many living entities like us who are eternally entangled in fruitive activities and their reactions. They are never inclined to follow your instructions by performing devotional service, although it is pleasing to the heart and most auspicious for one's existence. On the contrary, they are against the path of Kṛṣṇa conscious life, and they are wandering within the 3 worlds, impelled by the illusory energy of material existence. Dear Lord, who can estimate your mercy and your powerful activities? You are present always as the insurmountable force of eternal time, baffling the indefatigable desires of the materialists, who are thus repeatedly confused and frustrated. We therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto you in your form of eternal time. Dear Lord, you are the proprietor of all the worlds, and you have incarnated yourself with your plenary expansion Lord Balarama. It is said that your appearance in this incarnation is for the purpose of protecting the faithful and destroying the miscreants. Under the circumstances, how is it possible that miscreants like Kṛṣṇa can put us into such deplorable conditions of life against your authority? We are puzzled at the situation and cannot understand how it is possible. It may be that Kṛṣṇa has been deputed to give us such trouble because of our past misdeeds, but we have heard from revealed scriptures that anyone who surrenders unto your lotus feet is immediately immune to the reactions of sinful life. We therefore offer ourselves wholeheartedly unto your shelter, and we hope that your lordship will now give us full protection. We have now come to the real conclusion of our lives. Our kingly positions were nothing but the reward of our past pious activities, just as our suffering imprisonment by Kṛṣṇa is the result of our past impious activities. We realize now that the reactions of both pious and impious activities are temporary and that we can never be happy in this conditioned life. The material body is awarded to us by the modes of material nature, and on account of this we are full of anxieties. The material condition of life simply involves bearing the burden of this dead body. As a result of fruitive activities, we have thus been subjected to being beasts of burden for these bodies, and, being forced by conditioned life, we have given up the pleasing life of Kṛṣṇa consciousness. Now we realize that we are the most foolish persons. We have been entangled in the network of material reactions due to our ignorance. We have therefore come to the shelter of your lotus feet, which can immediately eradicate all the results of fruitive action and thus free us from the contamination of material pains and pleasures. Dear Lord, because we are now surrendered souls at your lotus feet, you can give us relief from the entrapment of fruitive action made possible by Kṛṣṇa. Dear Lord, it is known to you that Kṛṣṇa possesses the power of 10,000 elephants, and with this power he has imprisoned us, just as a lion hypnotizes a flock of sheep. Dear Lord, you have already fought with Kṛṣṇa 18 times consecutively, out of which you have defeated him 17 times by surpassing his extraordinarily powerful position. But in your 18th fight you exhibited your human behavior, and thus it appeared that you were defeated. Dear Lord, we know very well that Kṛṣṇa cannot defeat you at any time, for your power, strength, resources and authority are all unlimited. No one can equal you or surpass you. Your apparent defeat by Kṛṣṇa in the 18th engagement was nothing but an exhibition of human behavior. Unfortunately, foolish Kṛṣṇa could not understand your tricks, and he has since then become puffed up over his material power and prestige. Specifically, he has arrested and imprisoned us, knowing fully that as your devotees we are subordinate to your sovereignty. The messenger concluded, "Now I have explained the awful position of the kings, and your lordship can consider and do whatever you like. As the messenger and representative of all those imprisoned kings, I have submitted my words before your lordship and presented their prayers to you. All the kings are very anxious to see you so that they can all personally surrender at your lotus feet. My dear Lord, be merciful upon them and act for their good fortune." At the very moment the messenger of the imprisoned kings was presenting their appeal before the Lord, the great sage Narada arrived. Because he was a great saint, his hair was dazzling like gold, and when he entered the assembly house it appeared that the sun god was personally present in the midst of the assembly. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the worshipable master of even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, yet as soon as he saw that the sage Narada had arrived, he immediately stood up with his ministers and secretaries to receive the great sage and offer his respectful obeisances by bowing his head. The great sage Narada took a comfortable seat, and Lord Kṛṣṇa worshipped him with all paraphernalia, as required for the regular reception of a saintly person. While trying to satisfy Naradaji, Lord Kṛṣṇa spoke the following words in his sweet and natural voice. "My dear great sage among the demigods, I think that now everything is well within the three worlds. You are perfectly eligible to travel everywhere in space, in the upper, middle and lower planetary systems of this universe. Fortunately, when we meet you we can very easily take information from your holiness of all the news of the three worlds, for within this cosmic manifestation of the Supreme Lord there is nothing concealed from your knowledge. You know everything, and so I wish to question you. Are the Pandavas doing well, and what is the present plan of King Yudhishthira? Will you kindly let me know what they want to do at present?" The great sage Narada spoke as follows, "My dear Lord, you have spoken about the cosmic manifestation created by the Supreme Lord, but I know that you are the all-pervading creator. Your energies are so extensive and inconceivable that even powerful personalities like Brahma, the Lord of this particular universe, cannot measure your inconceivable power. My dear Lord, you are present as the supersoul in everyone's heart by your inconceivable potency, exactly like the fire which is present in everyone but which no one can see directly. In conditioned life, all living entities are within the jurisdiction of the three modes of material nature. As such, they are unable to see your presence everywhere with their material eyes. By your grace, however, I have seen many times the action of your inconceivable potency, and therefore when you ask me for the news of the Pandavas, which is not at all unknown to you, I am not surprised at your inquiry. My dear Lord, by your inconceivable potencies you create this cosmic manifestation, maintain it and again dissolve it. Only by dint of your inconceivable potency does this material world, although a shadow representation of the spiritual world, appear to be factual. No one can understand what you plan to do in the future. Your transcendental position is always inconceivable to everyone. As far as I am concerned, I can simply offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. In the bodily concept of existence, everyone is driven by material desires, and thus everyone develops new material bodies one after another in the cycle of birth and death. Being absorbed in such a concept of existence, one does not know how to get out of this encagement of the material body. By your causeless mercy, my Lord, you descend to exhibit your various transcendental pastimes, which are illuminating and full of glory. Therefore I have no alternative but to offer my respectful obeisances unto you. My dear Lord, you are the supreme, Para-Brahman, and your pastimes as an ordinary human are another tactical resource, exactly like a play on the stage in which the actor plays parts different from his own identity. Because the Pandavas are your cousins, you have inquired about them and the role of their well-wisher, and therefore I shall let you know about their intentions. Now please hear me. First I may inform you that King Yudhishthira has all material opulences which are possible to achieve in the highest planetary system, Brahmaloka. He has no material opulence for which to aspire, and yet he wants to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice only to get your association and please you. King Yudhishthira is so opulent that he has attained all the opulences of Brahmaloka even on this earthly planet. He is fully satisfied, and he does not need anything more. He is full in everything, but now he wants to worship you to achieve your causeless mercy, and I beg to request you to fulfill his desires. My dear Lord, in these great sacrificial performances by King Yudhishthira there will be an assembly of all the demigods and all the famous kings of the world. My dear Lord, you are the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead. One who engages himself in your devotional service by the prescribed methods of hearing, chanting and remembering certainly becomes purified from the contamination of the modes of material nature, and what to speak of those who have the opportunity to see you and touch you directly. My dear Lord, you are the symbol of everything auspicious. Your transcendental name and fame have spread all over the universe, including the higher, middle and lower planetary systems. The transcendental water which washes your lotus feet is known in the higher planetary system as Mandakini, in the lower planetary system as Bhagavati, and in this earthly planetary system as the Ganges. This sacred, transcendental water flows throughout the entire universe, purifying wherever it flows. Just before the great sage Narada arrived in the Sudharma assembly house of Dwarka, Lord Kṛṣṇa and his ministers and secretaries had been considering how to attack the kingdom of Jarasandha. Because they were seriously considering this subject, Narada's proposal that Lord Kṛṣṇa go to Hastinapura for Maharaja Yudhishthira's great Rajasuya sacrifice did not much appeal to them. Lord Kṛṣṇa could understand the intentions of his associates because he is the ruler of even Lord Brahma. Therefore, in order to pacify them, he smilingly said to Uddhava, "My dear Uddhava, you are always my well-wishing confidential friend. I therefore wish to see everything through you because I believe that your counsel is always right. I believe that you understand the whole situation perfectly. Therefore I am asking your opinion. What should I do? I have faith in you, and therefore I shall do whatever you advise." It was known to Uddhava that although Lord Kṛṣṇa was acting like an ordinary man, he knew everything, past, present and future. However, because the Lord wanted to consult with him, Uddhava, in order to render service to the Lord, began to speak. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 70th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Lord Kṛṣṇa's daily activities. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 71. Lord Kṛṣṇa in Indraprastha city in the presence of the great sage Narada and all the other associates of Lord Kṛṣṇa, Uddhava considered the situation and then spoke as follows: "My dear Lord, first of all let me say that the great sage Narada Muni has requested you to go to Hastinapura to satisfy King Yudhishthira, your cousin, who is making arrangements to perform the great sacrifice known as Rajasuya. I think, therefore, that your lordship should immediately go there to help the king in this great venture. However, although to accept the invitation offered by the sage Narada as primary is quite appropriate, at the same time, my lord, it is your duty to give protection to the surrendered souls. Both purposes can be served if we understand the whole situation. Unless we are victorious over all the kings, no one can perform this Rajasuya sacrifice. In other words, it is to be understood that King Yudhishthira cannot perform this great sacrifice without gaining victory over the belligerent King Jarasandha. The Rajasuya sacrifice can be performed only by one who has gained victory over all directions. Therefore, to execute both purposes, we first have to kill Jarasandha. I think that if we can somehow or other gain victory over Jarasandha, all our purposes will automatically be served. The imprisoned kings will be released, and with great pleasure we shall enjoy the spread of your transcendental fame for having saved the innocent kings whom Jarasandha has imprisoned. But King Jarasandha is not an ordinary man. He has proved a stumbling block even to great warriors because his bodily strength is equal to the strength of 10,000 elephants. If there is anyone who can conquer this king, he is none other than Bhimasena, because he also possesses the strength of 10,000 elephants. The best thing would be for Bhimasena to fight alone with him. Then there would be no unnecessary killing of many soldiers. In fact, Jarasandha will be very difficult to conquer when he stands with his Aksaini divisions of soldiers. We may therefore adopt a policy more favorable to the situation. We know that King Jarasandha is very much devoted to the Brahmanas and very charitably disposed toward them. He never refuses any request from a Brahmana. I think, therefore, that Bhimasena should approach Jarasandha in the dress of a Brahmana, beg charity from him and then personally engage in fighting him. And in order to assure Bhimasena's victory, I think that your lordship should accompany him. If the fighting takes place in your presence, I am sure Bhimasena will emerge victorious, for your presence makes everything impossible possible. Indeed, Lord Brahma creates this universe and Lord Shiva destroys it simply through your influence. Actually, you create and destroy the entire cosmic manifestation. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are only the superficially visible causes. Creation and destruction are actually performed by the invisible time factor, which is your impersonal representation. Everything is under the control of this time factor. If your invisible time factor can perform such wonderful acts through Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, will not your personal presence help Bhimasena conquer Jarasandha? My dear Lord, when Jarasandha is killed, the queens of all the imprisoned kings will be so joyful at their husbands being released by your mercy that they will all sing your glories, being as pleased as the Gopas were when released from the hands of Sankakuta. All the great sages, the king of the elephants, Gajendra, the goddess of fortune, Sita, and even your father and mother were all delivered by your causeless mercy. We also have been thus delivered, and we always sing the transcendental glories of your activities. Therefore, I think that if the killing of Jarasandha is undertaken first, that will automatically solve many other problems. As for the Rajasuya sacrifice arranged in Hastinapura, it will be held, either because of the pious activities of the imprisoned kings or the impious activities of Jarasandha. My lord, it appears that you are to go personally to Hastinapura to conquer demoniac kings like Jarasandha and Sisapala, to release the pious imprisoned kings, and also to perform the great Rajasuya sacrifice. Considering all these points, I think that your lordship should immediately proceed to Hastinapura. This advice of Uddhava's was appreciated by all who were present in the assembly. Everyone considered that Lord Krishna's going to Hastinapura would be beneficial from all points of view. The great sage Narada, the elder personalities of the Yadu dynasty, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa himself, all supported the statement of Uddhava. Lord Kṛṣṇa then took permission from his father, Vasudeva, and grandfather, Ugrasena, and he immediately ordered his servants Druka and Jaitra to arrange for travel to Hastinapura. When everything was prepared, Lord Kṛṣṇa especially bid farewell to Lord Balarama and the king of the Yadus, Ugrasena, and after dispatching his queens along with their children and sending their necessary luggage ahead, he mounted his chariot, which bore the flag marked with the symbol of Garuda. Before starting the procession, Lord Kṛṣṇa satisfied the great sage Narada by offering him different kinds of articles of worship. Naradaji wanted to fall at the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa, but because the Lord was playing the part of a human being, he simply offered his respects within his mind, and, fixing the transcendental form of the Lord within his heart, he left the assembly house by the airways. Usually the sage Narada does not walk on the surface of the globe but travels in outer space. After the departure of Narada, Lord Kṛṣṇa addressed the messenger who had come from the imprisoned kings and told him that they should not be worried, for he would very soon arrange to kill the king of Magadha, Jarasandha. Thus he wished good fortune to all the imprisoned kings and the messenger. After receiving this assurance from Lord Kṛṣṇa, the messenger returned to the imprisoned kings and informed them of the happy news of the Lord's forthcoming visit. All the kings were joyful at the news and began to wait very anxiously for the Lord's arrival. The chariot of Lord Kṛṣṇa started for Hastinapura accompanied by many other chariots, along with elephants, cavalry, infantry and similar royal paraphernalia. Bugles, drums, trumpets, conch shells and horns all produced a loud auspicious sound, which vibrated in all directions. The 16,000 queens, headed by the goddess of fortune Rukmini Devi, the ideal wife of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and accompanied by their respective sons, all followed behind Lord Kṛṣṇa. They were dressed in costly garments decorated with ornaments, and their bodies were smeared with sandalwood pulp and garlanded with fragrant flowers. Riding on palanquins nicely decorated with silks, flags and golden lace, they followed their exalted husband, Lord Kṛṣṇa. The infantry soldiers carried shields, swords and lances in their hands and acted as royal bodyguards to the queens. In the rear of the procession were the wives and children of all the other followers, and there were many society girls also following. Many beasts of burden like bulls, buffalo, mules and asses carried the camps, bedding and carpets, and the women who followed were seated in separate palanquins on the backs of camels. This panoramic procession was accompanied by the shouts of the people and was full with a display of different colored flags, umbrellas and whisks and different varieties of weapons, dress, ornaments, helmets and armaments. Shining in the sunlight, the procession appeared just like an ocean with high waves and sharks. In this way the procession of Lord Kṛṣṇa's party advanced toward Hastinapura, New Delhi, and gradually passed through the kingdoms of Anarta, Gujarat province, Savira, Surat, the great desert of Rajasthan, and then Kurukshetra. Between those kingdoms were many mountains, rivers, towns, villages, pasturing grounds and mining fields. The procession passed through all these places in its advance. On his way to Hastinapura, the Lord crossed two big rivers, the Drasadvati and the Sarasvati. Then he crossed the provinces of Panchala and Matsya. In this way, he ultimately arrived at Hastinapura, or Indraprastha. The audience of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, is not at all commonplace. Therefore, when King Yudhishthira heard that Lord Kṛṣṇa had arrived in his capital city, Hastinapura, he became so joyful that all his bodily hairs stood on end in great ecstasy, and he immediately came out of the city to properly receive the Lord. He ordered the musical vibration of different instruments and songs, and the learned brahmanas of the city began to chant the hymns of the Vedas very loudly. Lord Kṛṣṇa is known as Rsikesa, the master of the senses, and King Yudhishthira went forward to receive him exactly as the senses meet the consciousness of life. King Yudhishthira was the elder cousin of Kṛṣṇa. Naturally he had great affection for the Lord, and as soon as he saw him, his heart became filled with great love and affection. He had not seen the Lord for many days, and therefore he thought himself most fortunate to see the Lord present before him. The king therefore embraced Lord Kṛṣṇa again and again in great affection. The eternal form of Lord Kṛṣṇa is the everlasting residence of the goddess of fortune. As soon as King Yudhishthira embraced him, he became free from all the contamination of material existence. He immediately felt transcendental bliss and merged in an ocean of happiness. There were tears in his eyes, and his body shook in ecstasy. He completely forgot that he was living in this material world. After this, Bhimasena, the second brother of the Pandavas, smiled and embraced Lord Kṛṣṇa, thinking of him as his own maternal cousin, and thus he also merged in great ecstasy. Bhimasena was so filled with ecstasy that for the time being he forgot his material existence. Then Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa himself embraced the other three Pandavas, Arjuna, Nakula, and Sahadev. The eyes of all three brothers were inundated with tears, and Arjuna embraced Kṛṣṇa again and again because they were intimate friends. The two younger Pandava brothers, after being embraced by Lord Kṛṣṇa, fell down at his lotus feet to offer their respects. Lord Kṛṣṇa thereafter offered his obeisances to the Brahmanas present, as well as to the elder members of the Kuru dynasty, like Bhisma, Drona, and Dhritarashtra. There were many kings of different provinces such as Kuru, Sranjaya, and Kekaya, and Lord Kṛṣṇa duly reciprocated greetings and respects with them. The professional reciters like the Sudhas, Magadhas and Vandis, accompanied by the Brahmanas, offered their respectful prayers to the Lord. Performing artists like the Gandharvas, as well as the royal jokers, began to play their panava drums, conch shells, kettle drums, veenas, mridangas and bugles, and they exhibited their dancing art to please the Lord. Thus the all-famous Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Kṛṣṇa, entered the great city of Hastinapura, which was opulent in every respect. While Lord Kṛṣṇa was entering the city, all the people talked amongst themselves about the glories of the Lord, praising his transcendental name, qualities, form and so on. The roads, streets and lanes of Hastinapura were all sprinkled with fragrant water through the trunks of intoxicated elephants. In different places of the city there were colorful festoons and flags decorating the houses and streets. At important crossroads there were gates with golden decorations, and at the two sides of the gates there were golden water jugs. These beautiful decorations glorified the opulence of the city. Participating in this great ceremony, all the citizens gathered here and there, dressed in colorful new clothing and decorated with ornaments, flower garlands and fragrant scents. The houses were all illuminated by hundreds and thousands of lamps placed in different corners of the cornices, walls, columns, bases and architraves, and from far away the rays of the lamps appeared to be celebrating the festival of Deepavali, a particular festival observed on the New Year's Day of the Hindu calendar. Within the walls of the houses, fragrant incense was burning, and smoke rose through the windows, making the entire atmosphere very pleasing. On the top of every house, flags were flapping, and the golden water pots kept on the roofs shone brilliantly. Lord Kṛṣṇa thus entered the city of the Pandavas, enjoyed the beautiful atmosphere and slowly proceeded ahead. When the young girls in every house heard that Lord Kṛṣṇa, the only object worth seeing, was passing on the road, they were very eager to see this all-famous personality. Their hair loosened, and their tightened saris became slack due to their hastily rushing to see him. They gave up their household engagements, and those who were lying in bed with their husbands immediately left them and came directly down onto the street to see Lord Kṛṣṇa. The procession of elephants, horses, chariots and infantry was very crowded. Some of the girls, being unable to see properly in the crowd, got up on the roofs of the houses. Pleased to see Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa passing with his thousands of queens, they showered flowers on the procession, embraced Lord Kṛṣṇa within their minds and gave him a hearty reception. When they saw him in the midst of his many queens, like the full moon situated amidst many luminaries, they began to talk amongst themselves. One girl said to another, "My dear friend, it is very difficult to guess what kind of pious activities these queens have performed, for they are always enjoying the smiling face and loving glances of Kṛṣṇa." While Lord Kṛṣṇa was thus passing on the road, at intervals some of the citizens, who were all rich, respectable and freed from sinful activities, presented auspicious articles to the Lord, just to offer him a reception to the city. Thus they worshipped him as humble servitors. When Lord Kṛṣṇa entered the palace, all the ladies there were overwhelmed with affection just upon seeing him. They immediately received Lord Kṛṣṇa with glittering eyes expressing their love and affection for him, and Lord Kṛṣṇa smiled and accepted their feelings and gestures of reception. When Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, saw her nephew Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, she was overpowered by love and affection. She at once got up from her bedstead and appeared before him with her daughter-in-law, Draupadi, and in maternal love and affection she embraced him. As Maharaja Yudhishthira brought Kṛṣṇa within the palace, the king became so confused in his jubilation that he practically forgot what he was to do at that time to receive Kṛṣṇa and worship him properly. Lord Kṛṣṇa delightfully offered his respects and obeisances to Kunti and other elderly ladies of the palace. His younger sister, Subhadra, was also standing there with Draupadi, and both offered their respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of the Lord. At the indication of her mother-in-law, Draupadi brought clothing, ornaments and garlands, and with this paraphernalia they received the queens Rukmini, Satyabhama, Bhadra, Jambavati, Kalindi, Mitravinda, Lakshmana and the devoted Satya. These principal queens of Lord Kṛṣṇa were first received, and then the other queens were also offered a proper reception. King Yudhishthira arranged for Kṛṣṇa's rest and saw to it that all who came along with him, namely his queens, soldiers, ministers and secretaries, were comfortably situated. He had arranged that they would experience a new feature of reception every day while staying as guests of the Pandavas. It was during this time that Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, with the help of Arjuna, allowed the fire god, Agni, to devour the Khandava forest for his satisfaction. During the forest fire, Kṛṣṇa saved the demon Mayasura, who was hiding in the forest. Upon being saved, Mayasura felt obliged to the Pandavas and Lord Kṛṣṇa, and he constructed a wonderful assembly house within the city of Hastinapura. To please King Yudhishthira, Lord Kṛṣṇa remained in the city of Hastinapura for several months. During his stay, he enjoyed strolling here and there. He used to drive on chariots with Arjuna, and many warriors and soldiers used to follow them. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 71st chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Lord Kṛṣṇa in Indraprastha city. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 72 The Liberation of King Jarasandha and the Great Assembly of Respectable Citizens, Friends, Relatives, Brahmanas, Sages, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, in the presence of all, including his brothers, King Yudhishthira directly addressed Lord Kṛṣṇa as follows: My dear Lord Kṛṣṇa, the sacrifice known as the Rajasuya Yajna is to be performed by the emperor, and it is considered the king of all sacrifices. By performing this sacrifice, I wish to satisfy all the demigods, who are your empowered representatives within this material world, and I wish that you will kindly help me in this great venture so that it may be successfully executed. As far as the Pandavas are concerned, we have nothing to ask from the demigods. We are personally fully satisfied to be your devotees. As you say in the Bhagavad Gita, persons bewildered by material desires worship the demigods. But my purpose is different. I want to perform this Rajasuya sacrifice and invite the demigods to show that they have no power independent of you, that they are all your servants and you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Foolish persons with a poor fund of knowledge consider your lordship an ordinary human being. Sometimes they try to find fault in you, and sometimes they defame you. Therefore I wish to perform this Rajasuya yajna. I wish to invite all the demigods, beginning from Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and other exalted chiefs of the heavenly planets, and in that great assembly of demigods from all parts of the universe, I want to substantiate that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that everyone is your servant. My dear Lord, those who are constantly in Kṛṣṇa consciousness and who think of your lotus feet or your shoes are certainly freed from all contamination of material life. Such persons, who engage in your service in full Kṛṣṇa consciousness, who meditate upon you only and offer prayers unto you, are purified souls. Being constantly engaged in Kṛṣṇa conscious service, they are freed from the cycle of repeated birth and death. Or, even if they do not want to be freed from this material existence but desire to enjoy material opulences, their desires are also fulfilled by their Kṛṣṇa conscious activities. In fact, those who are pure devotees of your lotus feet have no desire for material opulences. As far as we are concerned, we are fully surrendered unto your lotus feet, and by your grace we are so fortunate as to see you personally. Therefore, naturally we have no desire for material opulences. The verdict of the Vedic wisdom is that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I want to establish this fact, and I also want to show the world the difference between accepting you as the Supreme Personality of Godhead and accepting you as an ordinary powerful historical person. I wish to show the world that one can attain the highest perfection of life simply by taking shelter at your lotus feet, exactly as one can satisfy the branches, twigs, leaves and flowers of an entire tree simply by watering the root. If one takes to Kṛṣṇa consciousness, his life becomes fulfilled both materially and spiritually. This does not mean that you are partial to the Kṛṣṇa conscious person and indifferent to the non-Kṛṣṇa conscious person. You are equal to everyone, that is your declaration. You cannot be partial to one and not interested in others, for you sit in everyone's heart as the Supersoul and give everyone the respective results of his fruitive activities. You give every living entity the chance to enjoy this material world as he desires. As the Supersoul, you sit in the body with the living entity, giving him the results of his own actions as well as opportunities to turn toward your devotional service by developing Kṛṣṇa consciousness. You openly declare that one should surrender unto you, giving up all other engagements, and that you will take charge of him, giving him relief from the reactions of all sins. Still, the living entity remains attached to material activities and suffers or enjoys the reactions without your interference. You are like the desired tree in the heavenly planets, which awards benedictions according to one's desires. Everyone is free to achieve the highest perfection, but if one does not so desire, then your awarding of lesser benedictions is not due to partiality. On hearing this statement by King Yudhishthira, Lord Kṛṣṇa replied as follows: My dear King Yudhishthira, O killer of enemies, O ideal justice personified, I completely support your decision to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. After you perform this great sacrifice, your good name will remain well established forever in the history of human civilization. My dear King, I may inform you that all the great sages, your forefathers, the demigods and your relatives and friends, including me, desire that you perform this sacrifice, and I think that it will satisfy every living entity. But I request that you first conquer all the kings of the world and collect all the requisite paraphernalia for executing this great sacrifice. My dear King Yudhishthira, your four brothers are direct representatives of important demigods like Vayu and Indra. It is said that Bhima was born of the demigod Vayu, and that Arjuna was born of the demigod Indra, whereas King Yudhishthira himself was born of the demigod Yamaraja. As such, your brothers are great heroes, and you are the most pious and self-controlled king and are therefore known as Dharmaraja. All of you are so qualified in devotional service to me that I have automatically been conquered by you. Lord Kṛṣṇa told King Yudhishthira that he is conquered by the love of one who has conquered his senses. One who has not conquered his senses cannot conquer the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the secret of devotional service. To conquer the senses means to engage them constantly in the service of the Lord. The specific qualification of all the Pandava brothers was that they always engaged their senses in the Lord's service. One who thus engages his senses becomes purified, and with purified senses the devotee can actually render transcendental loving service to the Lord and conquer him. Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, there is no one in the three worlds of the universe, including the powerful demigods, who can surpass my devotees in any of the six opulences, namely wealth, strength, reputation, beauty, knowledge and renunciation. Therefore, if you want to conquer the worldly kings, there is no possibility of their emerging victorious. When Lord Kṛṣṇa thus encouraged King Yudhisthira, the king's face brightened like a blossoming flower because of transcendental happiness, and thus he ordered his younger brothers to conquer all the worldly kings in all directions. Lord Kṛṣṇa empowered the Pandavas to execute his great mission of chastising the infidel miscreants of the world and giving protection to his faithful devotees. In his Vishnu form, the Lord carries 4 weapons in his 4 hands, a lotus flower and a conch shell in 2 hands, and in the other 2 hands a club and a disc. The club and disc are meant for the infidel miscreants and demons, and the lotus flower and conch shell are for the devotees. But because the Lord is the Supreme Absolute, the result of all his weapons is one and the same. With the club and the disc he chastises the miscreants so that they may come to their senses and know that they are not all in all, for above them there is the Supreme Lord. And by bugling with the conch shell and offering blessings with the lotus flower, he always assures the devotees that no one can vanquish them, even in the greatest calamity. King Yudhisthira, being thus assured by the indication of Lord Kṛṣṇa, ordered his youngest brother, Sahadev, accompanied by soldiers of the Srajaya tribe, to conquer the southern countries. Similarly, he ordered Nakula, accompanied by the soldiers of Matsyadesa, to conquer the kings of the western side. He sent Arjuna, accompanied by the soldiers of Kekayadesa, to conquer the kings of the northern side, and he ordered Bhimasena, accompanied by the soldiers of Madradesa, Madras, to conquer the kings on the eastern side. It may be noted that by dispatching his younger brothers to conquer in different directions, King Yudhisthira did not actually intend that they declare war upon the kings. Actually, the brothers started for different directions to inform the respective kings about King Yudhisthira's intention to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. The kings were thus informed that they were required to pay taxes for the execution of the sacrifice. This payment of taxes to Emperor Yudhisthira meant that the king accepted subjugation before him. In case of a king's refusal to act accordingly, there was certainly a fight. Thus by their influence and strength the brothers conquered all the kings in different directions, and they were able to bring in sufficient taxes and presentations, which they brought before King Yudhisthira. King Yudhisthira was very anxious, however, when he heard that King Jarasandha of Magadha did not accept his sovereignty. Seeing King Yudhisthira's anxiety, Lord Kṛṣṇa informed him of the plan explained by Uddhava for conquering King Jarasandha. Bhimasena, Arjuna and Lord Kṛṣṇa then started together for Guruvraja, the capital city of Jarasandha, dressing themselves in the garb of Brahmanas. This was the plan devised by Uddhava before Lord Kṛṣṇa started for Hastinapura, and now it was given practical application. King Jarasandha was a very dutiful householder, and he had great respect for the Brahmanas. He was a great fighter, a Kshatriya king, but he was never neglectful of the Vedic injunctions. According to the Vedic injunctions, the Brahmanas are considered to be the spiritual masters of all other castes. Lord Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna and Bhimasena were actually Kshatriyas, but they dressed themselves as Brahmanas, and at the time when King Jarasandha was to give charity to the Brahmanas and receive them as guests, they approached him. Lord Kṛṣṇa, in the dress of a Brahmana, said to the king, "We wish all glories to your majesty. We 3 guests at your royal palace have come from a great distance to ask you for charity, and we hope that you will kindly bestow upon us whatever we ask from you. We know about your good qualities. A person who is tolerant is always prepared to tolerate everything, even though distressful. Just as a criminal can perform the most abominable acts, a greatly charitable person like you can give anything and everything for which he is asked. For a great personality like you, there is no distinction between relatives and outsiders. A famous man lives forever, even after his death. Therefore, any person who is completely fit and able to execute acts which will perpetuate his good name and fame and yet does not do so becomes abominable in the eyes of great persons. Such a person cannot be condemned enough, and his refusal to give charity is lamentable throughout his whole life. Your Majesty must have heard the glorious names of charitable personalities such as Harischandra, Rantadeva, and Mudgala, who used to live only on grains picked up from the paddy field, and the great Maharaja Sibi, who saved the life of a pigeon by supplying flesh from his own body. These great personalities have attained immortal fame simply by sacrificing the perishable body. Lord Kṛṣṇa, in the garb of a Brahmana, thus convinced Jarasandha that fame is imperishable but the body is perishable. If one can attain imperishable name and fame by sacrificing his perishable body, he becomes a very respectable figure in the history of human civilization. While Lord Kṛṣṇa was speaking in the garb of a Brahmana along with Arjuna and Bhima, Jarasandha marked that the 3 of them did not appear to be actual Brahmanas. There were signs on their bodies by which Jarasandha could understand that they were Kshatriyas. Their shoulders were marked with impressions due to carrying bows, they had beautiful bodily structure, and their voices were grave and commanding. Thus he definitely concluded that they were not Brahmanas but Kshatriyas. He also thought that he had seen them somewhere before. But although these three persons were Kshatriyas, they had come to his door begging alms like Brahmanas. Therefore he decided that he would fulfill their desires in spite of their being Kshatriyas, because they had already diminished their position by appearing before him as beggars. Under the circumstances, he thought, I am prepared to give them anything. Even if they ask for my body, I shall not hesitate to offer it to them. In this regard, he began to think of Bali Maharaja. Lord Vishnu in the dress of a Brahmana appeared as a beggar before Bali and snatched away all of his opulence and his kingdom. He did this for the benefit of Indra, who, having been defeated by Bali Maharaja, was bereft of his kingdom. Although Bali Maharaja was cheated, his reputation as a great devotee able to give anything and everything in charity is still glorified throughout the three worlds. Bali Maharaja could guess that the Brahmana was Lord Vishnu himself and had come to him just to take away his opulent kingdom on behalf of Indra. Bali's spiritual master and family priest, Shukrakarya, repeatedly warned him about this, yet Bali did not hesitate to give in charity whatever the Brahmana wanted, and at last he gave up everything to that Brahmana. It is my strong determination, thought Jarasandha, that if I can achieve immortal reputation by sacrificing this perishable body, I must act for that purpose. The life of a Kshatriya who does not live for the benefit of the Brahmanas is certainly condemned. Actually King Jarasandha was very liberal in giving charity to Brahmanas, and thus he informed Lord Kṛṣṇa, Bhima and Arjuna, my dear Brahmanas, you may ask for me whatever you like. If you so desire, you may take my head also. I am prepared to give it. After this, Lord Kṛṣṇa addressed Jarasandha as follows, my dear king, please note that we are not actually Brahmanas, nor have we come to ask for food or grain. We are all Kshatriyas, and we have come to beg a duel with you. We hope that you will agree to this proposal. You may note that here is the second son of King Pandu, Bhimasena, and the third son of Pandu, Arjuna. As for myself, you may know that I am your old enemy Kṛṣṇa, the cousin of the Pandavas. When Lord Kṛṣṇa disclosed their disguise, King Jarasandha laughed very loudly, and then in great anger and in a great voice he exclaimed, you fools! If you want to fight with me, I immediately grant your request. But, Kṛṣṇa, I know that you are a coward. I refuse to fight with you because you become very confused when you face me in fighting. Out of fear of me you left your own city, Mathura, and now you have taken shelter within the sea, therefore I must refuse to fight with you. As far as Arjuna is concerned, I know that he is younger than me and is not an equal fighter. I refuse to fight with him because he is not in any way an equal competitor. But as far as Bhimasena is concerned, I think he is a suitable competitor to fight with me. After speaking in this way, King Jarasandha immediately handed a very heavy club to Bhimasena, he himself took another, and all of them went outside the city walls to fight. Bhimasena and King Jarasandha engaged themselves in fighting, and with their respective clubs, which were as strong as thunderbolts, they began to strike each other very severely, both of them being eager to fight. They were both expert fighters with clubs, and their techniques of striking each other were so beautiful that they appeared to be two dramatic artists dancing on a stage. When the clubs of Jarasandha and Bhimasena loudly collided, the impact sounded like that of the big tusks of two fighting elephants or like a thunderbolt in a flashing electrical storm. When two elephants fight together in a sugarcane field, each of them snatches a stick of sugarcane, holds it tightly in its trunk and strikes the other. At that time the sugarcane becomes smashed by such heavy striking. Similarly, when Bhimasena and Jarasandha were heavily striking each other with their clubs on different parts of their bodies, namely the shoulders, arms, collarbone, chest, thighs, waist and legs, their clubs were torn to pieces. In this way, all of the clubs used by Jarasandha and Bhimasena became ruined, and so the two enemies prepared to fight with their strong-fisted hands. Jarasandha and Bhimasena were very angry, and they began to smash each other with their fists. The striking of their fists sounded like the striking of iron bars or like the sound of thunderbolts, and the two warriors appeared to be like two elephants fighting. Neither was able to defeat the other, however, for both were expert in fighting, they were of equal strength, and their fighting techniques were also equal. Neither Jarasandha nor Bhimasena became fatigued or defeated in the fighting, although they struck each other continuously. At the end of each day's fighting, they lived at night as friends in Jarasandha's palace, and the next day they fought again. In this way they passed 27 days in fighting. On the 28th day, Bhimasena told Kṛṣṇa, my dear Kṛṣṇa, I must frankly admit that I cannot conquer Jarasandha. Lord Kṛṣṇa, however, knew the mystery of Jarasandha's birth. Jarasandha had been born in two different parts from two different mothers. When his father saw that the baby was useless, he threw the two parts into the forest. There they were later found by a witch named Jara, who was skilled in the black arts. She managed to join the two parts of the baby from top to bottom. Knowing this, Lord Kṛṣṇa therefore also knew how to kill him. He hinted to Bhimasena that since Jarasandha had been brought to life by the joining of the two parts of his body, he could be killed by the separation of these two parts. Thus Lord Kṛṣṇa transferred his power into the body of Bhimasena and informed him of the device by which Jarasandha could be killed. Lord Kṛṣṇa plucked a twig from a tree, took it in his hand, and bifurcated it. In this way he hinted to Bhimasena how Jarasandha could be killed. Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is omnipotent, and if he wants to kill someone, no one can save that person. Similarly, if he wants to save someone, no one can kill him. Informed by the hints of Lord Kṛṣṇa, Bhimasena immediately took hold of Jarasandha's legs and threw him to the ground. When Jarasandha fell, Bhimasena immediately pressed one of Jarasandha's legs to the ground and took hold of the other leg with his two hands. Catching Jarasandha in this way, he tore his body in two, from the anus up to the head. As an elephant breaks the branches of a tree in two, Bhimasena separated the body of Jarasandha. The audience standing nearby saw that Jarasandha's body was now divided into two halves, so that each half had one leg, one thigh, one testicle, half a backbone, half a chest, one collarbone, one arm, one eye, one ear and half a face. As soon as the news of Jarasandha's death was announced, all the citizens of Magadha began to cry, "Alas! Alas!" while Lord Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna embraced Bhimasena to congratulate him. Although Jarasandha was killed, neither Kṛṣṇa nor the two Pandava brothers made a claim to the throne. Their purpose in killing Jarasandha was to stop him from creating a disturbance to the proper discharge of world peace. A demon always creates disturbances, whereas a demigod always tries to keep peace in the world. The mission of Lord Kṛṣṇa is to protect the righteous and kill the demons who disturb a peaceful situation. Therefore Lord Kṛṣṇa immediately called for the son of Jarasandha, whose name was Sahadeva, and with due ritualistic ceremonies the Lord asked him to occupy the seat of his father and reign over the kingdom peacefully. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the master of the whole cosmic creation, and he wants everyone to live peacefully and execute Kṛṣṇa consciousness. After installing Sahadeva on the throne, he released all the kings and princes who had been imprisoned unnecessarily by Jarasandha. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 72nd chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the liberation of King Jarasandha. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 73. Lord Kṛṣṇa returns to the city of Hastinapura. The kings and princes released by Lord Kṛṣṇa after the death of Jarasandha were rulers of different parts of the world. Jarasandha was so powerful in military strength that he had conquered all these princes and kings, numbering 20,800. They were all incarcerated within a mountain cave especially constructed as a fort, and for a long time they were kept in that situation. When they were released by the grace of Lord Kṛṣṇa, they all looked very unhappy, their garments were niggardly, and their faces were almost dried up for want of proper bodily care. They were very weak due to hunger, and their faces had lost all beauty and luster. The king's long imprisonment had caused every part of their bodies to become slack and invalid. However, because in that miserable condition they had had the opportunity to think about Lord Kṛṣṇa, they immediately saw him now as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. They saw that the color of the transcendental body of Lord Kṛṣṇa resembled the hue of a newly arrived cloud in the sky. He appeared before them nicely covered by yellow silken garments, with 4 hands like Vishnu, and carrying the different symbols of the club, the conch shell, the disc and the lotus flower. His chest was marked with a golden line, and the nipples on his chest appeared like the whorls of lotus flowers. His eyes appeared to spread like the petals of a lotus, and his smiling face exhibited the symbol of eternal peace and prosperity. He wore glittering shark-shaped earrings, and his helmet was bedecked with valuable jewels. The Lord's necklace of pearls and the bangles and bracelets nicely situated on his body all shone with a transcendental beauty. The Kaustuba jewel hanging on his chest glittered with great luster, and the Lord wore a beautiful flower garland. After so much distress, when the kings and princes saw Lord Kṛṣṇa, with his beautiful transcendental features, they looked upon him to their heart's content, as if drinking nectar through their eyes, licking his body with their tongues, smelling the aroma of his body with their noses and embracing him with their arms. Just by dint of their being in front of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, all reactions to their sinful activities were washed away. Therefore, without reservation, they surrendered themselves at the lotus feet of the Lord. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that unless one is freed from all sinful reactions, one cannot fully surrender unto the lotus feet of the Lord. All the princes who saw Lord Kṛṣṇa forgot all their past tribulations. With folded hands and with great devotion, they offered prayers to Lord Kṛṣṇa, as follows. Dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, Master of all demigods, you can immediately remove all your devotees' pangs because your devotees are fully surrendered unto you. O dear Lord Kṛṣṇa, O eternal deity of transcendental bliss and knowledge, you are imperishable, and we offer our respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. It is by your causeless mercy that we have been released from the imprisonment of Kṛṣṇa, but now we pray that you release us from imprisonment within material existence, your illusory energy. Please stop our continuous cycle of birth and death. We now have sufficient experience of the miserable material life in which we are fully absorbed, and having tasted its bitterness, we have come to take shelter under your lotus feet. Therefore please give us your protection. Dear Lord, O killer of the demon Madhu, we can now clearly see that Kṛṣṇa was not at fault in the least. It is actually by your causeless mercy that we were bereft of our kingdoms, for we were very proud of calling ourselves rulers and kings. A ruler or king who becomes too much puffed up with false prestige and power gets no opportunity to understand his real constitutional position and eternal life. Under the influence of your illusory energy, such a foolish so-called ruler or king becomes falsely proud of his position, just like a foolish person who considers a mirage in the desert a reservoir of water. Foolish persons think that their material possessions will give them protection. Engaged in sense gratification, they falsely accept this material world as a place of eternal enjoyment. O Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, we must admit that before this we were puffed up with our material opulences. It was as if we were intoxicated. Because we were all envious and wanted to conquer one another, we all engaged in fighting for supremacy, even at the cost of sacrificing the lives of many citizens. This is the disease of political power. As soon as a king becomes rich in material opulences, he wants to dominate other nations by military aggression. Similarly, mercantile men want to monopolize a certain type of business and control other mercantile groups. Impelled by false prestige and infatuated by material opulences, human society, instead of striving for Kṛṣṇa consciousness, creates havoc and disrupts peaceful living. Thus men forget the real purpose of life, to attain the favor of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The kings continued, O Lord, we were simply engaged in the abominable task of killing citizens and alluring them to be unnecessarily killed, just to satisfy our political whims. We did not consider that your lordship is always present before us in the form of cruel death. We were so foolish that we became the cause of death for others, forgetting our own impending death. But, dear Lord, the force of the time element, which is your representative, is certainly insurmountable. The time element is so strong that no one can escape its influence, therefore we have received the reactions of our atrocious activities, and we are now bereft of all opulences and stand before you like street beggars. We consider our position your causeless, unalloyed mercy upon us because now we can understand that we were falsely proud and that our material opulences could be withdrawn from us within a second by your will. By your causeless mercy only, we are now able to think of your lotus feet. This is our greatest gain. Dear Lord, everyone knows that the body is a breeding ground of diseases. Now we are quite aged, and instead of being proud of our bodily strength, we are getting weaker day by day. We are no longer interested in sense gratification or the false happiness derived through the material body. By your grace, we have now come to the conclusion that hankering after such material happiness is just like searching for water in a desert mirage. We are no longer interested in the results of our pious activities, such as performing great sacrifices to be elevated to the heavenly planets. We now understand that such elevation to a higher material standard may sound very relishable, but actually there cannot be any happiness within this material world. We pray for your lordship to favor us by instructing us how to engage in the transcendental loving service of your lotus feet so that we may never forget our eternal relationship with your lordship. We do not want liberation from the entanglement of material existence. By your will we may take birth in any species of life, it does not matter. We simply pray that we never forget your lotus feet under any circumstances. Dear Lord, we now surrender unto your lotus feet by offering our respectful obeisances unto you because you are the Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, the son of Vasudeva. You are the Supersoul in everyone's heart, and you are Lord Hari, who can take away all miserable conditions of material existence. Dear Lord, your name is Govinda, the reservoir of all pleasure, because one who is engaged in satisfying your senses satisfies his own senses automatically. Dear Lord, you are ever famous, for you can put an end to all the miseries of your devotees. Please, therefore, accept us as your surrendered servants. After hearing the prayers of the kings released from the prison of Kṛṣṇa, Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is always the protector of surrendered souls in the ocean of mercy for the devotees, replied to them as follows in his sweet, transcendental voice, which was grave and full of meaning. My dear kings, he said, I bestow upon you my blessings. From this day forth you will be attached to my devotional service without fail. I give you this benediction, as you have desired. You may know for me that I am always sitting within your hearts as the Supersoul, and because you have now turned your faces toward me, I, as Master of everyone, shall always give you good counsel so that you may never forget me and so that gradually you will come back home, back to Godhead. My dear kings, your decision to give up all conceptions of material enjoyment and turn instead toward my devotional service is factually the symptom of your good fortune. Henceforward you will always be blessed with blissful life. I confirm that all you have spoken about me in your prayers is factual. It is a fact that the materially opulent position of one who is not fully Kṛṣṇa conscious is the cause of his downfall and is becoming a victim of the illusory energy. In the past there were many rebellious kings, such as Hai, Nausa, Vina, Ravana, and Narakasura. Some of them were demigods and some of them demons, but because of their false perception of their positions, they fell from their exalted posts, and thus they no longer remained kings of their respective kingdoms and were lost in the violence of abominable conditioned life. Every one of you must understand that anything material has its starting point, growth, maintenance, expansion, deterioration and, finally, disappearance. All material bodies are subject to these 6 conditions, and any relative acquisitions accumulated by this body are definitely subject to final destruction. Therefore, no one should be attached to perishable things. As long as one is within this material body, he should be very cautious in worldly dealings. The most perfect way of life in this material world is simply to be devoted to my transcendental loving service and to execute honestly the prescribed duties of one's particular position. As far as you are concerned, you all belong to Kshatriya families. Therefore, you should live honestly, according to the prescribed duties befitting the royal order, and make your citizens happy in all respects. Keep to the standard of Kshatriya life. Do not beget children out of sense gratification, but simply take charge of the welfare of the people in general. Everyone takes birth in this material world in continuation of his previous life, and thus he is subject to the stringent laws of nature, such as birth and death, distress and happiness, profit and loss. One should not be disturbed by duality but should always be fixed in my devotional service and thus remain balanced in mind and satisfied in all circumstances, considering all things to be given by me. Thus one can live a very happy and peaceful life, even within this material condition. In other words, one should actually be callous to the material body and its byproducts and should be unaffected by them. One should remain fully satisfied in the interests of the spirit soul and engage in the service of the Supersoul. One should engage his mind only in thinking of me. One should simply become my devotee, one should simply worship me, and one should offer his respectful obeisances unto me alone. In this way, one can cross over this ocean of nescience very easily and at the end come back to me. In conclusion, your lives should constantly be engaged in my service. After delivering his instructions to the kings and princes, Lord Kṛṣṇa immediately arranged for their comfort and asked many servants and maidservants to take care of them. Lord Kṛṣṇa requested Sahadev, the son of King Jarasandha, to supply all necessities to the kings and show them all respect and honor. In pursuance of the order of Lord Kṛṣṇa, Sahadev offered them all honor and presented them with ornaments, garments, garlands and other paraphernalia. After taking their baths and dressing very nicely, the kings appeared happy and gentle. Then they were supplied nice food. Lord Kṛṣṇa supplied everything for their comfort, as befitting their royal positions. Since the kings were so mercifully treated by Lord Kṛṣṇa, they felt great happiness, and their bright faces appeared just like the stars in the sky after the end of the rainy season. All nicely dressed and ornamented, their earrings glittering, they were then seated on chariots bedecked with gold and jewels and drawn by decorated horses. After seeing that each was taken care of, Lord Kṛṣṇa, in a sweet voice, asked them to return to their respective kingdoms. By his liberal behavior, unparalleled in the history of the world, Lord Kṛṣṇa released all the kings who had been in the clutches of Jarasandha, and the kings, being fully satisfied, began to chant his holy name, think of his holy form and glorify his transcendental pastimes as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus engaged, they returned to their respective kingdoms. The citizens of their kingdoms were greatly pleased to see them return, and when they heard of the kind dealings of Lord Kṛṣṇa, they were all very happy. The kings began to manage the affairs of their kingdoms in accordance with the instructions of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and all those kings and their subjects passed their days very happily. This is a vivid example of a Kṛṣṇa-conscious society. If the people of the world, taking into account their respective material qualities, divide the whole society into 4 orders for material progress and 4 orders for spiritual progress, centering these orders on Kṛṣṇa and following the instructions of Kṛṣṇa as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the entire human society will undoubtedly be happy. This is the lesson we have to take from this incident. After thus causing the annihilation of Jarasandha by Bhimasena and after being properly honored by Sahadev, the son of Jarasandha, Lord Kṛṣṇa, accompanied by Bhimasena and Arjuna, returned to the city of Hastinapura. When they reached the precincts of Hastinapura, they blew their respective conch shells, and by hearing the sound vibrations and understanding who was arriving, everyone immediately became cheerful. But the enemies of Kṛṣṇa, upon hearing the conch shells, were very sorry. The citizens of Indraprastha felt their hearts become joyful simply by hearing the vibration of Krishna's conch shell because they could understand that Jarasandha had been killed. Now the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice by King Yudhishthira was almost certain. Bhimasena, Arjuna, and Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, arrived before King Yudhishthira and offered their respects to the king. King Yudhishthira attentively heard the narration of the killing of Jarasandha and the setting free of the kings. He also heard of the tactics adopted by Kṛṣṇa to kill Jarasandha. The king was naturally affectionate toward Kṛṣṇa, but after hearing the story he became even more bound to him in love. Tears of ecstasy glided from his eyes, and he was so stunned that he was almost unable to speak. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 73rd chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa returns to the city of Hastinapura. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 74. The deliverance of Sisupala. King Yudhishthira became very happy after hearing the details of the Jarasandha episode, and he spoke as follows: My dear Kṛṣṇa, O eternal form of bliss and knowledge, all the exalted directors of the affairs of this material world, including Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and King Indra, are always eager to receive and carry out orders from you, and whenever they are fortunate enough to receive such orders, they immediately take them and keep them on their heads. O Kṛṣṇa, you are unlimited, and although we sometimes think of ourselves as royal kings and rulers of the world and become puffed up over our paltry positions, we are very poor in heart. Actually, we are fit to be punished by you, but the wonder is that instead of punishing us you so kindly and mercifully accept our orders and carry them out properly. We are all very much surprised that your lordship can play the part of an ordinary human being, but we can understand that you are performing these activities just like a dramatic artist. Your real position is always exalted, exactly like that of the sun, which always remains at the same temperature during both the time of its rising and the time of its setting. Although we feel the difference in temperature between the rising and the setting sun, the temperature of the sun never changes. You are always transcendentally equipoised, neither pleased nor disturbed by any condition of material affairs. You are the Supreme Brahman, the Personality of Godhead, and for you there are no relativities. My dear Madhava, you are never defeated by anyone. Material distinctions "this is me, this is you, this is mine, this is yours" are all conspicuous by dint of their absence in you. Such distinctions are visible in the lives of everyone, even the animals, but pure devotees are freed from these false distinctions. Since these distinctions are absent in your devotees, they cannot possibly be present in you. After satisfying Kṛṣṇa in this way, King Yudhishthira arranged to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. He invited all the qualified brahmanas and sages to take part and appointed them to different positions as priests in charge of the sacrificial arena. He invited the most expert brahmanas and sages, whose names are as follows: Kṛṣṇa Devipayana Vyasadeva, Bharadvaja, Sumantu, Gautama, Asita, Vashishtha, Saivana, Kanva, Maitreya, Kavasa, Trita, Vaisvamitra, Vamadeva, Sumati, Jaimini, Krachu, Pila, Parasara, Garga, Visampayana, Atarva, Kasyapa, Damaya, Parasurama, Shukrakarya, Asuri, Vishyodhara, Madhukanda, Virasena, and Akritavrana. Besides all these brahmanas and sages, he invited such respectable old men as Dronakarya, Bhisma, the grandfather of the Kurus, Karpakarya and Dhritarashtra. He also invited all the sons of Dhritarashtra, headed by Duryodhana, and also the great devotee Vidura. Kings from different parts of the world, along with their ministers and secretaries, were also invited to see the great sacrifice performed by King Yudhishthira, and the citizens, comprising learned brahmanas, chivalrous kshatriyas, well-to-do Vaisyas and faithful Sudras, all visited the ceremony. The brahmana priests and sages in charge of the sacrificial ceremony constructed the sacrificial arena as usual with a plough of gold, and they initiated King Yudhishthira as the performer of the great sacrifice, in accordance with Vedic rituals. Long years earlier, when Varuna had performed a similar sacrifice, all the sacrificial utensils had been made of gold. Similarly, in the Rajasuya sacrifice of King Yudhishthira, all the utensils required for the sacrifice were golden. Present by the invitation of King Yudhishthira to participate in the great sacrifice were all the exalted demigods, including Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Indra, the King of Heaven, accompanied by their associates, as well as the predominating deities of the higher planetary systems, including Gandharvaloka, Siddhaloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Nagaloka, Yaksaloka, Raksasaloka, Paksaloka, and Kṛṣṇaloka, as well as famous kings and their queens. All the respectable sages, kings and demigods who assembled there agreed unanimously that King Yudhisthira was quite competent to take the responsibility of performing the Rajasuya sacrifice. No one was in disagreement on this fact. Everyone thoroughly knew the position of King Yudhisthira, because he was a great devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa. No accomplishment was extraordinary for him. The learned brahmanas and priests saw to it that the sacrifice by Maharaja Yudhisthira was performed in exactly the same way as it had been in bygone ages by the demigod Varuna. According to the Vedic system, whenever there is an arrangement for sacrifice, the members participating are offered the juice of the soma plant, which is a kind of life-giving beverage. On the day for extracting the soma juice, King Yudhisthira very respectfully received the special priest who had been engaged to detect any mistake in the formalities of the sacrificial procedure. The idea is that the Vedic mantras must be enunciated perfectly and chanted with the proper accent. If the priests who are engaged in this business commit any mistake, the checker, or referee priest, immediately corrects the procedure, and thus the ritualistic performances are perfectly executed. Unless perfectly executed, a sacrifice cannot yield the desired result. In this age of Kali there is no such learned Brahmin or priest available, therefore, all such sacrifices are forbidden. The only sacrifice recommended in the sastras is the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. Another important procedure is that the most exalted personality in the assembly of such a sacrificial ceremony is first offered worship. After all arrangements were made for Yudhisthira's sacrifice, the next consideration was who should be worshipped first in the ceremony. This particular ceremony is called Agra Puja. Agra means first, and Puja means worship. This Agra Puja is similar to the election of a president. In the sacrificial assembly, all the members were very exalted. Some proposed to elect one person as the perfect candidate for accepting Agra Puja, and others proposed someone else. When the matter remained undecided, Sahadev began to speak in favor of Lord Kṛṣṇa. He said, "Lord Kṛṣṇa, the best amongst the members of the Yadu dynasty and the protector of his devotees, is the most exalted personality in this assembly. Therefore I think that he should without any objection be offered the honor of being worshipped first." Although demigods such as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra and many other exalted personalities are present in this assembly, no one can be equal to or greater than Kṛṣṇa in terms of time, space, riches, strength, reputation, wisdom, renunciation or any other consideration. Anything considered an opulence is fully present in Kṛṣṇa. As an individual soul is the basic principle of the growth of his material body, Kṛṣṇa is the supersoul of this cosmic manifestation. All Vedic ritualistic ceremonies, such as the performance of sacrifices, the offering of oblations into the fire, the chanting of the Vedic hymns and the practice of mystic yoga, are meant for realizing Kṛṣṇa. Whether one follows the path of fruitive activities or the path of philosophical speculation, the ultimate destination is Kṛṣṇa. All bona fide methods of self-realization are meant for understanding Kṛṣṇa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is superfluous to speak about Kṛṣṇa, because every one of you exalted personalities knows the Supreme Brahman, Lord Kṛṣṇa, for whom there are no material differences between body and soul, between energy and the energetic, or between one part of the body and another. Since everyone is part and parcel of Kṛṣṇa, there is no qualitative difference between Kṛṣṇa and all living entities. Everything is an emanation of Kṛṣṇa's energies, material and spiritual. Kṛṣṇa's energies are like the heat and light of fire. There is no difference between the qualities of heat and light and the fire itself. Also, Kṛṣṇa can do anything he likes with any part of his body. We can execute a particular action with the help of a particular part of our body, but he can do anything and everything with any part of his body. And because his transcendental body is full of knowledge and bliss in eternity, he doesn't undergo the 6 kinds of material changes: birth, existence, growth, production, dwindling and vanishing. Unforced by any external energy, he is the supreme cause of the creation, maintenance and dissolution of everything that be. By the grace of Kṛṣṇa only, everyone is engaged in the practice of religion, the development of economic conditions, the satisfaction of the senses and, ultimately, the achievement of liberation from material bondage. These 4 principles of progressive life can be executed by the mercy of Kṛṣṇa only. He should therefore be offered the first worship in this great sacrifice, and no one should disagree. Just as by watering the root of a tree one automatically waters the branches, twigs, leaves and flowers, or as by supplying food to the stomach one automatically nourishes all parts of the body, so by offering the first worship to Kṛṣṇa we shall satisfy everyone present in this meeting, including the great demigods. If anyone is charitably disposed, it will be very good for him to give charity only to Kṛṣṇa, who is the supersoul of everyone, regardless of his particular body or individual personality. Kṛṣṇa is present as the supersoul in every living being, and if we can satisfy him, then every living being will automatically be satisfied. Sahadeva was fortunate to know of the glories of Kṛṣṇa, and after describing them in brief, he stopped speaking. After this speech, all the members present in that great sacrificial assembly applauded, confirming his words continuously by saying, "Everything you have said is completely perfect. Everything you have said is completely perfect." King Yudhishthira, after hearing the confirmation by all present, especially by the Brahmanas and learned sages, worshipped Lord Kṛṣṇa according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. First of all, King Yudhishthira, along with his brothers, wives, children, other relatives and ministers, washed the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa and sprinkled the water on their heads. After this, he offered Lord Kṛṣṇa various kinds of yellow silken garments and presented heaps of jewelry and ornaments before him for his use. King Yudhishthira felt such ecstasy by honoring Kṛṣṇa, his only lovable object, that tears glided down from his eyes, and although he wanted to see Lord Kṛṣṇa, he could not see him very well. When Lord Kṛṣṇa was thus worshipped by King Yudhishthira, all the members present in the assembly stood up with folded hands and began to chant, Jaya, Jaya, Nama, Nama. All joined together to offer their respectful obeisances to Kṛṣṇa, and there were showers of flowers from the sky. In that meeting, King Sisupala was also present. He was an avowed enemy of Kṛṣṇa for many reasons, especially because of Kṛṣṇa's having stolen Rukmini from his intended marriage ceremony. Therefore, he could not tolerate such honoring of Kṛṣṇa and glorification of his qualities. Instead of being happy to hear the glories of the Lord, he became very angry. When everyone offered respect to Kṛṣṇa by standing up, Sisupala remained in his seat, but as he became angrier at Kṛṣṇa's being honored, he stood up suddenly, raised his hand and spoke very strongly and fearlessly against Lord Kṛṣṇa in such a way that Lord Kṛṣṇa could hear him distinctly. Ladies and gentlemen, I can appreciate now the statement of the Vedas that, after all, time is the predominating factor. In spite of all endeavors to the contrary, the time element executes its own plan without opposition. For example, one may try his best to live, but when the time for death comes, no one can check it. I see here that although many stalwart personalities are present in this assembly, the influence of time is so strong that they have been misled by the statement of a boy who has foolishly spoken about Kṛṣṇa. Many learned sages and elderly persons are present, but still they have accepted the statement of a foolish boy. This means that by the influence of time even the intelligence of such honored persons as those present in this meeting can be misdirected. I fully agree with the respectable persons present here that they are competent to select the personality who can be worshipped first, but I cannot agree with the statement of a boy like Sahadeva, who has spoken so highly about Kṛṣṇa and has recommended that Kṛṣṇa is fit to accept the first worship in the sacrifice. I can see that in this meeting there are many personalities who have undergone great austerities, who are highly learned, and who have performed many penances. By their knowledge and direction, they can deliver many persons who are suffering from the pangs of material existence. There are greatresses here whose knowledge has no bounds, as well as many self-realized persons and brahmanas also, and therefore I think that any one of them could have been selected for the first worship because they are worshipable even by the great demigods, kings and emperors. I cannot understand how you have selected this cowherd boy, Kṛṣṇa, and have left aside all these great personalities. I think Kṛṣṇa to be no better than a crow. How can he be fit to accept the first worship in this great sacrifice? We cannot even ascertain which caste this Kṛṣṇa belongs to or what his actual occupational duty is. Actually, Kṛṣṇa does not belong to any caste, nor does he have to perform any occupational duty. It is stated in the Vedas that the Supreme Lord has nothing to do as his prescribed duty. Whatever has to be done on his behalf is executed by his different energies. Sisupala continued, Kṛṣṇa does not belong to a high family. He is so independent that no one knows his principles of religious life. Indeed, it appears that he is outside the jurisdiction of all religious principles. He always acts independently, not caring for the Vedic injunctions and regulative principles. Therefore he is devoid of all good qualities. Sisupala indirectly praised Kṛṣṇa by saying that he is not within the jurisdiction of Vedic injunctions. This is true because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That he has no good qualities, Gunahina, means that Kṛṣṇa has no material qualities, and because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he acts independently, not caring for conventions and social or religious principles. Sisupala continued, under these circumstances, how can he be fit to accept the first worship in the sacrifice? Kṛṣṇa is so foolish that he has left Mathura, which is inhabited by highly elevated persons following the Vedic culture, and has taken shelter in the ocean, where there is not even talk of the Vedas. Instead of living openly, he has constructed a fort within the water and is living in a place where there is no discussion of Vedic knowledge. And whenever he comes out of the fort, he simply harasses the citizens like a dacoit, thief or rogue. Sisupala went crazy because of Kṛṣṇa's being elected the supreme, first worshipped person in that meeting, and he spoke so irresponsibly that it appeared he had lost all his good fortune. Being overcast with misfortune, Sisupala continued to insult Kṛṣṇa, and Lord Kṛṣṇa patiently heard him without protest. Just as a lion does not care when a flock of jackals howl, Lord Kṛṣṇa remained silent and unprovoked. Kṛṣṇa did not reply to even a single accusation made by Sisupala, but all the members present in the meeting, except for a few who agreed with Sisupala, were very much agitated because it is the duty of any respectable person not to tolerate blasphemy against God or his devotee. Some of them, who thought that they could not properly take action against Sisupala, left the assembly in protest, covering their ears with their hands in order not to hear further accusations. Thus they left the meeting, condemning the action of Sisupala. It is the Vedic injunction that whenever there is blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one must immediately leave. If he does not do so, he becomes bereft of his pious activities and is degraded to a lower condition of life. All the kings present, belonging to the Kuru dynasty, Matsya dynasty, Kakaya dynasty and Srajaya dynasty, were very angry and immediately took up their swords and shields to kill Sisupala, who was so foolish that he was not even slightly agitated, although all the kings present were ready to kill him. Sisupala did not care to think of the pros and cons of his foolish talking, and instead of stopping when he saw that all the kings were ready to kill him, he stood to fight with them and took up his sword and shield. When Lord Kṛṣṇa saw that they were going to fight in the arena of the auspicious Rajasuya Yajna, he personally pacified them. Out of his causeless mercy he himself decided to kill Sisupala. When Sisupala was abusing the kings who were about to attack him, Lord Kṛṣṇa took up his disc, as sharp as the blade of a razor, and immediately separated Sisupala's head from his body. When Sisupala was thus killed, a great roar and howl went up from the crowd. Taking advantage of that disturbance, the few kings who were supporters of Sisupala quickly left the assembly out of fear for their lives. Then the fortunate Sisupala's spirit soul immediately merged into the body of Lord Kṛṣṇa in the presence of all, exactly as a burning meteor falls to the surface of the globe. The merging of Sisupala's soul into the transcendental body of Kṛṣṇa reminds us of the story of Jaya and Vijaya, who fell to the material world from the Vaikuntha planets upon being cursed by the four Kumaras. For their return to the Vaikuntha world, it was arranged that both Jaya and Vijaya, for 3 consecutive births, would act as deadly enemies of the Lord, and that at the end of these lives they would return to the Vaikuntha world and serve the Lord as his associates. Although Sisupala acted as the enemy of Kṛṣṇa, he was not for a single moment out of Kṛṣṇa consciousness. He was always absorbed in thought of Kṛṣṇa, and thus he first got the salvation of Sujya Mukti, merging into the existence of the Supreme, and was finally reinstated in his original position of personal service. The Bhagavad Gita corroborates the fact that one who is absorbed in the thought of the Supreme Lord at the time of death immediately enters the kingdom of God after quitting his material body. After the salvation of Sisupala, King Yudhishthira rewarded all the members present in the sacrificial assembly. He generously remunerated the priests and learned sages for their engagement in the execution of the sacrifice, and after performing all this routine work, he took his bath. This bath at the end of the sacrifice is also technical. It is called the Avabhrita bath. Lord Kṛṣṇa thus enabled the performance of the Rajasuya Yajna arranged by King Yudhishthira to be successfully completed, and, being requested by his cousins and relatives, he remained in Hastinapura for a few months more. Although King Yudhishthira and his brothers were unwilling to have Lord Kṛṣṇa leave Hastinapura, Kṛṣṇa arranged to take permission from the king to return to Dwarka, and thus he returned home along with his queens and ministers. The story of the fall of Jaya and Vijaya from the Vaikuntha planets to the material world is described in the 7th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. The killing of Sisupala has a direct link with that narration of Jaya and Vijaya, but the most important instruction we get from this incident is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, being absolute, can give salvation to everyone, whether one acts as his enemy or as his friend. It is therefore a misconception that the Lord acts with someone in relationship of friend and with someone else in the relationship of enemy. His being an enemy or friend is always on the absolute platform. There is no material distinction. After King Yudhishthira took his bath at the conclusion of the sacrifice and stood in the midst of all the learned sages and brahmanas, he seemed exactly like the king of heaven and thus looked very beautiful. King Yudhishthira generously rewarded all the demigods who participated in the yajna, and, being greatly satisfied, all of them left, praising the king's activities and glorifying Lord Kṛṣṇa. When Sukadeva Goswami narrated these incidents of Krishna's killing Sisupala and described the successful execution of the Rajasuya Yajna by Maharaja Yudhishthira, he also pointed out that after the successful termination of the yajna only one person was unhappy. He was Duryodhana. Duryodhana by nature was very envious because of his sinful life, and he appeared in the dynasty of the Kurus like a chronic disease personified to destroy the whole family. Sukadeva Goswami assured Maharaja Pariksit that the pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa, the killing of Sisupala and Jarasandha and the releasing of the imprisoned kings, are all transcendental vibrations, and that anyone who hears these narrations from authorized persons will immediately be freed from all the reactions of the sinful activities of his life. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 74th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of Sisupala. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 75. Why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. King Yudhishthira was known as a Ajatasatru, or a person who had no enemy. Therefore, when all the men, demigods, kings, sages and saints saw the successful termination of the Rajasuya Yajna performed by King Yudhishthira, they were very happy. That Duryodhana alone was unhappy was astonishing to Maharaja Pariksit, and therefore he requested Sukadeva Goswami to explain this. Sukadeva Goswami said, "My dear King Pariksit, your grandfather King Yudhishthira was a great soul. His congenial disposition attracted everyone to be his friend, and therefore he was known as a Ajatasatru, one who never created an enemy. He engaged all the members of the Kuru dynasty in taking charge of different departments for the management of the Rajasuya sacrifice. For example, Bhimasena was put in charge of the kitchen department, Duryodhana in charge of the treasury department, Sahadeva in charge of the reception department, Nakula in charge of the supplies department, and Arjuna in charge of looking after the comforts of the elderly persons." The most astonishing feature was that Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, took charge of washing the feet of all the incoming guests. The queen, the goddess of fortune Draupadi, was in charge of administering the distribution of food, and because Kṛṣṇa was famous for giving charity, he was put in charge of the charity department. In this way Satyaki, Vikarna, Hardikya, Vidura, Santaradana, and Borisrava, the son of Balika, were all engaged in different departments for managing the affairs of the Rajasuya sacrifice. They were also bound in loving affection for King Yudhishthira that they simply wanted to please him. After Sisupala died by the mercy of Lord Kṛṣṇa and merged into the spiritual existence, and after the end of the Rajasuya Yajna, when all the friends, guests and well-wishers had been fully honored and rewarded, King Yudhishthira went to bathe in the Ganges. The city of Hastinapura stands today on the bank of the Yamuna, and the statement of Srimad Bhagavatam that King Yudhishthira went to bathe in the Ganges indicates, therefore, that during the time of the Pandavas the river Yamuna was also known as the Ganges. While the king was taking the Avabrtha bath, different musical instruments vibrated, such as mridangas, conch shells, panava drums, kettle drums and bugles, and the ankle bells of the dancing girls jingled. Many groups of professional singers sang as veenas, flutes, gongs and cymbals were played, and thus a tumultuous sound vibrated in the sky. The princely guests from many kingdoms, like Srivijaya, Cambodia, Kuru, Kekaya, and Kosala, were present with their different flags and gorgeously decorated elephants, chariots, horses and soldiers. All of them passed in a procession, with King Yudhishthira in the forefront. The executive members who had performed the sacrifice, the priests, religious ministers and brahmanas, all loudly chanted the Vedic hymns. The demigods and the inhabitants of Pitraloka and Gandharvaloka, as well as many sages, showered flowers from the sky. The men and women of Hastinapura, or Indraprastha, their bodies smeared with scents and floral oils, were nicely dressed in colorful garments and decorated with garlands, jewels and ornaments. Enjoying the ceremony, they threw on one another liquid substances like water, oil, milk, butter and yogurt. Some even smeared these on each other's bodies. In this way, they enjoyed the occasion. The professional prostitutes jubilantly smeared these liquid substances on the bodies of the men, and the men reciprocated in the same way. All the liquid substances had been mixed with turmeric and saffron, and their color was a lustrous yellow. In order to observe the great ceremony, many wives of the demigods have come in different airplanes, and they were visible in the sky. Similarly, the queens of the royal family, gorgeously decorated and surrounded by bodyguards, arrived on different palanquins. During this time, Lord Kṛṣṇa, the maternal cousin of the Pandavas, and his special friend Arjuna were both throwing the liquid substances on the bodies of the queens. The queens became bashful, but at the same time their beautiful smiling brightened their faces. Because of the liquids thrown on their bodies, the saris covering them became completely wet. The different parts of their beautiful bodies, particularly their breasts and their waists, became partially visible because of the wet cloth. The queens brought buckets of the same liquid substances and with syringes sprinkled them on the bodies of their brothers-in-law. As they engaged in such jubilant activities, their hair fell loose, and the flowers decorating their bodies began to fall. When Lord Kṛṣṇa, Arjuna and the queens were thus engaged in these jubilant activities, persons who were not clean in heart were agitated by lustful desires. In other words, such behavior between pure males and females is enjoyable, but it makes persons who are materially contaminated become lustful. King Yudhisthira, in a gorgeous chariot yoked to excellent horses, was present there along with his queens, including Draupadi, and their features were so beautiful that it appeared as if the great Rajasuya sacrifice were standing there in person, along with the different functions of the sacrifice. Following the Rajasuya sacrifice, there was the Vedic ritualistic duty known as Patni Samyaja. This sacrifice, which one performs along with one's wife, was also duly conducted by the priests of King Yudhisthira. As Queen Draupadi and King Yudhisthira were taking their Avabhrta bath, the citizens of Hastinapura as well as the demigods began to beat on drums and blow trumpets out of feelings of happiness, and there was a shower of flowers from the sky. When the king and the queen finished their bath in the Ganges, all the other citizens, consisting of all the Varnas, or castes, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas and Sudras, took their baths in the Ganges. Bathing in the Ganges is recommended in the Vedic literatures because by such bathing one is freed from all sinful reactions. This is still current in India, especially at particularly auspicious moments. At such times, millions of people bathe in the Ganges. After taking his bath, King Yudhisthira dressed in a new silken cloth and wrapper and decorated himself with valuable jewelry. The king not only dressed himself and decorated himself but also gave clothing and ornaments to all the priests and the others who had participated in the yajnas. In this way, he worshipped them all. He constantly worshipped his friends, his family members, his relatives, his well-wishers and everyone present, and because he was a Vaisnava, a great devotee of Lord Narayana, he knew how to treat everyone well. The Mayavadi philosophers endeavor to see everyone as God as an artificial attempt at oneness, but a Vaisnava, or a devotee of Lord Narayana, sees every living entity as part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, a Vaisnava's treatment of other living entities is on the absolute platform. As one cannot treat one part of his body differently from another part, because they all belong to the same body, a Vaisnava does not see a human being as distinct from an animal because in both he sees the soul and the supersoul seated together. When everyone was refreshed after bathing and was dressed in silken clothing with jeweled earrings, flower garlands, turbans, long wrappers and pearl necklaces, they looked, altogether, like the demigods from heaven. This was especially true of the women, who were very nicely dressed. Each wore a golden belt around the waist. They were all smiling, with spots of tilaka and curling hair scattered here and there. This combination was very attractive. Those persons who had participated in the Rajasuya sacrifice, including the most cultured priests, the Brahmanas who had assisted, the citizens of all the Varnas, and the kings, demigods, sages, saints and citizens of Pitraloka, were all very much satisfied by the dealings of King Yudhisthira, and at the end they happily departed for their residences. While returning to their homes, they talked of the dealings of King Yudhisthira, and even after continuous talk of his greatness they were not satiated, just as one may drink nectar over and over again and never be satisfied. After the departure of all the others, Maharaja Yudhisthira restrained the inner circle of his friends, including Lord Kṛṣṇa, not allowing them to leave. Lord Kṛṣṇa could not refuse the request of the king. Kṛṣṇa therefore sent back all the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, Samba and others. All of them returned to Dwarka, and Lord Kṛṣṇa personally remained to give pleasure to the king. In the material world, everyone has a particular type of desire to be fulfilled, but one is never able to fulfill his desires to his full satisfaction. But King Yudhisthira, because of his unflinching devotion to Kṛṣṇa, could fulfill all his desires successfully by the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. From the description of the Rajasuya yajna, such a function appears to be a great ocean of opulent desires. Such an ocean is not possible for an ordinary man to cross, nevertheless, by the grace of Lord Kṛṣṇa, King Yudhisthira was able to cross it very easily, and thus he became freed from all anxieties. When Duryodhana saw that Maharaja Yudhisthira had become very famous after performing the Rajasuya yajna and was fully satisfied in every respect, he began to burn with the fire of envy because his mind was always poisonous. For one thing, he envied the imperial palace constructed by the demon Maya for the Pandavas. The palace was excellent in its puzzling artistic workmanship and was befitting the position of great princes, kings or leaders of the demons. In that great palace, the Pandavas lived with their family members, and Queen Draupadi served her husbands very peacefully. And because in those days Lord Kṛṣṇa was also there, the palace was also decorated by his thousands of queens. When the queens, with their heavy breasts and thin waists, moved within the palace and their ankle bells rang very melodiously with their movement, the whole palace appeared more opulent than the heavenly kingdom. Because a portion of their breasts was sprinkled with saffron powder, the pearl necklaces on their breasts appeared reddish. With their beautiful earrings and flowing hair, the queens appeared very attractive. After seeing such beauties in the palace of King Yudhishthira, Duryodhana was envious. He was especially envious and lustful upon seeing the beauty of Draupadi because he had cherished a special attraction for her from the very beginning of her marriage with the Pandavas. In the marriage selection assembly of Draupadi, Duryodhana had also been present, and along with other princes he had been very much captivated by the beauty of Draupadi, but he had failed to achieve her. Once upon a time, King Yudhishthira was sitting on his golden throne in the palace constructed by the demon Maya. His 4 brothers and other relatives, as well as his great well-wisher Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, were present, and the material opulence of King Yudhishthira seemed no less than that of Lord Brahma. When he was sitting on the throne surrounded by his friends and the reciters were offering prayers to him in the form of nice songs, Duryodhana came to the palace with his younger brothers. Duryodhana was decorated with a helmet, and he carried a sword in his hand. He was always in an envious and angry mood, and therefore on a slight provocation he spoke sharply with the doorkeepers and became angry. By the craftsmanship of the demon Maya, the palace was so decorated in different places that one who did not know the tricks would consider water to be land and land to be water. Duryodhana was illusioned by this craftsmanship, and when crossing water, thinking it to be land, he fell in. When Duryodhana, out of his foolishness, had thus fallen, the queens enjoyed the incident by laughing. King Yudhishthira could understand the feelings of Duryodhana, and he tried to restrain the queens, but Lord Kṛṣṇa indicated that King Yudhishthira should not restrain them from enjoying the incident. Kṛṣṇa desired that Duryodhana be fooled in that way and that all of them enjoy his foolish behavior. When everyone laughed, Duryodhana felt very insulted, and his bodily hair stood up in anger. Being thus insulted, he immediately left the palace, bowing his head. He was silent and did not protest. When Duryodhana left in such an angry mood, everyone regretted the incident, and King Yudhishthira also was very sorry. But despite all these occurrences, Kṛṣṇa was silent. He did not say anything against or in favor of the incident. It appeared that Duryodhana had been put into illusion by the supreme will of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and this was the beginning of the enmity between the 2 sects of the Kuru dynasty. This appeared to be a part of Kṛṣṇa's plan in his mission to decrease the burden of the world. King Pariksit had inquired from Sukadeva Goswami why Duryodhana was not satisfied after the termination of the great Rajasuya sacrifice, and thus it was explained by Sukadeva Goswami. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 75th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 76. The battle between Salva and members of the Yadu dynasty. While Sukadeva Goswami was narrating various activities of Lord Kṛṣṇa in playing the role of an ordinary human being, he also narrated the history of the battle between the dynasty of Yadu and a demon of the name Salva, who had managed to possess a wonderful airship named Sauba. King Salva was a great friend of Sisapala's. When Sisapala went to marry Rukmini, Salva was one of the members of the bridegroom's party. In the fight between the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty and the kings of the opposite side, Salva was defeated by the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. But, despite his defeat, he made a promise before all the kings that he would in the future rid the whole world of all the members of the Yadu dynasty. Since his defeat in the fight during the marriage of Rukmini, he had maintained within himself an unforgettable envy of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and he was, in fact, a fool, because he had promised to kill Kṛṣṇa. Usually such foolish demons take shelter of a demigod like Lord Shiva to execute their ulterior plans, and so in order to get strength, Salva took refuge at the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. He underwent a severe type of austerity during which he would eat no more than a handful of ashes daily. Lord Shiva, the husband of Parvati, is generally very merciful, and he is very quickly satisfied if someone undertakes severe austerities to please him. So after continued austerities by Salva for 1 year, Lord Shiva became pleased with him and asked him to beg for the fulfillment of his desire. Salva begged from Lord Shiva the gift of an airplane which would be so strong that it could not be destroyed by any demigod, demon, human being, Gandharva or Naga, or even any Rakshasa. Moreover, he desired that the airplane be able to fly anywhere and everywhere he would like to pilot it, and be specifically very dangerous and fearful to the dynasty of the Yadus. Lord Shiva immediately agreed to give him the benediction, and Salva took the help of the demon Maya to manufacture this iron airplane, which was so strong and formidable that no one could crash it. It was a very big machine, almost like a big city, and it could fly so high and at such a great speed that it was almost impossible to see, so there was no question of attacking it. It appeared to be almost covered with darkness, yet the pilot could fly it anywhere and everywhere. Having acquired such a wonderful airplane, Salva flew it to the city of Dvarka because his main purpose in obtaining the airplane was to attack the city of the Yadus, toward whom he maintained a constant feeling of animosity. Salva thus attacked the city of Dvarka from the sky, and he also surrounded the city with a large number of infantry. The soldiers on the surface attacked the beautiful spots of the city. They began to destroy the nice parks, the city gates, the palaces and skyscraper houses, the high walls around the city, and the beautiful spots where people would gather for recreation. While the soldiers attacked on the surface, the airplane began to drop big slabs of stone, tree trunks, thunderbolts, poisonous snakes and many other dangerous things. Salva also managed to create such a strong whirlwind within the city that all of Dvarka became dark because of the dust that covered the sky. The airplane occupied by Salva put the entire city of Dvarka into distress equal to that caused on the earth long, long ago by the disturbing activities of Triparasura. The inhabitants of Dvarkapuri became so harassed that they were not peaceful for even a moment. The great heroes of Dvarka city, headed by commanders such as Pradyumna, counterattacked the soldiers and airplane of Salva. When he saw the extreme distress of the citizens, Pradyumna immediately arranged his soldiers and personally got up on a chariot, encouraging the citizens by assuring safety. Following his command, many warriors like Satyaki, Kardesna, and Samba, all young brothers of Pradyumna, as well as Akrura, Kritavarma, Bhanuvinda, Gada, Sukha, and Sarana, all came out of the city to fight with Salva. All of them were Maharathis, great warriors able to fight with thousands of men. All were fully equipped with necessary weapons and assisted by hundreds and thousands of charioteers, elephants, horses and infantry soldiers. Fierce fighting began between the two parties, exactly like that formerly carried on between the demigods and the demons. The fighting was severe, and whoever observed the fierce nature of the fight felt his bodily hairs stand on end. Pradyumna immediately counteracted the mystic demonstration occasioned by the airplane of Salva, the king of Sauba. By the mystic power of the airplane, Salva had created a darkness as dense as night, but Pradyumna all of a sudden appeared like the rising sun. As with the rising of the sun the darkness of night is immediately dissipated, with the appearance of Pradyumna the power exhibited by Salva became null and void. Each of Pradyumna's arrows had a golden feather at the end, and the shaft was fitted with a sharp iron head. By releasing 25 such arrows, Pradyumna severely injured Salva's commander-in-chief. He then released another 100 arrows toward the body of Salva. After this, he pierced each and every soldier by releasing one arrow, he killed the chariot drivers by firing 10 arrows at each one of them, and he killed the carriers like the horses and elephants by releasing 3 arrows directed toward each one. When everyone present on the battlefield saw this wonderful feat of Pradyumna's, the great fighters on both sides praised his acts of chivalry. But still the airplane occupied by Salva was very mysterious. It was so extraordinary that sometimes many airplanes would appear to be in the sky, and sometimes there were apparently none. Sometimes the plane was visible and sometimes not visible, and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty were puzzled about the whereabouts of the peculiar airplane. Sometimes they would see the airplane on the ground, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes resting on the peak of a hill, and sometimes floating on the water. The wonderful airplane flew in the sky like a whirling firebrand, it was not steady even for a moment. But despite the mysterious maneuvering of the airplane, the commanders and soldiers of the Yadu dynasty would immediately rush toward Salva wherever he was present with his airplane and soldiers. The arrows released by the dynasty of the Yadus were as brilliant as the sun and as dangerous as the tongues of serpents. All the soldiers fighting on behalf of Salva soon became distressed by the incessant release of arrows upon them by the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, and Salva himself became unconscious from the attack of these arrows. The soldiers fighting on behalf of Salva were also very strong, and the release of their arrows also harassed the heroes of the Yadu dynasty. But still the Yadus were so strong and determined that they did not move from their strategic positions. The heroes of the Yadu dynasty were determined either to die on the battlefield or to gain victory. They were confident that if they died in the fighting they would attain a heavenly planet, and if they came out victorious they would enjoy the world. The name of Salva's commander-in-chief was Dayuman. He was very powerful, and although bitten by 25 of Pradyumna's arrows, he suddenly attacked Pradyumna with his fierce club and struck him so strongly that Pradyumna became unconscious. Immediately there was a roaring, "Now he is dead! Now he is dead!" The force of the club on Pradyumna's chest was very severe, and it appeared as though his chest had been torn asunder. Pradyumna's chariot was being driven by the son of Daruka. According to Vedic military principles, the chariot driver and the hero on the chariot must cooperate during the fighting. As such, because it was the duty of the chariot driver to take care of the hero on the chariot during the dangerous and precarious fighting, Daruka's son removed Pradyumna from the battlefield. 2 hours later, in a quiet place, Pradyumna regained consciousness, and when he saw that he was in a place other than the battlefield, he addressed the charioteer and condemned him. "Oh, you have done the most abominable act. Why have you removed me from the battlefield? My dear charioteer, I have never heard that any of our family members was ever removed from the battlefield. None of them left the battlefield while fighting. By this removal you have overburdened me with a great defamation. It will be said that I left the battlefield while fighting was going on. My dear charioteer, I must accuse you. You are a coward and emasculator. Tell me, how can I go before my uncle Balarama and my father, Kṛṣṇa, and what shall I say before them? Everyone will talk about me and say that I fled from the fighting place, and if they inquire for me about this, what will be my reply? My sisters-in-law will play jokes upon me with sarcastic words. My dear hero, how have you become such a coward? How have you become a eunuch? How have you become so low in the eyes of the fighters who opposed you? I think, my dear charioteer, that you have committed a great offense by removing me from the battlefield." The charioteer of Pradyumna replied, "My dear sir, I wish a long life for you. I think that I did nothing wrong, for it is the duty of the charioteer to help the fighter in the chariot when he is in a precarious condition. My dear sir, you are completely competent in the battlefield. But it is the duty of the charioteer and the warrior to protect each other in a precarious condition. I was completely aware of the regulative principles of fighting, and I did my duty. The enemy all of a sudden struck you with his club so severely that you lost consciousness. You were in a dangerous position, surrounded by your enemies. Therefore I was obliged to act as I did." Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 76th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the battle between Salva and members of the Yadu dynasty. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 77. The deliverance of Salva. After talking with his charioteer, the son of Daruka, Pradyumna could understand the real circumstances. Therefore he refreshed himself by washing his mouth and hands, and after arming himself properly with bows and arrows, he asked his charioteer to take him near the place where Salva's commander-in-chief was standing. During the short absence of Pradyumna from the battlefield, Dayuman, Salva's commander-in-chief, had been taking over the positions of the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. Appearing on the battlefield, Pradyumna immediately stopped him and, smiling, shot 8 arrows at him. With 4 arrows he killed Dayuman's 4 horses, and with 1 arrow his chariot driver. With another arrow he cut his bow in 2, with another he cut his flag to pieces, and with the last he severed his head from his body. On the other fronts, heroes like Gada, Satyaki and Samba were killing the soldiers of Salva. The soldiers staying with Salva in the airplane were also killed in the fighting, and they fell into the ocean. Each party began to strike the opposite party very severely in a fierce, dangerous battle that continued for 27 days without stopping. While the fight was going on in the city of Dvaraka, Kṛṣṇa was staying at Indraprastha with the Pandavas and King Yudhishthira. This fighting with Salva took place after the Rajasuya Yajna had been performed by King Yudhishthira and after the killing of Sisupala. When Lord Kṛṣṇa understood that there was great danger in the city of Dvaraka, he took permission from the elder members of the Pandava family, especially from his aunt Kunti, and started immediately for Dvaraka. Lord Kṛṣṇa began to think that while he was staying in Hastinapura with Balarama after the killing of Sisupala, Sisupala's men must have attacked Dvaraka. On reaching Dvaraka, Lord Kṛṣṇa saw that the whole city was greatly endangered. He placed Balaramaji in a strategic position for the protection of the city, and he himself asked his charioteer, Daruka, to prepare to start. He said, "Daruka, please immediately take me to where Salva is staying. You may know that this Salva is a very powerful, mysterious man. Don't fear him in the least." As soon as he got his orders from Lord Kṛṣṇa, Daruka had him seated on the chariot and drove very quickly towards Salva. The chariot of Lord Kṛṣṇa was marked with the flag bearing the insignia of Garuda, and as soon as the soldiers and warriors of the Yadu dynasty saw the flag, they could understand that Lord Kṛṣṇa was on the battlefield. By this time, almost all the soldiers of Salva had been killed, but when Salva saw that Kṛṣṇa had come to the battlefield, he released a great, powerful weapon, which flew through the sky with a roaring sound like a great meteor. It was so bright that the whole sky was lit up by its presence. But as soon as Lord Kṛṣṇa appeared, he tore the great weapon into hundreds and thousands of pieces by releasing his own arrows. Lord Kṛṣṇa struck Salva with 16 arrows, and with showers of arrows he overpowered the airplane, just as the sun in a clear sky overpowers the whole sky by an unlimited number of molecules of sunshine. Salva struck a severe blow to Kṛṣṇa's left side, where the Lord carried his bow, Kṛṣṇa, and as a result the Kṛṣṇa bow fell from Lord Kṛṣṇa's hand. This dropping of the bow was indeed wonderful. Great personalities and demigods who were observing the fighting between Salva and Kṛṣṇa were most perturbed by this, and they exclaimed, "Alas! Alas!" Salva thought that he had become victorious, and with a roaring sound he addressed Lord Kṛṣṇa as follows: "You rascal, Kṛṣṇa! You kidnapped Rukmini forcibly, even in our presence. You baffled my friend Sisipala and married Rukmini yourself. And in the great assembly at King Yudhishthira's Rajasuya Yajna, while my friend Sisipala was a little absent-minded, you took an opportunity to kill him. Everyone thinks that you are a great fighter and that no one can conquer you. So now you'll have to prove your strength. I think that if you stand before me any longer, with my sharp arrows I shall send you to a place where from you will never return." To this Lord Kṛṣṇa replied, "Foolish Salva, you are talking nonsensically. You do not know that the moment of death is already upon your head. Actual heroes do not talk much. They prove their prowess by practical exhibition of chivalrous activities." After saying this, Lord Kṛṣṇa, in great anger, struck Salva on the collarbone with his club so severely that Salva began to vomit blood and tremble as if he were going to collapse from severe cold. Before Kṛṣṇa was able to strike him again, however, Salva became invisible by his mystic power. Within a few moments, a mysterious, unknown man came before Lord Kṛṣṇa. Crying loudly, he bowed down at the Lord's lotus feet and said to him, "Since you are the most beloved son of your father, Vasudeva, your mother, Devaki, has sent me to inform you of the unfortunate news that Salva has arrested your father and taken him away by force, just as a butcher mercilessly takes away an animal." When Lord Kṛṣṇa heard this unfortunate news from the unknown man, he at first became most perturbed, just like an ordinary human being. His face showed signs of grief, and he began to cry in a piteous tone, "How could that happen? My brother, Lord Balarama, is there, and it is impossible for anyone to conquer Balaramaji. He is in charge of Dvaraka city, and I know he is always alert. How could Salva possibly enter the city and arrest my father in that way? Whatever Salva may be, his power is limited, so how could it be possible that he has conquered the strength of Balaramaji and taken away my father, arresting him as described by this man? Alas! Destiny is, after all, very powerful." While Sri Kṛṣṇa was thinking like this, Salva brought before him in custody a man exactly resembling Vasudeva, his father. These were all creations of the mystic power of Salva. Salva addressed Kṛṣṇa, "You rascal, Kṛṣṇa! Look! This is your father, who has begotten you and by whose mercy you are still living. Now just see how I kill your father. If you have any strength, try to save him." The mystic juggler Salva, speaking in this way before Lord Kṛṣṇa, immediately cut off the head of the false Vasudeva. Then without hesitation he took away the dead body and got into his airplane. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the self-sufficient Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet because he was playing the role of a human being, he became very depressed for a moment, as if he had actually lost his father. But at the next moment he could understand that the arrest and killing of his father were demonstrations of the mystic powers which Salva had learned from the demon Maya. Coming to his right consciousness, he could see that there was no messenger and no head of his father but that Salva had left in his airplane, which was flying in the sky. He then began to think of slaying Salva. Kṛṣṇa's reaction is a controversial point among great authorities and saintly persons. How could Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all power and knowledge, be bewildered in such a way? Lamentation, aggrievement and bewilderment are characteristics of conditioned souls, but how can such things affect the person of the Supreme, who is full of knowledge, power and all opulence? Actually, it is not at all possible that Lord Kṛṣṇa was misled by the mystic jugglery of Salva. He was displaying his pastime and playing the role of a human being. Great saintly persons and sages who are engaged in the devotional service of the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa and who have thus achieved the greatest perfection of self-realization have transcended the bewilderments of the bodily concept of life. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the ultimate goal of life for such saintly persons. How then could Kṛṣṇa have been bewildered by the mystic jugglery of Salva? The conclusion is that Lord Kṛṣṇa's bewilderment was another opulence of his Supreme Personality. When Salva thought that Kṛṣṇa had been bewildered by his mystic representations, he became encouraged and began to attack the Lord with greater strength and energy by showering volleys of arrows upon him. But the enthusiasm of Salva can be compared to the speedy march of moths into a fire. Lord Kṛṣṇa, by hurling his arrows with unfathomable strength, injured Salva, whose armor, bow and jeweled helmet all scattered in pieces. With a crashing blow from Kṛṣṇa's club, Salva's wonderful airplane burst into pieces and fell into the sea. Salva was very careful, and instead of crashing with the airplane, he managed to jump onto the land. He again rushed toward Lord Kṛṣṇa. When Salva ran swiftly to attack Kṛṣṇa with his club, Lord Kṛṣṇa cut off his hand, which fell to the ground with the club. Finally deciding to kill him, the Lord took up his wonderful disc, which shone like the brilliant sun at the time of the dissolution of the material creation. When Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa stood up with his disc to kill Salva, he appeared just like a mountain with the red sun rising over it. Lord Kṛṣṇa then cut off Salva's head, and the head, with its earrings and helmet, fell to the ground. Salva was thus killed in the same way that Vritrasura was killed by Indra, the king of heaven. When Salva was killed, all his soldiers and followers cried, "Alas! Alas!" While Salva's men were thus crying, the demigods from the heavenly planets showered flowers on Kṛṣṇa and announced the victory by beating drums and blowing bugles. At that very moment, other friends of Sisupala, such as Dandavakra, appeared on the scene to fight with Kṛṣṇa and avenge the death of Sisupala and others. When Dandavakra appeared before Lord Kṛṣṇa, he was extremely angry. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 77th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the deliverance of Salva. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 78. The killing of Dandavakra, Vijayaratha and Ramaharsana after the demise of Sisupala, Salva, and Pandraka. A foolish demoniac king of the name Dandavakra wanted to kill Kṛṣṇa to avenge the death of his friend Salva. He became so agitated that he appeared on the battlefield without the proper arms and ammunition and without even a chariot. His only weapon was his great anger, which was red hot. He carried only a club in his hand, but he was so powerful that when he moved, everyone felt the earth tremble. When Lord Kṛṣṇa saw him approaching in a very heroic mood, he immediately got down from his chariot, for it was a rule of military etiquette that fighting should take place only between equals. Knowing that Dandavakra was alone and armed with only a club, Lord Kṛṣṇa responded similarly and prepared himself by taking his club in his hand. When Kṛṣṇa appeared before him, Dandavakra's heroic march was immediately stopped, just as the great, furious waves of the ocean are stopped by the beach. At that time, Dandavakra, who was the king of Kṛṣṇa, stood firmly with his club and spoke to Lord Kṛṣṇa as follows: "It is a great pleasure and fortunate opportunity, Kṛṣṇa, that we are seeing each other face to face. My dear Kṛṣṇa, after all, you are my maternal cousin, and I should not kill you in this way, but unfortunately you have committed a great mistake by killing my friend Salva. Moreover, you are not satisfied by killing my friend, I know that you want to kill me also. Because of your determination, I must kill you by tearing you to pieces with my club. Kṛṣṇa, although you are my relative, you are foolish. You are our greatest enemy, so I must kill you today just as a person removes a boil on his body by a surgical operation. I am always very much obliged to my friends, and I therefore consider myself indebted to my dear friend Salva. I can liquidate my indebtedness to him only by killing you." As the caretaker of an elephant tries to control the animal by striking it with his trident, Dandavakra tried to control Kṛṣṇa simply by speaking strong words. After finishing his vituperation, he struck Kṛṣṇa on the head with his club and made a roaring sound like a lion. But Kṛṣṇa, although struck strongly by the club of Dandavakra, did not move even an inch, nor did he feel any pain. Taking his Kaumodaki club and moving very skillfully, Kṛṣṇa struck Dandavakra's chest so fiercely that Dandavakra's heart split in twain. As a result, Dandavakra began to vomit blood, his hair scattered, and he fell to the ground, spreading his hands and legs. Within only a few minutes all that remained of Dandavakra was a dead body on the ground. After the death of Dandavakra, just as at the time of Sisupala's death, in the presence of all the persons standing there a small particle of spiritual effulgence came out of the demon's body and very wonderfully merged into the body of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Dandavakra had a brother named Vijayaratha, who was overwhelmed with grief at Dandavakra's death. Out of grief and anger, Vijayaratha was breathing very heavily, and just to avenge the death of his brother he appeared before Lord Kṛṣṇa with a sword and a shield in his hands. He wanted to kill Kṛṣṇa immediately. When Lord Kṛṣṇa understood that Vijayaratha was looking for the opportunity to strike him with his sword, he employed his Sudarsana Chakra, his razor-sharp disc, and without delay cut off Vijayaratha's head, with its helmet and earrings. In this way, after killing Salva and destroying his wonderful airplane and then killing Dandavakra and Vijayaratha, Lord Kṛṣṇa at last entered his city, Dvaraka. It would not have been possible for anyone but Kṛṣṇa to kill these great heroes, and therefore all the demigods from heaven and the human beings on the surface of the globe were glorifying him. Great sages and ascetics, the denizens of the Siddha and Gandharva planets, the denizens known as Vidyadharas, Vasuki and the Mahanagas, the beautiful angels, the inhabitants of Pitraloka, The Yaksas, the Kinnaras and the Kṛṣṇas all showered flowers upon him and sang songs of his victory in great jubilation. Decorating the entire city very festively, the citizens of Dvaraka held a great celebration, and when Lord Kṛṣṇa passed through the city, all the members of the Vrisni dynasty and the heroes of the Yadu dynasty followed him with great respect. These are some of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa, the master of all mystic power and the lord of all cosmic manifestations. Those who are fools, who are like animals, sometimes think that Kṛṣṇa is defeated, but factually he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and no one can defeat him. He always remains victorious over everyone. He alone is God, and all others are his subservient order carriers. Once upon a time, Lord Balarama heard that an arrangement was being made for a fight between the two rival parties in the Kuru dynasty, one headed by Duryodhana and the other by the Pandavas. He did not like the idea, and he tried to act as a mediator to stop the fighting. Finding it impossible, and not wishing to take an active part on behalf of either party, he left Dvaraka on the plea of visiting various holy places of pilgrimage. He first of all visited the place of pilgrimage known as Prabhas etc. He took his bath there, and he pacified the local brahmanas and offered oblations to the demigods, Pitas, great sages and people in general, in accordance with Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. That is the Vedic method of visiting holy places. After this, accompanied by some respectable brahmanas, he decided to visit different places on the bank of the river Sarasvati. He gradually visited such places as Prathudaka, Bindusara, Tritikupa, Sudarsana-tirtha, Visala-tirtha, Brahma-tirtha and Chakra-tirtha. Besides these, he also visited all the holy places on the bank of the Sarasvati river running toward the east. After this he visited all the principal holy places on the bank of the Yamuna and on the bank of the Ganges. Thus he gradually came to the holy place known as Naimisaranya. Naimisaranya is still existing in India, and in ancient times it was especially used for the meetings of great sages and saintly persons with the aim of understanding spiritual life and self-realization. When Lord Balarama visited that place there was a great sacrifice being performed by a great assembly of transcendentalists. Such meetings were planned to last thousands of years. When Lord Balarama arrived, all the participants in the meeting, great sages, ascetics, brahmanas and learned scholars, immediately arose from their seats and welcomed him with great honor and respect. Some offered him respects by standing up and then paying obeisances, and those who were elderly great sages and brahmanas offered him blessings after standing up. After this formality, Lord Balarama was offered a suitable seat, and everyone present worshipped him. Everyone in the assembly stood up in the presence of Balarama because they knew him to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Education or learning means to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although Lord Balarama appeared on the earth as a Kshatriya, all the Brahmanas and sages stood up because they knew who Lord Balarama was. Unfortunately, after being worshipped and seated in his place, Lord Balarama saw Ramaharsana, the disciple of Vyasadeva, the literary incarnation of Godhead, still sitting on the Vyasashana. He had neither gotten up from his seat nor offered him respects. Because he was seated on the Vyasashana, he foolishly thought himself greater than the Lord, therefore he did not get down from his seat or bow down before the Lord. Lord Balarama then considered the history of Ramaharsana. He was born in a Sudha family, or a mixed family, born of a Brahmana woman and a Kshatriya man. Therefore although Ramaharsana considered Balarama a Kshatriya, he should not have remained sitting on a higher seat. According to his position by birth he should not even have accepted the higher sitting position, because many learned brahmanas and sages were present. Lord Balarama also observed that Ramaharsana not only refused to come down from his exalted seat but did not even stand up and offer his respects when Balaramaji entered the assembly. Lord Balarama did not like the audacity of Ramaharsana and, becoming very angry at him, declared from his seat, "This man, Ramaharsana, is so impudent that he has accepted a higher seat than that of all the respectable brahmanas present here, although he was born in a degraded Pradaloma family." When a person is seated on the Vyasashana, he does not generally have to stand to receive a particular person entering the assembly, but in this case the situation was different because Lord Baladeva is not an ordinary human being. Therefore, although Ramaharsana Sutta was voted to the Vyasashana by all the brahmanas, he should have followed the behavior of other learned sages and brahmanas present and should have known that Lord Balarama is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Respects are always due him, even though such respects can be avoided in the case of an ordinary man. The appearance of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama is especially meant for re-establishment of the religious principles. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the highest religious principle is to surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srimad Bhagavatam also confirms that the topmost perfection of religion is to be engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. When Lord Balarama saw that Ramaharsana Sutta did not understand the highest principle of religion in spite of his having studied all the Vedas, he certainly could not support his position. Ramaharsana Sutta had been given the chance to become a perfect Brahmana, but because of his ill behavior in his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his low birth was immediately remembered. Ramaharsana Sutta had been given the position of a Brahmana, but he had not been born in the family of a Brahmana, he had been born in a Pradaloma family. According to the Vedic concept, there are two kinds of mixed family heritage, called Anuloma and Pradaloma. When a male is united with a female of a lower caste, the offspring is called Anuloma, but when a male unites with a woman of a higher caste, the offspring is called Pradaloma. Ramaharsana Sutta belonged to a Pradaloma family because his father was a Kshatriya and his mother a Brahmana. Because Ramaharsana's transcendental realization was not perfect, Lord Balarama remembered his Pradaloma heritage. The idea is that any man may be given the chance to become a Brahmana, but if he improperly uses the position of a Brahmana without actual realization, then his elevation to the Brahminical position is not valid. After seeing the deficiency of realization in Ramaharsana Sutta, Lord Balarama decided to chastise him for being puffed up. Lord Balarama therefore said, "This man is liable to be awarded the death punishment because although he has the good qualification of being a disciple of Lord Vyasadeva, and although he has studied all the Vedic literature from this exalted personality, he was not submissive in the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, a person who is actually a Brahmana and is very learned must automatically become very gentle also." But although Ramaharsana Sutta was very learned and had been given the chance to become a Brahmana, he had not become gentle. From this we can understand that one who is puffed up by material acquisitions cannot acquire the gentle behavior befitting a Brahmana. The learning of such a person is as good as a valuable jewel decorating the hood of a serpent. Despite the valuable jewel on the hood, a serpent is still a serpent and is as fearful as an ordinary serpent. If a person does not become meek and humble, all his studies of the Vedas and Puranas and his vast knowledge of the Sastras are simply outward dress, like the costume of a theatrical artist dancing on the stage. Lord Balarama considered, "I have appeared in order to chastise false persons who are internally impure but externally pose themselves as very learned and religious. My killing of such persons is proper, to check them from further sinful activity." Lord Balarama had avoided taking part in the battle of Kurukshetra, and yet because of his position as an incarnation, the re-establishment of religious principles was his prime duty. Considering these points, he killed Ramaharsana Sutta simply by striking him with a kusa straw, which was nothing but a blade of grass. If someone questions how Lord Balarama could kill Ramaharsana Sutta simply by striking him with a blade of kusa grass, the answer is given in Srimad Bhagavatam by the use of the word Prabhu, Master. The Lord's position is always transcendental, and because he is omnipotent he can act as he likes, without being obliged to follow the material laws and principles. Thus it was possible for him to kill Ramaharsana Sutta simply by striking him with a blade of kusa grass. At the death of Ramaharsana Sutta, everyone present became much aggrieved and cried out, "Alas! Alas!" Although all the Brahmanas and sages present knew Lord Balarama to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they did not hesitate to protest the Lord's action. They humbly submitted, "Our dear Lord, we think that your action is not in line with the religious principles. Dear Lord Yajunandana, we may inform you that we Brahmanas posted Ramaharsana Sutta on that exalted position for the duration of this great sacrifice. He was seated on the Vyasashana by our election, and when one is seated on the Vyasashana, it is improper for him to stand up to receive a person. Moreover, we awarded Ramaharsana Sutta an undisturbed duration of life. Under the circumstances, since your lordship has killed him without knowing all these facts, we think that your action is equal to killing a Brahmana. Dear Lord, deliverer of all fallen souls, we know for certain that you are the knower of all Vedic principles. You are the master of all mystic powers, therefore the Vedic injunctions cannot ordinarily be applied to you. But we respectfully advise you to show your causeless mercy upon others by kindly atoning for this killing of Ramaharsana Sutta. We do not, however, suggest what kind of act you should perform to atone for killing him, we simply suggest that you adopt some method of atonement so that others may follow your action. What is done by a great personality is followed by the ordinary man." The Lord replied, "Yes, I must atone for this action, which may have been proper for me but is improper for others, therefore, I think it is my duty to execute a suitable act of atonement enjoined in the authorized scriptures. Simultaneously I can also give this Ramaharsana Sutta life again, with a span of long duration, sufficient strength and full power of the senses. Not only this, but if you desire I shall be glad to award him anything else you may ask. I shall be very glad to grant all these boons to fulfill your desires." This statement by Lord Balarama definitely confirms that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is free to act in any way. Although his killing of Ramaharsana Sutta may be considered improper, he could immediately counteract it with greater profit to all. Therefore, one should not imitate the actions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one should simply follow the instructions of the Lord. All the great, learned sages present realized that although they considered the action of Lord Balarama improper, the Lord was immediately able to compensate with greater profits. Not wanting to detract from the mission of the Lord in killing Ramaharsana Sutta, all of them prayed, "Our dear Lord, the uncommon use of your Kusa weapon to kill Ramaharsana Sutta may remain as it is, because you desired to kill him, he should not be brought to life again. At the same time, your lordship may remember that we sages and brahmanas voluntarily gave him long life, therefore, such a benediction should not be nullified." Thus the request of all the learned brahmanas in the assembly was ambiguous because they wanted to keep intact their benediction that Ramaharsana Sutta would continue to live until the end of the great sacrifice, but at the same time they did not want to nullify Balarama's killing him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead therefore solved the problem in a manner befitting his exalted position. He said, "Because the Son is produced from the body of the Father, the Vedas enjoin that the Son is the Father's representative. Therefore I say that Ugrasrava Sutta, the son of Ramaharsana Sutta, should henceforth take his father's position and continue the discourses on the Puranas, and because you wanted Ramaharsana to have a long duration of life, this benediction will be transferred to his son. The son, Ugrasrava, will therefore have all the facilities you offered, a long duration of life in a good and healthy body, with no disturbances and full strength of all the senses." Lord Balarama then implored all the sages and brahmanas that aside from the benediction offered to the son of Ramaharsana, they should ask from him any other benediction, and he would be prepared to fulfill it immediately. The Lord thus placed himself in the position of an ordinary Kshatriya and informed the sages that he did not know in what way he could atone for his killing of Ramaharsana, but whatever they would suggest he would be glad to accept. The brahmanas could understand the purpose of the Lord, and thus they suggested that he atone in a manner beneficial to them. They said, "Our dear Lord, there is a very powerful demon of the name Balvala. He is the son of Ilvala, and he visits this sacred place of sacrifice every fortnight on the full moon and moonless days and creates a great disturbance to the discharge of our duties in the sacrifice. O descendant of the Dasarha family, we all request you to kill this demon. We think that if you kindly kill him, that will be your atonement on our behalf. The demon occasionally comes here and profusely throws upon us contaminated, impure things like pus, blood, stool, urine and wine. He pollutes this sacred place by showering such filth upon us. After killing Balvala, you may continue touring all the sacred places of pilgrimage for 12 months, and in that way you will be completely freed from all contamination. That is our prescription." Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 78th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the killing of Danavakra, Vijayaratha, and Ramaharsana. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 79 The liberation of Balvala, and Lord Balarama's touring the sacred places. Lord Balarama prepared himself to meet the demon Balvala. At the time when the demon usually attacked the sacred place, there appeared a great hailstorm, the whole sky became covered with dust, and the atmosphere became surcharged with a filthy smell. Just after this, the mischievous demon Balvala began to shower torrents of stool and urine and other impure substances on the arena of sacrifice. After this onslaught, the demon himself appeared with a great trident in his hand. He was a gigantic person, and his black body was like a huge mass of carbon. His hair, his beard and his mustache appeared reddish like copper, and because of his great beard and mustache, his mouth appeared dangerous and fierce. As soon as he saw the demon, Lord Balarama prepared to attack him. He first considered how he could smash the great demon to pieces. Lord Balarama then called for his plough and club, and they immediately appeared before him. The demon Balvala was flying in the sky, and at the first opportunity Lord Balarama dragged him down with his plough and angrily smashed the demon's head with his club. Balarama's striking fractured the demon's forehead, making blood flow profusely. Screaming loudly, the demon, who had been such a great disturbance to the pious brahmanas, fell to the ground like a great mountain with a red oxide peak being struck and smashed to the ground by a thunderbolt. The inhabitants of Naimisaranya, learned sages and brahmanas, became most pleased by seeing this, and they offered their respectful prayers to Lord Balarama. They offered their heartfelt blessings to the Lord, and all agreed that none of Lord Balarama's attempts to do something would ever be a failure. The sages and brahmanas then performed a ceremonial bathing of Lord Balarama, just as the demigods bathe King Indra when he is victorious over the demons. The Brahmanas and sages honored Lord Balarama by presenting him with first-class new clothing and ornaments and the lotus garland of victory. This garland was the reservoir of all beauty and was everlasting, it was never to be dried up. After this incident, Lord Balarama took permission from the Brahmanas assembled at Naimisaranya and, accompanied by other Brahmanas, went to the bank of the river Kaiki. After taking his bath in this holy place, he proceeded toward the river Sarayu and visited the source of the river. Traveling on the bank of the Sarayu river, he gradually reached Prayaga, where there is a confluence of 3 rivers, the Ganges, Yamuna, and Sarasvati. Here also he took his bath, and then he worshipped in the local temples of the demigods and, as enjoined in the Vedic literature, offered oblations to the forefathers and sages. He gradually reached the asrama of the sage Pulaha and from there went to the rivers Gandaki and Gomati. After this he took his bath in the river Vipasa. Then he gradually came to the bank of the Sona river. The Sona river is still running as one of the big rivers in Bihar province. He also took his bath there and performed the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. He continued his travels and gradually came to the pilgrimage city of Gaya, where there is a celebrated Vishnu temple. According to the advice of his father, Vasudeva, he offered oblations to the forefathers in this Vishnu temple. From here he traveled to the delta of the Ganges, where the sacred river Ganges mixes with the Bay of Bengal. This sacred place is called Gangasagra, and at the end of January every year there is still a great assembly of saintly persons and pious men, just as there is an assembly of saintly persons in Prayaga every year called the Maghamela Fair. After finishing his bathing and ritualistic ceremonies at Gangasagra, Lord Balarama proceeded toward the mountain known as Mahendra Parvata, where he met Parasurama, an incarnation of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and offered him respect by bowing down before him. After this Lord Balarama turned toward southern India and visited the banks of the river Godavari. After taking his bath in the river Godavari and performing the necessary ritualistic ceremonies, he gradually visited the other rivers, the Vena, Pampa, and Bhimarati. On the bank of the river Bhimarati is the deity called Svami Kartikeya. After visiting Kartikeya, Lord Balarama gradually proceeded to Sailapura, a pilgrimage city in the province of Maharashtra. Sailapur is one of the biggest districts in Maharashtra province. He then gradually proceeded toward Dravida Desa. Southern India is divided into 5 parts, called Panka Dravida. Northern India is also divided into 5 parts, called Panka Gauda. All the important Acharyas of the modern age, namely Sankaracharya, Ramanujakarya, Madhvakarya, Vishnu Svami and Nimbarka, advented themselves in the Dravida provinces. Lord Chaitanya, however, appeared in Bengal, which is part of the 5 Gauda Desas. The most important place of pilgrimage in southern India, or Dravida, is Venkatachala, commonly known as Balaji. After visiting this place Lord Balarama proceeded toward Vaishnakansi, and from there he proceeded along the bank of the Kaveri. While going to Vaishnakansi, he visited Shivakansi. Lord Balarama took his bath in the river Kaveri, then he gradually reached Rangakshetara. The biggest Vishnu temple in the world is in Rangakshetara, and the Vishnu deity there is celebrated as Ranganatha. There is a similar temple of Ranganatha in Vrindavana. Although not as big as the temple in Rangakshetara, it is the biggest in Vrindavana. After visiting Rangakshetara, Lord Balarama gradually proceeded toward Madurai, commonly known as the Mathura of southern India. After visiting this place, he gradually proceeded toward Setubanda, the place where Lord Ramachandra constructed the stone bridge from India to Lanka, Ceylon. In this particularly holy place, Lord Balarama distributed 10,000 cows to the local Brahmana priests. It is the Vedic custom that when a rich visitor goes to any place of pilgrimage he gives the local priests houses, cows, ornaments and garments as gifts of charity. This system of visiting places of pilgrimage and providing the local Brahmana priests with all necessities of life has greatly deteriorated in this age of Kali. The richer section of the population, because of its degradation in Vedic culture, is no longer attracted by these places of pilgrimage, and the Brahmana priests who depended on such visitors have also deteriorated in their professional duty of helping the visitors. These Brahmana priests in the places of pilgrimage are called Panda or Pandita. This means that they were formerly very learned Brahmanas and used to guide the visitors in all details of the purpose of coming there, and thus both the visitors and the priests benefited by mutual cooperation. It is clear from the description of Srimad Bhagavatam that when Lord Balarama was visiting the different places of pilgrimage he properly followed the Vedic system. After distributing cows at Setubanda, Lord Balarama proceeded toward the Kritamala and Tamraparni rivers. These 2 rivers are celebrated as sacred, and Lord Balarama bathed in them both. He then proceeded toward Malaya Hill. This hill is very great, and it is said to be one of 7 peaks called the Malaya Hills. The great sage Agastya used to live there, and Lord Balarama visited him and offered his respects by bowing down before him. After taking the sage's blessings, Lord Balarama, with the sage's permission, proceeded toward the Indian Ocean. At the point of the cape, known today as Cape Comorin, is a big temple of goddess Durga, who is known there as Kanyakumari. This temple of Kanyakumari was also visited by Lord Ramacandra, and therefore it is to be understood that the temple has been existing for millions of years. From there, Lord Balarama went on to visit the pilgrimage city known as Falguna Tirtha, which is on the shore of the Indian Ocean, or the Southern Ocean. Falguna Tirtha is celebrated because Lord Vishnu in his incarnation of Ananta is lying there. From Falguna Tirtha, Lord Balarama went on to visit another pilgrimage spot, known as Pankapsarasa. There also he bathed according to the regulative principles and observed the ritualistic ceremonies. This site is also celebrated as a shrine of Lord Vishnu, therefore Lord Balarama distributed 10,000 cows to the local Brahmana priests. From Cape Comorin Lord Balarama turned toward Kerala. The country of Kerala is still existing in southern India under the name of South Kerala. After visiting this place, he came to Gokarna Tirtha, where Lord Shiva is constantly worshipped. Balarama then visited the temple of Arya Devi, which is completely surrounded by water. From that island he went on to a place known as Saparika. After this he bathed in the rivers known as Tapi, Payasni, and Nirvindya, and then he came to the forest known as Dandakaranya. This is the same Dandakaranya forest where Lord Ramacandra lived while in exile. Lord Balarama next came to the bank of the river Narmada, the biggest river in central India. On the bank of this sacred Narmada is a pilgrimage spot known as Mahismatipuri. After bathing there according to regulative principles, Lord Balarama returned to Prabhasa Tirtha, where he had begun his journey. When Lord Balarama returned to Prabhasa Tirtha, he heard from the Brahmanas that most of the Kshatriyas in the battle of Kurukshetra had been killed. Balarama felt relieved to hear that the burden of the world had been reduced. Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama appeared on this earth to lessen the burden of military strength created by the ambitious Kshatriya kings. This is the way of materialistic life, not being satisfied by the absolute necessities of life. People ambitiously create extra demands, and their legal desires are checked by the laws of nature, or the laws of God, appearing as famine, war, pestilence and similar catastrophes. Lord Balarama heard that although most of the Kshatriyas had been killed, the Kurus were still engaged in fighting. Therefore he returned to the battlefield just on the day Bhimasena and Duryodhana were engaged in a personal duel. As the well-wisher of both of them, Lord Balarama wanted to stop them, but they would not stop. When Lord Balarama appeared on the scene, King Yudhishthira and his younger brothers Nakula and Sahadev, as well as Lord Kṛṣṇa and Arjuna, immediately offered him their respectful obeisances, but they did not speak at all. The reason they were silent was that Lord Balarama was somewhat affectionate toward Duryodhana, who had learned from Balaramaji the art of fighting with a club. When the fighting was going on, King Yudhishthira and others thought that Balarama might have come there to say something in favor of Duryodhana, and they therefore remained silent. Both Duryodhana and Bhimasena were very enthusiastic in fighting with clubs, and, in the midst of a large audience, each very skillfully tried to strike the other. While attempting to do so they appeared to be dancing, but nonetheless it was clear that both of them were very angry. Lord Balarama, wanting to stop the fighting, said, "My dear King Duryodhana and Bhimasena, I know that both of you are great fighters and are well known in the world as great heroes, but still I think that Bhimasena is superior to Duryodhana in bodily strength. On the other hand, Duryodhana is superior in the art of fighting with a club. Taking this into consideration, my opinion is that neither of you is inferior to the other in fighting. Under the circumstances, there is very little chance that one of you will be defeated by the other. Therefore I request you not to waste your time fighting in this way. I wish you to stop this unnecessary fight." The good instruction given by Lord Balarama to Bhimasena and Duryodhana was intended for the equal benefit of both of them. But they were so enwrapped in anger against each other that they could remember only their long-standing personal enmity. Each thought only of killing the other, and they did not give much importance to the instruction of Lord Balarama. Both of them then became like madmen in remembering the strong accusations and ill behavior they had exchanged with each other. Lord Balarama, being able to understand the destiny awaiting them, was not eager to go further in the matter. Therefore, instead of staying, he decided to return to the city of Dwarka. When he returned to Dwarka, he was received with great jubilation by relatives and friends, headed by King Ugrasena and other elderly persons, who all came forward to welcome him. After this, he again went to the holy place of pilgrimage at Naimisaranya, and the sages, saintly persons and brahmanas all stood up to receive him. They understood that Lord Balarama, although a Kshatriya, was now retired from the fighting business. The brahmanas and sages, who were always for peace and tranquility, were very pleased at this. All of them embraced Balarama with great affection and induced him to perform various kinds of sacrifices in that sacred spot of name Saranya. Actually, Lord Balarama had no business performing the sacrifices recommended for ordinary human beings. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore he himself is the enjoyer of all such sacrifices. As such, his exemplary action in performing sacrifices was only to give a lesson to the common man to show how one should abide by the injunctions of the Vedas. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Balarama, instructed the sages and saintly persons at Saranya on the subject matter of the living entity's relationship with this cosmic manifestation, on how one should regard this whole universe, and on how one should relate with the cosmos in order to achieve the highest goal of perfection. This supreme goal is the understanding that the whole cosmic manifestation rests on the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also all-pervading, even within the minutest atom, by the function of his Paramatma feature. Lord Balarama then took the Avabrita bath, which is taken after finishing sacrificial performances. After taking his bath, he dressed himself in new silken garments and decorated himself with beautiful jewelry. Amidst his relatives and friends, he appeared to be a shining full moon amidst the luminaries in the sky. Lord Balarama is the personality of Godhead and unto himself, therefore he is beyond the scope of understanding by mind, intelligence or body. He descended exactly like a human being and behaved in that way for his own purposes. We can only explain his activities as the Lord's pastimes. No one can even estimate the extent of the unlimited demonstrations of his pastimes because he is all-powerful. Lord Balarama is the original Vishnu, therefore anyone remembering these pastimes of Lord Balarama in the morning and evening will certainly become a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and thus his life will be successful in all respects. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 79th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the liberation of Balvala, and Lord Balarama's touring the sacred places. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 80. The meeting of Lord Kṛṣṇa with Sudama Brahmana. King Pariksit was hearing the narrations of the pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Balarama from Sukadeva Goswami. These pastimes are all transcendentally pleasurable to hear, and Maharaja Pariksit addressed Sukadeva Goswami as follows: My dear Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, is the bestower of both liberation and love of God simultaneously. Anyone who becomes a devotee of the Lord automatically attains liberation without having to make a separate attempt. Because the Lord is unlimited, his pastimes and activities for creating, maintaining and destroying the whole cosmic manifestation are also unlimited. I therefore wish to hear about other pastimes of his which you may not have described as yet. My dear Master, the conditioned souls within this material world are frustrated by searching out the pleasure of happiness derived from sense gratification. Such desires for material enjoyment are always piercing the hearts of conditioned souls. But I am actually experiencing how the transcendental topics of Lord Kṛṣṇa's pastimes can relieve one from being affected by such material activities of sense gratification. I think that no intelligent person can reject this method of hearing the transcendental pastimes of the Lord again and again. Simply by hearing, one can remain always steeped in transcendental pleasure. Thus one will not be attracted by material sense gratification. In this statement, Maharaja Pariksit has used two important words, Vijnana and Visesajana. Vijnana means morose. Materialistic people invent many ways and means to become fully satisfied, but actually they remain morose. The point may be raised that sometimes transcendentalists also remain morose. Pariksit Maharaja, however, has used the word Visesajana. There are two kinds of transcendentalists, namely the impersonalists and the personalists. Visesajana refers to the personalists, who are interested in transcendental variegatedness. The devotees become jubilant by hearing the descriptions of the personal activities of the Supreme Lord, whereas the impersonalists, who are actually more attracted by the impersonal feature of the Lord, are only superficially attracted by the Lord's personal activities. As such, in spite of coming in contact with the pastimes of the Lord, the impersonalists do not fully realize the benefit to be derived, and thus they become just as morose as the materialists do in pursuing their fruitive activities. King Pariksit continued, the ability to talk can be perfected only by describing the transcendental qualities of the Lord. The ability to work with one's hands can be successful only when one engages himself in the service of the Lord with those hands. Similarly, one's mind can be peaceful only when one simply thinks of Kṛṣṇa in full Kṛṣṇa consciousness. This does not mean that one has to have very great thinking power, one has to understand simply that Kṛṣṇa, the absolute truth, is all-pervasive by his localized aspect of Paramatma. If one can simply think that Kṛṣṇa, as Paramatma, is everywhere, even within the atom, then one can perfect the thinking, feeling and willing functions of his mind. The perfect devotee does not see the material world as it appears to material eyes, for he sees everywhere the presence of his worshipable Lord in his Paramatma feature. Maharaja Pariksit continued by saying that the function of the ear can be perfected simply by engagement in hearing the transcendental activities of the Lord, and the function of the head can be fully utilized when the head is engaged in bowing down before the Lord and his representative. That the Lord is represented in everyone's heart is a fact, and therefore the highly advanced devotee offers his respects to every living entity, considering that the body is the temple of the Lord. But it is not possible for all men to come to that stage of life immediately, because that stage is for the first-class devotee. The second-class devotee can consider the Vaisnavas, or the devotees of the Lord, to be representatives of Kṛṣṇa, and the devotee who is just beginning, the neophyte or third-class devotee, can bow his head before the deity in the temple and before the spiritual master, who is the direct manifestation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, in the neophyte stage, in the intermediate stage or in the fully advanced, perfected stage, one can make the function of the head perfect by bowing down before the Lord or his representative. Similarly, one can perfect the function of the eyes by seeing the Lord and his representative. In this way, everyone can elevate the functions of the different parts of his body to the highest perfectional stage simply by engaging them in the service of the Lord or his representative. If one is able to do nothing more, he can simply bow down before the Lord and his representative and drink the Karanamrita, the water which has washed the lotus feet of the Lord or his devotee. On hearing these statements of Maharaja Pariksit, Sukadeva Goswami was overwhelmed with devotional ecstasy because of King Pariksit's advanced understanding of the Vaisnava philosophy. Sukadeva Goswami was already engaged in describing the activities of the Lord, and when asked by Maharaja Pariksit to describe them further, he continued to narrate Srimad Bhagavatam with great pleasure. There was a very nice Brahmana friend of Lord Kṛṣṇa. As a perfect Brahmana, he was very elevated in transcendental knowledge, and because of his advanced knowledge, he was not at all attached to material enjoyment. Therefore he was very peaceful and had achieved supreme control over his senses. This means that the Brahmana was a perfect devotee, because unless one is a perfect devotee he cannot achieve the highest standard of knowledge. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that a person who has come to the perfection of knowledge surrenders unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In other words, any person who has surrendered his life for the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead has come to the point of perfect knowledge. The result of perfect knowledge is that one becomes detached from the materialistic way of life. This detachment means complete control of the senses, which are always attracted by material enjoyment. The senses of the devotee become purified, and in that stage the senses are engaged in the service of the Lord. That is the complete field of devotional service. Although the Brahmana friend of Lord Kṛṣṇa was a householder, he was not busy accumulating wealth for very comfortable living, therefore he was satisfied by the income which automatically came to him according to his destiny. This is the sign of perfect knowledge. A man in perfect knowledge knows that one cannot be happier than he is destined to be. In this material world, everyone is destined to suffer a certain amount of distress and enjoy a certain amount of happiness. The amount of happiness and distress is already predestined for every living entity. No one can increase or decrease the happiness of the materialistic way of life. The Brahmana, therefore, did not exert himself for more material happiness. Instead, he used his time for advancement of Kṛṣṇa consciousness. Externally he appeared very poor because he had no rich clothes and could not provide rich clothes for his wife. Because their material condition was not very opulent, they were not even eating sufficiently, and thus both he and his wife appeared very thin. The wife was not anxious for her personal comfort, but she felt concerned for her husband, who was such a pious Brahmana. She trembled due to her weak health, and although she did not like to dictate to her husband, she spoke as follows. "My dear Lord, I know that Lord Kṛṣṇa, the husband of the goddess of fortune, is your personal friend. You are also a devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and he is always ready to help his devotee. Even if you think that you are not rendering any devotional service to the Lord, still you are surrendered to him, and the Lord is the protector of the surrendered soul. Moreover, I know that Lord Kṛṣṇa is the ideal personality of Vedic culture. He is always in favor of Brahminical culture and is very kind to the qualified Brahmanas. You are the most fortunate person because you have as your friend the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the only shelter for personalities like you because you are fully surrendered unto him. You are saintly, learned and fully in control of your senses. Under the circumstances, Lord Kṛṣṇa is your only shelter. Please, therefore, go to him. I am sure that he will immediately understand your impoverished position. You are a householder, therefore without money you are in distress. But as soon as he understands your position, he will certainly give you sufficient riches so that you can live very comfortably. Lord Kṛṣṇa is now the king of the Poha, Vrsnian and Aka dynasties, and I have heard that he never leaves his capital city, Dvaraka. He is living there without outside engagements. He is so kind and liberal that he immediately gives everything, even his personal self, to any person who surrenders unto him. Since he is prepared to give himself personally to his devotee, there is nothing wonderful in giving some material riches. Of course, he does not give much material wealth to his devotee if the devotee is not very much fixed, but I think that in your case he knows perfectly well how much you are fixed in devotional service. Therefore he will not hesitate to award you some material benefit for the bare necessities of life. In this way, the wife of the Brahmana again and again requested, in great humility and submission, that he go to Lord Kṛṣṇa. The Brahmana thought that there was no need to ask any material benefit from Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa, but he was induced by the repeated requests of his wife. Moreover, he thought, if I go there I shall be able to see the Lord personally. That will be a great opportunity, even if I don't ask any material benefit from him. When he had decided to go to Kṛṣṇa, he asked his wife if she had anything in the home that he could offer to Kṛṣṇa, because he must take some presentation for his friend. The wife immediately collected 4 palmfuls of chipped rice from her neighborhood friends and tied it in a small cloth, like a handkerchief, and gave it to her husband to present to Kṛṣṇa. Without waiting any longer, the Brahmana took the presentation and proceeded toward Dvaraka to see his lord. He was absorbed in the thought of how he would be able to see Lord Kṛṣṇa. He had no thought within his heart other than Kṛṣṇa. It was of course very difficult to reach the palaces of the kings of the Yadu dynasty, but Brahmanas were allowed to visit. When the Brahmana friend of Lord Kṛṣṇa went there, he, along with other Brahmanas, had to pass through 3 military encampments. In each camp there were very big gates, and he also had to pass through them. After the gates and the camps, there were 16,000 big palaces, the residential quarters of the 16,000 queens of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The Brahmana entered one palace which was very gorgeously decorated. When he entered this beautiful palace, he felt that he was swimming in the ocean of transcendental pleasure. He felt himself constantly diving and surfacing in that transcendental ocean. At that time, Lord Kṛṣṇa was sitting on the bedstead of Queen Rukmini. Even from a considerable distance he could see the Brahmana coming to his home, and he could recognize him as his friend. Lord Kṛṣṇa immediately left his seat and came forward to receive his Brahmana friend and, upon reaching him, embraced the Brahmana with his 2 arms. Lord Kṛṣṇa is the reservoir of all transcendental pleasure, yet he himself felt great pleasure upon embracing the poor Brahmana because he was meeting his very dear friend. Lord Kṛṣṇa had him seated on his own bedstead and personally brought all kinds of fruits and drinks to offer him, as is proper in receiving a worshipable guest. Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa is the supreme pure, but because he was playing the role of an ordinary human being, he immediately washed the Brahmana's feet and, for his own purification, sprinkled the water onto his head. After this the Lord smeared the body of the Brahmana with different kinds of scented pulp, such as sandalwood, agarru and saffron. He immediately burned several kinds of scented incense and, as is usual, offered him arati with burning lamps. After thus offering him an adequate welcome and after the Brahmana had taken food and drink, Lord Kṛṣṇa said, "My dear friend, it is a great fortune that you have come here." The Brahmana, being very poor, was not dressed nicely, his clothing was torn and dirty, and his body was very lean and thin. He appeared not very clean, and because of his weak body, his bones were distinctly visible. The goddess of fortune Rukmini Devi personally began to fan him with the Kamara fan, but the other women in the palace were astonished at Lord Kṛṣṇa's behavior in receiving the Brahmana in that way. They were surprised to see how eager Lord Kṛṣṇa was to welcome this particular Brahmana. They wondered how Lord Kṛṣṇa could personally receive a Brahmana who was poor, not very neat or clean, and poorly dressed, but at the same time they could realize that the Brahmana was not an ordinary living being. They knew that he must have performed great pious activities, otherwise why was Lord Kṛṣṇa, the husband of the goddess of fortune, taking care of him so much? They were still more surprised to see that the Brahmana was seated on the bedstead of Lord Kṛṣṇa. They were especially surprised to see that Lord Kṛṣṇa had embraced him exactly as he embraced his elder brother, Balaramaji, because Lord Kṛṣṇa used to embrace only Rukmini or Balarama, and no one else. After the Brahmana had been received nicely and seated on Lord Kṛṣṇa's own cushioned bed, he and Kṛṣṇa took each other's hands and began to talk about their early life, when they had both lived under the protection of the Gurukula, a boarding school. Lord Kṛṣṇa said, "My dear Brahmana friend, you are a most intelligent personality, and you know very well the principles of religious life. I believe that after you finished your education at the house of our teacher and after you sufficiently remunerated him, you must have gone back to your home and accepted a suitable wife. I know very well that from the beginning you were not at all attached to the materialistic way of life, nor did you desire to be very opulent materially, and therefore you are in need of money. In this material world, Persons who are not attached to material opulence are very rarely found. Such unattached persons haven't the least desire to accumulate wealth and prosperity for sense gratification, but sometimes they are found to collect money just to exhibit the exemplary life of a householder. They show how by proper distribution of wealth one can become an ideal householder and at the same time a great devotee. Such ideal householders are to be considered followers of my footsteps. I hope, my dear Brahmana friend, that you remember all those days of our school life when you and I were living together at the boarding school. Actually, whatever knowledge you and I received in life was accumulated in our student life. If a man is sufficiently educated in student life under the guidance of a proper teacher, his life becomes successful in the future. He can very easily cross over the ocean of nesads, and he is not subject to the influence of the illusory energy. My dear friend, everyone should consider his father to be his first teacher because by the mercy of one's father one gets this body. The father is therefore the natural spiritual master. Our next spiritual master is he who initiates us into transcendental knowledge, and he is to be worshipped as much as I am. The spiritual master may be more than one. The spiritual master who instructs the disciple about spiritual matters is called the Siksa Guru, and the spiritual master who initiates the disciple is called the Diksa Guru. Both of them are my representatives. There may be many spiritual masters who instruct, but the initiator spiritual master is one. A human being who takes advantage of these spiritual masters and, receiving proper knowledge from them, crosses the ocean of material existence is to be understood as having properly utilized his human form of life. He has practical knowledge that the ultimate interest of life, which is to be gained only in this human form, is to achieve spiritual perfection and thus be transferred back home, back to Godhead. My dear friend, I am Paramatma, the Supersoul present in everyone's heart. And it is my direct order that human society follow the principles of Varna and Asrama. As I have stated in the Bhagavad Gita, human society should be divided into 4 Varnas, according to quality and action. Similarly, everyone should divide his life into 4 parts. One should utilize the first part of life in becoming a bona fide student, receiving adequate knowledge and keeping oneself in the vow of brahmacharya, so that one may completely devote his life for the service of the spiritual master without indulging in sense gratification. A brahmachari is meant to lead a life of austerities and penance. The householder is meant to live a regulated life of sense gratification, but no one should remain a householder for the 3rd stage of life. In that stage, one has to return to the austerities and penances formerly practiced in brahmachari life and thus relieve himself of the attachment to household life. After being relieved of his attachments to the materialistic way of life, one may accept the order of sannyasa. As the supersoul of the living entities, I sit in everyone's heart and observe everyone's activity in every stage and order of life. Regardless of which stage one is in, when I see that one is engaged seriously and sincerely in discharging the duties ordered by the spiritual master and is thus dedicating his life to the service of the spiritual master, that person becomes most dear to me. As far as the life of brahmacharya is concerned, if one can continue the life of a brahmachari under the direction of a spiritual master, that is extremely good. But if in brahmachari life one feels sex impulses, he should take leave of his spiritual master, satisfying him according to the guru's desire. According to the Vedic system, a gift is offered to the spiritual master, which is called Guru Dakshina. Then the disciple should take to householder life and accept a wife according to religious rites. These instructions given by Lord Kṛṣṇa while talking with his friend the learned Brahmana are very good for the guidance of human society. A system of human civilization that does not promote Varna and Asrama is nothing but a polished animal society. Indulgence in sex life by a man or woman living single is never acceptable in human society. A man should strictly follow the principles of brahmachari life or, with the permission of the spiritual master, should get married. Single life with illicit sex is animal life, for the animals have no such institution as marriage. Modern society does not aim at fulfilling the mission of human life, which is to go back home, back to Godhead. To fulfill this mission, the system of Varna and Asrama must be followed. When the system is followed rigidly and consciously, it fulfills this mission, but when followed indirectly, without the guidance of superior authority, it simply creates a disturbing condition in human society, and there is no peace and prosperity. Kṛṣṇa continued to talk with his Brahmana friend. My dear friend, I think you remember our activities during the days when we were living as students. You may remember that once we went to collect fuel from the forest on the order of the Guru's wife. While collecting the dried wood, we entered the dense forest and by chance became lost. There was an unexpected dust storm and then clouds and lightning in the sky and the explosive sound of thunder. Then sunset came, and we were lost in the dark jungle. After this, there was severe rainfall, the whole ground was overflooded with water, and we could not trace out the way to return to our Guru's asrama. You may remember that heavy rainfall. It was not actually rainfall but a sort of devastation. On account of the dust storm and the heavy rain, we began to feel greatly pained, and in whichever direction we turned we were bewildered. In that distressed condition, we took each other's hand and tried to find our way out. We passed the whole night in that way, and early in the morning, when our absence became known to our Guru Deva, he sent his other disciples to search us out. He also came with them, and when they reached us in the jungle they found us very much distressed. With great compassion our Guru Deva said, "My dear boys, it is very wonderful that you have suffered so much trouble for me. Everyone likes to take care of his body as the first consideration, but you are so good and faithful to your Guru that without caring for bodily comforts you have taken so much trouble for me. I am glad to see that bona fide students like you will undergo any kind of trouble for the satisfaction of the spiritual master. That is the way for a bona fide disciple to become free from his debt to the spiritual master. It is the duty of the disciple to dedicate his life to the service of the spiritual master. My dear best of the twice-born, I am greatly pleased by your acts, and I bless you. May all your desires and ambitions be fulfilled. May the understanding of the Vedas which you have learned from me always continue to remain within your memory, so that at every moment you can remember the teachings of the Vedas and quote their instructions without difficulty. Thus you will never be disappointed in this life or the next." Kṛṣṇa continued, "My dear friend, you may remember that many such incidents occurred while we were in the asrama of our spiritual master. Both of us can realize that without the blessings of the spiritual master no one can be happy. By the mercy of the spiritual master and by his blessings, one can achieve peace and prosperity and be able to fulfill the mission of human life." On hearing this, the learned Brahmana replied, "My dear Kṛṣṇa, you are the Supreme Lord and the Supreme Spiritual Master of everyone, and since I was fortunate enough to live with you in the house of our Guru, I think I have nothing more to do in the matter of prescribed Vedic duties. My dear Lord, the Vedic hymns, ritualistic ceremonies, religious activities and all other necessities for the perfection of human life, including economic development, sense gratification and liberation, are all derived from one source, your Supreme Personality. All the different processes of life are ultimately meant for understanding your personality. In other words, they are the different parts of your transcendental form. And yet you played the role of a student and lived with us in the house of the Guru. This means that you adopted all these pastimes for your pleasure only, otherwise there was no need for your playing the role of a human being." Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 80th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the meeting of Lord Kṛṣṇa with Sudama Brahmana. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 81. The Brahmana Sudama blessed by Lord Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supersoul of all living entities, knows everyone's heart very well. He is especially inclined to the Brahmana devotees. Lord Kṛṣṇa is also called Brahmanya Deva, which means that he is worshipped by the Brahmanas. Therefore it is understood that a devotee who is fully surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead has already acquired the position of a Brahmana. Without becoming a Brahmana, one cannot approach the Supreme Brahman, Lord Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa is especially concerned with vanquishing the distress of his devotees, and he is the only shelter of pure devotees. Lord Kṛṣṇa engaged for a long time in talking with Sudama Vipra about their past association. Then, just to enjoy the company of an old friend, Lord Kṛṣṇa began to smile and asked, "My dear friend, what have you brought for me? Has your wife given you some nice eatable for me?" While addressing his friend, Lord Kṛṣṇa looked upon him and smiled with great love. He continued, "My dear friend, you must have brought some presentation for me from your home." Lord Kṛṣṇa knew that Sudama was hesitating to present him with the paltry chipped rice, which was actually unfit for his eating. Understanding the mind of Sudama Vipra, the Lord said, "My dear friend, I am certainly not in need of anything, but if my devotee gives me something as an offering of love, even though it may be very insignificant, I accept it with great pleasure. On the other hand, if a person is not a devotee, even though he may offer me very valuable things, I do not like to accept them. I actually accept only things offered to me in devotion and love, otherwise, however valuable a thing may be, I do not accept it. If my pure devotee offers me even the most insignificant things, a little flour, a little piece of leaf, a little water, but saturates the offering in devotional love, then not only do I gladly accept such an offering, but I eat it with great pleasure." Lord Kṛṣṇa assured Sudama Vipra that he would be very glad to accept the chipped rice he had brought from home. Yet out of great shyness Sudama Vipra hesitated to present it to the Lord. He was thinking, how can I offer such an insignificant thing to Kṛṣṇa? And he simply bowed his head. Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supersoul, knows everything in everyone's heart. He knows everyone's determination and everyone's want. He knew, therefore, the reason for Sudama Vipr's coming to him. He knew that, driven by extreme poverty, he had come there at the request of his wife. Thinking of Sudama as his very dear class friend, he knew that Sudama's love for him as a friend was never tainted by any desire for material benefit. Kṛṣṇa thought, Sudama has not come asking anything from me, being obliged by the request of his wife, he has come to see me just to please her. Lord Kṛṣṇa therefore decided that he would give more material opulence to Sudama Vipra than could be imagined even by the King of Heaven. He then snatched the bundle of chipped rice which was hanging on the shoulder of the poor Brahmana, packed in one corner of his wrapper, and said, "What is this? My dear friend, you have brought me nice, palatable chipped rice." He encouraged Sudama Vipra, saying, "I consider that this quantity of chipped rice will satisfy not only me but the whole creation." It is understood from this statement that Kṛṣṇa, being the original source of everything, is the root of the entire creation. As watering the root of a tree immediately distributes water to every part of the tree, so an offering made to Kṛṣṇa, or any action done for Kṛṣṇa, is to be considered the highest welfare work for everyone, because the benefit of such an offering is distributed throughout the creation. Love for Kṛṣṇa is distributed to all living entities. While Lord Kṛṣṇa was speaking to Sudama Vipra, he ate one morsel of chipped rice from his bundle, and when he attempted to eat a second morsel, Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune herself, checked the Lord by catching hold of his hand. After touching the hand of Kṛṣṇa, Rukmini said, "My dear Lord, this one morsel of chipped rice is sufficient to cause him who offered it to become very opulent in this life and to continue his opulence in the next life. My Lord, you are so kind to your devotee that even this one morsel of chipped rice pleases you very greatly, and your pleasure assures the devotee opulence in both this life and the next." This indicates that when food is offered to Lord Kṛṣṇa with love and devotion and he is pleased and accepts it from the devotee, Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, becomes so greatly obliged to the devotee that she has to go personally to the devotee's home to turn it into the most opulent home in the world. If one feeds Narayana sumptuously, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, automatically becomes a guest in one's house, which means that one's home becomes opulent. The learned Brahmana Sudama passed that night at the house of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and while there he felt as if he were living on a Vaikuntha planet. Actually he was living in Vaikuntha, because wherever Lord Kṛṣṇa, the original Narayana, and Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, live is not different from the spiritual planets, Vaikuntha Loka. The learned Brahmana Sudama did not appear to have received anything substantial from Lord Kṛṣṇa while at his palace, yet he did not ask anything from the Lord. The next morning he started for his home, thinking always about his reception by Kṛṣṇa, and thus he merged in transcendental bliss. All the way home he simply remembered the dealings of Lord Kṛṣṇa, and he felt very happy to have seen the Lord. The Brahmana thought, "It is most pleasurable to see Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is most devoted to the Brahmanas. How great a lover he is of the Brahminical culture. He is the supreme Brahm himself, yet he reciprocates with the Brahmanas. He also respects the Brahmanas so much that he embraced to his chest such a poor Brahmana as me, although he never embraces anyone to his chest except the goddess of fortune. How can there be any comparison between me, a poor, sinful Brahmana, and the supreme Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is the only shelter of the goddess of fortune?" And yet, considering me a Brahmana, with heartfelt pleasure he embraced me in his two transcendental arms. Lord Kṛṣṇa was so kind to me that he allowed me to sit on the same bedstead where the goddess of fortune lies down. He considered me his real brother. How can I appreciate my obligation to him? When I was tired, Srimati Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, began to fan me, holding the kamara whisk in her own hand. She never considered her exalted position as the first queen of Lord Kṛṣṇa. I was rendered service by the Supreme Personality of Godhead because of his high regard for the Brahmanas, and by massaging my legs and feeding me with his own hand, he practically worshipped me. Aspiring for elevation to the heavenly planets, liberation, all kinds of material opulence, or perfection in the powers of mystic yoga, everyone throughout the universe worships the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Yet the Lord was so kind to me that he did not give me even a farthing, knowing very well that I am a poverty-stricken man who, if I got some money, might become puffed up and mad after material opulence and so forget him. The statement of the Brahmana Sudama is correct. An ordinary man who is very poor and prays to the Lord for benediction in material opulence, and who somehow or other becomes richer in material opulence, immediately forgets his obligation to the Lord. Therefore, the Lord does not offer opulences to his devotee unless the devotee is thoroughly tested. Rather, if a neophyte devotee serves the Lord very sincerely and at the same time wants material opulence, the Lord keeps him from obtaining it. Thinking in this way, the learned Brahmana gradually reached his own home. But there he saw that everything was wonderfully changed. He saw that in place of his cottage there were big palaces made of valuable stones and jewels, glittering like the sun, moon and rays of fire. Not only were there big palaces, but at intervals there were beautifully decorated parks, in which many beautiful men and women were strolling. In those parks there were nice lakes full of lotus flowers and beautiful lilies, and there were flocks of multicolored birds. Seeing the wonderful conversion of his native place, the Brahmana began to think to himself, "How am I seeing all these changes? Does this place belong to me or to someone else? If it is the same place where I used to live, then how has it so wonderfully changed?" While the learned Brahmana was considering this, a group of beautiful men and women with features resembling those of the demigods, accompanied by musical chanters, approached to welcome him. All were singing auspicious songs. The wife of the Brahmana was very glad on hearing the tidings of her husband's arrival, and with great haste she came out of the palace. The Brahmana's wife appeared so beautiful that it seemed as if the goddess of fortune herself had come to receive him. As soon as she saw her husband present before her, tears of joy fell from her eyes, and her voice became so choked up that she could not even address her husband. She simply closed her eyes in ecstasy. But with great love and affection she bowed down before her husband, and within herself she thought of embracing him. She was fully decorated with a gold necklace and ornaments, and while standing among the maidservants she appeared like a demigod's wife just alighting from an airplane. The Brahmana was surprised to see his wife so beautiful, and in great affection, and without saying a word he entered the palace with her. When the Brahmana entered his personal apartment in the palace, he saw that it was not an apartment but the residence of the King of Heaven. The palace was surrounded by many columns of jewels. The couches and the bedsteads were made of ivory and bedecked with gold and jewels, and the bedding was as white as the foam of milk and as soft as a lotus. There were many whisks hanging from golden rods, and many golden thrones with sitting cushions as soft as lotus flowers. In various places there were velvet and silken canopies with laces of pearls hanging all around. The structure of the building stood on excellent transparent marble, with engravings made of emerald stones. All the women in the palace carried lamps made of valuable jewels. The flames and the jewels combined to produce a wonderfully brilliant light. When the Brahmana saw his position suddenly changed to one of opulence, and when he could not determine the cause for such a sudden change, he began to consider very gravely how it had happened. He thus began to think, "From the beginning of my life I have been extremely poverty-stricken, so what could be the cause of such great and sudden opulence? I do not find any cause other than the all-merciful glance of my friend Lord Kṛṣṇa, the chief of the Yadu dynasty. Certainly these are gifts of Lord Kṛṣṇa's causeless mercy. The Lord is self-sufficient, the husband of the goddess of fortune, and thus he is always full with six opulences. He can understand the mind of his devotee, and he sumptuously fulfills the devotee's desires. All these are acts of my friend Lord Kṛṣṇa. My beautiful dark friend Kṛṣṇa is far more liberal than the cloud, which can fill the great ocean with water. Without disturbing the cultivator with rain during the day, the cloud brings liberal rain at night just to satisfy him. And yet when the cultivator wakes up in the morning, he thinks that it has not rained enough. Similarly, the Lord fulfills the desire of everyone according to his position, yet one who is not in Kṛṣṇa consciousness considers all the gifts of the Lord to be less than his desire. On the other hand, when the Lord receives a little thing in love and affection from his devotee, he considers it a great and valuable gift. I am a vivid example of this. I simply offered him a morsel of chipped rice, and in exchange he has given me opulences greater than those of the King of Heaven. What the devotee actually offers the Lord is not needed by the Lord, for he is self-sufficient. If the devotee offers something to the Lord, it acts for his own interest, because whatever a devotee offers the Lord comes back in a quantity 1,000,000 times greater than what was offered. One does not become a loser by giving to the Lord, one becomes a gainer by millions of times. The Brahmana, feeling great obligation to Kṛṣṇa, thought, "I pray to have the friendship of Lord Kṛṣṇa and to engage in his service, and to surrender fully unto him in love and affection, life after life. I do not want any opulence. I only desire not to forget his service. I simply wish to be associated with his pure devotees. May my mind and activities be always engaged in his service." The unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, knows that many great personalities have fallen from their positions because of extravagant opulence. Therefore, even when his devotee asks for some opulence from him, the Lord sometimes does not give it. He is very cautious about his devotees. Because a devotee in an immature position of devotional service may, if offered great opulence, fall from his position due to being in the material world, the Lord does not offer opulence to him. This is another manifestation of the causeless mercy of the Lord upon his devotee. His first interest is that the devotee not fall. He is exactly like a well-wishing father who does not give much wealth into the hand of his immature son, but who, when the son is grown up and knows how to spend money, gives him the whole treasury house. The learned Brahmana thus concluded that whatever opulences he had received from the Lord should be used not for his extravagant sense gratification but for the service of the Lord. The Brahmana accepted his newly acquired opulence, but he did so in a spirit of renunciation, remaining unattached to sense gratification, and thus he lived very peacefully with his wife, enjoying all the facilities of opulence as the prasadam of the Lord. He enjoyed varieties of food by offering it to the Lord and then taking it as prasadam. Similarly, if by the grace of the Lord we get such opulences as material wealth, fame, power, education and beauty, it is our duty to consider that they are all gifts of the Lord and must be used for His service, not for our sense enjoyment. The learned Brahmana remained in that position, and thus his love and affection for Lord Kṛṣṇa increased day after day. It did not deteriorate due to great opulence. Material opulence can be the cause of degradation and also the cause of elevation, according to the purposes for which it is used. If opulence is used for sense gratification it is the cause of degradation, and if used for the service of the Lord it is the cause of elevation. It is evident from Lord Kṛṣṇa's dealings with Sudama Vipra that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very, very pleased with a person who possesses Brahminical qualities. A qualified Brahmana like Sudama Vipra is naturally a devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Therefore it is said, Brahmano Vaisnava, a Brahmana is a Vaisnava. Or sometimes it is said, Brahmana Pandita. Pandita means a highly learned person. A Brahmana cannot be foolish or uneducated. Therefore there are two divisions of Brahmanas, namely Vaisnavas and Panditas. Those who are simply learned are Panditas but not yet devotees of the Lord, or Vaisnavas. Lord Kṛṣṇa is not especially pleased with them. Simply the qualification of being a learned Brahmana is not sufficient to attract the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Not only must a Brahmana be well qualified according to the requirements stated in scriptures such as Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, but at the same time he must be a devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The vivid example is Sudama Vipra. He was a qualified Brahmana, unattached to all sorts of material sense enjoyment, and at the same time he was a great devotee of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa, the enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances, is very fond of a Brahmana like Sudama Vipra. And we have seen by the actual behavior of Lord Kṛṣṇa how much he adores such a Brahmana. Therefore, the ideal stage of human perfection is to become a Brahmana Vaisnava like Sudama Vipra. Sudama Vipra realized that although Lord Kṛṣṇa is unconquerable, he nevertheless agrees to be conquered by his devotees. He realized how kind Lord Kṛṣṇa was to him, and he was always in trance, constantly thinking of Kṛṣṇa. By such constant association with Lord Kṛṣṇa, whatever darkness of material contamination remained within his heart was completely cleared away, and very shortly he was transferred to the spiritual kingdom, which is the goal of all saintly persons in the perfectional stage of life. Sukadeva Goswami has stated that all persons who hear this history of Sudama Vipra and Lord Kṛṣṇa will know how affectionate Lord Kṛṣṇa is to Brahmana devotees like Sudama. Therefore anyone who hears this history gradually becomes as qualified as Sudama Vipra, and he is thus transferred to the spiritual kingdom of Lord Kṛṣṇa. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 81st chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the Brahmana Sudama blessed by Lord Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 82 Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama meet the inhabitants of Vrindavana. Once upon a time, while Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were living peacefully in their great city of Dwarka, there was the rare occasion of a full solar eclipse, such as takes place at the end of every kalpa, or day of Brahma. At the end of every kalpa the sun is covered by a great cloud, and incessant rain covers the lower planetary systems up to Svargalika. By astronomical calculation, people were informed about this great eclipse prior to its taking place, and therefore everyone, both men and women, decided to assemble at the holy place in Kurukshetra known as Samansa Pankaka. The Samansa Pankaka pilgrimage site is celebrated because Lord Parasurama performed great sacrifices there after killing all the Kshatriyas in the world 21 times. When Lord Parasurama killed all the Kshatriyas, their accumulated blood flowed like a stream. Lord Parasurama dug 5 big lakes at Samansa Pankaka and filled them with this blood. Lord Parasurama is Vishnutattva. As stated in the Isopanishad, Vishnutattva cannot be contaminated by any sinful activity. Yet although Lord Parasurama is fully powerful and uncontaminated, in order to exhibit ideal character he performed great sacrifices at Samansa Pankaka to atone for his so-called sinful killing of the Kshatriyas. By his example, Lord Parasurama established that the killing art, although sometimes necessary, is not good. Lord Parasurama considered himself culpable for the sinful killing of the Kshatriyas, therefore, how much more culpable are we for such abominable, unsanctioned acts? Thus, from time immemorial the killing of living entities is prohibited all over the world. Taking advantage of the occasion of the solar eclipse, all important persons from all parts of Bharatavarsha visited the holy place of pilgrimage. Some of the important personalities are mentioned as follows. Among the elderly persons were Akrura, Vasudeva, and Ugrasena, and among the younger generation were Gada, Pradyumna, Samba and many other members of the Yadu dynasty who had come there with a view to atone for sinful activities accrued in the course of discharging their respective duties. Because almost all the members of the Yadu dynasty went to Kṛṣṇa, some important personalities, like Aniruddha, the son of Pradyumna, and Kritavarma, the commander-in-chief of the Yadu dynasty, along with Sukendra, Sukha, and Sarana, remained in Dvaraka to protect the city. All the members of the Yadu dynasty were naturally very beautiful, yet on this occasion, when they appeared duly decorated with gold necklaces and flower garlands, dressed in valuable clothing and properly armed with their respective weapons, their natural beauty and personalities were 100 times enhanced. The members of the Yadu dynasty came to Kṛṣṇa in their gorgeously decorated chariots, which resembled the airplanes of the demigods and which were pulled by big horses that moved like the waves of the ocean. Some Yadus rode on sturdy, stalwart elephants that moved like the clouds in the sky. Their wives were carried on beautiful palanquins by beautiful men whose features resembled those of the Vidyadharas. The entire assembly looked as beautiful as an assembly of the demigods of heaven. After arriving in Kṛṣṇa, the members of the Yadu dynasty took their baths ceremoniously, with self-control, as enjoined in the Sastras, and they observed fasting for the whole period of the eclipse in order to nullify the reactions of their sinful activities. Since it is a Vedic custom to give in charity as much as possible during the hours of the eclipse, the members of the Yadu dynasty distributed many hundreds of cows in charity to the Brahmanas. All those cows were fully decorated with nice dress and ornaments. The special feature of these cows was that they had golden ankle bells and flower garlands on their necks. After the eclipse, all the members of the Yadu dynasty again took their baths in the lakes created by Lord Parasurma. Then they sumptuously fed the Brahmanas with first-class cooked food, all prepared in butter. According to the Vedic system, there are two classes of food, one is called raw food, and the other is called cooked food. Raw food does not indicate raw vegetables and raw grains but food boiled in water, whereas cooked food is made in ghee. Chapatis, dal, rice and ordinary vegetables are called raw foods, as are fruits and salads. But purées, kachoris, samosas, sweet balls and so on are called cooked foods. All the Brahmanas invited on that occasion by the members of the Yadu dynasty were fed sumptuously with cooked food. The ceremonial functions performed by the members of the Yadu dynasty externally resembled the ritualistic ceremonies performed by the Karmis. When a Karmi performs some ritualistic ceremony, his ambition is sense gratification, good position, good wife, good house, good children or good wealth, but the ambition of the members of the Yadu dynasty was different. Their ambition was to offer Kṛṣṇa perpetual devotion with faith. All the members of the Yadu dynasty were great devotees. As such, after many births of accumulated pious activities, they were given the chance to associate with Lord Kṛṣṇa. In going to take their baths in the place of pilgrimage at Kṛṣṇa, in observing the regulative principles during the solar eclipse, or in feeding the Brahmanas, in all their activities, they simply thought of devotion to Kṛṣṇa. Their ideal worshipable Lord was Kṛṣṇa, and no one else. After the Brahmanas are fed, it is the custom for the host, with their permission, to accept prasadam. Thus, with the permission of the Brahmanas, all the members of the Yadu dynasty took lunch. Then they selected resting places underneath big shady trees, and when they had taken sufficient rest, they prepared to receive visitors, among whom were relatives and friends, as well as many subordinate kings and rulers. There were the rulers of Matsya province, Usanar province, Kosala province, Vidarbha province, Kuru province, Srivijaya province, Kamboja province, Kakaya province, Madras province, Kundi province, Anarta province, Kerala province and many other countries and provinces. Some of the rulers belonged to opposing parties, and some were friends. But above all, the visitors from Vrindavana were most prominent. The residents of Vrindavana, headed by Nanda Maharaja, had been living in great anxiety because of separation from Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. Taking advantage of the solar eclipse, they all came to see their life and soul, Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. The inhabitants of Vrindavana were well-wishers and intimate friends of the Yadu dynasty. This meeting of the two parties after long separation was a very touching incident. All the Yadus and the residents of Vrindavana felt such great pleasure in meeting and talking together that it was a unique scene. Meeting after long separation, they were all jubilant, their hearts throbbed, and their faces appeared like freshly bloomed lotus flowers. Drops of tears fell from their eyes, the hair on their bodies stood on end, and because of their extreme ecstasy, they were temporarily speechless. In other words, they dove into the ocean of happiness. While the men were meeting in that way, the women also met one another in the same manner. They embraced one another in great friendship, smiling very mildly, and looked at one another with much affection. When they were embracing one another in their arms, the saffron and kumkuma spread on their breasts was exchanged from one person to another, and they all felt heavenly ecstasy. Due to such heart-to-heart embracing, torrents of tears glided down their cheeks. The juniors were offering obeisances to the elders, and the elders were offering their blessings to the juniors. They thus welcomed one another and asked after one another's welfare. Ultimately, however, all their talk was only of Kṛṣṇa. All the neighbors and relatives were connected with Lord Kṛṣṇa's pastimes in this world, and as such Kṛṣṇa was the center of all their activities. Whatever activities they performed, social, political, religious or conventional, were transcendental. The real elevation of human life rests on knowledge and renunciation. As stated in the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, devotional service rendered to Kṛṣṇa automatically produces perfect knowledge and renunciation. The family members of the Yadu dynasty and the cowherds of Vrindavana had their minds fixed on Kṛṣṇa. That is the symptom of perfect knowledge. And because their minds were always engaged in Kṛṣṇa, they were automatically freed from all material activities. This stage of life is called Yukta Vairagya, as enunciated by Srila Rupa Goswami. Knowledge and renunciation, therefore, do not mean dry speculation and renunciation of activities. Rather, one must start speaking and acting only in relationship with Kṛṣṇa. In this meeting at Kurukshetra, Kunti Devi and Vasudeva, who were sister and brother, met after a long separation, along with their respective sons and daughters-in-law, children and other family members. By talking among themselves, they soon forgot all their past miseries. Kunti Devi especially addressed her brother Vasudeva as follows: "My dear brother, I am very unfortunate because not one of my desires has ever been fulfilled. Otherwise how could it happen that although I have such a saintly brother as you, perfect in all respects, you did not inquire from me as to how I was passing my days in a distressed condition of life?" It appears that Kunti Devi was remembering the miserable days when she had been banished with her sons through the mischievous plans of Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana. She continued, "My dear brother, I can understand that when providence goes against someone, even one's nearest relatives forget him. In such a condition, even one's father, one's mother or one's own children will forget him. Therefore, my dear brother, I do not accuse you." Vasudeva replied to his sister, "My dear sister, do not be sorry, and do not blame me in that way. We should always remember that we are all only toys in the hands of Providence. Everyone is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is under his control only that all kinds of fruitive actions and their reactions take place. My dear sister, you know that we were very much harassed by King Kamsa, and by his persecutions we were scattered here and there. We were always full of anxieties. Only in the last few days have we returned to our own places, by the grace of God." After this conversation, Vasudeva and Ugrasena received the kings who came to see them, and they warmly welcomed them all. Seeing Lord Kṛṣṇa present on the spot, all the visitors felt transcendental pleasure and became very peaceful. Some of the prominent visitors were as follows: Bhismadeva, Dronakarya, Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, Gandhari along with her sons, King Yudhishthira along with his wife, and the Pandavas along with Kunti, as well as Sanjaya, Vidura, Karpakarya, Kandibhoha, Virata, Bhismaka, King Nagnajit, Puriyat, Drupada, Salya, Drishtakatu, the king of Kasi, Damagosa, Visalaksa, the king of Mithila, the king of Madras, formerly known as Madra, the king of Kekaya, Udamanyu, Susarma, Balika along with his sons, and many other rulers subordinate to King Yudhishthira. When the visitors saw Lord Kṛṣṇa with his thousands of queens, they were fully satisfied at the sight of such beauty and transcendental opulence. All who were there personally visited Lord Balarama and Kṛṣṇa, and being properly welcomed by them, they began to glorify the members of the Yadu dynasty, especially Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. Because Ugrasena was the king of the Bhojas, he was considered the chief Yadu, and therefore the visitors specifically addressed him, "Your Majesty Ugrasena, king of the Bhojas." Factually the Yadus are the only persons within this world who are perfect in all respects. All glories unto you. All glories unto you. The specific condition of your perfection is that you always see Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is sought by many mystic yogis undergoing severe austerities and penances for great numbers of years. All of you are in direct touch with Lord Kṛṣṇa at every moment. All the Vedic hymns glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa. The Ganges water is considered sanctified because of its being the water used to wash the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The Vedic literatures are nothing but the injunctions of Lord Kṛṣṇa. The purpose of the study of all the Vedas is to know Kṛṣṇa, therefore, The words of Kṛṣṇa and the message of his pastimes are always purifying. By the influence of time and circumstances, all the opulences of this world were almost completely wiped out, but since Kṛṣṇa has appeared on this planet, all auspicious features have again appeared due to the touch of his lotus feet. Because of his presence, all our ambitions and desires are gradually being fulfilled. Your Majesty, King of the Bhojas, you are related with the Yadu dynasty by matrimonial relationship, and by blood relationship also. As a result, you are constantly associating with Lord Kṛṣṇa, and you have no difficulty in seeing him or touching him at any time. Lord Kṛṣṇa moves with you, talks with you, sits with you, rests with you and dines with you. The Yadus appear to be always engaged in worldly affairs, which are considered to be the royal road to hell, but due to the presence of Lord Kṛṣṇa, the original personality of Godhead in the Vishnu category, who is omniscient, omnipresent and omnipotent, all of you are factually relieved from all material contamination and are situated in the transcendental position of liberation and Brahman existence. When Nanda Maharaja and the other residents of Vrindavana had heard that Kṛṣṇa would be present in Kṛṣṇa because of the solar eclipse and that all the members of the Yadu dynasty would also be there, they had immediately prepared to go there. King Nanda, accompanied by his cowherd men, had loaded all their necessary paraphernalia on bullock carts, and all of the Vrindavana residents had come to Kṛṣṇa to see their beloved sons Lord Balarama and Lord Kṛṣṇa. When the cowherd men of Vrindavana arrived in Kṛṣṇa, all the members of the Yadu dynasty were most pleased. As soon as they saw the residents of Vrindavana, they stood up to welcome them and appeared to have regained their life. All the Yadus and Vrindavana residents had been very eager to meet, and when they actually came forward and met, they embraced one another to their heart's satisfaction and remained in embrace for a considerable time. As soon as Vasudeva saw Nanda Maharaja, Vasudeva jumped up and ran over to him and embraced him very affectionately. Vasudeva began to narrate his own past history, how he had been imprisoned by King Kamsa, how his babies had been killed, how immediately after Krishna's birth he had carried Kṛṣṇa to the place of Nanda Maharaja, and how Kṛṣṇa and Balarama had been raised by Nanda Maharaja and his queen, Yasoda, as their own children. Similarly, Lord Balarama and Kṛṣṇa also embraced King Nanda and Mother Yasoda, and then they offered their respect unto their lotus feet by bowing down. Because of their feeling affection for Nanda and Yasoda, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama became choked up, and for a few seconds they could not speak. The most fortunate King Nanda and Mother Yasoda placed their sons on their laps and began to embrace them to their full satisfaction. Because of separation from Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, King Nanda and Yasoda had been merged in great distress for a very long time. Now, after meeting them and embracing them, all their sufferings were mitigated. Then Kṛṣṇa's mother, Devaki, and Balarama's mother, Rohini, both embraced Mother Yasoda. They said, "Dear Queen Yasoda Devi, you and Nanda Maharaja have been great friends to us, and when we remember you we are immediately overwhelmed by the thought of your friendly activities. We are so indebted to you that even if we were to return your benediction by giving you the opulence of the King of Heaven, it would not be enough to repay you for your friendly behavior. We shall never forget your kindly behavior toward us." When Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were born, before they even saw their real father and mother, they were entrusted to your care, and you raised them as your own children, fostering them as birds take care of their offspring in the nest. You have nicely fed, nourished and loved them and have performed many auspicious religious ceremonies for their benefit. Actually they are not our sons, they belong to you. Nanda Maharaja and you are the real father and mother of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. As long as they were under your care they had not even a pinch of difficulty. Under your protection, they were completely out of the way of all kinds of fear. This most affectionate care which you have taken for them is completely befitting your elevated position. The most noble personalities do not discriminate between their own sons and the sons of others, and there cannot be any personalities more noble than Nanda Maharaja and you. As far as the Gopas of Vrindavana were concerned, from the very beginning of their lives they did not know anything beyond Kṛṣṇa. Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were their life and soul. The Gopas were so attached to Kṛṣṇa that they could not tolerate not seeing him even momentarily when their eyelids blinked and impeded their vision. They condemned Brahma, the creator of the body, because he foolishly made eyelids which blinked and checked their seeing Kṛṣṇa. Because they had been separated from Kṛṣṇa for so many years, the Gopas, having come along with Nanda Maharaja and Mother Yasoda, felt intense ecstasy upon seeing Kṛṣṇa. No one can even imagine how eager the Gopas were to see Kṛṣṇa again. As soon as Kṛṣṇa became visible to them, they took him inside their hearts through their eyes and embraced him to their full satisfaction. Even though they were embracing Kṛṣṇa only mentally, they became so ecstatic and overwhelmed with joy that for the time being they completely forgot themselves. The ecstatic trance they achieve simply by mentally embracing Kṛṣṇa is impossible to achieve even for great yogis constantly engaged in meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kṛṣṇa could understand that the gopas were wrapped in ecstasy by embracing him in their minds, and therefore, since he is present in everyone's heart, he reciprocated the embracing from within. Kṛṣṇa was sitting with Mother Yasoda and his other mothers, Devaki and Rohini, but when the mothers engaged in talking, he took the opportunity and went to a secluded place to meet the gopas. As soon as he approached the gopas, the Lord smiled, and after embracing them and inquiring about their welfare, he began to encourage them, saying, "My dear friends, you know that Lord Balarama and I left Vrindavana just to please our relatives and family members. Thus we were long engaged in fighting with our enemies and were obliged to forget you, who were so much attached to me in love and affection. I can understand that I have been ungrateful to you, but still I know that you are faithful to me. May I inquire if you have been thinking of us, although we had to leave you behind? My dear Gopas, do you now dislike remembering me, considering me to have been ungrateful to you? Do you take my misbehavior with you very seriously? After all, you should know that it was not my intention to leave you. Our separation was ordained by Providence, who after all is the supreme controller and does as he desires. He causes the intermingling of different persons, and again disperses them as he desires. Sometimes we see that a strong wind will mingle together clouds, atomic particles of dust or broken pieces of cotton, and after the strong wind subsides, all the clouds, particles of dust and pieces of cotton are again separated, scattered in different places. Similarly, the Supreme Lord is the creator of everything. The objects we see are different manifestations of his energy. By his supreme will we are sometimes united and sometimes separated. We can therefore conclude that ultimately we are absolutely dependent on his will. Fortunately, you have developed loving affection for me, which is the only way to achieve the transcendental position of association with me. Any living entity who develops such unalloyed devotional affection for me certainly at the end goes back home, back to Godhead. In other words, unalloyed devotional service and affection for me are the cause of supreme liberation. My dear Gopi friends, you may know from me that it is my energies only which are acting everywhere. Take, for example, an earthen pot. It is nothing but a combination of earth, water, air, fire and sky. It is always of the same physical composition, whether in its beginning, during its existence or after its annihilation. When it is created, the earthen pot is made of earth, water, fire, air and sky. While it remains it is the same in composition, and when it is broken and annihilated its different ingredients are conserved in different parts of the material energy. Similarly, at the creation of this cosmic manifestation, during its maintenance and after its dissolution, everything is but a different manifestation of my energy. And because the energy is not separate from me, it is to be concluded that I am existing in everything. In the same way, the body of a living being is nothing but a composition of the 5 elements, and the living entity embodied in the material condition is also part and parcel of me. The living entity is imprisoned in the material condition on account of his false conception of himself as the supreme enjoyer. This false ego of the living entity is the cause of his imprisonment in material existence. As the supreme absolute truth, I am transcendental to the living entity, as well as to his material embodiment. The 2 energies, material and spiritual, both act under my supreme control. My dear Gopas, I request that instead of being afflicted, you try to accept everything with a philosophical attitude. Then you will understand that you are always with me and that there is no cause of lamentation in our being separated from one another. This important instruction by Lord Kṛṣṇa to the Gopas can be utilized by all devotees engaged in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. The whole philosophy is considered on the basis of inconceivable, simultaneous oneness and difference. In the Bhagavad Gita the Lord says that he is present everywhere in his impersonal feature. Everything exists in him, but still he is not personally present everywhere. The cosmic manifestation is nothing but a display of Kṛṣṇa's energy, and because the energy is not different from the energetic, nothing is different from Kṛṣṇa. When this absolute consciousness, Kṛṣṇa consciousness, is absent, we are separated from Kṛṣṇa, but, fortunately, if this Kṛṣṇa consciousness is present, then we are not separated from Kṛṣṇa. The process of devotional service is the revival of Kṛṣṇa consciousness, and if the devotee is fortunate enough to understand that the material energy is not separate from Kṛṣṇa, then he can utilize the material energy and its products in the service of the Lord. But in the absence of Kṛṣṇa consciousness, the forgetful living entity, although part and parcel of Kṛṣṇa, falsely puts himself in the position of enjoyer of the material world and, being thus implicated in material entanglement, is forced by the material energy to continue his material existence. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Although a living entity is forced to act by the material energy, he falsely thinks that he is the all-in-all and the supreme enjoyer. If the devotee knows perfectly that the ark of Vigraya, or deity form of Lord Kṛṣṇa in the temple, is exactly the same Saksidananda Vigraya as Kṛṣṇa himself, then his service to the temple deity becomes direct service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Similarly, the temple itself, the temple paraphernalia and the food offered to the deity are also not separate from Kṛṣṇa. One has to follow the rules and regulations prescribed by the Acharyas, and thus, under superior guidance, Kṛṣṇa realization is fully possible, even in this material existence. The Gopas, having been instructed by Kṛṣṇa in this philosophy of simultaneous oneness and difference, remained always in Kṛṣṇa consciousness and thus became liberated from all material contamination. The consciousness of the living entity who falsely presents himself as the enjoyer of the material world is called yogakosa, which means imprisonment by the false ego. Not only the Gopas but anyone who follows these instructions of Kṛṣṇa is immediately freed from the yogakosa imprisonment. A person in full Kṛṣṇa consciousness is always liberated from false egoism. He utilizes everything for Kṛṣṇa's service and is not at any time separated from Kṛṣṇa. The Gopas therefore prayed to Kṛṣṇa, "Dear Kṛṣṇa, from your navel emanated the original lotus flower, which is the birthside of Brahma, the Creator. No one can estimate your glories or your opulence, which therefore remain always a mystery even to the highest thoughtful men, the masters of all yogic power. However, the conditioned soul fallen in the dark well of this material existence can very easily take shelter of your lotus feet. Thus his deliverance is guaranteed." The Gopas continued, "Dear Kṛṣṇa, we are always busy in our family affairs. We therefore request that you remain within our hearts as the rising sun. That will be your greatest benediction." The Gopas are always liberated souls because they are fully in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. They only pretended to be entangled in household affairs in Vrindavana. Because of their separation from Kṛṣṇa, he might have asked them to return with him to his capital city, Dvaraka. But the inhabitants of Vrindavana, the Gopas, were not interested in the idea of going with Kṛṣṇa to Dvaraka. They wanted to remain busy in Vrindavana and thus feel the presence of Kṛṣṇa in every step of their lives. They immediately invited Kṛṣṇa to come back to Vrindavana. This transcendental emotional existence of the Gopas is the basic principle of Lord Chaitanya's teaching. The Ratha Yatra festival observed by Lord Chaitanya is the emotional process of taking Kṛṣṇa back to Vrindavana. Srimati Radharani refused to go with Kṛṣṇa to Dvaraka to enjoy his company in the atmosphere of royal opulence, for she wanted to enjoy his company in the original Vrindavana atmosphere. Lord Kṛṣṇa, being profoundly attached to the Gopas, never goes away from Vrindavana, and the Gopas and other residents of Vrindavana remain fully satisfied in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 82nd chapter of Kṛṣṇa. Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama meet the inhabitants of Vrindavana. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 83 Draupadi meets the queens of Kṛṣṇa. There were many visitors who came to see Kṛṣṇa, and among them were the Pandavas, headed by King Yudhishthira. After talking with the Gopas and bestowing upon them the greatest benediction, Lord Kṛṣṇa welcomed King Yudhishthira and other relatives who had come to see him. He first of all inquired from them whether their situation was auspicious. Actually, there is no question of ill fortune for anyone who sees the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa, yet when Lord Kṛṣṇa, as a matter of etiquette, inquired from King Yudhishthira about his welfare, the king became very happy by such a reception and addressed the Lord thus: "My dear Lord Kṛṣṇa, great personalities and devotees in full Kṛṣṇa consciousness always think of your lotus feet and remain fully satisfied by drinking the nectar of transcendental bliss. The nectar which they constantly drink sometimes comes out of their mouths and is sprinkled on others as the narration of your transcendental activities. This nectar coming from the mouth of a devotee is so powerful that if one is fortunate enough to have the opportunity to drink it, he is immediately freed from the continuous journey of birth and death. Our material existence is caused by our forgetfulness of your personality, but fortunately the darkness of forgetfulness is immediately dissipated if one is privileged to hear about your glories. Therefore, my dear Lord, where is the possibility of ill fortune for one who is constantly engaged in hearing your glorious activities? Since we are fully surrendered unto you and have no other shelter than your lotus feet, we are always confident of our good fortune. My dear Lord, you are the ocean of unlimited knowledge and transcendental bliss. The reactions of mental concoctions in the three phases of material life, wakefulness, sleep and deep sleep, cannot exist in Kṛṣṇa consciousness. All such reactions are invalidated by the practice of Kṛṣṇa consciousness. You are the ultimate destination of all liberated persons. Out of your independent will only, you have descended to this earth by the use of your own internal potency, Yogamaya, and to re-establish the Vedic principles of life you have appeared just like an ordinary human being. Since you are the Supreme Person, there cannot be any ill luck for one who is fully surrendered unto you. When Lord Kṛṣṇa was busy meeting various kinds of visitors and while they were engaged in offering prayers to the Lord, The female members of the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty took the opportunity to meet with one another and engage in talk of Lord Kṛṣṇa's transcendental pastimes. The first inquiry was made by Draupadi to the wives of Lord Kṛṣṇa. She addressed them, "My dear Rukmini, Bhadra, Jambavati, Satya, Satyabhama, Kalindi, Saibhya, Mitravinda, Lakshmana, Rohini and all other wives of Lord Kṛṣṇa, will you please let us know how Lord Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, accepted you as his wives and married you in pursuance of the marriage ceremonies of ordinary human beings?" To this question, the chief of the queens, Rukmini Devi, replied, "My dear Draupadi, it was practically a settled fact that princes like Jarasandha wanted me to marry King Sisupala, and, as is usual, all the princes present during the marriage ceremony were prepared with their armor and weapons to fight with any rival who dared to stop the marriage. But the Supreme Personality of Godhead kidnapped me the way a lion takes away a lamb from the flock. This was not, however, a very wondrous act for Lord Kṛṣṇa, because anyone who claims to be a great hero or king within this world is subordinate to the lotus feet of the Lord. All kings touch their helmets to the lotus feet of Lord Kṛṣṇa. My dear Draupadi, it is my eternal desire that life after life I be engaged in the service of Lord Kṛṣṇa, who is the reservoir of all pleasure and beauty. This is my only desire and ambition in life." After this, Satyabhama began to speak. She said, "My dear Draupadi, my father was very much afflicted by the death of his brother, Kṛṣṇa, and he falsely accused Lord Kṛṣṇa of killing his brother and stealing the Syamantaka jewel, which had actually been taken by Jambavan. Lord Kṛṣṇa, in order to establish his pure character, fought with Jambavan and rescued the Syamantaka jewel, which he later delivered to my father. My father was very much ashamed and sorry for accusing Lord Kṛṣṇa of his brother's death. After getting back the Syamantaka jewel, he thought it wise to rectify his mistake, so although he had promised others my hand in marriage, he submitted the jewel and me at the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa, and thus I was accepted as his maidservant and wife." After this, Jambavati replied to Draupadi's question. She said, "My dear Draupadi, when Lord Kṛṣṇa attacked my father, Jambavan, the king of the Rakshas, my father did not know that Lord Kṛṣṇa was his former master, Lord Ramacandra, the husband of Sita. Not knowing the identity of Lord Kṛṣṇa, my father fought with him continuously for 27 days. After this period, when he became fatigued, he could understand that since no one but Lord Ramacandra could defeat him, his opponent, Lord Kṛṣṇa, must be the same Lord Ramacandra. He thus came to his senses and immediately returned the Syamantaka jewel. Furthermore, to satisfy the Lord, he presented me to him to become his wife. In this way I was married to the Lord, and thus my desire to be a servitor of Kṛṣṇa life after life was fulfilled." After this, Kalindi said, "My dear Draupadi, I was engaged in great austerities and penances to get Lord Kṛṣṇa as my husband. When he became aware of this fact, he very kindly came to me with his friend Arjuna and accepted me as his wife. Lord Kṛṣṇa then took me away from the bank of the Yamuna, and since then I have been engaged in the house of Lord Kṛṣṇa as a sweeper. And the Lord is treating me as his wife." After this, Mitravinda said, "My dear Draupadi, there was a great assembly of princes at my Svayamvara ceremony, the personal selection of a husband. Lord Kṛṣṇa was also present in that meeting, and he accepted me as his maidservant by defeating all the princes there. He immediately took me away to Dwarka, exactly as a lion takes its prey from a pack of dogs. When I was thus taken away by Lord Kṛṣṇa, my brothers wanted to fight him, and later they were defeated. Thus my desire to become the maidservant of Kṛṣṇa life after life was fulfilled." After this, Satya addressed Draupadi in this way, "My dear Draupadi, my father arranged for an assembly for my Svayamvara, and to test the strength and heroism of the prospective bridegrooms, he stipulated that they each fight with his 7 ferocious bulls, which had long, sharp horns. Many heroic prospects tried to defeat the bulls, but unfortunately they were all severely struck, and they returned to their homes as defeated invalids. When Lord Sri Kṛṣṇa came and fought with the bulls, they were just like playthings for him. He captured the bulls and roped each one of them by the nostrils. Thus they came under his control, just as a goat's small kids come very easily under the control of children. My father was very much pleased and married me to Lord Kṛṣṇa with great pomp, giving as my dowry many divisions of soldiers, horses, chariots and elephants, along with hundreds of maidservants. Thus Lord Kṛṣṇa brought me to his capital city, Dwarka. On the way back, he was assaulted by many princes, but Lord Kṛṣṇa defeated all of them, and thus I have the privilege of serving his lotus feet as a maidservant." After this, Bhadra began to speak. She said, "My dear Draupadi, Lord Kṛṣṇa is the son of my maternal uncle. Fortunately, I became attracted to his lotus feet. When my father understood these feelings of mine, he personally arranged for my marriage, inviting Lord Kṛṣṇa to marry me and giving him in dowry one Akṣayini, or division of armed forces, along with many maidservants and other royal paraphernalia. I do not know whether I shall be able to have the shelter of Lord Kṛṣṇa life after life, but still I pray to the Lord that wherever I may take my birth I may not forget my relationship with his lotus feet. Then Lakshmana said, "My dear queen, many times I heard the great sage Narada glorifying the pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa. I became attracted to the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa when I heard Narada say that the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, was attracted to his lotus feet. Since then I have always been thinking of him, and thus my attraction for him has increased. My dear queen, my father was very affectionate toward me. When he understood that I was attracted to Kṛṣṇa, he devised a plan like that devised by your father. During the Svayamvara, the prospective bridegrooms had to pierce the eyes of a fish with their arrows. The difference between the competition in your Svayamvara and mine was that in yours the fish was hanging openly on the ceiling, in clear view, but in mine the fish was covered and could be seen only by its reflection in a pot of water. That was the special feature of my Svayamvara. The news of this device spread all over the world, and when the princes heard of it they arrived at my father's capital city from all directions, fully equipped with armor and guided by their military instructors. Each of them desired to win me as his wife, and one after another they raised the bow and arrow left there for piercing the fish. Many could not even join the bowstring to the two ends of the bow, and without attempting to pierce the fish, they simply left the bow as it was and went away. Some with great difficulty drew the string from one end to the other, but being unable to tie the other end, they were suddenly knocked down by the spring-like bow. My dear queen, you'll be surprised to know that at my Svayamvara meeting there were many famous kings and heroes present. Heroes like Jarasandha, Ambasja, Sisapala, Bhimasena, Duryodhana and Karna were, of course, able to string the bow, but they could not pierce the fish, because it was covered, and they could not trace it out from the reflection. The celebrated hero of the Pandavas, Arjuna, was able to see the reflection of the fish on the water, but although with great care he traced out the location of the fish and shot an arrow, he did not pierce the fish in the right spot. But his arrow at least touched the fish, and so he proved himself better than all the other princes. All the princes who tried to pierce the target were disappointed, being baffled in their attempts, and some candidates even left the place without making an attempt. But when at last Lord Kṛṣṇa took up the bow, he was able to tie the bowstring very easily, just as a child plays with a toy. He placed the arrow, and looking only once at the reflection of the fish in the water, he shot the arrow, and the pierced fish immediately fell down. This victory of Lord Kṛṣṇa was accomplished at noon, during the moment called Abhijit, which is astronomically calculated as auspicious. At that time the vibration of Jaya, Jaya, was heard all over the world, and from the sky came sounds of drums beaten by the denizens of heaven. Great demigods were overwhelmed with joy and showered flowers on the earth. At that time, I entered the arena of competition, and the ankle bells on my legs sounded very melodious as I walked. I was nicely dressed with new silken garments, flowers decorated my hair, and because of Lord Kṛṣṇa's victory I was in ecstatic joy and smiling very pleasingly. I carried in my hands a golden necklace bedecked with jewels, which glittered at intervals. My curling hair encircled my face, which shone with a bright luster due to the reflection of my various earrings. My eyes blinking, I first observed all the princes present, and when I reached my lord I very slowly placed the golden necklace on his neck. As I have already informed you, from the very beginning my mind was attracted by Lord Kṛṣṇa, and thus I considered the garlanding of the Lord my great victory. As soon as I placed my garland on the neck of the Lord, there sounded immediately the combined vibration of mridangas, pataha and anaka drums, conch shells, kettle drums and other instruments, causing a tumultuous sound, and while the music played, expert male and female dancers began to dance, and singers began to sing sweetly. My dear Draupadi, when I accepted Lord Kṛṣṇa as my worshipable husband and he accepted me as his maidservant, there was a tumultuous roaring among the disappointed princes. All of them were very agitated because of their lofty desires, but without caring for them, my husband, in his form as the four-handed Narayana, immediately took me on his chariot, which was drawn by 4 excellent horses. Expecting opposition from the princes, he armored himself and took up his bow, named Srga, and then our celebrated driver, Daruka, drove the beautiful chariot, without a moment's delay, toward the city of Dvaraka. Thus, in the presence of all the princes, I was carried away very quickly, exactly as a deer is carried away from the flock by a lion. Some of the princes, however, wanted to check our progress, and thus, equipped with proper weapons, they opposed us, just as dogs try to oppose the progressive march of a lion. At that time, Due to the arrows released by the Srigabo of Lord Krishna, some of the princes lost their hands, some of them lost their legs, some lost their heads and their lives, and others fled from the battlefield. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then entered the most celebrated city of the universe, Dvaraka, and as he entered the city he appeared like the shining sun. The whole city of Dvaraka was profusely decorated on that occasion. There were so many flags and festoons and gates all over Dvaraka that the sunshine could not even enter the city. I have already told you that my father was very affectionate to me, so when he saw that my desire had been fulfilled by my getting Lord Krishna as my husband, in great happiness he began to distribute to friends and relatives various kinds of gifts, such as valuable garments, ornaments, bedsteads and sitting carpets. Lord Krishna is always self-sufficient, yet my father, out of his own accord, offered my husband a dowry consisting of riches, soldiers, elephants, chariots, horses and many rare and valuable weapons. He presented all these to the Lord with great enthusiasm. My dear Queen, at that time I could guess that in my previous life I must have performed some wonderfully pious activity, and as a result I can in this life be one of the maidservants in the house of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When all the principal queens of Lord Krishna had finished their statements, Rohini, as the representative of the other 16,000 queens, began to narrate the incident of their becoming wives of Krishna. My dear Queen, when Bhamasura was conquering all the world, he collected wherever possible all the beautiful daughters of the kings and kept us arrested within his palace. When news of our imprisonment reached Lord Krishna, he fought with Bhamasura and released us. Lord Krishna killed Bhamasura and all his soldiers, and although he had no need to accept even one wife, he nevertheless, by our request, married all 16,000 of us. My dear Queen, our only qualification was that we were always thinking of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, which is the way to release oneself from the bondage of repeated birth and death. My dear Queen Draupadi, please take it from us that we are not after any opulence such as a kingdom, an empire or a position of heavenly enjoyment. We do not want to enjoy such material opulences, nor do we desire to achieve the yogic perfections, nor the exalted post of Lord Brahma. Nor do we want any of the different kinds of liberation, Sarupya, Salakya, Sarsti, Samipya or Suja. We are not at all attracted by any of these opulences. Our only ambition is to bear on our heads life after life the dust particles attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The goddess of fortune also desires to keep the dust on her breasts, along with fragrant saffron. We simply desire this dust, which accumulates underneath the lotus feet of Krishna as he travels on the land of Vrindavana as a cowherd boy. The Gopas especially, and also the cowherd men and the aborigine tribeswomen, always desire to become the grass and straw on the streets of Vrindavana, to be trampled on by the lotus feet of Krishna. My dear Queen, we wish to remain as such life after life, without any other desire. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 83rd chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Draupadi meets the queens of Kṛṣṇa. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 84. Sacrificial ceremonies performed by Vasudeva among the women present at Kurukshetra during the solar eclipse were Kunti, Gandhari, Draupadi, Subhadra and the queens of many other kings, as well as the Gopas from Vrindavana. When the different queens of Lord Krishna were submitting their statements as to how they had been married and accepted by Lord Krishna as his wives, all the female members of the Kuru dynasty were struck with wonder. They were filled with admiration at how all the queens of Krishna were attached to him with love and affection. When they heard about the queen's intensity of love and affection for Krishna, they could not check their eyes from filling with tears. While the women were engaged in conversations among themselves and the men were similarly engaged in conversation, there arrived from all directions almost all the important sages and ascetics, who had come for the purpose of seeing Lord Krishna and Balarama. Chief among the sages were Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa, the great sage Narada, Sayavana, Devala, Asita, Vaisvamitra, Sadananda, Bharadvaja, Gautama, Lord Parasurama, along with his disciples, Vashishta, Galava, Bhragyu, Pulascha, Kasyapa, Atri, Markandeya, Brihaspati, Devata, Trita, Akada, the four Kumara sons of Brahma, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana and Sanatkumara, Angira, Agastya, Yajnavalkya, and Vamadeva. As soon as the sages and ascetics arrived, all the kings, including Maharaja Yudhishthira and the other Pandavas and Lord Krishna and Balarama, immediately got up from their seats and offered respects by bowing down to the universally respected sages. After this, the sages were properly welcomed by being offered seats and water for washing their feet. Palatable fruits, garlands of flowers, incense and sandalwood pulp were presented, and all the kings, led by Krishna and Balarama, worshipped the sages according to the Vedic rules and regulations. When all the sages were comfortably seated, Lord Krishna, who descended for the protection of religion, began to address them on behalf of all the kings. When Kṛṣṇa began to speak, all became silent, being eager to hear and understand his welcoming words to the sages. Lord Kṛṣṇa spoke thus: "All glories to the assembled sages and ascetics. Today we all feel that our lives have become successful. Today we have achieved the desired goal of life because we now see face to face all the exalted, liberated sages and ascetics, whom even the great demigods in the heavens desire to see. Persons who are neophytes in devotional service and who simply offer their respectful obeisances to the deity in the temple but cannot realize that the Lord is situated in everyone's heart, and those who simply worship different demigods for fulfillment of their own lusty desires, are unable to understand the importance of these sages. They cannot take advantage of receiving these sages by seeing them with their eyes, by touching their lotus feet, by inquiring about their welfare or by diligently worshipping them. Neophyte devotees or religionists cannot understand the importance of great Mahatmas. They go to the temple as a matter of formality and pay their respectful obeisances unto the deity. But when one is promoted to the next platform of transcendental consciousness, one can understand the importance of Mahatmas and devotees, and in that stage one tries to please them. Therefore, Lord Kṛṣṇa said that the neophyte cannot understand the importance of great sages, devotees or ascetics. Lord Kṛṣṇa continued, "One cannot purify himself merely by traveling to holy places of pilgrimage and taking a bath there or by seeing the demigods' forms in the temples. But if one happens to meet a great devotee, a Mahatma who is a representative of the personality of Godhead, one is immediately purified. To become purified, one is enjoined to worship the fire, the sun, the moon, the earth, the water, the air, the sky and the mind. By worshipping all the elements and their predominating deities, one can gradually become free from the influence of envy, but all the sins of an envious person can be nullified immediately simply by serving a great soul." My dear revered sages and respectable kings, you can take it from me that a person who accepts this material body made of three elements, mucus, bile and air, as his own self, who considers his family and relatives his own, who accepts material things as worshipable, or who visits holy places of pilgrimage just to take a bath there but never associates with great personalities, sages and Mahatmas, such a person, even though in the form of a human being, is nothing but an animal like an ass. When the Supreme Authority, Lord Kṛṣṇa, was thus speaking with great gravity, all the sages and ascetics remained in dead silence. They were amazed upon hearing him speak the absolute philosophy of life in such a concise way. Unless one is very much advanced in knowledge, one thinks his body to be his self, his family members to be his own, and the land of his birth to be worshipable. From this concept of life, the modern ideology of nationalism has sprung up. Lord Kṛṣṇa condemned such ideas, and he also condemned persons who take the trouble to go to holy places of pilgrimage just to take a bath and come back without taking the opportunity to associate with the great devotees and Mahatmas living there. Such persons are compared to the most foolish animal, the ass. All those who heard considered the speech of Lord Kṛṣṇa for some time, and they concluded that Lord Kṛṣṇa was actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead playing the role of an ordinary human being, who is forced to take a certain type of body as a result of the reactions of his past deeds. He was assuming this pastime as an ordinary human simply to teach the people in general how they should live for perfection of the human mission. Having concluded that Kṛṣṇa was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the sages addressed him thus: "Dear Lord, we, the leaders of human society, are supposed to possess the proper philosophy of life, yet we are bewildered by the spell of your external energy. We are surprised to see your behavior, which is just like that of an ordinary human being and which conceals your real identity as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and we therefore consider your pastimes to be all wonderful. Our dear Lord, by your own energy you create, maintain and annihilate the whole cosmic manifestation of different names and forms, in the same way that the earth creates many forms of stone, trees and other varieties of names and forms and yet remains the same. Although you create varieties of manifestations through your energy, you are unaffected by all those actions. Our dear Lord, we are simply stunned to see your wonderful acts. Although you are transcendental to this entire material creation and are the Supreme Lord and the supersoul of all living entities, you appear on this earth by your internal potency to protect your devotees and destroy the miscreants. By such an appearance you re-establish the principles of eternal religion, which human society forgets by long association with the material energy. Our dear Lord, you are the creator of the social orders and spiritual statuses of human society according to quality and work, and when these orders are misguided by unscrupulous persons, you appear and set them right. Dear Lord, the Vedic knowledge is the representation of your pure heart. Austerities, study of the Vedas, and meditative trances lead to different realizations of yourself in your manifested and non-manifested aspects. The entire phenomenal world is a manifestation of your impersonal energy, but you yourself, as the original personality of Godhead, are not manifested there. You are the Supreme Soul, the Supreme Brahman. Persons who are situated in Brahminical culture, therefore, can understand the truth about your transcendental form. Thus you always hold the Brahmanas in respect, and you are considered to be the topmost of all followers of Brahminical culture. You are therefore known as Brahmanyadeva. Our dear Lord, you are the last word in good fortune and the last resort of all saintly persons, therefore we all consider that we have achieved the perfection of our life, education, austerity and acquisition of transcendental knowledge by meeting you. Factually, you are the ultimate goal of all transcendental achievements. Our dear Lord, there is no end to your unlimited knowledge. Your form is transcendental, eternally existing in full bliss and knowledge. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Brahman, the Supreme Soul. Being covered by the spell of your internal potency, Yogamaya, you are now temporarily concealing your unlimited potencies, but still we can understand your exalted position, and therefore all of us offer you our respectful obeisances. Dear Lord, you are enjoying your pastimes in the role of a human being, concealing your real character of transcendental opulence, therefore, none of the kings present here, even the members of the Yadu dynasty, who constantly mingle with you, eat with you and sit with you, can understand that you are the original cause of all causes, the soul of everyone, the original cause of all creation. When a person dreams at night, hallucinatory figures created by the dream are accepted as real, and the imaginary dream body is accepted as one's real body. For the time being, one forgets that besides the body created in hallucination, there is another, real body in his awakened state. Similarly, in the awakened state also, the bewildered conditioned soul considers sense enjoyment to be real happiness. By the process of enjoying the senses of the material body, the spirit soul is covered, and his consciousness becomes materially contaminated. It is due to material consciousness that one cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa. All great mystic yogis endeavor to revive their Kṛṣṇa consciousness by mature practice of the yoga system just to understand your lotus feet. They meditate upon your transcendental form to counteract their accumulated sinful reactions. It is said that the water of the Ganges can vanquish volumes of a person's sinful reactions, but the Ganges water is glorious only due to your lotus feet. The Ganges water flows as perspiration from the lotus feet of your Lordship. And we are all so fortunate that today we have been able to see your lotus feet directly. Dear Lord, we are all surrendered souls, devotees of your Lordship, therefore, please be kind and bestow your causeless mercy upon us. We know well that persons who have become liberated by constant engagement in your devotional service are no longer contaminated by the material modes of nature, thus they have become eligible to be promoted to the kingdom of God in the spiritual world. After first offering prayers to Lord Kṛṣṇa, the assembled sages wanted to take permission from King Dhritarashtra and King Yudhishthira and then depart for their respective asramas. At that time, however, Vasudeva, the father of Lord Kṛṣṇa and the most celebrated of all pious men, approached the sages and with great humility offered his respects by falling down at their feet. Vasudeva said, "My dear great sages, you are more respected than the demigods. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I wish for you to accept my one request, if you so desire. I shall consider it a great blessing if you kindly explain the supreme fruit of activity by which one can counteract the reactions of all other activities." The great sage Narada was the leader of all the sages present. Therefore he began to speak. "My dear sages," he said, "it is not very difficult to understand that because of his great goodness and simplicity, Vasudeva, who has become the father of the personality of Godhead by accepting Kṛṣṇa as his son, is inclined to ask us about his welfare. It is said that familiarity breeds contempt. As such, Vasudeva, having Kṛṣṇa as his son, does not regard Kṛṣṇa with awe and veneration. Sometimes it is seen that persons living on the bank of the Ganges do not consider the Ganges very important, and they go far away to take their baths at a place of pilgrimage. There is no need for Vasudeva to ask us for instruction when Lord Kṛṣṇa is personally present, because his knowledge is never second in any circumstance. His knowledge is not affected by the process of creation, maintenance and annihilation, nor is it ever influenced by any agency beyond himself, nor is it agitated by the interactions of the material qualities or changed in the course of time. His transcendental form is full of knowledge which never becomes agitated by ignorance, pride, attachment, envy or sense enjoyment. His knowledge is never subject to the laws of karma regarding pious or impious activities, nor is it influenced by the three modes of material energy. No one is greater than or equal to him, because he is the supreme authority, the personality of Godhead. The ordinary conditioned human being may think that the conditioned soul, who is covered by his materialistic senses, mind and intelligence, is equal to Kṛṣṇa, but Lord Kṛṣṇa is just like the sun, which, although it sometimes may appear to be so, is never covered by the cloud, snow or fog, or by other planets during an eclipse. When the eyes of less intelligent men are covered by such influences, they think the sun to be invisible. Similarly, persons who are influenced by senses addicted to material enjoyment cannot have a clear vision of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The sages present then began to address Vasudeva in the presence of Lord Kṛṣṇa, Balarama and many other kings, and, as requested by him, they gave their instructions, to counteract the reactions of fruitive activities and the desires impelling one to fruitive activities. One must with faith and devotion execute the prescribed sacrifices meant for worshipping Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu is the beneficiary of the results of all sacrificial performances. Great personalities and sages who are able to see everything clearly through the eyes of the revealed scriptures and possess vision of the three phases of the time element, namely past, present and future, have unanimously recommended that to purify the dust of material contamination accumulated in the heart and to clear the path of liberation and thereby achieve transcendental bliss, one must please Lord Vishnu. For everyone living as a householder in one of the higher social orders, Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaisya, this worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, who is known as Purushotama, the original person, is recommended as the only auspicious path. All conditioned souls within this material world have deep-rooted desires to lord it over the resources of material nature. Everyone wants to accumulate riches, everyone wants to enjoy life to the greatest extent, everyone wants a wife, home and children, and everyone wants to become happy in this world and be elevated to the heavenly planets in the next life. But these desires are the causes of one's material bondage. Therefore, to get liberation from this bondage, one has to sacrifice his honestly earned riches for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu. The only process to counteract all sorts of material desires is to engage oneself in the devotional service of Lord Vishnu. In this way a self-controlled person, even while remaining in householder life, should give up the three kinds of material desires, namely the desire for the acquisition of material opulences, for the enjoyment of wife and children, and for elevation to higher planets. Eventually he should give up householder life and accept the renounced order, engaging himself completely in the devotional service of the Lord. Everyone, even if born in a higher status as a Brahmana, Kshatriya or Vaisya, is certainly indebted to the demigods, to the sages, to the forefathers and to other living entities, and in order to liquidate all these debts, one has to perform sacrifices, study the Vedic literature and generate children in religious householder life. If somehow one accepts the renounced order of life without liquidating these debts, he certainly falls down from his position. Today you have already liquidated your debts to your forefathers and the sages. Now, by performing sacrifices, you can free yourself from indebtedness to the demigods and thus take complete shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. My dear Vasudeva, certainly you have already performed many pious activities in your previous lives. Otherwise, how could you be the father of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Saintly Vasudeva, after hearing all the sages, offered his respectful obeisances under their lotus feet. In this way he pleased the sages, and then he requested them to perform the yajnas. When the sages were selected as priests of the sacrifices, they in turn induced Vasudeva to collect the required paraphernalia for executing the yajnas in that place of pilgrimage. When Vasudeva was thus persuaded to start to perform the yajnas, all the members of the Yadu dynasty took their baths, dressed themselves very nicely, decorated themselves beautifully and garlanded themselves with lotus flowers. Vasudeva's wives, dressed with nice garments and ornaments and golden necklaces, approached the arena of sacrifice carrying in their hands the required articles to offer in the sacrifice. When everything was complete, there was heard the vibration of mridangas, conch shells, kettle drums and other musical instruments. Professional dancers, both male and female, began to dance. The Sudas and Magadhas, who were professional singers, began to offer prayers by singing. And the Gandharvas and their wives, whose voices were very sweet, began to sing many auspicious songs. Vasudeva anointed his eyes with black cosmetic, smeared butter over his body and then, along with his 18 wives, headed by Devaki, sat before the priests to be purified by the Abhiseka ceremony. While the ceremony was being observed strictly according to the principles of the scriptures, Vasudeva resembled the moon encircled by stars. Because he was being initiated for the sacrifice, he was dressed in a deerskin, but all his wives were dressed with very nice saris, bangles, necklaces, ankle bells, earrings and many other ornaments. Vasudeva looked very beautiful surrounded by his wives, exactly like the King of Heaven when he performed such sacrifices. At that time, when Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Balarama, along with their wives, children and relatives, sat down in that great sacrificial arena, it appeared that the Supreme Personality of Godhead was present along with all the living entities and multi-energies that are part of him. We have heard from the Sastras that Lord Kṛṣṇa has multi-energies and parts and parcels, but now, in that sacrificial arena, all could actually experience how the Supreme Personality of Godhead eternally exists with his different energies. At that time, Lord Kṛṣṇa appeared as Lord Narayana, and Lord Balarama appeared as Sankarsana, the reservoir of all living entities. Vasudeva satisfied Lord Vishnu by performing different kinds of sacrifices, such as Jyotistoma and Darsapurnamasa. Some of these yajnas are called Prakrita, and some of them are known as Suryasatra or Vakrita. Thereafter, the other sacrifices, known as Agnayotra, were also performed, and the prescribed articles were offered in the proper way. Thus Lord Vishnu was pleased. The ultimate purpose of offering oblations and sacrifices to please Lord Vishnu, but in this age of Kali it is very difficult to collect the different articles required for offering sacrifices. People have neither the means to collect the required paraphernalia nor the necessary knowledge or tendency to offer such sacrifices. Therefore, in this age of Kali, when people are mostly unfortunate, full of anxieties and disturbed by various kinds of calamities, the only sacrifice recommended is the performance of Sankirtana Yajna. Worshipping Lord Chaitanya by the Sankirtana Yajna is the only recommended process in this age. After the performance of the different sacrifices, Vasudeva offered ample riches, clothing, ornaments, cows, land and maidservants to the priests. Thereafter, all the wives of Vasudeva took their Vaibhrata baths and performed the part of the sacrificial duties known as Patni Samyaja. After finishing the offering with all the required paraphernalia, they all took their baths together in the lakes constructed by Parasirama, which are known as the Ramarata. After Vasudeva and his wives took their baths, all the garments and ornaments they had worn were distributed to the subordinate persons engaged in singing, dancing and similar activities. We may note that the performance of sacrifice necessitates the profuse distribution of riches. Charity is offered to the priests and the brahmanas in the beginning, and used garments and ornaments are offered in charity to the subordinate assistants after the performance of the sacrifice. After offering the used articles to the singers and reciters, Vasudeva and his wives, dressed with new ornaments and garments, fed everyone very sumptuously, from the brahmanas down to the dogs. After this, all the friends, family members, wives and children of Vasudeva assembled together, along with all the kings and members of the Vidarbha, Kosala, Kuru, Kasi, Kekaya and Srinjaya dynasties. The priests, the demigods, the people in general, the forefathers, the ghosts and the Karanas were all sufficiently remunerated by being offered ample gifts and respectful honor. Then all the persons assembled there took permission from Lord Kṛṣṇa, the husband of the goddess of fortune, and while glorifying the perfection of the sacrifice made by Vasudeva, they departed to their respective homes. At that time, when King Dhritarashtra, Vidura, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Bhismadeva, Dronakarya, Kunti, Nakula, Sahadev, Narada, Lord Vyasadeva and many other relatives and kinsmen were about to depart, they felt separation and therefore embraced each and every member of the Yadu dynasty with great feeling. Many others who were assembled in that sacrificial arena also departed. After this, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Balarama, along with King Ugrasena, satisfied the inhabitants of Vrindavana, headed by Maharaja Nanda and the cowherd men, by profusely offering all kinds of gifts to worship them and please them. Out of their great feelings of friendship, the inhabitants of Vrindavana remained there for a considerable time with the members of the Yadu dynasty. After performing this sacrifice, Vasudeva felt so satisfied that there was no limit to his happiness. All the members of his family were with him, and in their presence he caught hold of the hands of Nanda Maharaja and addressed him thus, "My dear brother, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has created a great tie of bondage known as the bondage of love and affection. I think that it is a very difficult job for even the great sages and saintly persons to cut such a tie of love. My dear brother, you have exhibited feelings of love for me that I was not able to return. I think, therefore, that I am ungrateful. You have behaved exactly as is characteristic of saintly persons, but I shall never be able to repay you. I have no means to repay you for your friendly dealings. Nevertheless I am confident that our tie of love will never break. Our friendship must ever continue, in spite of my inability to repay you. I hope you will excuse me for this inability. My dear brother, in the beginning, due to my being imprisoned, I could never serve you as a friend, and although at the present moment I am very opulent, because of my material prosperity I have become blind. I therefore cannot satisfy you properly even at this time. My dear brother, you are so nice and gentle that you offer all respect to others but don't care for any respect for yourself. A person seeking auspicious progress in life must avoid possessing too much material opulence so that he will not become blind and puffed up, and he should take care of his friends and relatives. When Vasudeva was speaking to Nanda Maharaja in this way, he was influenced by a great feeling for the friendship of Nanda Maharaja and the beneficial activities executed by King Nanda on his behalf. As such, his eyes filled with tears, and he began to cry. Nanda Maharaja, desiring to please his friend Vasudeva and being affectionately bound with love for Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, passed 3 months in their association. At the end of this time, all the members of the Yadu dynasty tried to please the inhabitants of Vrindavana to their heart's content. The members of the Yadu dynasty tried to satisfy Nanda Maharaja and his associates by offering them clothing, ornaments and many other valuable articles, and they all became fully satisfied. Vasudeva, Ugrasena, Lord Kṛṣṇa, Lord Balarama, Uddhava and all other members of the Yadu dynasty presented their individual gifts to Nanda Maharaja and his associates. After Nanda Maharaja received these farewell presentations, he, along with his associates, started for Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana. The minds of the inhabitants of Vrindavana remained, however, with Kṛṣṇa and Balarama, and therefore all of them started for Vrindavana without their minds. When the members of the Vrishni family saw all their friends and visitors departing, they observed that the rainy season was approaching, and thus they decided to return to Dwarka. They were fully satisfied, for they regarded Kṛṣṇa as everything. When they returned to Dwarka, they described with great satisfaction the sacrifice performed by Vasudeva, their meeting with various friends and well-wishers, and various other incidents that had occurred during their travels in the places of pilgrimage. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 84th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Sacrificial Ceremonies Performed by Vasudeva. Library Kṛṣṇa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Chapter 85 Spiritual Instruction for Vasudeva, and the Return of the 6 Dead Sons of Devaki by Lord Kṛṣṇa. It is a Vedic custom that the junior members of the family should offer respects to the elders every morning. The children or disciples especially should offer their respects to their parents or spiritual master in the morning. In pursuance of this Vedic principle, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama used to offer their obeisances to their parents, Vasudeva and Devaki. One day, after having returned from the sacrificial performances at Kurukshetra, when Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama went to offer their respects to Vasudeva, Vasudeva took the opportunity to appreciate the exalted position of his 2 sons. Vasudeva had the opportunity to understand the position of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama from the great sages who had assembled in the arena of the sacrifice. Not only did he hear from the sages, but on many occasions he actually experienced that Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were not ordinary human beings but were very extraordinary. Thus he believed the words of the sages that his sons Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. With firm faith in his sons, he addressed them thus: "My dear Kṛṣṇa, you are the Saksidananda Vigraya Supreme Personality of Godhead. And my dear Balarama, you are Sankarsana, the master of all mystic powers, therefore I have now understood that you are eternal. Both of you are transcendental to this material manifestation and to its cause, the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu. You are the original controller of all. You are the resting place of this cosmic manifestation. You are its creator, and you are also its creative ingredients. You are the master of this cosmic manifestation, and actually this manifestation is created for your pastimes only. The different material phases that are manifest from the beginning to the end of the cosmos under different formulas of time are also yourself because you are both the cause and effect of this manifestation. The 2 features of this material world, the predominator and the predominated, are also you, and you are the supreme transcendental controller who stands above them. Therefore, you are beyond the perception of our senses. You are the Supreme Soul, unborn and unchanging. You are not affected by the 6 kinds of transformations which occur in the material body. The wonderful varieties of this material world are also created by you, and you have entered as the Supersoul into all of them, down to the atom. You are the vital force of all these manifestations and also their supreme cognition. As such, you are the maintainer of everything. The vital force, the life principle in everything, and the creative force derived from it are not acting independently but are dependent upon you, the Supreme Person behind these forces. Without your will, they cannot work. Material energy has no cognizance. It cannot act independently, without being agitated by you. Because the material nature is dependent upon you, the living entities can only attempt to act. But without your sanction and will they cannot perform anything or achieve the results they desire. The original energy is only an emanation from you. My dear Lord, the shining of the moon, the heat of fire, the rays of the sun, the glittering of the stars, and the electric lightning, which are all manifested as very powerful, as well as the gravity of the mountains and the energy and fragrance of the earth, all are different manifestations of you. The pure taste of water, the water itself and the vital force which maintains all life are also features of your lordship. My dear Lord, although the forces of the senses, the mental power of thinking, willing and feeling, and the strength, movement and growth of the body appear to be performed by different movements of the airs within the body, they are all ultimately manifestations of your energy. The vast expanse of outer space rests in you. The vibration of the sky, its thunder, the supreme sound, Omkara, and the arrangement of different words to distinguish one thing from another are all symbolic representations of you. The senses, the controllers of the senses, the demigods, and the acquisition of knowledge, which is the purpose of the senses, as well as the subject matter of knowledge, all are you. The resolution of intelligence and the sharp memory of the living entity are also you. You are the egoistic principle of ignorance, which is the cause of this material world, the egoistic principle of passion, which is the cause of the senses, and the egoistic principle of goodness, which is the origin of the different controlling deities of this material world. The illusory energy, or Maya, which is the cause of the conditioned soul's perpetual transmigration from one form to another, is you. My dear Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are the original cause of all causes, exactly as the earth is the original cause of different kinds of trees, plants and similar varieties of manifestation. As the earth is present in everything, so you are present throughout this material manifestation as the Supersoul. You are the supreme cause of all causes, the eternal principle. Everything, in fact, is a manifestation of your one energy. The three qualities of material nature, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, and the result of their interaction are linked up with you by your agency of Yogamaya. They are supposed to be independent, but actually the total material energy rests upon you, the Supersoul. Since you are the supreme cause of everything, the interactions of the material manifestation, birth, growth, existence, transformation, deterioration and annihilation, are all absent in you. Your supreme energy, Yogamaya, is acting in variegated manifestations, but because Yogamaya is your energy, you are therefore present in everything. In the Bhagavad Gita, this fact is very nicely explained in the 9th chapter, wherein the Lord says, "In my impersonal form I am spread all over the material energy, everything is resting in me, but I am not there." This very statement is also given by Vasudeva. To say that the Lord is not present everywhere means that he is aloof from everything although his energy is acting everywhere. This can be understood by a crude example. In a big establishment, the energy, or the organization of the supreme boss, is working in every nook and corner of the business, but that does not mean the original proprietor is present there. Although in every department the presence of the proprietor is felt by the workers, the physical presence of the proprietor in every department is a formality only. Actually his energy is working everywhere. Similarly, the omnipresence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is felt in the action of his energies. Therefore the philosophy of inconceivable, simultaneous oneness with indifference from the Supreme Lord is confirmed everywhere. The Lord is one, but his energies are diverse. Vasudeva said, "This material world is like a great flowing river, and its waves are the three material modes of nature, goodness, passion and ignorance. This material body, as well as the senses, the faculties of thinking, feeling and willing and the stages of distress, happiness, attachment and lust, all are different products of these three qualities of nature. The foolish person who cannot realize your transcendental identity above all these material reactions continues in the entanglement of fruitive activity and is subjected to the continuous process of birth and death, without a chance of being freed." This is confirmed in a different way by the Lord in the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. There it is said that anyone who knows the appearance and activities of the Supreme Lord Kṛṣṇa is freed from the clutches of material nature and goes back home, back to Godhead. Therefore Kṛṣṇa's transcendental name, form, activities and qualities are not products of this material nature. My dear Lord, Vasudeva continued, despite all these defects of the conditioned soul, if someone somehow or other comes in contact with devotional service, he achieves the civilized human form of body with developed consciousness and thereby becomes capable of executing further progress in devotional service. And yet, illusioned by the external energy, people generally do not utilize this advantage of the human form of life. Thus they miss the chance of eternal freedom and unnecessarily spoil the progress they have made after thousands of births. In the bodily concept of life, due to false egotism one is attached to the offspring of the body, and thus everyone in conditioned life is entrapped by false relationships and false affection. The whole world is moving under this false impression and suffering material bondage. I know that neither of you is my son, both of you are the original chief and progenitor, the personality of Godhead, the Purusa with Pradhana. But you have appeared on the surface of this globe to minimize the burden of the world by killing the Kshatriya kings who are unnecessarily increasing their military strength. You have already informed me about this in the past. My dear Lord, you are the shelter of the surrendered souls, the supreme well-wisher of the meek and humble. I am therefore taking shelter of your lotus feet, which alone can give one liberation from the entanglement of material existence. For a long time I have simply considered this body to be myself, and although you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I have considered you my son. My dear Lord, at the very moment when you first appeared in Kamsa's prison house, you informed me that you were the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that you had descended for the protection of the principles of religion as well as the destruction of the unfaithful. Although unborn, you descend in every millennium to execute your mission. My dear Lord, as in the sky there are many forms, appearing and disappearing, you also appear in many eternal forms and then disappear. Who, therefore, can understand your pastimes or the mystery of your appearance and disappearance? Our only business should be to glorify your supreme greatness. When Vasudeva was addressing his divine sons in that way, Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were smiling. Because they are very affectionate to their devotees, they accepted all the appreciation of Vasudeva with a kindly, smiling attitude. Kṛṣṇa then confirmed all of Vasudeva's statements as follows: My dear father, whatever you may say, we are, after all, your sons. What you have said about us is certainly a highly philosophical understanding of spiritual knowledge. I accept it in toto, without exception. Vasudeva was in the complete perfection of life in considering Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama to be his sons, but because the sages assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra had spoken about the Lord as the supreme cause of everything, Vasudeva simply repeated it out of his love for Kṛṣṇa and Balarama. Lord Kṛṣṇa did not wish to detract from his relationship with Vasudeva as father and son, therefore in the very beginning of his reply he accepted the fact that he is the eternal son of Vasudeva and that Vasudeva is the eternal father of Kṛṣṇa. After this, Lord Kṛṣṇa informed his father of the spiritual identity of all living entities. He continued, My dear father, everyone and everything, including me and my brother Balarama, as well as all the inhabitants of the city of Dvaraka and the whole cosmic manifestation, are exactly as you have already explained, but all of us are also qualitatively one. Lord Kṛṣṇa intended for Vasudeva to see everything with the vision of a Mahabhagavata, a first-class devotee, who sees that all living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord and that the Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart. In fact, every living entity has a spiritual identity, but in contact with material existence one becomes influenced by the material modes of nature. He becomes covered by the concept of bodily life, forgetting that his spirit soul is of the same quality as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One mistakenly considers one individual to be different from another simply because of their material bodily coverings. Because of differences between bodies, the spirit soul appears before us differently. Lord Kṛṣṇa then gave a nice example in terms of the 5 material elements. The total material elements, namely the sky, air, fire, water and earth, are present in everything in the material world, whether in an earthen pot or in a mountain or in the trees or in an earring. These 5 elements are present in everything, in different proportions and quantities. A mountain is a gigantic form of the combination of these 5 elements, and a small earthen pot is made of the same elements, but in a smaller quantity. Therefore all material items, although in different shapes or different quantities, are of the same ingredients. Similarly, the living entities, beginning from Lord Kṛṣṇa and including millions of Vishnu forms, and also the living entities in different forms, from Lord Brahma down to the small ant, are all of the same spiritual quality. Some are great in quantity, and some are small, but qualitatively they are of the same nature. It is therefore confirmed in the Upanishads that Kṛṣṇa, or the Supreme Lord, is the chief among all living entities and that he maintains them and supplies them with all necessities of life. Anyone who knows this philosophy is in perfect knowledge. The Vedic version Tattvamasi, thou art the same, means not that everyone is God but that everyone is qualitatively of the same nature as God. After hearing Kṛṣṇa speak the entire philosophy of spiritual life in an abbreviated summation, Vasudeva was exceedingly pleased with his son. Being thus elated, he could not speak but remain silent. In the meantime, Devaki, the mother of Lord Kṛṣṇa, sat by the side of her husband. Previously she had heard that Kṛṣṇa and Balarama were so kind to their teacher that they had brought back the teacher's dead son from the clutches of the superintendent of death, Yamaraja. Since she had heard of this incident, she had also been thinking of her own sons who were killed by Kamsa, and while remembering them she was overwhelmed with grief. Out of compassion for her dead sons, Devaki appealed to Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama thus, My dear Balarama, your very name suggests that you give all pleasure and all strength to everyone. Your unlimited potency is beyond the reach of our minds and words. And, my dear Kṛṣṇa, you are the master of all mystic yogis. I know that you are the master of the Prajapatis like Brahma and his assistants, and you are the original personality of Godhead, Narayana. I also know for certain that you have descended to annihilate all kinds of miscreants who have been misled in the course of time. They have lost control of their minds and senses, have fallen from the quality of goodness and have deliberately neglected the direction of the revealed scriptures by living a life of extravagance and impudence. You have descended on the earth to minimize the burden of the world by killing such miscreant rulers. My dear Kṛṣṇa, I know that Mahavishnu, who is lying in the causal ocean of the cosmic manifestation and who is the source of this whole creation, is simply an expansion of your plenary portion. The creation, maintenance and annihilation of this cosmic manifestation are effected only by your plenary portion. I therefore take shelter of you without reservation. I have heard that when you wanted to reward your teacher, Sandipani Muni, and he asked you to bring back his dead son, you and Balarama immediately brought him from the custody of Yamaraja, although he had been dead for a very long time. By this act I understand you to be the supreme master of all mystic yogis. I therefore ask you to fulfill my desire in the same way. In other words, I am asking you to bring back all my sons who were killed by Kamsa. Upon your bringing them back, my heart will be content, and it will be a great pleasure for me just to see them once. After hearing their mother speak in this way, Lord Balarama and Kṛṣṇa immediately called for the assistance of Yogamaya and started for the lower planetary system known as Sutala. Formerly, in his incarnation of Vamana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead had been satisfied by the king of the demons, Bali Maharaja, who donated to him everything he had. Bali Maharaja was then given the whole of Sutala for his residence and kingdom. Now when this great devotee, Bali Maharaja, saw that Lord Balarama and Kṛṣṇa had come to his planet, he immediately merged in an ocean of happiness. As soon as he saw Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama in his presence, he and all his family members stood up from their seats and bowed down at the lotus feet of the lords. Bali Maharaja offered Lord Kṛṣṇa and Balarama the best seat he had in his possession, and when both lords were seated comfortably, he began to wash their lotus feet. He then sprinkled the water on his head and on the heads of his family members. The water used to wash the lotus feet of Kṛṣṇa and Balarama can purify even the greatest demigods, such as Lord Brahma. After this, Bali Maharaja brought valuable garments, ornaments, sandalwood pulp, betel nuts, lamps and various nectarian foods, and along with his family members he worshipped the lords according to the regulative principles and offered his riches and body unto their lotus feet. King Bali was feeling such transcendental pleasure that he repeatedly grasped the lord's lotus feet and kept them on his chest, and sometimes he put them on the top of his head. In this way he felt transcendental bliss. Tears of love and affection began to flow from his eyes, and all his bodily hairs stood on end. He began to offer prayers to the lords in a voice which choked up intermittently. My Lord Balarama, you are the original Anantadeva. You are so great that Anantadeva Sesa and other transcendental forms have originally emanated from you. And you, Lord Kṛṣṇa, are the original personality of Godhead, with an eternal form that is all blissful and full of complete knowledge. You are the creator of the whole world. You are the original initiator and propounder of the systems of Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. You are the Supreme Brahman, the original personality of Godhead. I therefore with all respect offer my obeisances unto both of you. My dear lords, it is very difficult for the living entities to get to see you, yet when you are merciful upon your devotees you are easy for them to see. As such, only out of your causeless mercy have you agreed to come here and be visible to us, who are generally influenced by the qualities of ignorance and passion. My dear Lord, we belong to the Daitya, or demon, category. The demons are demoniac persons, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the Vidyadharas, the Kṛṣṇas, the Yaksas, the Rakshasas, the Pikas, the ghosts and the hobgoblins, are by nature incapable of worshipping you or becoming your devotees. Instead of becoming your devotees, they are simply impediments on the path of devotion. But you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, representing all the Vedas, and are situated in the mode of uncontaminated goodness. Your position is always transcendental. For this reason, some of us, although born of the modes of passion and ignorance, have taken shelter of your lotus feet and have become devotees. Some of us are actually pure devotees, and some of us have taken shelter of your lotus feet because we desire to gain something from devotion. By your causeless mercy only are we demons in direct contact with your personality. This contact is not possible even for the great demigods. No one knows how you act through your Yogamaya potency. Even demigods cannot calculate the expanse of the activities of your internal potency, so how is it possible for us to know it? I therefore place my humble prayers before you. Please be kind to me, who am fully surrendered unto you, and favor me with your causeless mercy so that I may simply remember your lotus feet, birth after birth. My only ambition is that I may live alone just like the Paramhamsas who travel alone here and there in great peace of mind, depending simply upon your lotus feet. I also desire that if I have to associate with anyone, I may associate only with your pure devotees and no one else, for your pure devotees are always well-wishers of all living entities. My dear Lord, you are the Supreme Master and Director of the whole world. Please, therefore, engage me in your service and let me thus become free from all material contaminations. You can purify me in that way because if someone engages himself in the loving service of your Lordship, he is immediately freed from all kinds of regulative principles enjoined in the Vedas. The word Paramhamsa mentioned here means the Supreme Swan. It is said that the swan can draw milk from a mixture of milk and water, it can take only the milk portion and reject the watery portion. Similarly, a person who can draw out the spiritual portion from this material world and who can live alone, depending only on the Supreme Spirit, not on the material world, is called a Paramhamsa. When one achieves the Paramhamsa platform, he is no longer under the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. A Paramhamsa accepts only the association of pure devotees and rejects others, who are too much materially addicted. In other words, those who are materially addicted cannot understand the value of the Paramhamsa, but those who are fortunate, who are advanced in a spiritual sense, take shelter of the Paramhamsa and successfully complete the mission of human life. After Lord Kṛṣṇa heard the prayers of Bali Maharaja, he spoke as follows: My dear king of the demons, in the millennium of Svayambhuva Manu, the Prajapati known as Marisi begot 6 sons, all demigods, in the womb of his wife, Kṛṣṇa. Once upon a time, Lord Brahma became captivated by the beauty of his daughter and was following her, impelled by sex desire. At that time, these 6 demigods looked at the action of Lord Brahma with abhorrence. This criticism of Brahma's action by the demigods constituted a great offense on their part, and for this reason they were condemned to take birth as the sons of the demon Hiranyakasipu. These sons of Hiranyakasipu were thereafter put into the womb of Mother Devaki, and as soon as they took their birth Kamsa killed them one after another. My dear king of the demons, Mother Devaki is very anxious to see these 6 dead sons again, and she is very much aggrieved on account of their early death at the hand of Kamsa. I know that all of them are living with you. I have decided to take them with me to pacify my mother, Devaki. After seeing my mother, all 6 of these conditioned souls will be liberated, and thus in great pleasure they will be transferred to their original planet. The names of these 6 conditioned souls are as follows: Smara, Ajitha, Parasvanga, Patanga, Kṣudribrat, and Ghrni. They will be reinstated in their former position as demigods. After thus informing the king of the demons, Kṛṣṇa stopped speaking, and Bali Maharaja understood the Lord's purpose. He duly worshipped the Lord, and thereafter Lord Kṛṣṇa and Lord Balarama took away the 6 conditioned souls and returned to the city of Dwaraka, where Lord Kṛṣṇa presented them as little babies before his mother, Devaki. Mother Devaki was overwhelmed with joy and was so ecstatic and motherly feeling that milk immediately began to flow from her breasts, and she fed the babies with great satisfaction. She took them on her lap again and again, smelling their heads and thinking, I have gotten my lost children back. For the time being she was overpowered by the energy of Vishnu, and in great motherly affection she enjoyed the company of her lost children. The milk from the breasts of Devaki was transcendental nectar because the same milk had been sucked by Lord Kṛṣṇa. As such, the babies who sucked the breasts of Devakiji, which had touched the body of Lord Kṛṣṇa, immediately became self-realized persons. The babies therefore began to offer their obeisances unto Lord Kṛṣṇa, Balarama, their father Vasudeva and their mother Devaki. After this, they were immediately transferred to their respective heavenly planets. After they departed, Devaki was stunned with wonder that her dead children had come back and had again been transferred to their respective planets. She could adjust the events only by thinking that Lord Kṛṣṇa can perform anything wonderful in his pastimes because his potencies are all inconceivable. Without accepting the inconceivable, unlimited potencies of the Lord, one cannot understand that Lord Kṛṣṇa is the Supreme Soul. By his unlimited potencies he performs unlimited pastimes, and no one can describe them in full, nor can anyone know them all. Sutta Goswami, speaking Srimad Bhagavatam before the sages of Naimisaranya, headed by Saunaka RSI, gave his verdict in this connection as follows. Great sages, please understand that the transcendental pastimes of Lord Kṛṣṇa are all eternal. They are not ordinary narrations of historical incidents. Such narrations are identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Anyone, therefore, who hears such narrations of the Lord's pastimes is immediately freed from the contamination of material existence. And those who are pure devotees enjoy these narrations as nectar entering into their ears. Such narrations were spoken by Sukadeva Goswami, the exalted son of Vyasadeva, and anyone who hears them, as well as anyone who repeats them for the hearing of others, becomes Kṛṣṇa conscious. And only the Kṛṣṇa conscious persons are eligible to go back home, back to Godhead. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 85th chapter of Kṛṣṇa, Spiritual Instruction for Vasudeva, and the Return of the Six Dead Sons of Devaki by Lord Kṛṣṇa.